Reborn as a System Chapter 53 to Chapter 104. The headlines on the newspapers were sensational, and the content was also dumbfounding. What happened that night was not a secret, especially when the police were called. The sensitive reporters followed immediately. They could not enter the Qi residence, but it did not affect them from standing guard outside to observe the situation. 2 ambulances came. Qi Zihui and Qi Zhihui were also famous people in Lannu district. The two of them relied on their power, money, excellent space, and good looks to fool around outside. They were also involved with a few beautiful girls in the entertainment industry. Therefore, they were already people who had been exposed in the newspapers. Ordinary people might not recognize their faces, but the entertainment reporters remembered them clearly. Even though they were now toothless, their faces were covered in blood, and their eyes were rolled back, they could still tell that it was first young Master Qi and second young Master Qi. Bang, bang, bang. The flashes lit up, and a few close-up shots were taken. While the reporters were imagining what the two brothers had done, they turned their heads and saw Uncle Qi Ruiqi being handcuffed again. F***CK. This was really explosive, the cameras were clicking. At that time, Qi Rui had not recovered from his shock and was still brainlessly arguing with the police. It wasn't me. I didn't hurt Qi Zimo. It was him. When these words fell into the ears of the reporters, their blood instantly rushed to their heads and they were extremely excited. F***CK, this was such a big event. A living aristocratic family killing each other, a battle between uncle and nephew, and even knives were used to kill people. If this large basin of dog blood were to be poured over their heads, it would be enough for the commoners to chat freely for a year. Although the guards of the Qi residence appeared and instantly dispersed the reporters, these 2 pieces of information were enough for them to quarrel. All kinds of imaginations were listed one by one. Qi Rui, Qi Zihui, Qi Zhihui, the father and son trio were simply slandered. As for Qi Zimo, who was wronged and injured by the lunatic, the common people who did not know the truth felt heartache. Oh my, he was too pitiful. This child was only 10 years old, yet, he was treated like this by his own uncle and cousin. It was all about power. It was all about money. It was not easy to survive in an aristocratic family. It was all about scandals. The one-sided public opinion made Qi Rui's family completely unable to raise their heads. They hid at home with their faces covered in dirt, not daring to go out. If the contempt of the commoners was considered insignificant, then the punishment that the government was waiting for was a big problem. The government was jointly established by the aristocratic families. Since such a thing had happened to the Qi family and old Master Qi was no longer around, they had the right to punish the perpetrator. If Cherry's crime was confirmed, it would be no problem for him to stay in prison for more than 10 years, not to mention anything else. Moreover, Qi LV had an excuse to remove him from the Qi family. Since their names had been removed, the quarter of the magic stone mine naturally returned to the Qi family. Then Qi Ruizai would really have nothing left. How could he not panic? How could he not be anxious? However, this matter could not be concluded so quickly. There were many people present. Excluding the parties involved, there were still Qi Lauer and Jean Lei. The police investigated on the spot. At that time, Qi Lauer did not have the time to discuss with Qi Rui. Moreover, at that time, Qi Lauer had already been scared silly by Qi Zimo. He kept thinking that his nephew was a devil. When he was questioned, he panicked and insisted that Qi Zimo did it. Qi Zimo injured his cousin and framed his uncle. He used his uncle's hand to cut his own arm. Although these were the truth, when it came from the mouth of a person who was in a trance, afraid, and nervous, there was no F***king credibility at all. There was also a female police officer among the policemen who questioned. She almost despised Qi Lauer to death. What kind of people were these? Uncle? They were simply beasts. Moreover, they were brainless. They did not even know how to make up stories. On the other side, there were naturally people who questioned Jean Lei. Jean Lei was scheming and ambitious. However, she was not completely evil. Moreover, she was not as stupid as Qi Lauer. So what if Qi Zimo did it? Who would believe it if she said it? Moreover, she also hated Qi Rui's family. Although she was shocked that Qi Zimo did this, she was also happy to see it happen. Therefore, when she was questioned, she dictated another version of the story. Basically, it was not much different from what was written in the newspaper. She also described in detail the reason why the two brothers fought. At the same time, she also vaguely mentioned that Qi Rui might have some mental problems and had been quite extreme in his actions all these years. Jean Lei's nonsense and what was written in the newspaper actually coincided strangely. Therefore, everyone's brain waves were still very similar. It was not up to the common people not to believe it. No one believed those who told the truth, and those who knew the truth were making it up. This matter was also difficult to deal with. After Xianxia finished reading the newspaper, he let out a long sigh and put it aside. He faintly touched on the truth in his heart. However, he believed that if Qi Nemo had memories, then it must be what he thought. But now, Qi Nemo was just a child. A child could not be so cruel to himself. After class, Xianxia returned to the Qi residence. Before he entered the house, he felt that something was wrong. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the man sitting on the sofa at the head of the table. The moment he saw him, Xianxia was stunned. Qi Nemo? Why was Qi Nemo here? No, didn't Qi Nemo become smaller? Didn't he become Qi Zimo? Why did he grow up again? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. He stood there in a daze and did not move. The man in the distance saw him come in and slowly got up. He raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his thin lips slightly. Xianxia? The cold voice made Xianxia come back to his senses. He frowned and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. His rationality finally returned. At this moment, the young man on the sofa on the right stood up. His fair face was tense. There was a trace of displeasure in his dark eyes as he stared at Xianxia. He walked toward Xianxia and held his hand tightly. The force was so strong that Xianxia frowned slightly. Xianxia, this is my father. After speaking, he looked at the man again and raised his head slightly. Father, this is Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia came back to his senses. Although he was still shocked, he accepted this fact. This person who looked so much like Qi Nemo was actually Qi Zimo's father, Qi Lv. After a polite greeting and a proper bow, Xianxia calmed down. He looked at the man in front of him again and saw many differences. Indeed, his appearance and figure were almost the same as Qi Mo's. He was so handsome that the stars paled in comparison. But after taking a closer look, he knew that they were two completely different people. Their expressions and mannerisms were completely different. Qi Mo's appearance was extremely good, but when he stood there, the first thing you saw was not how he looked like. Instead, you would be completely stunned. His strong aura and calm demeanor. Sometimes, you wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. But Qi Lv was different. At first glance, you would definitely be shocked by his exquisite appearance. His expression also had the coldness of a superior, but more of it was alienation and defense. In particular, there was some fatigue between his eyebrows, and there was a trace of tiredness in his eyes. Xianxia had never seen these emotions in Qi Nemo before. It seemed that no matter when, that man was strong and confident. No matter what disaster or hardship, it couldn't taint him with the attitude of a weakling. With such a comparison, the difference was obvious. Perhaps because Xianxia looked too seriously, he felt that Qi Lv's expression wasn't good. His face was a little too pale. But it was just a flash. Maybe it was just an illusion. Qi Zimo should have mentioned Xianxia to Qi Lv a long time ago. After meeting, Qi Lv talked to Qi Zimo for a while. One asked and one answered. The conversation between the father and son wasn't considered intimate. It was even distant. It could be seen that they didn't spend much time together. After a short questioning, Qi Lv stood up. I'm going back. You stay at home. I'll be back when the space assessment is done. Qi Zimo just responded with a cold mem. Qi Lv seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't say it. In the end, he looked at Xianxia. It was rare for him to put down his attitude and said, Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Xia. If you have any questions, you can look for me. Xianxia nodded. He could feel that Qi Lv wanted to treat his son better, but because he wasn't familiar with the business and his methods were too clumsy, it was the opposite of what he wanted. But this kind of thing couldn't be said by others. Xianxia wasn't stupid enough to mention it. He just agreed. Don't worry, I'll take good care of little Mo for a while. GLV, then I'll leave it to you. Then, he turned and left. Only Xianxia and Imo were left in the room. Imo grabbed Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't support himself and sat down on the sofa. Imo stood in front of him. His hand was on the edge of the sofa and just happened to hold Xianxia's wrist. Then, he looked down from above. You've already promised me. Xianxia hadn't gotten into the mood yet. You have to marry me. Xianxia. What's wrong with him? Seeing that Xianxia didn't respond to him, Imo stared at him without moving. It wasn't a good idea to waste time like this, especially when Imo's arm was injured. Xianxia didn't dare to provoke him and quickly replied, I promise. Then you're not allowed to stare at others. This sentence made Xianxia come back to his senses. What the hell? Was he jealous? Child, does your father know that you're jealous at such a young age? Xianxia was already experienced in dealing with psychopaths. He also had a lot of ways to deal with psychopaths who had shrunk. So he quickly smoothed his hair. I'm just surprised that your father is so good-looking. Imo snorted coldly. Xianxia's tone changed. I'm just thinking that when you grow up, you'll definitely be 100 times better looking than him. This sentence hit the nail on the head. Imo was slightly stunned. The gloominess in his eyes retreated, and there was a hint of red on his fair little face. However, he still had a face and snorted. This very happy and forcefully suppressed look of happiness made Xianxia's heart feel like a cat was scratching it. It itched unbearably. He was really too cute. Oh my, host, you were so cute when you were young. Starry eyes, GLV walked out of the mansion and continued to struggle to maintain his pace. Step by step, he walked out of the courtyard. After more than 100 meters, he was actually covered in cold sweat. When he got into the car, he slowly exhaled. His face was unbelievably pale, and there was no trace of blood on his lips. The butler hurriedly handed him the medicine and helped him take it. Then, he said with a worried expression, Master, your body. GLV closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. He slowly waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, It's nothing. It's just that I've been too tired recently. The butler did not dare to say more and could only gently cover him with a blanket. GLV closed his eyes. He could not rest yet. The harvest season was not over yet, and the magic stone was about to mature. The recent events must not be missed. This was a rare opportunity to bring down Qi Rue. He must not make any mistakes. Wait a little longer, hold on a little longer. When Xiaomo's space assessment was over, he could rest for a while. His son would definitely have an outstanding space and would definitely be able to inherit the Qi family. The following month was calm and peaceful. Xianxia was so busy that he was dizzy. Almost all of his energy was put into various assessments. Because of the special nature of Xianxua's space, he forced himself to get all A's so that he could successfully stay in school. He was also lucky. Because of his previous good performance, Professor Wang Yang was willing to recommend him. In this way, he could be qualified to stay in school if he only got a B+ in one of the assessments. Xianxia's plan was very good. He was confident in the other assessments, but he was not sure about the four-eyed man's class. The four-eyed man was famous for being stingy. Letting him get an A was similar to cutting off his flesh. But now, with Wang Yang's recommendation, Xianxia was more confident. As long as he worked hard, it should not be difficult to get a B+. But unexpectedly, the four-eyed man gave him an A and patted him on the shoulder seriously. He likes serious children. Although Xianxia was a little confused, it did not stop him from jumping up and down happily. All A's. He passed smoothly. Finally, he did not let down Xianxua's 10 years of hard work. After graduating successfully, Xianxia was slightly relieved, but he immediately became nervous. The annual space assessment was about to begin. The assessment would be carried out a month before school started. Then, according to the space level, the schools, classes, and the types of subjects would be divided. This was related to the lives of these children. Therefore, the atmosphere these days was unbelievably tense. Xianxia was also very nervous. Although Imo looked fine, he hugged Xianxia especially hard when he slept at night. Xianxia could also feel that the child was still nervous. The assessment could not be completed in a day. It began on August 1st and lasted for a week. As for the order, it was completely random based on the name. The serial number was issued on July 30th. Xianxia drew number 520 on the third day. 520, Xianxia looked at this number and felt a little embarrassed. Although there was no such thing in this world, I love you wasn't a bad number, right? Well, it was still considered auspicious. At least it was much better than 250. The few freshmen who received the most attention this year were the young masters of the Qi family. Xianxia was one of them, and the other two were Qi Rui's twin sons. Qi Rui's crime was pressed on his head. Although he kept appealing, he was probably doomed. After all, Qi Lu had been bullied by him for so many years. Now that his son was bullied, if he didn't take revenge, would he still be a man? Therefore, on such an important day, Qi Rui didn't appear. Xianxia wanted to see what number the two children had drawn. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. One was 250, the other was 500, an idiot and a dabbler. How could there be such a coincidence? It was a pity that this world didn't know what 205 meant, so they were quite complacent and thought that it was very harmonious and beautiful to have an even number. Xianxia was 250. On the second day of the assessment, Xianxia and Xianxia didn't go, but Xianxia was already a celebrity. The space assessment was broadcasted live. Every time a space above level 3 appeared, there would be an interview. Xianxia had the blood of the Qi family in him. Logically speaking, it should be at least a level 3 space. But when the results came out, he was shocked. It was only a level 2 single space. Because it was a collection space, the minerals that could be collected were immediately assessed. It was the most ordinary iron ore, just like Father Xia. Xianxia's face was pale. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be broadcasted unless it was a level 3 space. But he was a member of the Qi family. His father and brother had just become famous, and he also became the focus of attention. When such a low-level space appeared, the effect was similar to a level 5 space appearing among the commoners. However, one was applauding, and the other was laughing. Xianxia looked at the child on the screen, but he didn't gloat in his heart. He sighed secretly. Because of Xianxia, he knew the way to maintain health before the assessment. Xianxia had a father like Qi Rui, and he was the youngest son. He had a bunch of unreliable brothers. In such a family environment, how could he be calm? Moreover, Qi Rui and his son had done such a thing recently. Seeing that the family was about to fall, it was impossible for Xianxia to not be affected. Logically speaking, with the Qi clan's bloodline and the nourishment of a large amount of materials in the early stages, the weakest space should be a level 3 space. However, he was the dark horse and was only at level 2. It was probably because he had been too emotional recently. On second thought, Xianxia was a little worried. Xianxia was the center of the incident and he was injured. He was afraid that he would be affected as well. However, it was a critical moment now. If he showed it, it would put more pressure on him. So, Xianxia quickly pushed away the worry in his heart and relaxed. 2 days ago, other than the dark horse Xianxia, there was also a dark horse, a child from an ordinary family, but the space's evaluation had actually reached level 5. In just a few hours, her family background was completely exposed. Her parents also appeared in front of the camera with their children. They were either questioned or instructed by the reporters, implicitly, shyly, and somewhat unprepared as they talked about the way of raising children. The others were very ordinary. Level 1 spaces occupied 80% of the space, level 2 spaces occupied about 18%, and the rest were the rare level 3 spaces and the only level 5 space. On the third day, Xianxia was number 520. The evaluation was in the morning, and they went to the evaluation hall early. There were 20 people in this batch. Qi Rui's other son, Xianxia, happened to be in front of him. Because of Xianxia was also under a lot of pressure. Even if he saw Xianxia at this time, he just shook his head and left. He didn't care about finding trouble and revenge. Xianxia's results were out. He was not as unlucky as Xianxia. Level 4 space was not bad. Although he was not too proud when he came out, he was obviously relieved. He did not show off to Xianxia. After all, level 4 space was a normal standard in the Qi clan. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Qi Zimo's turn. Shurqing accompanied him here, and Qi LV also rushed over early in the morning to meet them outside the hall. So at this moment, Qi LV and Shurqing sent him in together. Shurqing was very nervous. Although he had been smiling and saying relaxed words, his palms were full of sweat. However, he really didn't want to affect Qi Zimo, so he just smiled and said to him, "I'll wait for you outside." Qi Zimo nodded, "Okay." Qi LV's nervousness was no less than Shurqing's. He valued Qi Zimo very much. This was his and his wife's only child. He hoped that he could have a smooth life. He wanted to lead the results that he worked hard for his most beloved child. At this time, many things surged in his heart. He wanted to say it, but he couldn't. In the end, he just held Qi Zimo's hand and whispered, "Be good, be good, be good." Qi Zimo looked up at him and said to his father, "Don't be too tired, rest more." Qi LV was shocked, but Qi Zimo had already turned and went in. At this moment, Shurqing didn't care about comforting his fragile father. He was sitting on pins and needles. He comforted himself that even if Qi Zimo's space wasn't good, it didn't matter. Xianxia's space was very powerful. When the time came, he could protect Qi Zimo, but on the other hand, he felt that Qi Zimo grew up in such an environment and had an unbelievably strong ego. If the space wasn't good, it would definitely be a huge blow to him. The higher the expectations, the worse the fall. Shurqing knew very well in his heart. Especially since Qi Zimo had inherited Qin Mo's personality. This kind of personality was most afraid of reversals. If he didn't do well, he might rush from one end to the other, and even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. That would be troublesome, therefore, Shurqing sincerely hoped that Qi Zimo could be well. The space evaluation was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was an evaluation of its current size. The second stage was an evaluation of the space's internal attributes. The third stage was a more detailed evaluation of the details. The results of each stage would be released. The first stage was the fastest. After about 5 to 6 minutes, the results were shown on the big screen outside. Shurqing and Qi LV looked up nervously. On the big screen were the names that appeared according to the serial number. The first 3 names were very small, less than half a meter. When Qi Zimo's name appeared in the 5th place, the size that followed behind made everyone present suck in a breath of cold air. Qi LV even stood up. Qi Zimo, space size, 100,000 square meters. This was too exaggerated. A square meter was the measurement unit of this world's size. 100,000 square meters was the size of Qi LV's space. The first stage space that was just evaluated actually had such a large size. This was simply unheard of. One had to know that when the 8th level space carrier Qi LV first activated his space, the size was only 10,000 square meters. But Qi Zimo was actually 10 times bigger than Qi LV's. What kind of concept was this? It was too shocking. Shurqing couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Don't rush, continue to look and see what attributes it was and whether there were any special details. Qi LV was so excited that his face was flushed. He wanted to rush in and see if this was true. But he still held back. The evaluation wasn't over yet. He still had to wait, because of Qi Zimo's result, the results after that weren't worth looking at. All the topics revolved around this terrifying 100,000 square meters. No matter what attribute it was enough to shock the world. At the same time, everyone was very happy that such a powerful space carrier had appeared in New Orchid District. It could definitely continue to expand. They would have better material conditions and more employment opportunities. What made people look forward to even more was that there would be enough troops to support them. They could fight for more magic stone mines and attract more residents. This could simply start a new era. It really made people look forward to it. The second stage of the evaluation was slower. But after 5 to 6 minutes, the results came out one after another. Almost everyone stared at the screen, waiting for Qi Zimo's name to appear. But after all the names appeared, Qi Zimo's name still wasn't there. What was going on? Shurqing couldn't help but feel his heart clench. He had a bad feeling. At this time, an evaluator appeared and walked directly to Chi. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Chi, please come with me." Chi frowned and stood up. Shi immediately asked, "Sir, can I go with you?" After that, he supported Chi. Chi was a little dizzy because he stood up too quickly. He only managed to stand up with Shi's help. So he said to the evaluator, "Let's go together." The evaluator didn't refuse. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. There seemed to be a trace of sympathy and pity in his gaze when he looked at Chi. After following him in, he realized that there were dozens of professional space evaluators gathered in the room. They were focused on looking at the data on the machine. A group of people were discussing non-stop, and some were even arguing. When Chi and Shi came in, they all looked over. Almost all of them knew Chi, so there was no need for introductions. They went straight to the point. "Mr. Chi, your son's space aptitude has some problems." Chi walked forward and said, "Can you show me?" "Sure." He played a video. Chi took a look and his pupils shrank rapidly. His body shook slightly. Shi saw it too. This video was short and very simple, but at the same time, it was too complicated. There was no blue sea or blue sky, no soil or ores. There were only countless rays of light. The strange colors intersected and the gorgeous rays of light collided. It was like the aurora in the sky. It was so beautiful that it was shocking, but at the same time, it also carried an unknown horror. Chi's voice was a little tight. "Is this Zimo space image?" "Yes, we can only record it for 5 seconds. After the detection machine entered, it was quickly destroyed. There is no way to investigate further." Chi's face became even paler. Shi also realized where the problem lay from this sentence. How could a space that could be easily destroyed by a strong detection machine be used for planting or harvesting? A vast space of 100,000 square meters was useless. Shi only felt a chill run down his spine. P*WXCP P*WXCP. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With such a shocking result in the first stage, not only Shi and Chi, but even the commoners outside were all eagerly anticipating it. Unexpectedly, the results of the second and third stages were delayed. This was the first time they had heard of this. No matter what level of space it was, it would be appraised almost immediately and then made public. The more outstanding the space, the more it would not be kept secret. In this world, a high-level space represented status, glory, and limitless power and wealth. No one would want to hide it at all. Shi and Chi sat in the assessment room and repeatedly watched the short 5-second video. Chi did not say a word. Shi's mind spun quickly. Xianxia had a lot of knowledge in storage. He almost flipped through all his memories and all his experience pointed to one fact. Zimo space was an abandoned space. Just like Xianxia's space was full of hurricanes, Zimo space was full of chaotic elemental attacks. It was a space where no life could exist. In comparison, in Xianxia's space, powerful machines could still survive and carry out field surveys. But Zimo space was too violent. With the current technology, any machine that went in could not last for more than a minute. Compared to the vast space of 100,000 square meters, 1 minute was too short. It was impossible to detect anything at all. This was the main reason why the examiners did not dare to give Zimo space an evaluation. Although it looked like an abandoned space, there was no real data to support it. They could not jump to conclusions. But if they really could not detect it, then they could only judge it as an abandoned space. The room was silent. Shi suddenly stood up. He looked at the examiner and asked, "Can we postpone the evaluation? We will work hard to find equipment that can detect his space." As soon as he said this, Chi suddenly looked at him and then he agreed with Shi. Chi's status was there, and this request was not too much. The examiners were not rigid people. Moreover, they really hoped that a genius space would appear in their region, however, they couldn't drag it on for too long. After all, it still involved a series of tedious matters such as enrollment arrangements, registration reports, and so on. Therefore, they gave a time limit. 4 days. If you can't find a way after 4 days, then we'll have to issue the evaluation report. 4 days was tight, but it was better than making a conclusion now. Xianxia nodded in agreement. There was no time to lose. When the two left the house, Qi pulled Xianxia back. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Don't tell Xiaomo first." After all, Qi was still young. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such a blow. He thought that Xianxia would agree to his suggestion, but the young man in front of him looked at him and said resolutely, "We must tell Qi." Qi was slightly taken aback. Xianxia continued, "Tell him everything. He has the right to know. We will work hard these 4 days. I won't give up even after 4 days. But I can't hide it from him. If he finds out about this from someone else, little Mo won't be able to take it." These words caused Qi to be stunned. He suddenly realized that as a father, his understanding of his son was actually inferior to a youth who had only been with his son for a short period of a month. He didn't refute Xianxia's words. He just left quietly. Xianxia knew Qi concerns, but he knew Qi Mo too well. He couldn't treat him as an ordinary child. Qi Mo trusted him, so he couldn't betray this trust. Hiding it seemed to be beneficial to him, but the hidden disadvantages were obvious. He couldn't take the risk. He couldn't push Qi Mo into the abyss with his own hands. Xianxia took a deep breath and left behind Qi. After leaving the house, they went to pick up Qi Mo. Qi Mo's expression was indifferent, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. He raised his head slightly and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him and said, "There's a small problem. Let's go home first." Qi Mo's straight back stiffened for a moment. Xianxia immediately held his hand and led him away. When they returned to the Qi residence, the three of them went into Qi study. Qi sat on the sofa and didn't say a word. Xianxia sat beside Qi Mo. He didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. He told him about the whole process of the assessment. The huge space of 100,000 square feet in the first stage, the collision of unknown elements in the second stage, and the current situation. Xianxia's voice wasn't loud. It was soft and smooth, and there was a slight upturn at the end. But at this moment, Xianxia was speaking very seriously. Hence, it was less tactful and more serious. After he finished speaking, Qi Mo's face still didn't have much expression. Only the hand that held Xianxia's hand tightened unconsciously. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. His young voice was a little tight. "I understand." Xianxia knew that Qi Mo was panicking and afraid, but his dignity didn't allow him to lower his head. He could only face it. A trace of bitterness spread in his heart. Xianxia only felt that his heart was clenched tightly, and it hurt. He actually hoped that Qi Mo could be like an ordinary child and cry out loud, or complain and vent. It was better than suppressing all his emotions in the bottom of his heart. He was still a child. His shoulders were still very weak. He didn't have to carry everything on his shoulders. But Xianxia couldn't say anything. Looking at Qi Mo's stiff and upright body, he couldn't say anything that would make him show weakness. This dignity was ingrained in his bones. Any sympathy or pity was the biggest insult to him. In the next 4 days, it was a battle against the clock. After all, Qi had a lot of experience and a very wide network. He was in charge of running around, not limited to the Lanqing district. Instead, he was in charge of contacting other districts and looking for powerful equipment in the entire world. A machine that could enter Qi Mo's space, and Xianxia's task was to flip through thousands of years of history to find precedents. After all, Qi Mo's space was huge. If such a situation happened in the past, there would definitely be a record. But perhaps because it was too long ago, no one knew. But there would definitely be traces in the library's collection. At this time, Xianxia's identity also came into play. He chose to stay in school, so he could freely enter and leave the school. He asked Professor Wang Yang for a pass to the school library. This way, he had a lot of information to look through. In this world, there was no more abundant collection of books than this school that had stood for thousands of years. Qi Mo's space assessment results were not out, so he still couldn't enter the school, so he couldn't be with Xianxia. And on Qi side, he couldn't help. But he wouldn't be idle. Although all machines couldn't enter his space, as a carrier, he could look at it from afar. He couldn't take the risk to enter, but he could find some things by observing from afar. It was also very beneficial to try to experience his own space. The three of them divided the work and got busy. Qi Rui's recent days were miserable. He was charged with the crime of intentional homicide. Although he failed, under Qi Lv's various bribing, he still suffered a lot. He was a 6th-level carrier after all and had certain privileges. Even if he was sentenced to prison, he wasn't afraid. He could just spend some money and get out. But what drove him crazy was that his reputation was damaged. With such a cruel and crazy murderer on his head, it was very likely that he would be removed from the Qi family. If he left the Qi family, he would lose a quarter of the magic stone mine. At that time, he would really have nothing. In this month, he had spent almost all his wealth to compete with Qi Lv, but he couldn't suppress the one-sided public opinion and was almost completely defeated. Qi Ziyuan and Qi Zaidan's space assessment results were also not satisfactory, but he didn't have time to care about these two children. What made him most unwilling was the news that Qi Zaidan brought back. Qi Zimo's space assessment in the first stage was actually a huge scale of 100,000 square feet. Qi Lv was a genius, but Qi Zimo had surpassed him. Could there still be a place for him in the Qi family? The resentment in his heart was about to turn into a beast and break free. If there was no Qi Lv, the Qi family's patriarch position would be his. If Qi Zimo wasn't so vicious, his reputation wouldn't be ruined if he was expelled from the Qi family. No. How could he leave the Qi family? The Qi family was his. It was his, Qi Rui's. It could only be his, Qi Rui's. At this moment, Qi Zihue hurriedly ran in with a face full of surprise. Father! Father! Qi Zimo's space assessment was delayed. Qi Rui's eyes suddenly lit up. What happened? Qi Zihue was gasping for breath. I just bribed an examiner and got his spatial image. Quick, come and take a look. After saying that, he played the short 5 seconds image. After Qi Rui finished watching, he frowned at first and then suddenly became enlightened. The detection machine can only record for 5 seconds? Qi Zimo's space is a crazy abandoned space? Qi Zihue was also extremely excited. Yes. Father. Qi Rui's originally gloomy eyes suddenly burst out with a shocking light. The heavens really didn't want me to die. Originally, there was only a dead end, but now there was a chance to live. There was nothing more crazy than this. Qi Zihue waited for his father to calm down before continuing. Father, Qi Lv has already left in the night. Although his actions were hidden, according to my guess, he should have gone to another large district to look for a detection machine. Qi Rui calmed down and his brain could work. This was certain. Qi Lv wouldn't give up so easily. Qi Zihue frowned and said, the kid surnamed Xia who had been following Qi Zimo was very anxious. He also entered the school early in the morning. And buried himself in the library to look for information. That Xianxia? Qi Zimo has always had a cold personality, but he really put in a lot of effort for this Xianxia. I heard that this month, the two of them ate and lived together. They were so close that they were like one person. Hearing this, a bold idea formed in Qi Rui's mind. He suddenly smiled. Every dog has its day. It seems that we have a chance to turn the tables. Qi Lv's health was very poor. This was an illness that he had in his mother's womb. When old Madame Qi was pregnant with him, she lived in fear and trepidation. She was extremely careful with what she ate and used. She was really afraid of his adult brothers and sisters. Therefore, although she tried her best to give birth to Qi Lv, not only was her body ruined, but Qi Lv was also born weak. However, old Master Qi was not completely muddle-headed. When his youngest son was born, he was also afraid of Qi Rui, so he had been protecting the mother and son. It was considered thorough. A large amount of money was spent, and his body recovered a little. When Qi Lv was 5 or 6 years old, he was no different from a normal child. However, it was only when he was 11 years old and was assessed as a rare level 8 space that his life turned upside down again. From the day he entered school, he had no freedom. However, he did not complain at all. He shouldered the high hopes of his mother and could not relax at all. Therefore, he had to be the best in everything and be the first in everything. After 10 years of working hard like this, his body was a little weak. After graduation, his life did not improve at all. After inheriting the Qi family, an even heavier burden fell on him. At that time, he was also married and his wife was pregnant. Although the two of them were separated more often than they were together, they were deeply in love. For his mother, for his wife, and even more for his unborn child, he could only continue on his path. High-level space carriers had huge abilities, monstrous power, and wealth. However, they had to pay 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than ordinary people. When Madame Qi was still alive, she had always taken care of Qi LV. Even if he was tired and bitter, he still knew how to take care of himself and exercise. However, Madame Qi's lifespan was short and she passed away early. The early death of his beloved wife was a huge blow to Qi LV. If not for his youngest son and old mother, he even wanted to go with her. To him, life was really boring. However, he could not let go of his responsibilities. Moreover, Qi Rui and the others were watching covetously. He had to protect his only child with his beloved wife and let him grow up healthily. In these 11 years, he was overdrawing his life. Overwork and endless pressure had caused his body's condition to deteriorate. He could not explain the cause. It was like he was old and was constantly aging. Such a decline could not be stopped. Qi's immo-space evaluation was a huge blow to him. However, he could not fall, he was determined not to. He must let Qi's immo-space take a turn for the better. He must let him have a foothold. Otherwise, he would not be able to see his deceased wife again. However, his body eventually collapsed. He had to take turns in cars, planes, and all kinds of transportation. In addition, the journey was full of twists and turns, and he had to go around begging for help. This journey was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Before he could receive any good news, he fainted completely. The butler had served him for decades. At such a critical moment, he naturally did not dare to leak the news. However, this matter happened too suddenly. There were many people present, so it would be easy for a newcomer to inquire about it. At least Qi Rui, who had been keeping a close eye on Qi LV, knew about it immediately. With such a good thing happening, Cherry was just short of clapping his hands in celebration. Who would have thought that such a good thing would come in pairs? If Qi LV died just like that, Qi's immo-space would be useless. Then, wouldn't the Qi family be in his pocket? Unfortunately, that trash Qi LV had too many trusted subordinates around him, and they were still being actively treated. However, it did not matter. Qi LV's coma meant that they would not be able to find the equipment to detect Qi's immo-space within 4 days. At the same time, Qi LV was unconscious, so no one would find trouble with Qi Rui. Whatever Qi Rui wanted to do, it was simply too easy. He turned to ask Qi Zihui, "Is that kid Xianxia still in school?" Qi Zihui said, "Yes, it has been 2 days and 2 nights. He hasn't come out." Qi Rui frowned. If Xianxia stayed in school, he would not be able to touch him no matter what. However, there was always a way to lure him out. He looked at the information in his hands. As long as he spread the news of Qi LV's collapse, he believed that Qi Zimo would suffer a blow. At that time, Xianxia would definitely know. He did not believe that kid could still hide in school. In the afternoon, Qi Rui spread the news. Qi LV's coma would cause a huge uproar. The entire Lannu district was shaken. The significance of an 8th-level space carrier was much more important than the word leader. This represented practical and immediate benefits. Not to mention that Qi LV had a good reputation. Even if Qi LV was a big villain, they would still tolerate it. If he collapsed, what would happen to the next season's rations? Therefore, even the slightest bit of news would cause chaos. A large number of people blocked the entrance of the Qi residence, hoping to get first-hand information. Even if the door was closed, it was difficult for Qi Zimo not to know about it. He rarely contacted Qi LV, but he had Qi LV's private phone number. This number was only known to him and his grandmother. Qi LV also never turned off his phone. As long as he called, he would definitely pick up. After the busy tone, there was a voice message. Qi Zimo hung up the phone and looked at the window in a daze. He knew that something must have happened to Qi LV compared to the bloody storm outside. Qing was so busy that he was dizzy. For 2 days and 2 nights, he almost did not sleep or rest. He hated that he could not spend his time in the library. The collection here was very rich. There were copies of ancient books from thousands of years ago. At the same time, it also meant that there was a lot of work. It was very time-consuming for him to read alone. Even if his goal was clear, it was extremely difficult to find relevant information in this vast sea of books. However, he would not give up. It was impossible for him to give up. If this little bit of hard work could change Xianxia's life, he would not feel tired at all. There were many records about abandoned spaces in the ancient books. There were also many places like Xianxia that could not be explored at all. They spent their entire lives trying to change their space, but in the end, they could not find a way to do so until they died. In this world, children like Xianxia would appear almost every year. Because the space was abandoned, it was useless. In the early years, they even lost the opportunity to study because of this. They could only wander outside and fend for themselves. Those who were luckier would take on some other jobs. However, under the premise of this society, they would be despised and treated unequally wherever they went because of the uselessness of the space. They would even be given the malicious title of social parasites. They were children abandoned by God. They were people who should not have been born in this world. The more Xianxia read, the more indignant he felt. This kind of destiny that could not be changed no matter how hard he worked was really suffocating. At this moment, he was flipping through a book. It was an ancient book from 100 years ago. The author could no longer be verified. However, from the content, this person was also a person who carried abandoned spaces. He counted countless types of abandoned spaces and recorded a large amount of information. He categorized and divided them, trying to find a feasible way out for these useless spaces. However, until he passed away, there was no result. However, Xianxia's attention was attracted by his last sentence. We are different. We are ostracized by society. However, from the moment we were born, we are strong, unyielding, and warriors who fight against fate. This battle will eventually be won. The abandoned people will gain great power. In just 2 short sentences, Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. He sat in a daze. Then, he suddenly jumped up. God! He found out. So it was like this, agitated and excited, Xianxia hugged the book and rushed out of the library. He ran all the way to the school gate. There was no need to enter the space. Because their space was never meant for people to enter, they were warriors, real warriors. Xianxia only wanted to hurry back to the Qi residence and tell Xianxia all this. He wanted to let him know that he was special and unique. He was stronger than anyone else and was very important. They were not abandoned. They were truly cared for. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. He was very emotional. He rushed all the way to the school gate. He did not care about asking someone to pick him up. He saw a taxi and hurriedly jumped in. He calmed down slightly after he told the driver the name of the place. However, a sweet smell came immediately. He immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly held his breath. However, it was too late. A strong sense of dizziness came over him. Xianxia instantly lost consciousness. After a short knock on the door, Xianxia's voice was heard. Young master, there's a call for you. Xianxia stood up abruptly and walked quickly. He pushed the door open and went to the living room. Could it be Xianxia who called at this time? He held the phone. A familiar but disgusting voice came from the other side. Good nephew, it's me. Xianxia held the phone tightly and did not say anything. Turn on the video call. I have something good to show you here. As if knowing that he would hang up the phone, Jirui's voice was also very resentful. You don't want to see it? Then I'll throw your precious Xianxia into the sea. This name startled Xianxia. He quickly connected the video call. After a short blank on the phone screen, an image appeared. It was a simple house. The walls were black and the floor was dirty. A young man in a beige shirt was thrown in the corner. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had lost consciousness. Xianxia only took a glance and felt his heart being stabbed. Accompanied by a sharp pain, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time quickly broke free of the shackles. They burned like a raging fire and almost occupied all of his consciousness. A low and hoarse voice that did not even belong to a child sounded. What do you want? Qi Rui laughed a few times and then said, "It's not convenient to talk over the phone. Come and find me. Let's have a good talk." The name of the place. Qi Rui said the name of the place and then said meaningfully, "Don't play tricks anymore, or you'll never see him again." Qi Zimo stared at the screen. The crazy vibration in his chest was like the roar of a beast. He clenched his hands and suppressed his voice. "I'll go there alone. Don't let me wait too long." Qi Zimo hung up the phone and stood up. The young man's body trembled slightly. Countless emotions hit him, making him hit the coffee table angrily. With a crash, the high-strength glass turned into powder. As soon as Shurqing woke up, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. At first, he was a little confused about who had tied him up, but in the next moment, he understood. It was Qi Rui. His hands and feet were tied, and there were many ropes wrapped around his body. His mouth was stuffed with a rag. Not only could he not move, but he could not make any sound. This was an abandoned old workshop. It was dark, damp, and very hidden. Qi Rui was smart this time. He did not dare to underestimate Qi Zimo. He brought a small team of mercenaries with him and brought pistols. No matter how capable Qi Zimo was, he could only obey obediently. Shurqing's mind was spinning quickly. He was thinking about how to save himself. The ropes on his body were very tight, and they were tied very skillfully. He could not use any strength at all. In order to prevent him from escaping, his legs were also locked tightly. Therefore, he could not use the divine travel of 1,000 miles. He was thinking about how to break free from the restraints on his hands when he heard the sound of footsteps. Step by step, the sound echoed in the empty workshop. It was like the sound of a drum beating in his ears. It was very clear and made him extremely nervous. Shurqing quickly turned his head and saw a small figure. He was alone, and his back was straight. His steps were not big, but they were very stable. Even if he was deep into a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, he was still fearless. He raised his eyebrows slightly. His pair of black eyes seemed to have been washed by the night. They were so thick that they could not be dissolved. "I'm here." Qi Rui had a smug smile on his face. He looked at the child in front of him, but his eyes were full of malice. "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you smart? What's the use? You're still a good-for-nothing." Qi Rui laughed presumptuously and said unpleasant words. He mocked Qi Zimo's abandoned space and even gloated at Qi Lv's fragile body. Shurqing, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. He felt extremely disgusted in his heart. How was this a biological brother? Where was the slightest bit of kinship? Even a stranger would not treat an 11-year-old child like this. Qi Rui had already gone crazy. Compared to Shurqing's anger, Qi Zimo was calm, as if he could not hear anything. His pair of black eyes only locked onto Shurqing, and he could not see anything else. Qi Rui was very unhappy that he could not defeat Qi Zimo, but it was fine. The show had just begun. He pulled Shurqing over and pressed the pistol against his temple. He said calmly, "You want him? Then be obedient." Qi Zimo did not even look away. He only asked calmly, "What do you want?" Qi Rui said, "What do I want? You know the answer. I want you to restore my reputation. I want you to admit your evil deeds. I want your true colors to be revealed to the public." In the end, he smiled briefly and said excitedly, "I want you to give up the inheritance of the Qi family." Qi Rui's heart was full of joy. It was as if he had been suppressed for a lifetime and finally raised his head. Excitement and carefree surged up, making him even more complacent. "Ahaha. Actually, you've already given up. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the school. How can you inherit the Qi family? Don't be wishful thinking." "Okay, I promise you." Qi Rui was slightly stunned when he was accepted so quickly, but he immediately became excited. If he had known that Qi Zimo treasured this kid so much, he would have used this move earlier. However, he would not underestimate Qi Zimo anymore. What was the point of saying it? Practical actions were reliable. He finally restrained the smile on his face and instructed the people beside him to take out the equipment that had been prepared long ago and aimed it at Qi Zimo. Shurqing's body could not move, and his mouth could not speak, but his eyes could see. The equipment was a full set of cameras. He instantly understood what Cherry wanted to do. Xianxia only felt that his chest was about to explode from anger. He had never hated someone so much before. He hated them to the core. Why are you bullying a child like this? Why did he have to go to such lengths? He was only 11 years old and had never done anything evil. Why did they have to ruin his life like this? He really couldn't take it anymore and wanted to shout out loud. With Xianxia's ability, he could escape by himself. Don't bother about this lunatic, don't bother about him, he won't die, he's a system, he won't die no matter what. However, all the words that were about to come out of his mouth turned into sobs. He couldn't say anything at all. Oh, right. There was a system notification. Xianxia immediately sent a message to Xianxia, telling him to leave quickly and not bother about him. In just a few seconds, Xianxia replied, I won't leave you. Xianxia quickly replied, I'll be fine. I'm a system, I won't die. As long as you leave, I'll leave this place immediately. Xianxia, Mom said the same thing when she left. I'm sorry, I don't want to be lied to again. Xianxia looked at this reply and was speechless. There was only endless bitterness and annoyance spreading in his chest. At this time, Xianxia was already sitting in front of the camera and said in a very calm tone, I was the one who injured Xianxia and Xianxia. I was the one who took Cherry's hand and cut my own wrist. I was the one who framed Cherry. Everything was done by me. Cherry was wronged. He told the truth as Cherry wished, but Cherry was not satisfied. He snorted coldly, even if you say this, others still won't believe you. They might even suspect that I'm blackmailing you. How about this, you show your ability and let everyone see that you're not an ordinary child. You. He emphasized his tone and said viciously, are a monster. Then, he asked someone to bring a huge rock and a hard iron plate. He raised his head and gestured, come on, let everyone see your strength. Xianxia walked in front of the rock, stretched out his thin white palm, and slammed it down hard. With a bang, the rock was smashed into powder. Then, he came to the iron plate and chopped down with his other hand. The iron plate bent into a strange arc. At the same time, his palm quickly became red and swollen. Cherry was shocked. Xianxia was only left with heartache. He was so regretful that he was going crazy. If he was stronger, if he was more cautious, Xianxia would not have fallen into this situation. He put down his dignity, allowed others to humiliate him, and had no power to fight back. His heartache was beyond words. No one knew better than him how important dignity was to this person. It was more important than life, more important than anything else. But at this moment, he put it down. Xianxia couldn't imagine what Xianxia was feeling now. Even if he didn't show it on his face, his heart must have fallen to the bottom of the valley. He kept telling himself that he couldn't push Xianxia into the abyss with his own hands. But at this moment, he could only watch as Xianxia fell into the abyss. He couldn't do anything. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia was looking at Xianxia without blinking. It seemed that she could only temporarily suppress the emotions that were surging through her body when she saw him. Only this person could never be let go. She was his only salvation. She was the only one he had. Even if he had to give up everything, even if everything was destroyed, he could never lose her. This thought seemed to be engraved in his bones and integrated into his blood. It completely controlled his mind. He was his and could only be his. No one could take him away from him. All those who coveted him, hurt him, and tried to take him away from him deserved to die, yes. They all deserved to die. Why didn't these people die? The inky color in his black eyes grew thicker and thicker, and the last trace of light also gradually extinguished. As long as they were all dead, no one would be able to hinder him. As long as they all disappeared, no one would be able to snatch him away. As long as there were only the two of them left in this world, she would stay by his side forever. How beautiful. A quiet world where only Xianxia existed, a world that belonged to him completely. He gently curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a faint smile. This kind of smile on his young face had a strange beauty. Qiruwei was proudly putting away the camera. He turned his head and saw Xianxia. He was shocked and felt that something was wrong. He clearly had the upper hand, but why did he feel a chill down his spine? It's okay. No matter how strong this monster was, he had more than 20 people with him. With so many weapons, he would be fine. Chizimo looked at him quietly. Can I take him away? Hearing this, Chi Rui came back to his senses. The inexplicable fear from just now gradually disappeared. Yes, he had a trump card. What was there to be afraid of? In the face of Chizimo's question, Chi Rui said what he had long suppressed in his heart. With a strong sense of revenge, he said, "Good nephew, you are still too naive. How could you believe the words of the adults? Take him away? No. He can't leave. This is his grave, together with you." After saying this, Chi Rui laughed heartily. All the sullen emotions disappeared. He had succeeded. He had saved his reputation and cleared the obstacles. He was the rightful heir of the Chi family. He had finally taken back what was his. Chizimo wanted to live? Dream on. With such a big hatred, how could he let him live? Chi Rui looked at Chizimo proudly. He wanted to see this little monster's face full of panic, despair, fear, and horror. Is that so? Chizimo raised his head slightly. For the first time, his black eyes locked onto him. A faint smile hung on his face, like an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. This is indeed a grave. Your grave. Chi Rui looked at the rapidly approaching young man in horror. The pistol in his hand did not hesitate to shoot. The bullet accurately shot at Chizimo, but a hair-raising scene appeared. The young man raised his head slightly. A blue light suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the bullet. The blue light faded, and he continued to walk forward slowly. This ghostly scene shocked everyone, an inexplicable fear struck, and Chi Rui's back was cold. He quickly ordered, "Shoot, shoot, kill this monster." Countless bullets pierced through the air. The young man in the middle was unscathed. The blue light was like a strong protective shield, protecting him completely. When Shurqing saw this, he thought of his previous conjecture and quickly understood what was going on. God. Chizimo had comprehended it himself. He had released the violent energy in the space. No. No. This can't be. Shurqing quickly sent a message to Chizimo. Don't use the power of the space. It's too strong. You can't control it now. There was no reply. Chizimo opened his mouth and said in a low and charming voice, "It's okay, Shurqing. I'm here. I'll protect you. I'll always be by your side. No one can separate us. No one." As soon as his voice fell, he raised his hand again. The red light rushed out of his fingertips and went straight to Chi Rui's head. The powerful energy penetrated his head, and thick blood spurted out. Chi Rui's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Then, countless rays of light came out of Chizimo's body and rushed to the surroundings. Everywhere it went, scarlet red, the dark and damp old workshop suddenly became a terrible scarlet purgatory. However, the violent energy did not stop there. Instead, it was like a flood that had opened a gate. It surged out with unstoppable force, with Chizimo as the center. The huge energy circle was like a nuclear explosion. After a blazing white light that illuminated the night, there was a loud bang. The energy that could destroy heaven and earth was activated by an innocent person. Despicable greed awakened the sleeping demon. Destroy, destroy. Anyway, they are all dirty, disgusting, and unwilling to exist in the first place. Chizimo bent down and picked up the unconscious young man. He leaned close to his neck and licked it with trembling desire. Then, he whispered softly, "Shurqing, it's only us." Shurqing couldn't make a sound. He could only stare at the young man in front of him with wide eyes. The crazy explosion just now had affected a much wider area than expected. Xianxia's body was just a human body after all. Even though Chizimo had protected him, he was still severely injured. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. The pain made him grit his teeth. Shurqing knew that this body couldn't make it, but he really didn't want to die at this time. Chizimo had already suffered a huge blow. If he died, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. He carried such shocking power, but hated the whole world. There was no light in his heart. This was the adult version of Qin Mo. No. It was even worse than Qin Mo. At least in Qin Mo's world, he was still alive. But in Xianxia's world, he was going to die. No. No. He couldn't die. Qing kept his eyes open. Even though his soul was in so much pain that it was wailing, he still held on. But even so, he couldn't stop the life of this body from flowing away. And his soul as the system was also gradually leaving this body. He couldn't make a sound. He watched and tasted death once again. There was only deep regret in his heart. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He was completely expelled from the body. Qing floated into the air. His soul was light, but his heart was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. He still died. Looking down from his soul state, he could only see a young child hugging a body that was much bigger than him. He caressed it gently and carefully, like a chick that had finally found its home. He was extremely satisfied. Qing looked at it in a daze. He felt that this scene was like a sharp knife, cutting his heart piece by piece. The pain was unbearable. This wasn't the ending he wanted. It shouldn't be like this. Wait. He was suddenly jolted awake. It wasn't over yet. Save. There was still a save. He had saved it when he first met Xianxia. He could load the file, he could start all over again. He could change everything. Xianxia wouldn't die. Xianxia wouldn't become like this. They would have a better ending. He would support each other, make up for each other, and spend the rest of his life peacefully. Qing rushed back into the system space. The scene in front of him was like a basin of cold water poured on him. He couldn't go in. He couldn't enter the shared space with Xianxia. He appeared in the system space. It was the original place. It was white, only the manual lying in the middle. What was going on? If he couldn't enter Xianxia's system space, he couldn't load. Qing was very anxious, but no matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. He quickly walked in front of the system manual. Before he reached out, the manual automatically flipped open. Qing's heart turned cold. Only then did she suddenly remember that the mission was not over yet. Even though he was dead, Xianxia was still in that world. As long as the host was still around, the mission would continue until it was completed or failed. But no matter if it was a success or a failure, there was no way to load. So, was that the only way? Xianxia was dead and Xianxia had gone mad. Was this the only ending? Xianxia can't die. Countless memories collided in his consciousness. Father Xia, Mother Xia, and his good friend Yellow Hair. Xianxia had his own peaceful life. But now, it was all destroyed by him. And Xianxia. How could he leave him alone in that world? Xianxia didn't have his own memories. He didn't even know what the mission target was. Because he couldn't enter the host space, he couldn't send the system notification, Xianxia couldn't complete the mission. Or rather, he didn't even think about finding the mission target. This way, when Xianxia died naturally, Xianxia would disappear too. This thought made him panic. There must be another way. Qing came back to his senses. He looked at the system manual. He could find a way. He definitely could. The thick and heavy manual was like a Kangxi dictionary. He flipped through it quickly and really found a feasible way. Because of the special nature of the system, if his character died in the small world, he could choose to repair it. But he had to pay a certain price. First, he had to pay 3,000 coins. Then, he needed a lot of time. Qing browsed quickly. If he paid 3,000 coins, it would take 20 years to completely revive. Qing felt a wave of dizziness and almost fainted. 20 years, that was too long. He continued reading. As expected, there were other ways. There were 2 ways to shorten the recovery time. One was to continue paying a large amount of coins. The other was for the system to enter the character's body and repair it from the inside. Qing gritted his teeth. He chose both ways. He used all the coins he had left and shortened the recovery time to 10 years. Then, he entered Xianxia's body to repair it from the inside. This way, he shortened the recovery time to 5 years. This was the limit. He really couldn't go any lower. 5 years. He could do it. When Xianxia came back to life, he could reconnect with Xianxia. Qing didn't think too much. He followed the method taught in the manual and paid all the coins first. Then, he entered Xianxia's body. Repairing the body from the inside was different from transmigrating. He couldn't feel Xianxia's pain. At the same time, he couldn't experience his surroundings through Xianxia's body. Fortunately, with him in Xianxia's body, there was still a trace of life in Xianxia's body. He wouldn't completely die, but he wouldn't wake up. Shurqing couldn't see Qin Mo and couldn't talk to him. In the enclosed space, he could only use all his strength to bury his head in repairing the body. Qi Rui was dead. Qi Lv was dead. Qi Zimo was a monster. He released the power of space and caused a huge explosion. It almost destroyed an entire city. Such a huge uproar shocked the entire mainland. Condemnation came one after another. Kill Qi Zimo. Get rid of this monster. Avenge the dead. The government organized a strong army to fight against him. All the big families joined forces. All the districts were in an uproar. They mobilized all their forces just to capture this 11-year-old monster. But, it was completely impossible. The strongest weapon, the bravest army, and the power of the whole nation couldn't hurt him. Qi Zimo's strength seemed endless. His attack and defense were so strong that it defied the heavens. He didn't seem like a person who should exist in this world. Yes, he wasn't a person. In just a short year, he withstood the attacks of the entire world and quickly formed his own army. It was an extremely powerful team made up of abandoned space carriers. They were abandoned by the entire society. Their lives were filled with darkness and injustice. But Qi Zimo appeared. He guided them and taught them how to use their strength. He lit up the dawn in the endless night. He pulled them up from the mud and stood on the clouds. Abandoned space carriers weren't abandoned. They had more tyrannical strength than anyone else. They released this energy and controlled this ability. They trampled those arrogant, rude, and self-righteous fellows under their feet. Let them have a taste of the endless pain of being at the bottom of the hierarchy and lying in hell. War swept across the entire world. The abandoned space carriers rose. They were the strongest warriors. They overturned everything and established their own regime. They finally grasped the power to fight against fate, and Qi Zimo was their only faith, their only god. This was a chaotic world. It was the darkest era in history. But this was just the beginning of the nightmare, the beginning of the tragedy. 16 years old, the best age. Qi Zimo's originally somewhat round face was no longer tender. His slightly round eyes were also fully grown. They were long and narrow and sharp. His appearance was still perfect and exquisite. But because of his age, there was a little more charm and affection unique to a youth. He still lived in the Qi residence. It was still the same house. There was no change. He would come back every day and hug his Shurqing to sleep. Today's weather was very good. The sun shone through the window and through the gap between the curtains. Like a naughty elf, it jumped onto the bed and fell on the young man who was sleeping peacefully, reflecting a few traces of warm blood on his white skin. Qi Zimo looked at him quietly. Then, he smiled slightly and lowered his head to plant a very light kiss on his forehead. Then, he whispered, "Shurqing, wake up." The person on the bed did not respond at all. However, Qi Zimo was not angry at all. He bent down to carry him up and carefully dressed him. His dark eyes were intoxicating and gentle from the beginning to the end. It was as if he was tolerating a lover who was throwing a tantrum. After dressing him, Qi Zimo carried him up. Then, the two of them sat by the window. He hugged him and let him lean in his arms. He gently held his hand and looked out of the window together. "Shurqing, the flowers outside have bloomed." The person in his arms did not respond. Qi Zimo smiled and whispered in his ear, "However, no matter how beautiful the flowers are, they are not as beautiful as you." After saying these words of love, Qi Zimo's heart was a little itchy. He could not help but kiss his fair neck. Then, he hugged him contentedly and looked out of the window calmly. Until there was a knock on the door. Qi Zimo frowned slightly and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a short-haired youth walked in. After 5 years of baptism, the originally slender youth had grown taller. His shoulders had broadened, and his back had become thicker. Years of war had also made him more mature. Xianxia lowered his head and reported the situation at the front line in a low voice. Zimo replied, "Got it." If it was any other time, Xianxia would have left by now. However, he stood there calmly. Zimo frowned and looked up at him. "Is there anything else?" Xianxia stood there motionlessly and looked down at the ground. It had been 5 years. Too many things had happened in 5 years. The entire world had been turned upside down. However, Zimo's feelings for Xianxia had not faded at all. Instead, they had become stronger. In the beginning, Xianxia also hoped that Xianxia would wake up. When everyone was betrayed, it was Xianxia who saved the little master. He knew how important this man was to the little master. However, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Until now, it had been 5 years. Xianxia would not wake up, however, the little master had completely sunk into this dream that she had created. If this continued, he was afraid that the little master would never be able to walk out of it. She would be trapped in it forever and be unable to extricate herself. Xianxia clenched his fists and knelt on the ground. He summoned the courage that was fearless even in the face of death. He said with difficulty, "Master, please let Mr. Shi rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp black light suddenly shot towards him. Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Then, blood flowed out. Zimo carried Xianxia and stood up. His black eyes were as cold as ice and his voice was as cold as ice. "Get out! Get out!" For 5 years, he stayed in a confined space, repeating the same boring work day in and day out. This sounded like a huge torture, enough to drive an ordinary person completely crazy. But in reality, Xianxia didn't have such a deep understanding. Time passed much faster than he imagined. It was as if 5 years had passed in the time it took to drink a cup of water and eat a meal. Perhaps it was because he couldn't sense anything even though he was in Xianxia's body. Without the 5 senses of a human, the passing of time was not worth mentioning. When the restoration was complete, he suddenly realized that it was done. He was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see Xianxia, but then, he fell into darkness. His body was restored and his soul gradually merged with Xianxia's body. The previous lightness disappeared and was replaced by exhaustion and heaviness. Although it wasn't a good feeling, he felt a sense of security. Compared to being illusory, being a human was much more practical. Merging with the body didn't happen as quickly as expected. His consciousness was clear, but the newly restored body needed a slow process of acceptance. This couldn't be rushed. No matter how anxious Xianxia was, he had to endure it. He couldn't waste all his efforts at the last moment. Although he couldn't control his body, Xianxia's consciousness could float out. He couldn't talk to Xianxia, but he could at least take a look. The moment he popped his head out, he heard Xianxia's words. "Master, please let Mr. Shi rest in peace." Xianxia's soul trembled. "What the f***ck, little Qi, I treated you well in the past. Why are you burying me alive now?" In the next second, the broken string in Xianxia's brain was reconnected. Oh my God! How could he have forgotten such a serious matter? 5 years. 5 years, he had stopped breathing for 5 years. Under normal circumstances, he would have been buried long ago. Who would guard a corpse for 5 years? He actually forgot such an important matter. If he was really buried, what could he do even if his body recovered? Wouldn't he continue to die? Wait. From the looks of it, he wasn't buried yet. He hurriedly rushed up and saw the scene in front of him. What entered her eyes was a young man standing upright in front of the window. His slender figure and exquisite appearance made people gasp in admiration. But at this moment, his expression was so cold that it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His thin lips were pursed into a line, and his black eyes, which were denser than any human's, were filled with anger, burning coldly like mysterious ice. "Scram! Get out of here!" Xianxia knelt on the ground with his head hanging low. Blood gushed out from his injured arm, but he knelt there silently as if he could not feel the pain. Zimo snorted. "What? Do you really think I won't kill you?" Xianxia lowered his head. His voice was hoarse because of the pain. "Xianxia's life belongs to Master." Although it was a very submissive statement, Zimo was completely enraged at this moment. He raised his hand and another 3 sharp rays of light flew straight over, accurately hitting his other arm and kneeling knee. Xianxia groaned in pain, but he still spoke with difficulty. Master, Mr. Sure has left. Xianxia looked at him from above. Under his thick eyelashes, there was complete darkness. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a violent whirlwind attacked Xianxia. It hit his entire body in an instant. The huge force threw him more than 5 meters away, through the door, and finally hit the hard wall. Xianxia was completely unconscious. Xianxia looked at him coldly and then ordered, "Carry him away." Seeing Xianxia's rage, the guards outside did not dare to resist. They lowered their heads and walked forward quickly, carefully carrying Xianxia away. This was General Yan. If it was someone else, he would have died. He had just come out of the small dark room and saw such an exciting scene. Xianxia was completely stunned. The door was closed. Only Xianxia and Xianxia were left in the spacious room. Xianxia did not know how long it would take for him to wake up completely. He could only wait and watch. After watching for only a day, Xianxia felt that he was going crazy. The moment he thought about how Xianxia had been like this for 5 years, his heart ached immensely. There was no one else around. Xianxia also restrained his anger. When he looked at Xianxia again, his eyes were full of tenderness. He hugged Xianxia gently and held his hand tightly. As he stroked his hand, he said, "They all said that you left, but you were clearly in my arms. You were so quiet, so obedient, and so dependent on me." After saying that, he smiled dotingly. "Xianxia, you can't leave me, right? You promised me that you will stay by my side forever. You will be with me forever. You even said that you will marry me." As he said that, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he thought of something beautiful. The light in his eyes was as bright as the rising sun. He straightened Xianxia's body and let him lean against the chair. Then, he got up and half knelt in front of him. He completely ignored Xianxia's limp body and tightly shut eyes. It was as if Xianxia was really sitting there and looking at him with a smile. Xianxia was very excited and even a little nervous. He stared at Xianxia. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly got up and said embarrassedly, "Xianxia, wait a moment." He got up and walked outside. But after taking 2 steps, he stepped back. He smiled at Xianxia. "You will be afraid here alone, right? I will take you with me." As he spoke, he carried the young man by the waist and walked briskly to the study. When he reached the study, he did not put Xianxia down. Instead, he carried him to the desk. Before opening the drawer, he covered Xianxia's tightly closed eyes with his hand. "Don't peek." Then he quickly took out the things in the drawer. After leaving the study, he wanted to go back to the bedroom. But through the window, he saw a sea of flowers outside and changed his mind. He carried Xianxia to the courtyard. Under the bright sun, among the pink sea of flowers and the pure white chair, everything was as dreamy and beautiful as a fairy tale. Xianxia placed Xianxia on the chair and took out the ring that he had prepared long ago. He knelt on one knee again. He looked at the unconscious young man almost sincerely. There was no calmness or coldness. There was only the nervousness and excitement of a teenager. "Xianxia, let's get married." Xianxia floated in the air and looked at this scene. He only felt that his heart had been hollowed out. No one would respond to him. A dead person could not promise anything. But Xianxia was not the least bit dissatisfied. He still smiled and put the ring on Xianxia's left ring finger. He leaned close to him and whispered, "Are you shy? It's okay. You promised me a long time ago." "I know." After speaking, he held Xianxia's face and gently kissed his slightly pale lips. "Xianxia, it's so good. You are by my side. You can never leave me." For the entire day, Xianxia and Xianxia were together like this. The sky darkened. Just like every other night, he helped Xianxia wash up, helped him change his clothes, carried him to bed, whispered sweet nothings to him, gave him a goodnight kiss, and then fell asleep sweetly. But when he really fell asleep, he kept waking up. It was as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream during the day, and when it was time to dream at night, all he saw was a reality that he could not face. In the first half of the night, Xianxia kept waking up. After sleeping for almost half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes and hugged the person beside him tightly. Only when he felt his presence did he continue to sleep. But in the next half an hour, he opened his eyes again. He kept confirming and affirming. Even if he hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms, after waking up, he still had to confirm again to feel at ease. This cycle repeated until it was past 1 o'clock in the morning. Xianxia finally fell asleep. But even when he fell asleep, he was very restless. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his fingertips were white from exertion. Xianxia floated in the air and watched. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The night was destined to be haunted by nightmares. He did not know what he dreamed of, but large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His lips trembled, and then there was a suppressed whisper. In a daze, he seemed to be able to distinguish something. He seemed to be chasing after something and kept shouting, hoping that someone would stay, to accompany him, to be by his side. Mother died. Clv died. Grandma also left, Xianxia. 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 Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and hugged the person beside him tightly, but his eyes were empty as if he had lost his soul. Xianxia, you are angry with me, right? Did I make you like this? I am very disgusting, right? He could not fall asleep anymore. He hugged Xianxia tightly and buried his face in his neck, like a lonely child, seeking comfort. I killed you, but I can't let go. Xianxia, I am a monster, I am a lunatic, but I only have you. I beg you, wake up. I beg you, don't leave me. His hoarse voice, soft whispers, with a humble begging that completely put down his dignity. Xianxia's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. He could not imagine how Xianxia had endured 5 years, nearly 2,000 days and nights. It was just 1 day and 1 night, and he was about to go crazy, but Xianxia had endured 5 whole years like this. The heart-wrenching pain made his nose ache uncontrollably, and tears flowed down his face. The cold tears slid down his cheeks, and the slightly cold touch made Xianxia slightly stunned. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes and saw black short hair. Yes, he had returned to Xianxia's body. His body, which had not moved for a long time, was a little stiff. He struggled to raise his arm and gently stroked the slightly broad back in front of him. His voice was very low, so hoarse that he almost could not speak. Little Mo, I'm back. The body that was hugging him suddenly tensed up, so stiff that it was as if it had been fixed. Xianxia's heart clenched, and the tears in his eyes flowed down as if they were free. This posture was really not good, but he did not care so much. He hugged Xianxia with all his strength and said loudly, I'm not dead. I'm alive. I told you, I won't die. I'm your system. I will never die. His body was suddenly pulled away, and Xianxia stared at him fixedly. The ecstasy in his black eyes was like fireworks that suddenly exploded, and it was so beautiful that it lit up the dark hell as bright as day. At this moment, time forgot to move. The two of them stared at each other for a long time as if they were frozen in time. Xianxia looked at the person in front of him, and his empty eyes focused. He just stared like this in a daze, afraid that if he blinked, this would be another unexpected dream. Xianxia looked at him with heartache, and promised loudly without hesitation, I'm here, I've always been here, I've never left, and I'll never leave. His straightforward words were like the most beautiful music in the world, and it ignited the hope of life in Xianxia's withered soul. He finally reacted, and the corners of his thin lips curled up slightly. An extremely shallow smile bloomed slowly like a beautiful flower, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. He looked at Xianxia fixedly, and his palm touched his cheek. His low and hoarse voice was filled with unconcealable cautiousness. Xianxia, I'm here. Xianxia. I'm here. Xianxia. I'm here. Xianxia. He kept calling in a low voice, as if he had been possessed. Xianxia did not even have a trace of impatience, and kept repeating. The certainty made his suspicious heart gradually calm down. Xianxia came back to life. He smiled, and finally blinked. A drop of sparkling tear slid down his white cheek and dripped into Xianxia's palm. Immediately after, there was a burst of heat. In Xianxia's palm, there were his own tears and Xiaomo's tears. The sparkling water droplets merged together, and a burst of white light appeared. Then, a dazzling drop of crystal lay there. Obtained the tear of life, mission completed. After a short prompt, Xiamo fainted. When he opened his eyes again, there was a moment of confusion in his black eyes, and then they focused. It was so dense that it was like a deep black vortex. He looked at Xianxia, lowered his head, and kissed him fiercely on the lips. "It's been hard on you, my Xianxia." Xianxia was kissed until he was dizzy. His eyes were still watery and he only came back to his senses after a long time. Then he shouted in surprise, "Xiamo?" Xiamo recovered his memory? That's right. The mission was completed. It was indeed time to recover his memory. Xiamo hugged him and pecked his rosy lips again in dissatisfaction. He said in a low voice, "Yes, it's me." Xianxia was surrounded by great joy. He looked at Xiamo with curved eyes. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Xiamo's appearance was still Xiamo. The posture of a young man was less steady and sharper. At the same time, it made his exquisite appearance more beautiful. He stared at Xianxia. His gaze unconsciously fell on his lips. Then he lowered his head again and kissed him harder. He separated his teeth and entangled deeply. It was as if he couldn't kiss enough. The mesmerizing taste, the intoxicating touch, and the sweetness seduced the desire in the depths of his heart. Xianxia didn't resist at all. He wrapped his arms around Xiamo's neck and raised his head. It was a little clumsy but sincere. He was being asked, and at the same time, he was learning to ask for more. The lingering kiss ended. Both of their breathing was a little messy. At this time, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. When he was facing little Xiamo, he could still calm down. But when he was really facing Xiamo, 100,000 points of nervousness rushed to his heart. Especially when he recalled what he had done before. Although it seemed that Xiamo was the one who took the initiative, Xiamo didn't have any memory at that time. If he took the initiative to go over, wouldn't it make people think, especially when Xiamo was so young and he agreed to the proposal? At this time, if he said that he just wanted to coax the child, would it still work? Would he be photographed? QAQ. Just as he was struggling, the responsibility of the system came. It gave him a chance to escape temporarily. Triggered the secondary mission, repair the damaged space of judgment and space of life. Xianxia's eyes lit up. There was actually a secondary mission, because he had flipped through the manual before. Xianxia knew the situation of the various missions. The secondary mission was different from the side mission. The side mission had to be completed before the main mission was completed, and the secondary mission could be called the follow-up mission. It was triggered after the main mission was completed. The trigger conditions were unknown. It was like a random mission, completely dependent on luck. Although the rewards of the side quests were not as exciting as the random quests, this quest was still a good quest to accumulate wealth. After successfully completing the mission, the amount of point coins rewarded was beyond imagination. Although Xianxia had been made bankrupt previously, she had actually triggered the side quest. It couldn't be any better. Of course, there was also one thing that made Xianxia very happy. With the side quest, they could continue to stay in this world for a period of time. Although the main quest had been completed, this world had been messed up by them. If they left just like that, then even if Xiamo and Xianxia got together in the future, they would face a huge mess. Xiamo was so awesome. In just 5 years, he had become the public enemy of the world. Even if Xianxia was alive, he had already done what he had done. His mental illness had already been activated. How would the two of them live in the future? It was really uncertain. And this was all because of him and Xiamo. Xianxia felt very uneasy that things had turned out this way. Let's not talk about the rewards from side quests. Even if there wasn't, as long as there was a chance to remedy the situation, he would definitely treat me well. After sending the mission notification to Xiamo, Xianxia also explained in detail what the side quest was about. Xiamo accepted the mission without hesitation. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the mission objective seriously and asked subconsciously, what is the space of judgment and the space of life? Qin Mo's gaze finally moved away from a certain someone's mouth. When he heard Shi Qing's question, he asked in return, can we enter Xianxia space? Shi Qing was slightly stunned. Then, he tried to enter and realized that he couldn't. Qin Mo said, Qi's Imo space is also damaged. So, the space of judgment and the space of life referred to these two spaces? As long as they repaired them, they could complete the mission. At first, this mission sounded very difficult. Repairing the space or something like that, Shi Qing, who had flipped through the library, was certain that there were no records of it in any books. He had never heard of space being damaged, so it was impossible to repair it. It seemed to be a mission objective that had no clue, but for Shi Qing and Qin Mo, it wasn't difficult at all. They had a space of life. As early as when Shi Qing and Qi Zimo first met, he had guided Qi Zimo to save the space. Previously, they couldn't contact Qin Mo, so they couldn't load the file. But now, they could. Xianxia space was damaged because of this death. Qi Zimo's space was damaged because of his illness in the past 5 years. As long as they could avoid all of this, as long as none of this happened, their space naturally wouldn't be damaged. This way, wouldn't it be easy to complete the mission objective? Not only could they complete the mission, but they could also change their lives and let them have a real happy ending. With this thought, Shi Qing was happy. He looked at Qin Mo excitedly. Let's load the file. Qin Mo smiled slightly. Okay. Time went back, and the sun and moon went back. The two of them returned to 5 years ago, the weekend Qi Zimo and Xianxia met. When he saw Father Xia, Mother Xia, and the lively little Xianxia again, Shi Qing almost teared up. After Xianxia's death, Father Xia and Mother Xia suffered a serious blow. Although they were always under Qi Zimo's care, when their only son was gone, their hair instantly turned white and they became haggard. Now that he saw them again, Shi Qing only felt touched. He couldn't help but think that if he could be reborn, he could return to Father and Mother Xia's side. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was better not to be too greedy. During dinner, Shi Qing didn't know what to eat. He just kept serving the dishes attentively. Father Xia and Mother Xia were very surprised, but they accepted it happily. Their son was filial, so they were naturally happy. Qin Mo saw it all. Because he had Qi Zimo's memory and lived as Qi Zimo for 5 years, although he had transmigrated back and stayed in the body of an 11-year-old child, there wasn't much of a difference. In addition, Qi Zimo was already ridiculously precocious. His quiet and calm personality was the same as Qin Mo's, so there was no flaw at all. Shi Qing was excited the whole night. When it was time to sleep, he was still excited. But it wasn't Father Xia and Mother Xia who were excited, it was little Qin Mo who was excited. He didn't expect to see little Qin Mo again. This was great. This was the real little Qin Mo, the little Qin Mo with memories, but, after that, he didn't have to be happy. Because although little Qin Mo's body was small, inside was no longer the pure, kind, obedient, and cute Qi Zimo. Qin Mo hugged him and said, "Don't go to school tomorrow." Shi Qing. Back then, Qi Zimo had already asked him to go to school. He just had to go back to the Qi residence at night. Why? Do you want to go? Shi Qing stuttered, that. Xianxia has always wanted to be a teacher. If he doesn't go to school and take the exams, he can't stay in school. What do you want to be a teacher for? To be a teacher, don't worry, Xianxia will have a better life. He will have a more fulfilling life. He won't have time to stay in school. Shi Qing. Something wasn't right. Qin Mo hugged him and kissed his white neck. Shi Qing, you promised me that you will stay by my side. Very good, the real psychopath had returned. His freedom had indeed flown away with a flap of his wings. Although the 11-year-old Qi Zimo was also a strange child, Shi Qing could still coax him a little. But when faced with an 11-year-old psychopath, he could only be coaxed. Putting aside the problem of going to school, Shi Qing started to worry again. Although the file has been loaded and Xianxia space has been repaired, Qi Zimo space hasn't been activated. So, we have to activate the space successfully to complete the mission. And the fuse of all the previous incidents happened because of Qi Zimo space evaluation. So, they had to take a step to avoid many things. This way, they wouldn't repeat the same mistakes and walk down the same path. He was seriously thinking about the first step when Xianxia whispered to him, "Sleep, it's fine. I'll take care of everything." Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes curved into crescents and he smiled. Yes, Xianxia was back. With him around, all problems were no longer a problem. Although he was afraid of him in the beginning, now, he only felt that with Xianxia around, his heart was at ease and he couldn't be more at ease. With this thought, a strong sense of tiredness overwhelmed him. After 5 years of not resting and sleeping, he finally found a place to rest. He was extremely relaxed and fell asleep. When he saw that Xianxia was deep asleep, Xianxia opened his eyes. He gently pulled his arm out and carefully covered him with the blanket. Then, he got off the bed and opened the door to the next room. Xianxia. Xianxia slept late. When he heard Xianxia's call, he immediately got off the bed and greeted respectfully, "Young master." Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Follow me." Xianxia didn't know what to do. He could only follow behind him and leave the house. The Xia family lived in the commoner district. The housing prices were cheap and there were few residents. Father Xia and Mother Xia were considered a well-off family. There was a small courtyard behind the house. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia were standing in the courtyard. In the previous 5 years of battle, although Xianxia used too much of his power and caused his space to be damaged, he was still a genius. He was very smart and he spontaneously understood a set of safe and effective ways to use the power of space. Xianxia's space was the power of the wind. Xianxia knew his space like the back of his hand. Now, it was easy for him to guide his space. When he heard Xianxia's words, Xianxia was confused at first. However, when he saw the whirlwind gradually forming in his palm, his heart surged like waves hitting the shore. Xianxia never thought that he would have such a strong power. Xianxia's space was a typical wind-based space. Looking at it, there were gusts of strong wind that covered the sky. When this kind of power was guided out, it would form a huge force and create a strong attack power that humans could not compare to. In the past 5 years, Xianxia's illness had been acting up, but it did not stop his high IQ and ambition. Hence, he was very thorough in his research on offensive spaces. Generally speaking, there were some similarities between offensive spaces and ordinary spaces. The size of the space directly determined the strength of the attack power. The elements in the space determined the type of attack. Most of them were single elements, such as fire, wind, water, sand, and so on. Of course, there were more unique ones. For example, Xianxia's space had many elements mixed together. They complemented and restrained each other at the same time. It was very stable. Hence, the speed of circulation was much faster than normal offensive spaces. Hence, the explosive power was especially terrifying. It was not difficult to guide Xianxia to use his ability. However, to master it, he needed to accumulate experience and practice continuously. There was still a long way to go before he could reach his peak 5 years later. However, there was no need to be so strong. There was no such power in the world now. Xianxia was already unique and it was enough to shock the world. Xianxia was so excited that he could not sleep. He practiced in the yard for the whole night. He was smart and hardworking. That night, his results were not bad. It was definitely not a problem to use it to scare people. Xianxia went to sleep in the latter half of the night. After all, he had a child's body. There was a tough battle tomorrow. Hence, when Xianxia woke up naturally, he saw the quiet and angel-like youngster beside him. He was in a daze for a while. Before his brain could recover, he tilted his head and looked at Xianxia in a silly manner. He looked at the fair and tender skin, the long eyelashes that were like small fans, the straight nose, the small and tender lips that were like flower petals, and that sharp little chin. Xianxia's eyes were starry. "Host, did you know that you were so cute when you were young? I'm not a weird uncle, but I really want to pinch, and kiss them." Xianxia looked left and right. He was not a weird uncle, but he still couldn't help it. He leaned over and kissed that fair little face. Then, the weird uncle in his heart was completely revived. Oh my, it was like jelly. The texture was too good. One kiss wasn't enough. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't awake, he leaned over and kissed the other side. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't awake, the strange uncle grew bolder, kissing both sides a few more times. Just as he was about to pinch Xianxia, his wolf claws were about to reach. A voice that was slightly hoarse from waking up in the morning rang out, "Can't wait anymore?" Xianxia froze. His claws stopped in midair. When he opened his eyes, there wasn't a hint of sleepiness in them. Instead, there was a faint smile. Xianxia looked at him and said ambiguously, "Don't worry, the mission will be over soon. Wait for me to return to my body." Xianxia's face was as red as a crayfish. Was this a hint? It's not like that. He didn't want to do anything. I just feel that Meng Shota is very cute and delicious, and I want to play with him. I don't have any other thoughts, but what was the point of explaining? Only Xianxia would be stupid enough to spout nonsense. He quickly ran out of bed, changed his clothes, and ran away. If he didn't run now, when would he? But he didn't expect that the host wasn't joking with him. The mission was indeed completed very quickly. It was as if she was rushing. She wanted to finish the mission quickly so that she could find time to do something. Xianxia decisively comforted himself. Don't think too much. Xianxia stayed up the whole night. The next day, he was still full of energy. His mental strength overcame his physical fatigue. He had always thought that his life was like this. But suddenly, he won $5 million in the lottery. His world was turned upside down. What was the point of sleeping? It didn't matter if he didn't need to sleep anymore. After having breakfast at the Xia family, they returned to the Qi residence. Xianxia didn't need to think about going to school. But actually, it didn't matter. With the effort he put in last time, he didn't need to attend these classes. When the time came, he could directly participate in the assessment. It was guaranteed that he would pass all A's. They had just returned to the Qi residence when Xianxia made a phone call. At first, Xianxia didn't know who he was calling, but when he heard him speak, he knew who it was. "Dad, I'm injured." After saying this, he put down the phone. Xianxia looked at little Xianxia, who was unharmed from head to toe. Little Xianxia smiled. "This is faster." Indeed, it was very fast. Half an hour later, Qi returned to the Qi residence. His originally pale face was slightly red. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was anxious or scared. But now, although Qi health wasn't good, he didn't suffer from continuous blows. He wasn't overly tired, so he wasn't weak like a little white flower. The moment Qi entered, he quickly asked Xianxia, "Where's Xiaomo? How's Xiaomo?" Xianxia didn't wait for a while. He looked at Qi anxious expression in shock. He always thought that Qi was indifferent to Qi's. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Moreover, it was harvest season now. Qi must have thrown everything aside and rushed over. If he didn't care about Qi's, he wouldn't be like this. Not to mention, there was a row of medical staff behind him. In just half an hour, not only did he rush over himself, but he also brought all the medical staff. This was definitely important. Xianxia didn't delay. He only said quickly, "In the bedroom." Hence, the group of people rushed to Qi's bedroom. A large group of people came in with medical equipment. Xianxia was guarding by the bed. He took one look and was shocked. Qi ran over quickly. He didn't care about Xianxia, who was a stranger. He only asked repeatedly, "Xiaomo, what's wrong? What happened? Don't be afraid. Daddy is back. Daddy is here. You'll be fine." Then, he turned back and shouted anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Come and check on him." This anxious look made Xianxia speechless. Although because of the previous experience, he knew that Qi cared a lot about Qi's, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. But speaking of which, Qi's was a strange child, and his self-esteem was ridiculously high. If his father didn't come back, he would definitely not make a call to beg. On one hand, Qi was crazy busy. On the other hand, he didn't have enough stamina. Moreover, as a father, he didn't know how to get along with his son. Hence, he was relieved when he heard from the butler that his son was fine. Now that he suddenly heard Xianxia call personally, he even said weakly, "He's injured." This scared Xianxia silly, and he wished he could fly over here. At the same time, he was enlightened. If something happened to his son, no matter how much money he earned, no matter how awesome the Qi family became, what was the use? He had already lost his lover. If his son was also gone, what was the point of living? He really didn't care about his image and rushed back in a panic. Not to mention Xianxia, even the crazy host raised his eyebrows at this moment. He was a little surprised. After all, the word father in his dictionary had the same status as dog sh*t. They were both disgusting existences that made people want to destroy directly. However, the show had already started. He still had to continue acting. Xianxia frowned slightly and said in a weak voice, "Dad, it's too noisy. I want to talk to you alone." This sentence was like a stick that hit Xianxia's head. He almost fainted from shock. However, he knew that he was his son's pillar of support. He couldn't fall, hence, at this moment, he held on. However, his voice was tight and unbelievably soft. "Little Mo, be good. Let the doctor take a look first. If you have anything to say, tell me later." Xianxia coughed a few times and said very firmly, "Dad, I just want to talk to you." Not to mention Xianxia, even Xianxia, who was watching from the side, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. What the f***ck, was this really his host? Was he possessed by some kind of person? "Host, your acting skills are superb. Are you really okay?" Xianxia couldn't persuade his son. He chased the medical staff out and then stayed by the bed, looking at his son with a sad face. Unfortunately, the weak, cute, and pitiful cute boy turned from an angel to a devil in a second. He lifted the blanket and got off the bed. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, "I'm fine. I just want you to come back." Xianxia was dumbfounded. "Xianxia. Father Qi, I sympathize with you." Xianxia didn't give Xianxia any time to react. He directly threw out a heavy bomb. "These days, Xianxia and I accidentally discovered the secret of the abandoned space. They aren't useless. They are a strong reserve of combat power." Then, Xianxia, who could still keep up with the rhythm, used his ability to blow a stone that was specially placed in the room into powder. Xianxia was even more dumbfounded. Xianxia frowned and looked at him with disdain. He threw him a list of names. "The names on this list are all people with exploitable spaces. Quickly gather them." Seeing that Xianxia was about to turn into a statue, Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He had no choice but to come forward and calm Xianxia down. At the same time, he explained in detail. Half an hour later, an angry roar came from the bedroom. "What is going on?" The butler, who was guarding outside, was shocked. Then, he calmed down. From the sound of it, his master's health seemed to have improved recently. With Xianxia's efforts to calm him down, Father Qi's violent emotions finally calmed down. However, he wasn't angry. He just felt that he was too shocked. He was only glad that his son was pretending to be sick. He couldn't be angry at all. After listening to Xianxia's tactful explanation, Xianxia was led astray. He automatically understood that his son was pretending to be sick and acting spoiled to him. Was this the legendary Tsundere? Sob, 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 my precious son. The fatherly love that had been silent for more than 10 years suddenly exploded. Xianxia succeeded in being enlightened, hit on the head with a wooden hammer, and finally, with Xianxia's pacification, he successfully changed from a scumbag father to a child control. It had to be said that when it came to scumbag fathers, Xianxia and Xianxia were a perfect match. One was strong and the other was gentle. They had a tacit understanding. Xianxia, who was watching, wanted to kneel down. After conquering Xianxia, this matter was very easy to handle. Xianxia was after all a child. He didn't have the right to speak and didn't have enough charisma. However, if Xianxia was involved, it would be smooth sailing. Of course, there was no hurry. There were still a few pieces of trash to be dealt with first. That's right, it was Rue and the others who were still jumping around. Xianxia had always been one step ahead of 3 steps. He used his injury to call Xianxia back. At the same time, he took the opportunity to spread the news: young Master Qi was seriously ill and was about to die. You don't believe it? Didn't you see Qi LV leave everything behind during the busy harvest season and rush back to the Qi residence with a large group of medical personnel in a panic? If it wasn't for his own son, would Qi LV be so crazy? This commotion was so big that everyone wanted to know. It really wasn't up to you to not believe it. Then, another piece of heavy news came. Qi Zimo really couldn't make it. And Qi LV was overly worried. In addition, his body was highly exhausted. He actually fell into a coma. This matter really couldn't be hidden. When such a big shot like Qi LV had an accident, even the government took action. The Qi residence was sealed tightly. Although the truth couldn't be seen, the more unseen the truth was the real truth. Qi Rui was even more excited than the last time. A meat pie fell from the sky. He really couldn't not accept it even if he wanted to. After another day, Qi LV's personal butler actually appeared and announced his verbal will with a sad face. It was said that before Qi LV fell into a coma, he left behind a message. If I don't wake up, the Qi family will be handed over to Qi Yan. You ask who Qi Yan was? Qi Yan was the invisible second son of the Qi family, Qi Rui's younger brother. Logically speaking, the level of Qi Rui's space was one level higher than Qi Yan's. However, there wasn't much difference between their spaces. One was level 5 while the other was level 6. As they grew in the later stages, the gap would be narrowed. In addition, both of them were old. At this time, taking over the Qi family was also a dangerous task. Generally, it was based on the wishes of the previous family head. They wouldn't pay too much attention to the issue of level. It was just a transition. There was no need to investigate so clearly. The focus was still on the next generation. At this time, Qi Yan stood up. Qi Rui was so angry that his face and neck were red. With such a small provocation, the two brothers started to bite each other. Although Qi Yan had always been invisible, he also had his own thoughts. Especially when his perverted brother, Qi Rui, was above him. He had swallowed his anger for so many years. Now that he could hold his head up high, he immediately turned hostile. Qin Mo and Qi LV didn't even need to move a finger. The two of them shed all pretense of cordiality and started to fight. So what if they were brothers? In front of benefits, they were nothing. Qi LV still had some scruples. However, Qin Mo had always been the master of eliminating the source of trouble. Now that there was a powerful force hidden underground, he gave a gentle push from the back. Qi Rui, this lunatic, stretched his knife towards his younger brother. He didn't want to kill Qi Yan. He just wanted to scare him. Unfortunately, Qi Yan was dead. In order to fight for power, Qi Rui killed his brother. He was directly arrested. Until his death, he didn't understand how Qi Yan was killed by him. He didn't stab the knife in. Why did Qi Yan's chest start to bleed? Why did Qi Yan die in front of his eyes? Even before he went to the execution ground, Qi Rui scared himself. He really went crazy. Of course, he didn't know that things like wind blades could silently penetrate a human body from 1,000 miles away. There wouldn't be any evidence left. Under such a great disparity in strength, Qi Rui's combat power was -5 dregs. Killing him was no different from stepping on an ant. It was nothing more than considering the nature of the world and the issue of reputation. In more than 10 days, the enemy that had been pestering Qi LV for half his life was easily dealt with. Qi LV's heart was filled with emotions. Now, he was full of energy. With such a powerful army and the backup support of his level 8 planting space, there were too many things he could do. However, Qin Mo stopped him. In his previous life, Qi LV was simply exhausted to death. Qin Mo considered that Qi LV still had some use and didn't want him to die so early. Hence, he showed him Xianxia space. Such a mighty and domineering space completely stunned Qi LV. He almost saw Shi Qing as a celestial being. So much so that when his 10-year-old son said that he would marry Shi Qing when he grew up, he couldn't bear to refute. If he kept such a magical space by his son's side, then the latter half of his life would be like the wind and rain. Of course, after he came back to his senses in the latter half of the night, he couldn't help but regret. Xianxia was a man. How could he have a grandson? but he just got along well with his son, he didn't have the confidence to ask. Sigh, let it go, let it go. Now that technology is advanced, there are ways to have a child. For now, it's still right to have people first, because of Xianxia as a backup. GLV suddenly felt that his space was just SOSO. There was really no need to work so hard. His son didn't care about his little resources at all. He could just plant whatever he wanted. There was no need to gamble with his life. His heart was relieved, his life was nourished, and he often exercised his body. GLV's complexion was getting better day by day. 20 days later, Xianxia had gathered all the people around Zimo in his previous life. He guided them to use their own strength, and after secret training, it was time to announce this bombshell. Using GLV's identity, he won over several aristocratic families and important members of the government. The secret of the abandoned space was revealed to the world through a live broadcast, instantly causing a huge uproar. When the new space was formed, the chain reaction was beyond imagination. Fortunately, it was already registered with the government, and Xianxia had secretly formed a strong combat space army, completely suppressing the possible unrest with violence. Then, using GLV's name, the method of guiding the combat space was transmitted to all the major schools. The newly established combat academy absorbed almost all the carriers of the abandoned space. A comprehensive and systematic teaching might require a long time of research and exploration, but at least it was able to stabilize these people and let everything proceed step by step. Because of this major discovery, this year's space assessment was hyped up. Before the assessment began, the assessment team finally came up with a new assessment plan. The space was divided into combat space and functional space. At the same time, all the abandoned spaces were re-evaluated in advance. Currently, the highest level combat space in the world was the Qi family's retainer, Xianxia. 6th level wind-type combat space. Just like in his previous life, Zimo still drew number 520. GLV and Xianxia accompanied him to the assessment hall. Xianxia and GLV were very excited, but Xianxia was excited while GLV was nervous. Until the assessment results came out. The one and only strongest space in the world. 10-level all-type combat space, carrier, Zimo. Although they already knew that Zimo's space was very impressive, when they actually heard the results, the impact was still very strong. Xianxia was so happy that it was as if he had won the lottery. GLV was so high that he became a silly father. Level 10 space, battle space, and it was a complete one. It couldn't be more awesome. This was simply opening a new era. Thinking about how his son was so promising and the exciting future that was about to come, GLV sighed in his heart. He only hoped that his beloved wife could be at ease in the other world. At the same time, he was very glad that the battle space was discovered in advance and shocked the world. Under such a hot atmosphere, Zimo's space was activated and attracted more attention. No one dared to look down on it. Thinking back to the activation process, they saw such a vast space in the first stage, but no machine could enter in the second stage. Fortunately, Zimo had the power to guide this ability. After he released all the energy, the assessment team was shocked. They immediately flipped through the dusty evaluation standards of the level 10 space. They were shocked to find that it was indeed not standard. This was the result that couldn't be chosen. If the battle space wasn't announced, if Zimo didn't know how to guide this ability, then according to the previous standards, even if Zimo's space was 100,000 square meters, it would still be an abandoned space. The difference between an abandoned space and a level 10 space was no less than the difference between heaven and hell. GLV was glad and scared. All kinds of emotions were indescribable. However, although he was promoted to a silly father, he still had the intelligence that he should have. He was also puzzled. How did his son know how to guide the ability of an abandoned space? He raised his intelligence and asked tentatively. Xianxia understood what he was thinking with one sentence. Hence, Zimo smiled and said with some embarrassment, "Actually, I didn't discover it." GLV was kind and amiable. Then who did? Zimo thought for a while before he mustered the courage to say, Actually, it was Xianxia." GLV looked at Xianxia. Xianxia? Zimo ignored a certain stupidity and continued to add, "Xianxia and I met Xianxia together." Xianxia heard that Xianxia had an abandoned space and had been very worried. Since he was a student in the school, he took advantage of his free time to go to the library to look for relevant information. He didn't expect to really gain something. After that, we secretly helped Xianxia learn the ability to guide the energy. Although it took a lot of time, we didn't expect it to succeed. Xianxia, Shiqing. F***ck, host, you're wasting your talents by not writing scripts. After Qi Lv heard this, he was so touched that his eyes almost filled with tears. Xianxia, this is my son's savior. My child. Children. It was all thanks to you. You're really, really a good kid. Shiqing, ha ha ha. After a long time, Qi Zimo and Xianxia lived together sweetly. Only then did Shiqing vaguely understand that Qi Mo was helping her gain her affection. With such a great favor, Qi Lv, as a father, wouldn't be able to stop the two of them from being together. And that must be it. Of course, this was all for later. After successfully completing the mission, the two of them retreated with success. When she returned to the system space and saw the adult version of Qi Mo, Shiqing was still a little uncomfortable. But he didn't have much time to adapt. 30 seconds later, the system closed. Before they could check the rewards, they were sent back to Qi Mo's world. In the whirlpool of time and space, Shiqing finally remembered that the last time they left this world wasn't a good time, as expected. His vision darkened and brightened. The crazy Hydra student appeared in front of him. Shiqing wasn't mentally prepared to see this big guy suddenly. He was so scared that he ran away. His 1,000 miles godly travel was super awesome. In the blink of an eye, he ran dozens of meters away. In terms of escape skills, our Lord's system could be considered as crazy. Unfortunately, he misjudged the terrain. This was a cave. Although the space was quite big, it couldn't support the speed of the plane. Hence, Shiqing's small plane was in danger of crashing into the wall. In a flash, before his face could touch the wall, he was pulled hard by the back of his neck. Then, his waist was blocked. In the next second, he was separated from Mother Earth. With a flip, he was carried up. Shiqing looked up and happened to meet Qi Mo's lowered head. Coincidentally, when the two of them looked at each other, their mouths also met. Although it wasn't the first time they kissed, it was really the first time they kissed in such a dramatic way. Even Qi Mo was a little surprised. But in the next moment, he narrowed his eyes and deepened the kiss in this position. Shiqing was half a beat slower, but then he also tilted his neck up in enjoyment. He was greedy for the entanglement of their lips and teeth. Hydra, sob sob sob. I'm ignored. I'm completely ignored. The more they kissed, the hotter it became. The hotter it was, the more. Fortunately, Shiqing's rationality hadn't been eaten by dogs. After a while, he realized a serious problem. There was a super large and bright light bulb here. When he turned his head, he saw the 9 pairs of big eyes of the Hydra. They looked at each other in silence for 3 to 4 seconds. Shiqing suddenly jumped down and finally came back to his senses. Qi Mo frowned and was very dissatisfied. Shiqing didn't care about pacifying it. He wasn't so hardcore as to be intimate in front of a monster. This? After speaking, Shiqing realized a problem. They kissed for a long time just now. Why didn't this monster take the opportunity to attack them? Don't tell him that this monster had a martial arts spirit and wouldn't do things like sneak attacks. Who would hear that? Then, Qi Mo opened his mouth and called a name. Little 9. When it heard his voice, the 9 heads of the Hydra started to shake and cheer. Shiqing was stunned. Could it be that Little 9 was the Hydra's name? He was embarrassed. Although he had seen Qi Mo's memories, because it was in the fast view mode, he only saw the big events and conflicts that were closely related to Qi Mo. As for the other memories, such as being friends with the Hydra, he didn't see any at all. Although Little 9 kept acting cute when it saw its master, Shiqing really didn't think that there was a part of its body that was cute. Can't you just pretend to be a vicious and cruel person? If you act cute with your appearance, it will only make people feel scarier. Qi Mo came here from 1,000 miles away, of course, not to see it act cute. He walked around Little 9 and walked behind it. It was a huge stone door, and there were many purple, black, and red enchantments on it. From the color, it was obvious that it wasn't a gentle spell. If he accidentally touched it, he would probably die. Xianxia asked Xianxia to move back. Then, he took out a dagger and cut his fingertip. The bright red blood dripped onto the door and instantly merged with the strange light. As if it was alive, it moved quickly. After about 30 minutes, the stone door opened. Xianxia's face was a little pale because of the lack of blood. Xianxia's heart ached. He thought that it would only take a few drops of blood. He didn't expect that it would take so much blood to open the enchantment. Xianxia didn't dare to interrupt before, but now that it was done, he walked forward and took out the medicine to stop the bleeding. He quickly applied it on his finger. "It's okay." Xianxia frowned and didn't listen to him. He just checked the wound carefully. When he saw that it was no longer bleeding, he took out some medicine to replenish blood and quickly handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He raised his head and drank it. The medicine in the system store was very effective. After a short while, he recovered and his face looked much better. Xianxia stared at him for a while before he sighed in relief. Xianxia smiled. "Come with me." Xianxia followed behind him and they entered the stone door together. There was a room behind the stone door. From the looks of it, it was definitely chiseled out by the Hydra's head. It was very rough and irregular. It was bumpy and uneven. It really couldn't be considered beautiful. However, this enclosed room was very bright. It was all because of the luminous pearls placed in the middle of the room. The largest was the size of a durian, and the smallest was the size of a fist. Any one of these pearls was a treasure worth thousands of gold taels. One had to know that the luminous pearls in the cultivation world weren't as simple as beautiful pearls. There was a large amount of spirit energy in the luminous pearls. It was a cultivation weapon that cultivators flocked to. It had always been expensive. And the one in front of him, which was the size of a durian, was very rare, but now, these treasures were thrown on the ground like trash. But then, Xianxia knew that these luminous pearls weren't trash. Compared to the things inside, they were really trash. There were all kinds of legendary demon cores, beast cores, spirit stones, and countless immortal magic weapons. There were also spiritual materials that were hard to find in thousands of years. Not to mention, the magical elixirs that the top alchemists worked hard for hundreds of years to get. Any one of them was enough to shock the world. But now, they were all piled up in this cave. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Xianxia touched him to bring him back to reality. Xianxia looked at him blankly. For a long time, he didn't react to what Xianxia said. "Can your space store these things?" Xianxia. F***ck. It must be able to store them. It must be able to store them. Even if it couldn't store them, it had to store them in his stomach. Wait. Xianxia suddenly came back to reality. His eyes turned into copper coins. All of these will be stored in my space? Xianxia, of course. Xianxia, please let me laugh foolishly for 3 hours. Xianxia wiped his saliva and turned into a busy little bee. After the host casually smashed a top-grade crystal, he didn't dare to bother him. He took out a cushion and laid it out carefully. He even poured good tea considerately. Then, he invited the host to sit down. Come. Rest. Leave these small things to me." After that, he pounced on the countless treasures. He organized and stored them while sighing with emotion. Xianxia was overjoyed. It was really a surprise. He thought that seeing so many treasures was the limit. He didn't expect to find a box of secret books. Moreover, one of the books even hit him. Secret split technique. Was this the cultivation version of the split body technique? Was this the split body technique that was worth 20,000 coins? It didn't take any effort to get it. Xianxia hugged the book and walked towards Xianxia excitedly. Can I learn this? Xianxia was in a good mood. The cushion was comfortable, the tea was delicious, and of course, watching Xianxia busy was the source of all his joy. Now that he saw Xianxia holding a book so preciously, he looked up slightly. When he saw the title of the book, he lowered his eyes. No. Xianxia was actually just asking casually. His host was so rich that a small secret book was nothing. It wouldn't be a problem for him to learn it, so he didn't take it seriously. After asking, he casually opened the secret book, but before he could see the words clearly, he heard his host's voice. He was stunned. No? He was rejected. Xianxia turned to look at Qin Mo. In Qin Mo's eyes, this expression became QAQ. Xianxia's teardrop bag was as lethal as an atomic bomb to Qin Mo. However, when it came to matters of principle, he was determined not to condone it. Qin Mo frowned and forced himself to ignore the teardrop bag. He emphasized, "You can't practice any cloning spells." Xianxia, WH. Why? His voice was very small and pitiful, like some kind of small animal. Qin Mo immediately thought of the little panda lying in his palm. This time, the health bar above his head was cut by half again. However, his host was still his host. Once a person went crazy, they would never be cured. If it didn't touch his bottom line, he could unconditionally condone it, but if it did, he could only cut it with a knife. There was no room for discussion. No. His voice had dropped an octave. Xianxia was hit hard and became listless. He really couldn't figure out how this triggered Qin Mo and made him go crazy. Logically speaking, the cloning spell was more powerful in many ways. As long as he practiced it, his original body could always be by Qin Mo's side. The clones could also go around and look around. They could also help when doing missions. He wouldn't be so passive and helpless. This was clearly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why didn't his host agree? Xianxia was so worried that his eyebrows were knitted into a ball. When he lowered his head, he happened to see the cloning spell that he had flipped open. There were a few lines of big words on the first page. It was difficult for him to not see it. With one look, he couldn't help but grin. The book said, "The disadvantages of this spell outweigh the advantages. If it is not a desperate situation, it is not suitable to practice. In the later stage of the spell, it will cause the soul to be separated. You will experience the pain of losing your soul and will never be cured. Moreover, the clones are under the command of the master. If the clones are injured, so is the master." So his host was worried about him, so his host was afraid that if he practiced this spell, he wouldn't be able to master it well and end up with schizophrenia. Xianxia was grinning from ear to ear. With this start, his imagination was running wild and he couldn't stop. Come to think of it, with the host's awkward personality, how would she have the heart to analyze the pros and cons with him? She must have felt that there was danger and decisively cut off his thoughts. Although her tone was unpleasant and her attitude was a little bad, her intentions were extremely good. Xianxia was touched. He was touched by his crazy host. In Qin Mo's eyes, his complicated expression was. Qin Mo smiled with tears in his eyes. The HP bar above his head was emptied. He pulled him over and kissed him fiercely on his curved lips. What a mischievous person. Xianxia was touched. Although she couldn't keep up with the sudden passionate kiss, she didn't have to. It was just a kiss. It wasn't the first time, and the kiss was very comfortable. They kissed until she was almost out of breath. Xianxia struggled to break free. As he breathed, he was still thinking about the pile of treasures. He had to put them away quickly. If there was an accident later and they were taken away by someone else, his heart would ache. Thus, he abandoned Qin Mo and went to be a little bee. Qin Mo looked at the secret spell that was thrown on the ground like trash. The corners of his mouth curled up. His mood improved again. Anything that could make Xianxia leave him should be destroyed, for example, this book. He picked up the book. Just as he was about to turn it into ashes and let it go with the wind, he saw the contents of the first page. How could he not understand when he thought of Xianxia's expression? The warning in the book was useless to him. If he really wanted to practice the secret spell, there were many ways to strengthen his foundation. These so-called dangers were not worth mentioning at all. But it was good that Xianxia understood it this way. He smiled. A magical spell that the world coveted turned into ashes just like that. The 3 hours of practice this time was just a blink of an eye for Xianxia. She excitedly put all the treasures into the space, and then carefully recorded them in a book. She also carefully sorted them into categories and flew away in the next 3 hours. When the system space opened, he still wanted more. He wouldn't mind if there was another pile of treasures, but on second thought, he became excited again. He could check the rewards when he returned to the system space. They sealed their memories this time, and it was a side mission. Wouldn't the rewards be frightening? Thus, he hurriedly pulled Xianxia back to the system space. Although he was mentally prepared, when he received the message about the rewards, he was still so shocked that his mouth dropped a goose egg. God! It was too much. His little heart couldn't take it anymore, because the previous missions were completed with 0 mistakes, and in addition, they were lucky enough to trigger a random mission and completed it perfectly. They accumulated a lot of experience points, which allowed the host's level to increase greatly. The difficulty of this world increased because of the sealed memories. In addition, the side mission accumulated a lot of experience points after completion. With all these added together, the host's level had reached level 20. Every level would open up the system store's items, and every 10 levels would increase the reward of the basic coins. Previously, when he did the random mission, Xianxia was only level 9. After the random mission, he reached level 16. Speaking of which, random missions were really good missions with great rewards, and this time, the side mission also gave a lot of experience points, so he rose to level 20 in one go. When he reached level 20, the basic coins for every mission he completed increased to 5,000. And the sealed memories increased by 10 times. Wait. Xianxia was shocked to find that this 10 times increase was actually 10 times the basic coins and the coins from the side mission added together. The side mission's reward was 15,000 coins, plus the basic 5,000 coins, and then multiplied by 10. In the end, Xianxia received 200,000 coins. He was completely stunned. The system's income was halved, but Xianxia still received a full 100,000 coins. Was this the legend of becoming a tycoon in a second? It was too high. Greater than over equal to asterisk, / Xianxia was counting zeros excitedly when Xianxia had already opened the system store and spent 100,000 coins in an instant. When he saw the small black and white pill in his palm, Xianxia curled the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned around to face Xianxia and said to him, "Open your mouth." Xianxia, He only widened his eyes and didn't open his mouth. Xianxia pinched his chin and licked his pink lips lightly. Xianxia unconsciously relaxed his teeth, and then, the small pill slipped into his throat. Gulp. Xianxia didn't even taste anything before he swallowed it down his stomach. What is it? But before Xianxia could respond, Xianxia heard a notification by his ear. Bloodline activated, beginning to strengthen the body. Then, a large amount of information drilled into his brain. Xianxia hurriedly received it and then knew what was going on. It turned out that Xianxia had bought the red panda's body and fed it to him. He clearly remembered that this body was worth 100,000 coins. However, this 100,000 coins was still very worth it. The overall quality of this body was very high. Most importantly, this was a bloodline that could be upgraded. There was a lot of room for growth, and every time it grew, there would be a qualitative change. Moreover, the bloodline also came with its own exclusive skills. Because the bloodline was only level 1 at the moment, only one skill was activated. But just one skill was quite shocking. It was a strong defensive ability, the Iron Bastion. It was simply a godly defense. According to the introduction, there was almost no attack that it couldn't defend against. The flaw was that the time was short. At the moment, it was only a short minute, but as the skill was upgraded, the time could be extended. But even if the time was short, this mode that was close to invincibility was shocking enough. With godly travel 1,000 miles and impenetrable bastion, Xianxia expressed that he would be satisfied if he could get another powerful attack skill. But now, there was still something important. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said solemnly, "Thank you." Although he could afford it, the host still took the initiative to buy him. He was even more touched. Seeing that his system was about to imagine a sacred and touching scene that was completely out of style, Xianxia turned his head and coughed lightly. Don't spend the remaining coins recklessly. Use them all to improve your physical fitness. Xianxia suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and listened very seriously. He even nodded repeatedly. Okay, no problem. Xianxia also had 100,000 coins, which he used to strengthen his body. Speaking of which, strengthening his body wasn't easy. At the beginning, the amount of coins needed was relatively small, but in the later stages, the amount of coins needed for every level up would increase exponentially. In addition, he had to improve according to his own conditions, so the overall improvement was still very difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, after throwing in 100,000 coins, Xianxia instantly became superhuman. Of course, he didn't spend all of it. He still had 6 coins in reserve. On one hand, it was to send emergency system notifications. On the other hand, he had to store some common medicine, practical props, and so on. All in all, he left more than 20,000 coins. Both of them were ready. Then, they pressed the button together to welcome the next world. A long background of the world appeared on the big screen first. Xianxia looked intently and couldn't help but be surprised. This was so complicated. Although Xianxia had experienced the world of male and female beasts and had already learned a lot, the background of the world today once again refreshed his worldview. Only males, only females, only females, only males, could no longer satisfy this world? Why did a world have 6 genders, and what were alpha, beta, and omega? Although he had used the universal language scroll long ago, he was still very confused when he saw these words, and those terms. They were too straightforward: bonding fever, marking, possession, f*ck. What if the host transmigrated into an omega? Thinking of this, the red panda's ears immediately stood up. Although the background introduction on the screen challenged Xianxia's worldview, in order to complete the mission perfectly, he still braced himself and watched it. In general, there were men and women in this world, but there was a clear division between men, and between women and women. All alphas were born strong, and they had an absolute advantage in fighting and leadership. They were born strong. Of course, there was a big difference between the strong and the strong. But it was undeniable that any alpha was stronger than omega. This was their innate capital. The slightly weaker ones were beta. Compared to this strange world, beta was a normal person in the conventional sense. Xianxia experienced it for a while and felt no different from ordinary humans. Then there was the complete opposite of alpha, and the most bizarre existence, omega. Regardless of gender, as long as you were an omega, you had a strong reproductive ability. It was as if you were born to reproduce. And fate seemed to want to make omega surrender themselves. They were born with trouble and couldn't get rid of the estrus period. And at all times, as long as they walked on the road, they exuded a charming smell that was enough to make alpha excited. Omega was rare, much rarer than alpha, but the fate of omega was sad. From birth, as long as they were judged to be an omega, they must register with the association. They could spend their childhood with their parents, but at the age of 11, they began to develop and would be taken away and raised together. Even after they became adults, they did not have the right to choose their spouse. The world was still in chaos, and Alpha's position on the battlefield was unparalleled. They were the warriors who protected the country, the vanguard in the fight for territory, and the warriors who let mankind live. The best Alpha had the absolute right to choose. They could choose the most suitable for themselves, the most compatible, and the most fertile. Omega. In this way, their bloodline could continue to be inherited. Better Alpha would be born, the army would be stronger, and the country would be stronger. This was a virtuous cycle. Of course, this cycle did not include the will of Omega. They were humans, but at the same time, they were also fertility machines. If a lucky Omega was chosen by a good Alpha when choosing a spouse, at least the rest of his life would be better. Of course, he could not get rid of the continuous birth. The birth of Omega was completely random. Any couple, even if both of them were ordinary beta, could give birth to an Omega. This probability was hard to grasp, but it was certain that the birth rate of Omega had always been very, very low. However, 80% of the children born from the union of an Alpha and an Omega would be Alpha, and most of them would inherit the Alpha father's excellent bloodline and become wise, brave, or shrewd warriors. This was also the reason why the government placed so much importance on Omega. The fact that they were able to pass on their excellent bloodline confirmed that they were born to reproduce. This was a mission given to them by the heavens and could not be defied. However, more than half of the Omega hated this kind of life. They hated it to the core. They were Omega, but at the same time, they were also humans. They also wanted to have their own lives and human rights, but no matter what, they were the disadvantaged group, under the guise of protection, he was imprisoned for life. Seeing this, Xianxia sighed. After experiencing the beast-men world, Xianxia was no longer so against being able to have children. In particular, there were male beasts and sub-beasts in the orc world. On the surface, they seemed to be very similar to Alpha and Omega. They were both attracted to each other and married each other, giving birth to children. Even the fluctuation period of the orc world was so similar to the Omega's estrus period. But, the two were completely different. The power controlled by the sub-beasts in the orc world was far beyond that of Omega. Although the sub-beasts could not fight, although their beast form was very weak, and they also took care of reproduction, they had strong spiritual power. They could pacify the restless male beasts, activate the huge power hidden deep in the male beast's body, and fight side by side with the male beasts. They were not blindly subservient to the male beasts. They were born with the ability to even overthrow a regime. Just like that crazy Amelia, he was ambitious and fearless. He used his advantages to entangle with countless male beasts. He was good at using the spiritual power of the sub-beasts. He could even manipulate the chief of a tribe and make countless male beasts his puppet. Such sub-beasts were not rare in the orc world. Therefore, the ability of the sub-beasts made their status very high. Even if they did not have a strong body, no male beasts dared to underestimate them. But the Omega of this world were completely abandoned. They tempted the Alpha all the time. They had strong fertility and could pass on excellent bloodlines, but they did not have the slightest ability to protect themselves. Even if there were a few Omega who rebelled against fate, they were still weak. In a completely opposite situation, their resistance was like a small stone thrown into the lake. After a little ripple, it quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. It was like fate was playing tricks on them. Although they were indispensable and extremely rare existences, they were also existences without dignity that could be trampled on at will. After Xianxia finished reading the background introduction, after filling in the gaps in his imagination, he also put away the little thoughts that were originally still fantasizing. The host should not dress as an Omega, it's too painful. This was even more painful than when he dressed as IL. As for himself, he was not worried. In such a cruel world, he would not mess around anymore. Especially now that he was not so short of coins, he simply did not choose a random character. When the time comes, he would directly use the convenience of the system to choose by himself. Wouldn't he be able to get rid of the tragic identity of an Omega? Maybe he could even choose an Alpha to be happy. Damn, he still couldn't help but fantasize. If he dressed as a strong Alpha in one breath, and then the host accidentally became an Omega, he would be able to protect him, and, also, go into heat. What the heck? The host go into heat, what would it be like? The red panda's ears unconsciously trembled, and Xianxia's cheeks couldn't help but blush. What are you thinking about? Qin Mo's voice suddenly sounded, and Xianxia was shocked. He quickly blinked and blew away the mess in his head. Then, he calmly muttered, This mission is very difficult. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Difficult? What is the mission objective? Xianxia. F***ck, he still clicked on the mission objective. He didn't even see what it was to do. Difficult my ass, he couldn't let Qin Mo know the image in his head. Hurry down. He panicked and dragged the scrolling bar of the big screen, but he didn't see the smile that flashed through Qin Mo's eyes. This world was very good, a world that could completely mark Xianxia, a world that could let him be forever tainted with his own scent, a world that could announce to the world that this was his possession. Very good. After the introduction of the world, the following was the routine introduction of the relevant plot. This time, he locked onto a very powerful family in this world, the Yi family. The Yi family was located on Earth Star, and they had produced 3 generals, 2 marshals, and a president. This kind of achievement was one of the top families in the Milky Way Federation. At the same time, they had power and influence, and at the same time, they gave birth to excellent alphas. Under the inheritance of the carefully selected Omega in each generation, their bloodline had always maintained a high rate of excellence. Grandfather Yi was born as a marshal. Although he had handed over his power and retired, his connections were still there. In addition, the Yi family was a century-old family, and their foundation was very strong. But the 5 children he gave birth to were slightly unsatisfactory. 3 alphas, 1 omega, and 1 beta. Giving birth to omega was a good thing, and omega in the aristocratic families were all sharp weapons for marriage. But giving birth to a beta was very important. Fortunately, the 3 alphas inherited grandfather Ye's ability, and were gifted from a young age. But there were only 3 alphas in this generation, and to be honest, it was not very prosperous. But unexpectedly, the more exciting thing was to come. The eldest was brave and good at fighting in the army, and climbed to the high position of lieutenant general at a young age. But who knew that in the end, he fell in a campaign with the enemy. In the end, he only left a Medal of Honor. This kind of dead thing, piled up in the Yi family's warehouse, what's the fart use, and the eldest did not leave behind any children until he died, and the bloodline was directly cut off. Old Master Ye's hair had truly turned white overnight after seeing off his own child. As a result, he treated the remaining children even more attentively. Among the 5 children, the only omega. Because he loved the child, and because of the Yi family's background, he used some means to not let him stay in the Omega Association. He had been raised at home, served with luxurious clothes and food, and was pampered and raised carefully. Because he was afraid of damaging his body, he used a good suppressant that could suppress his smell. From time to time, he went out for a walk and could get along peacefully with his brothers. When he was about to become an adult, Grandfather Yi had already arranged a marriage for him. He chose a good comrade in arms for half of his life, the most trustworthy family. And that alpha was also watched by Grandfather Yi as he grew up. He would certainly not treat his child unfairly. Of course, it was also the most powerful marriage. But who would have thought that his son actually ran away from the marriage? He ran away by himself. Old Man Yi was so angry that he almost fell down. Under the double blow, the 3rd club came. His second alpha son, the second son who was given high hopes, actually got together with an alpha. And it was so noisy that everyone knew. And the crazy pursuit of the Federation, even a few donkeys couldn't pull him back. Grandfather Yi completely fell asleep on the bed, sighing. His omega left 5 years ago, and he had been alone. At this moment, he really felt very lonely. He had 5 children, but he still fell into such a pitiful situation. There were still 2 children left, an alpha and a beta. Beta was a little transparent from birth, but he was also smart and capable. Now he was also seen by the old man, and his attitude towards him was much better. The remaining alpha was also a rebellious one, but at least he was still healthy and alive, and did not get together with an alpha. His ability was also good, although it was barely satisfactory, but the old man really had no choice. He now wanted to quickly find a matching omega for his 3rd son, and let him give birth to the child quickly. Yi family can't be without descendants. Seeing this, Xianxia was full of sympathy for old Master Yi. He had been a great general his whole life, but now he was old and had to suffer the pain of his children. It must have been hard on him. Xianxia looked at the plot introduction again. To be honest, there were many missions this time. He really couldn't figure out who the host would transmigrate to. Speaking of which, the characters that appeared were all quite strange. It felt like a bunch of things. But there was no need to worry. Looking at the main mission, he could basically guess who would be transmigrated to. Thus, Xianxia excitedly scrolled down. To be honest, the omega that ran away from marriage was quite suitable for the host. It was a rebellious and unruly omega. Coupled with the host's cold and arrogant personality and peerless appearance, she was definitely a demon. Saliva. His brain couldn't stop thinking, but when he saw the mission objective, he was stunned. The mission this time was really quite difficult. This was the first time he saw such a long list of mission objectives. And all of them were side missions. He looked down carefully. The first line was, Side Mission 1, find a lover with 100% compatibility. The second line was, Side Mission 2, continue the Yi family's bloodline. The third line was, Side Mission 3, marry off your younger brother. Seeing this, Xianxia's face was only left with embarrassment. What kind of missions were these? Where was your integrity? Integrity, are you still okay? Integrity said that he had long run away from home. So when he saw the fourth line, Xianxia's eyes were like a dead fish's. Main mission, please explore on your own. What are you doing? Can you be any more irresponsible than that? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas. He was roaring in his heart when another line of small words appeared below the screen. Because the mission difficulty is higher than the host's level, the host can choose to give up the mission. Xianxia sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a tyrannical clause. He could still give up the mission. But then, another line of small words popped up. According to incomplete statistics, the reward for completing the mission is no less than 250,000 coins. Xianxia, greater than over equal to, /250,000 coins, and no less than. Integrity, irresponsibility, whatever mission difficulty, they were all floating clouds. He looked at the host with starry eyes, his face full of anticipation. Xianxia was much more rational. He looked at the side missions and had a rough idea in his heart. This time, he was most likely going to transmigrate into a 2A or 3A. The conclusion would be the third side mission, which was to marry off his brother. Old Man Ye's fourth son was an Omega, and his fifth son was a Beta. When he said that he was married off, it was almost certain that he was referring to an Omega. As for his elder brothers, they were only his second and third sons. Regardless of whether it was second brother or third brother, they had to face the first and second missions first. The first mission was to find the lover with the highest compatibility. In this world, the most suitable alpha would always be Omega, so he needed to find an Omega. This Omega seemed to be completely unknown and uncertain at the moment. He couldn't be sure that Xianxia would wear this Omega, but if he had to choose someone else, then he could just give up on this mission. The second mission was to continue the bloodline of the Yi family. It seemed to be a continuation of the first mission, which required him to make his Omega pregnant and give birth. However, this side task also has loopholes that can be exploited. After all, Yi family currently has more than one alpha. Whether he transmigrates into the second or the third, he can let the other give birth to children. This could also be considered to continue the bloodline of the Yi family. Xianxia waited over and over again. At present, it seemed that the last two side tasks could be completed. If the first mission was not in the plan, then he would give up directly. Even if he lost a part of the reward, the remaining reward was still very considerable. Therefore, this world could be accepted. Moreover, it was not certain. He turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "When you transmigrate, you can choose your own character?" Xianxia was still immersed in the 250,000 coins. When he heard Xianmo's question, he instinctively nodded. Yes, yes. Try to choose an Omega. This sentence made Xianxia come back to his senses. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xianmo. He hadn't reacted yet. Xianmo looked at him and raised his hand to touch his delicate and white neck. Then he said in a low voice, "I will transmigrate into an alpha." Xianxia endured the itch on his neck. His brain started to turn, and in the next moment, he understood. Xianmo pulled him over and kissed his sensitive skin. "I just want to be with you." The ambiguous words carried a flirtatious heat. Xianxia was cooked. He hurriedly moved away a little and answered repeatedly, "Yes. Yes." After he agreed, he realized that was he fighting for the right to be Xianmo's so-called most compatible lover? His mind went blank for a moment. Then, Xianxia's professional self-comfort came online. Actually, there was no other way. Thinking about it carefully, Xianmo couldn't choose who to transmigrate into. He could only do what the mission arranged for him. Therefore, he could only transmigrate into an alpha. However, as a system, he could choose his character. That was why the host made such a request. If he was an Omega, the two of them could complete the side task quickly. Wasn't it just acting? It wasn't the first time they acted as lovers. If the mission arranged for Xianmo to transmigrate into an Omega, he would also choose to become an alpha. The same principle. Everything was for the mission. After thinking about it like this and that, Xianxia immediately figured it out. Therefore, he agreed generously. "Don't worry, as long as there is such a character, I will definitely choose it." Xianmo smiled in satisfaction. The preliminary preparation work was done. Next was time to transmigrate. It wasn't the first time the two of them had transmigrated. They became more familiar with this work. After accepting the mission, they started to transmigrate through time. Xianxia watched intently. It was the first time he didn't choose a character randomly. He didn't quite understand how to choose. But because he had a heavy responsibility, Xianxia was still very focused. He was afraid that something was wrong. The moment they entered the time vortex, a character selection appeared. He looked at it excitedly. He was going for the Omega. But when he looked carefully, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why was there only one choice? Why could he only choose this one character? Didn't they say that he could choose by himself? Was there only one option for the so-called freedom of choice? Xianxia roared, but there was nothing he could complain about. He could only accept it and look at this one and only character. Okay, his luck was really bad. It was actually Old Master Ye's youngest son, a beta called Yi Lu. It was fine if he wasn't an Omega, but he was actually a brother. How could this be the requirement of the first side task? It was a 100% match. It was definitely impossible. In an instant, Xianxia thought of the host and another, the so-called destined Omega together and having children. His scalp went numb. But the mission had been accepted. There was no option to give up. Whether he accepted it or not was already placed here. Xianxia only felt that he had been tricked this time. He had been tricked so badly, he helplessly chose this character. When he was about to transmigrate, he heard another notification. Due to the choice of character, a random additional condition has been triggered. Xianxia was stunned. Why did it sound like a bad premonition? The additional condition has been randomized. Temporarily sealed part of the memory has been drawn. There is a time limit. Xianxia's brain buzzed. What the f***ck? This is playing with me, right? What kind of system am I? Does the system have such sh*tty luck? In my next life, I'll be a broken-winged angel and not be this sh*tty system. Amidst the cries, Xianxia's brain became dizzy and he successfully transmigrated. Last time, the host lost her memory. This time, the system lost its memory. Hee your face. When Xianxia woke up, his head was throbbing with pain. He was so dizzy that he couldn't take it. He looked around blankly and was in a daze for a moment. Where was this? Wasn't he dead? The operation failed. He was in the late stage of stomach cancer. He had clearly stopped breathing. How did he come back to life? Immediately after, a large amount of memories flooded in. His head hurt even more. Alpha, Beta, Omega. Milky Way Federation, Yi family, 5 sons, God, what were all these? This world was so strange. Was it a place where little girls in school fantasized about boys and boys giving birth? Xianxia's head hurt terribly. He forced himself to organize his memories and tragically discovered that he was indeed dead. Then, he transmigrated to this strange world. He even transmigrated into such a complicated person, a person called Yi Lu who had been hiding for 18 years and couldn't hide anymore. On the surface, she was a beta, but in reality, she was an omega. Who would want to give birth to a child for an omega? What kind of sh*tty world was this? It was too violent. Xianxia took a deep breath. He didn't manage to breathe in. His head felt dizzy and he actually fell asleep again. When he woke up again, he thought that it was a dream. But sadly, he discovered that he was still in this gorgeous and cold room. Yi family's 5 sons, an unloved beta, an invisible person. Most importantly, he was hiding such a big secret. Xianxia really wanted to bang his head against the wall again. He wanted to pass out in one breath and then die. Just as he was in a daze, the door was pushed open forcefully. A tall man appeared in front of him. He was wearing a silver-white uniform. Short and neat black hair. His skin was fair. His exquisite appearance was like a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Everything instantly condensed in that pair of dark eyes that were deeper than the night. In an instant, a strong sense of familiarity attacked him. His heart beat uncontrollably. Xianxia was shocked and completely stunned. He knew this person. Yi Lu's third brother, Yi Mo. No. It wasn't that Yi Lu knew him. It was that he, Xianxia, knew him. He knew him. They were so familiar that his heart would beat fast just from looking at him. It was like seeing a lover that he deeply loved. But, he really had never seen him before. In his short life, there was definitely no one who could make his heart beat so fast. If it had happened before, he would never forget it. He definitely wouldn't. That person saw him and his dark eyes seemed to soften a lot. He walked closer and touched his neck very familiarly. He asked gently, "Do you have no choice?" With that, Xianxia took the opportunity to pull him into his arms. He patted his back to comfort him and said, "It's okay. Everything is fine." Xianxia was in a daze. He really couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Was this a hug between brothers? Why was he feeling waves of emotions in his heart? This wasn't normal. He didn't move, but he called out softly in a testing manner, "Third brother?" The voice, which was softer because of the morning, floated into his ears. It was an absolute pleasure, but at this moment, it made Xianxia's body stiffen slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled the distance between them. His originally soft black eyes instantly dropped to the freezing point. The gentleness and doting seemed to have been blown away by the cold wind, disappearing without a trace. He stared at Xianxia and asked almost word by word, "Who am I?" Xianxia didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly changed. It was clearly a warm spring day just now. How did it turn into a cold winter in an instant? However, he had always been a creature of instinct. Although he had doubts in his mind, it didn't stop him from answering obediently. Xianxia, when he heard this name, his black eyes narrowed. The surrounding air became even colder. Xianxia shrunk his neck. He knew this person was angry, but why exactly was he angry? Could he give him a hint? He used to think that his IQ was quite high. Why did he owe money after dying? He was afraid that he would be strangled to death after being reborn, so he called out softly, "Brother?" Xianxia originally wanted to show weakness, but he didn't expect that this careful and soft call would make his brother completely ill. Originally, the two of them were sitting facing each other. Now, Xianxia was directly pressing towards him. Xianxia couldn't bear it. Fortunately, there was a bed behind him, so he lay down cleanly. He thought that was the end of it, but who knew that his brother was so ill? He looked down at him for a while, then lowered his head and buried it in his neck. Xianxia was really caught off guard. His neck was itchy, but he couldn't break free. Xianxia sniffed here and there. When he was about to lift his clothes, Xianxia was completely frightened. What was he doing? Xianxia grabbed his clothes tightly and glared at him angrily. The violent brother seemed to have regained some of his rationality. He looked at him and said, "I want to confirm." Xianxia, confirm what? Confirm if you are mine. Xianxia. This. What was the meaning of this? Fortunately, Xianxia was no longer an ignorant person. 100,000 coins to strengthen one's physique was not a joke. Although it still could not compare to the owner of the hotel, at least it was not that weak. He refused to let go of his pajamas and Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. However, Xianxia had already calmed down. At first, he thought he had gotten the wrong person, but after smelling it so many times, he was certain. Because of the contract, he was extremely familiar with Xianxia scent. Especially since the body in this world was especially sensitive to smell, it was even easier for him to distinguish. This was indeed Xianxia, his Xianxia. Xianxia stared fixedly at Xianxia. She didn't even blink. She had to be on guard. Who knew what else he would do? However, Xianxia, who was still nervous just a moment ago, had now returned to normal. No, something was still not right. Xianxia's voice was very low. He looked at Xianxia and said after a while, "You forgot about me." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It was as if his heart ached for her, but it was also as if he was afraid. Xianxia was acting strangely. Could it be that he saw that his little brother had been seen through? Thinking about this, Xianxia felt a little scared. However, he still forced himself to play the role of Yi Lu. He asked in confusion, "Third brother?" Yimo's face darkened. Xianxia really wanted to curse. "Big brother, where did I offend you again? Can you not be so unpredictable?" "I'm very nervous," Yimo scoffed and pulled him over. He licked his neck and said in a muffled voice, "Xianxia." Xianxia shrank back. He didn't understand. "Yes?" "Xianxia." He bit down hard. Remember, I'm Qin Mo. Ah. Xianxia sucked in a breath. It was so painful. However, he really couldn't afford to offend this crazy person. Thus, he compromised. Remember. Although it was a little perfunctory, seeing that Xianxia didn't resist him even though she had forgotten him made Qin Mo feel a little better. He changed from biting to licking and patted Xianxia's back comfortingly. He said gently, "You can also call me Big Brother." Xianxia hurriedly pacified him. Big Brother, this soft call was like an electric shock. It slipped into Qin Mo's heart and made him itch. Thus, he increased the pressure on his mouth. Xianxia screamed. F***ck. Who can arrest this lunatic who bites people and bring him to justice? However, after that, his brother seemed to be satisfied. He didn't bite or lick him anymore. He just hugged him like this. Xianxia felt bitter. He also had an older brother. Although Yu was a little black-bellied, he was definitely a good brother with a conscience. Unlike Yilu's older brother. He was basically a crazy person. Please change your older brother. Unfortunately, no one cared about him. After a while, Xianxia thought that the alarm was about to go off. A certain crazy brother was acting up again. He straightened Xianxia's body and said firmly, "You're not allowed to call others that." Xianxia. But Yilu still had two older brothers. You can call them second brother and fourth brother. Xianxia. What was the difference? You're not allowed to call me third brother. With Xianxia's IQ, he finally succeeded. He could see the difference. Thus, he nodded seriously. I understand, Big Brother. He could drag out the last syllable. Qin Mo was finally satisfied. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A faint smile slowly bloomed. It made his originally fierce and cold appearance become gentle. He was unbelievably good-looking. Xianxia heard his heart thumping uncontrollably again. Don't jump. No matter how good-looking this person was, he wasn't a woman. The two of them dawdled for a long time. Finally, they walked out of the house and went to the dining room together. The Yi family had a big business. Although they were on the capital planet where land was scarce, they still had their own mansion. Not to mention this luxurious room, just the courtyard outside could directly dock a spaceship. This kind of mansion was one of the few in the entire Milky Way Federation. Without a few thousand years of accumulation, one couldn't even think about it. As the head of the family, Grandfather Yi lived in the mansion. He was already 78 years old this year. In today's society, this age meant that he had just retired. If his wife hadn't left, he could have worked for another 10 years. Unfortunately, his wife had passed away, his eldest son had left, his second son had become a fool, and his fourth son had run away from the marriage. This succession of events made him dizzy and disoriented. For no reason, he had aged a few years. But after all, he wasn't an ordinary person. His many years of experience allowed him to only sleep for a few days under all these blows. But after choosing a target, he was full of energy again. He still had a chance, although his second son was infatuated with an alpha. As long as he didn't die, there was a possibility of straightening things out. Although Yi Xian had run away from the marriage, it was fine. That brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he returned, he would tie him up and marry him. As long as he was marked, he would wholeheartedly focus on his alpha and wouldn't have any other thoughts. Moreover, he now had his third and fifth sons. Although his youngest son was a beta, beta shouldn't be underestimated. Although beta was weaker than alpha in terms of physical strength, battle reaction, and leadership, beta had a certain advantage in terms of overall quality. They wouldn't be bewitched by omega. They were more rational and calm. An outstanding beta could also make a career out of it. Moreover, beta could also make people pregnant. If he married a good wife for Yi Lu, he might have grandchildren. There might even be an outstanding alpha. Then, he would inherit the Yi family's bloodline. Of course, the most important thing now was to find an omega for Yi Mo. Seeing Yi Mo and Yi Lu come down together, Old Man Yi looked up and nodded after hearing their greetings. When the family was done with breakfast, Old Master Yi took a cup of tea from the maid and took a sip before saying, "Little Mo, you've rejected all the social engagements in the afternoon. I've called little Xia over to accompany us for lunch. Xianxia's ears perked up. Old man Ye's words were vague, but the meaning behind them was very straightforward. Li Xia was the youngest son of the Li family. He was 3 years younger than Yi Mo. Like Xian, he was raised at home and rarely went out. However, it was said that he was a very charming child. Of course, the most important thing was that he was an outstanding Omega. To put it bluntly, he was setting up a blind date for Yi Mo. Xianxia didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable. He turned to look at Qin Mo. Qin Mo didn't even look up. He only replied, okay. Xianxia felt even more uncomfortable. When he looked at Qin Mo again, he felt that his eyes and nose were no longer his nose. He felt annoyed and turned away. He didn't want to look anymore. Old man Yi had always neglected Yi Lu. Now that his son had lost a lot of weight, Beta was also a treasure. Moreover, Yi Lu had always been obedient and never caused trouble. He thought about it carefully and felt that this son wasn't bad. He had neglected him in the past and now, he wanted to make it up to him. Hence, he said, Xiaoqing, you're not young anymore. If there's a girl you like in school, tell me. Yi Lu. Old man, are you a professional matchmaker? Qin Mo, who originally had his head lowered, suddenly looked up. He finally looked at Yi Lu and said, Xiaoqing is still young. There's no rush. Yi Lu had suffered a huge blow recently. Thinking that Yi Lu hadn't graduated yet, there was indeed no rush. Hence, he didn't mention it again. After drinking the digestive tea, Qin Mo got up and was about to leave. He also pulled Xianxia up. I'll send you to school. Xianxia was still unhappy. He wanted to say that he would go himself. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, an emergency announcement came from outside. Then, a big green screen appeared out of nowhere. The commander on the screen looked anxious. Leader. The search team found 4th young master. It has caused chaos in the Luyufei district. Yi Lu suddenly stood up. What happened? Didn't he have the suppressant in his luggage? The commander hurriedly replied, 4th young master's luggage is gone. He's the only one there. Yi Lu's expression changed. He hurriedly said to Yi Mo, hurry to the Luyufei district. After that, he turned to look at Yi Lu. Xiaoqing, go with your 3rd brother. In today's society, the ratio between alpha and omega was seriously disproportionate. According to reliable data analysis, it had reached a terrifying gap of 10 to 1. In other words, only 1 out of 10 alpha could have an omega, while the rest could only find a beta to live with, or even fool around with another alpha. The Yi family had always maintained a good bloodline. Almost 90% of their descendants were alpha. The chances of omega appearing were also very low. But every time they gave birth to an omega, the omega's hormones would be abnormally strong. To put it bluntly, it was much more attractive than normal omega. The 4th young master of the Yi family, Xian, was a very attractive omega. Although he had been carefully raised in the Yi family and constantly took suppressants, there were exceptions. For example, the willful young master hated the disgusting smell of suppressants. Coincidentally, there was no one else at home. In addition, the Yi residence occupied a large area. No matter how strong his smell was, it wouldn't attract any alpha. Thus, he secretly didn't take the suppressants. The result would definitely be tragic. He had underestimated himself too much. Although he wasn't in heat, it was merely the smell of an ordinary period, yet it actually caused ripples in the hearts of the soldiers guarding outside the Yi residence. They were unable to control themselves and actually sneaked into the residence, almost causing a disaster. Since then, Xian didn't dare to stop taking suppressants. He would obediently take them with him wherever he went. Especially when escaping from a marriage, he took all the suppressants with him. He was afraid that if he ran away, he would die on the streets. But he only ran for 3 days. How did he end up like this? Xianxia received Yi Lu's memories while thinking seriously. In Yi Lu's memory, although Xian was willful, he was very independent and smart. He did things with a brain. At least, Yi Lu thought that Xian was much better than him. Logically speaking, Xian shouldn't have encountered something as stupid as losing his luggage, so, what was going on? Xianxia hurriedly rushed to the Luyufei area. Only then did he know what chaos was. F*ck, it was simply a battlefield for wild beasts. Also, this smell, it was suffocating. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. As an Omega, he felt suffocated by the smell. One could imagine how crazy the alphas were. Wait. He suddenly realized that Xianxia didn't have a partner. How could he resist this kind of fatal attraction? He turned his head abruptly and saw Xianxia standing there calmly. Xianxia was puzzled for a while, then he realized that he had taken the love transfer drug a long time ago. This was also a legitimate means of protection that every family would carry out. Although they were blood relatives, the innate attraction between Omega and Alpha would not disappear because of this. However, blood relatives' incestuous relationship was a felony and unforgivable. In order to prevent this from happening, aristocratic families like the Yi family would give Alpha special transference agents to their brothers so that they would not be disturbed. The place where Xianxia was staying was relatively remote, and the flow of people was relatively small. However, there were still more than 100 alphas gathered here. The crowd was densely packed on the narrow street. It was like an airtight human wall. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could Xianxia still be safe under such circumstances? Then, he heard a series of blood-curdling screams and the smell of blood that spread wildly. He quickly moved to a higher place and focused his gaze. Only then did he see the scene before him clearly. The center of the crazy alphas was where Xianxia was. Xianxia's clothes had long been torn, and her white skin was exposed. It was as tempting as a delicious dessert. At this time, she was being held by a strong man with one hand. The man was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and cold eyes. His silver military uniform that symbolized a federal general was a bit messy at the moment. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 5 stars on his left shoulder. It was the rank of a general. He was one of the 3 generals of the Federation and also a powerful alpha. At this moment, his eyes were already red, and his reason began to wander. However, he still tightly pursed his lips and resisted the desire that almost burned him. He hugged the unstable Xianxia with one hand and held a broken blade in the other hand. He killed a bloody path among the fanatical alphas. These people were the citizens of the Federation. He couldn't use lethal weapons. Although the broken blade was bloody, it didn't take lives. But because of this, he also suffered a lot of attacks. It was his persistence that kept Xianxia safe. Xianxia was very shocked. Xianxia had already moved. He rushed into the crowd with a stun gun in his hand. His steps were fast and precise. In the blink of an eye, dozens of alphas were stunned. Xianxia also reacted quickly. Just like him, she took out a non-lethal stun gun and rushed into the crowd behind him. With the help of the 2 of them, more than 100 alphas were all subdued. The only one who was still conscious was the general who was holding Xianxia. As they got closer, Xianxia saw more clearly. This man was strong and experienced. He looked very handsome and calm, but the fine lines at the corner of his eyes also exposed his age. Xianxia was puzzled, and then he knew who he was. He learned it from Xianxia. During the estrus, not only were the alphas confused, but the Omega was also completely addicted. Xianxia hugged him tightly, her cheeks were red, and her eyes were obsessed. It seemed that there was only this powerful man left in her eyes. Please, Lin Su, please, hug me, okay? I only want you, please, mark me. I beg you. This soft and charming voice with a hint of sobbing was a fatal poison for any normal alpha. Lin Su's eyes quickly burst into red, his palms began to tremble, and the veins on his neck bulged. This was the crazy struggle between reason and desire. He hugged Xianxia and stuck close to her. His nose was full of the sweet and intoxicating smell of this young Omega. His desire had already risen high. Facing the soft buttocks that greeted him, he was about to go crazy. Wet, completely wet, Xianxia was completely ready and waiting for him. As long as he entered, as long as he took her and marked her, she would be his. This young and charming Omega, who attracted him all the time, completely belonged to him. He no longer had to suppress, no longer had to restrain himself. He could F*ck her day and night, F*ck her, anywhere, at any time, let her soft body fill with his seed, let her get pregnant, let her give birth to their child, the beautiful fantasy made him more and more out of control. He wanted to tear off her clothes more and more, he wanted to kiss her, he could no longer control the devil in his heart. However, at this moment, a cold voice called out to him, throwing him from a beautiful paradise to an undeserved hell. Uncle. Lin Su suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the young man in front of him in shock. There was no emotion in his calm black eyes. The word uncle was also stiff and calm. It seemed to have no deep meaning, but it was enough to make Lin Su feel like he was doused with cold water and embarrassed. He seemed to use all his strength to release the arm that tightly clamped Xianxia. His voice was low and hoarse because of the suppressed desire, give him, to take. Leaving Lin Su's arms, Xianxia began to struggle frantically. Her pair of narrow phoenix eyes were filled with tears at the moment. Although she was burned by desire, she still maintained her reason. No. Lin Su, no. Don't let me go. Don't push me away. No, no. The doctor who came quickly injected the suppressant mixed with the tranquilizer into his arm. Xianxia fainted. Her last eyes were filled with deep disappointment and unwillingness, as well as the strong persistence and deep love that still existed no matter what. All of this stung Lin Su. Although he was no longer confused by instinct, at this moment, his heart was really hollowed out. The chaos subsided. Qianmo took Xianxia back. Sitting in the aircraft, Xianxia was still in a daze. In the enclosed space, there were only the two of them. Qianmo naturally held his hand and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Xianxia unconsciously opened his mouth, Xianxia and Lin Su. He didn't know what he wanted to say. He just felt uncomfortable. Qianmo touched the back of his hand and looked straight ahead. He seemed to say inadvertently, "Coward." Xianxia was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Qianmo handed over the driving rights to the AI and turned to pull Xianxia into his arms. He said close to his ear, "If it were me, I would never let you leave. So what if it's age? So what if it's gender? So what if it's blood? So what? You're mine and can only be mine. Even if I'm the enemy of fate, no one can take you away from me." His words were very calm, but this low and hoarse voice and steady tone carried a strength that despised everything. Every word and every sentence was like a thunderclap that exploded in Xianxia's heart. His entire body froze. This should have been completely ridiculous, but at this moment, it was so natural. A person he had only known for a day, a person who was related to this body by blood, but he had such a crazy idea. He really wanted to be by his side, he really wanted to be by his side. He knew very clearly that if he left, this person would no longer be this person. Xianxia seemed to be completely following his instincts, completely following the throbbing of the bottom of his heart. He repeated the promise he had given him a long time ago, "I won't leave you." In the quiet space, the two of them hugged each other. Xianxia felt that he might be crazy, but at this moment, he didn't want to wake up at all. If he was crazy, then he was crazy. Even if it was a dream, he was so satisfied. When they returned to the Yi residence, Xianxia had already been sent back in advance and had woken up. He changed his clothes and sat on the sofa. His beautiful face was as beautiful as usual. Although it was gorgeous, it had a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Grandfather Yi was so angry that he suddenly stood up. "You little bastard. Lin Su, Lin Su? He's a whole 20 years older than you. Are you crazy?" The difference of 30 years was indeed a maddening gap. Although Alpha generally lived a long life, there was also an obvious aging period. Reaching adulthood at 18 years old, even the most powerful Alpha would gradually begin to age. Although it was not obvious from the appearance, their fertility was nearing its end. At most, they would reach the age of 73 or 74, and basically no Omega would be able to conceive. Although many important leaders worked until the age of 88 before retiring, some military personnel would retire earlier due to year-round training. Under normal circumstances, they would retire at home at the age of 80. Like old man Yi, now 78 years old, he was already enjoying his children's sufferings at home. Xianxia was just 20 years old this year. She was in the prime of her life, and Lin Su was already 50 years old. His age was more than twice that of Xianxia, and he could be her father. But Yi Xian actually liked Lin Su, which made old man Yi so angry that he was about to explode. Although Alpha was 50 years old, he was still in the prime of his life and still had a lot of potential, especially since Lin Su had inherited the position of general. His status, identity, and character were one of the best, but the age gap between him and Yi Xian was too big. It completely challenged old man Yi's fragile nerves. If Yi Xian was not a child of the Yi family and was just an ordinary Omega, then Lin Su marrying her would not be a big deal. At most, outsiders would say a few words, and maybe more than half of the people would be envious and jealous. One was an old cow eating young grass, and the other was a phoenix flying on a branch. But Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. He was the fourth son of the Yi family. He was the child that the Yi family had carefully cultivated and cared for. They had arranged the best marriage for him. He had chosen the excellent Alpha. The road for the rest of his life had been paved steadily. But he had lost his mind and wanted to marry a 50-year-old old man. Old man Yi only hated himself for listening to his wife and shaving his beard. Otherwise, he would still be blowing his beard and glaring at Yi Xian. Speaking of which, there was another reason why Yi Xian was so angry. Lin Su walked out of the Yi family. A poor boy became famous and became a general. He was now a rising star in the Milky Way Federation and had a very good reputation. Although Lin Su had always been grateful and remembered Yi Rua's kindness in his heart, he was very respectful and had always been considerate and courteous. However, Yi Ru had been distancing herself from him for the past few years. The most promising child of this generation of the Yi family had left, and the rest were all bastards. It seemed that the Yi family was on the decline. The 1,000-year-old aristocratic families had fallen into silence for a single day. Now that the upstart had risen with an upright attitude, Yi Ru felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to draw a clear line between him and Lin Su, but who would have thought that his own son would throw himself at him? If he really let them go, what would the people outside say about him? Roping in the upstart sounded nice, but what they were most afraid of was the phrase selling one's son for glory. Then, he, Yi Chen, would simply find a coffin and kill himself. Moreover, even if it didn't matter, he couldn't push his son into the fire pit, therefore, he couldn't let Yi Xian mess around no matter what. When Qin Mo and Shurqing came in, Grandpa Yi had already scolded them. Yi Xian's temper had always been bad. He had only been gentle to Lin Su in his life. In front of others, if they wanted him to show weakness, it would be asking for his life. Therefore, no matter how much Grandpa Yi said, he only had one sentence: I want to be with Lin Su. Grandpa Yi was furious and threw out a sentence: You're so shameless. You have to see if he wants you. After that, Yi Xian's little face turned pale, and the room suddenly quieted down. Yi Xian also realized that he had gone overboard. Speaking of which, these children were all his favorite. He had never really said such harsh words to anyone. He was so angry that he threw out such heart-wrenching words. After saying that, he regretted it, but Yi Xian was also stubborn. She was so stubborn that even 10 cows couldn't pull her back. He actually just stood there with a pale face and said, If he doesn't want me, I'll go and die. This sentence completely ignited Yi Xian. The regret that had just surged up flew away. She pointed at him with a trembling finger. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only say, You. When Shurqing saw this, she hurried forward. While patting Grandpa Yi, she said, Dad, don't be angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. He took a few deep breaths. Fortunately, Grandpa Yi was still strong despite his old age. However, Shurqing didn't dare to let him stay here. She quickly helped him back to rest. Yi Xian didn't insist and left with Shurqing. When they returned to the room and lay on the bed, Grandpa Yi also sighed. When Shurqing saw him like this, to be honest, he felt a little distressed. After all, he had the heart of a father. No matter what, he felt distressed for his son. Especially when he saw Yi Xian like this, he couldn't help but think of father sure. For a moment, he served her even more wholeheartedly. After being coaxed by her youngest son, Yi Xian finally calmed down. When she thought of how she had neglected this child in the past, she felt guilty again. She couldn't help but say softly, Good child, Xiaoqing is a good child. Shurqing was very uncomfortable, so he smiled. Yi Xian said again, I'm fine. You've always had a good relationship with that boy. If you can persuade him, do it. Lin Su, you can't. Definitely not. Seeing that Yi Xian's face was about to turn red again, Shurqing hurriedly agreed, okay, I'll go talk to him. You rest. After leaving, just as he walked out of the room, Shurqing saw his third brother. Third. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, Shurqing hurriedly changed his words, Brother. Qin was satisfied. He walked towards him, held his hand and said, Are you hungry? Let's eat. Shurqing was still thinking about Yi Xian. He couldn't help but say, Fourth brother is still in the living room? Qin frowned slightly and said unhappily, Why do you care about him? Shurqing. He was really speechless, but although this was a question, it obviously wasn't a question that required an answer. Hence, Shurqing said, I'll go see him. Qin originally wanted to stop him directly, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said, Let's go, I'll go with you. There was a distance from the bedroom to the living room. The two of them walked side by side, hand in hand. It seemed a little strange, but the two of them didn't seem to notice. After walking for a while, Qin suddenly asked, You want to help Yi Xian? Shurqing was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Qin took one look at his expression and understood. He frowned and said, Actually, it's faster to let her marry Gu Yan. Gu Yan was Yi Xian's fiancé. Faster? I hope that she can get married soon. Yi Mo had two younger brothers. Yi Lu was Shurqing. Qin wouldn't allow him to marry anyone, so in order to complete the mission, he had to sell Yi Xian. Although Shurqing couldn't understand his brother's thoughts at all, he miraculously kept up with this kind of rhythm. Yi Xian won't marry Gu Yan. Why? Qin said something, which was rare. If you really want her to marry, there are many ways. Shurqing directly said the root of the problem, he will die. Qin raised his eyebrows. Shurqing turned to look at Qin. He stared at him and repeated, he will really die. And a dead person couldn't marry. Qin's eyes deepened slightly. Then he said, I understand. Shurqing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a little confused, at least he got another helper for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was a little willful and had a bad mouth, her personality was very straightforward. She was very good to her own people, especially to Yi Lu who had always been neglected. Yi Lu had a good relationship with him so naturally, Shurqing didn't hate him. He had liked Lin Su for a long time. Ever since he was 13 years old, he had fallen in love with him and never came out. But considering that Grandpa Yi was old, he didn't dare to say it. Moreover, Lin Su had always treated him like a child. He hadn't broken through that block of wood, so naturally, he couldn't announce it to the world. But who would have thought that right after he graduated, Grandpa Yi would get him engaged? Yi Xian was stunned. That night, he ran over to find Yi Lu. He panicked for an entire night but still didn't have a clue. The next day, he packed up his belongings and ran away by himself. As for where he ran to, he didn't know at that time, but now, he had a clue. He wasn't stupid. He knew that as an Omega, if he was found alone, his corpse would be on the streets. So, he went straight to Lin Su with a goal in mind. Yi Xian also cut off all means of retreat. Knowing Lin Su's whereabouts, she stopped the inhibitor and wanted to take the initiative to seduce Lin Su. For an alpha, a fresh and pure Omega who took the initiative to come to his door was completely irresistible. Plus, Yi Xian always believed that Lin Su liked her. Lin Su's eyes were indeed red. He was completely captivated and was almost swallowed by the beast called Star. He liked Yi Xian. He liked her very much. He loved her to the bone. But because of this strong feeling, he didn't dare to take a step forward no matter what. In his early years, he was down and out. Later, he worked for the Yi family and climbed up step by step. He had a strong heart and extraordinary abilities. But he knew that he could be where he was today all because of Yi Lu's appreciation and promotion. So, he couldn't do such a cruel and unscrupulous thing and repay kindness with ingratitude. He and Yi Xian were 30 years apart. Although he didn't have a partner in his early years because of the years of war, he was already more than half of his life. But Xianxia was like a new rising sun. She was at her best. In any case, he didn't deserve Xianxia. So, he was determined not to destroy Xianxia because of his own selfish desires. Not to mention, he was already an adult, and Xianxia was still young. She couldn't tell what love was. Just because he was always by Xianxia's side, he misunderstood. As long as he stayed away from her in the future, Xianxia would slowly forget about him. With this strong belief, he actually overcame his instincts and perfectly protected Xianxia. However, he would never have thought that his persistence would cause Xianxia to lose all hope. He put down his dignity, put down everything. He begged Lin Su with his lowly appearance, but Lin Su still pushed him away. An alpha couldn't let go of an omega in heat, unless he already had love in his heart. Xianxia sat there blankly, her heart was cold. Lin Su really didn't want him. He had no other choice. He used to hate himself for being an omega. But now, he was willing to become an omega for Lin Su. But Lin Su didn't need him at all. Rather than live and marry someone else, why not? When Xianxia and Qin Mo came in, they saw Xianxia doing something stupid. He rushed over with 1,000 miles and quickly knocked away the weapon in his hand. Xianxia! Wake up! At this time, Qin Mo also came in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he raised his head slightly and said in a cold voice, "Let him die." Sure, Qin originally had a stomach full of anger, but because of Qin Mo's words, it was blown away. Damn. It's fine if you don't help, but can you not add fuel to the fire? Hence, he turned his head and looked at his brother forcefully. His brother's intimidating black eyes were staring at him. Who was Qin? He hurriedly softened his forceful gaze and mouthed the words brother while he was at it. Thus, his brother's gaze wasn't so intimidating anymore. He just snorted softly and turned his head away. It wasn't a good time to pacify him. Qin also knew that Xianxia's actions probably touched Qin Mo's lightning. To be honest, he was also very angry. But because of Yi Lu's memory, he thought more. Because this world was unfair to Omega, he could understand Xianxia's despair even more deeply. Old Master Yi doted on children. But even so, when he arranged the engagement for Xianxia, he didn't ask for Xianxia's opinion at all. He just found the most suitable one, the most compatible one, and the one who might treat her the best. He had made the decision with his old comrade in private, and only then did he tell Xianxia about it. On the other hand, Xianxia thought that old Master Yi wouldn't agree to Lin Su's matter, so he tried his best to pretend to be a good child. He thought that since he was so sensible and obedient, his father would be able to accept it more if he said that he liked Lin Su. But who would have thought that it would have the opposite effect? Old Master Yi saw that Xianxia was so obedient and felt that his son was sensible. Hence, he put more effort into choosing a son-in-law. When he told Xianxia about it, Xianxia exploded with anger. Fortunately, Xianxia knew that old Master Yi's health wasn't as good as before, so she didn't flare up on the spot. She endured for a while and left. At night, she ran to Yi Qing's room and started to panic. Omega and Alpha were completely different. As long as Alpha had the ability and means, he could have many Omega in his lifetime. But there could only be one Omega in his lifetime. As long as he was marked, he would carry the scent of the Alpha on him forever. Even if he was abandoned, thrown away, he would still be a marked person. He would still belong to the Alpha who marked him until death. Xianxia knew that the Alpha that old man Yi found for her would not have such a bad character. If he had no one in his heart, he would have a good life after getting married and slowly getting used to it. But this was no longer possible. He already had someone he liked. He liked Lin Su. After so many years, there was no way he could let go of this feeling. If you can't let it go, you can only take it with you. But to get married in this state is an insult to the Alpha. Alpha was naturally arrogant. If he knew that Xianxia had someone else in her heart, even if he wanted to treat Xianxia well at the beginning, he would slowly change his nature. Xianxia also knew her temper. She was never someone who knew how to please others. If things went south, it would be a dead end. Not only would the rest of Xianxia's life be ruined, but it would also affect the good relationship between the Yi family and the Gu family. If he really ended up in that kind of situation where the two families became enemies, he would definitely be chased out of the Gu family. A marked Omega would be abandoned, and he might even end up in a dirty brothel. Just thinking about those days made his scalp go numb. That was why he wanted to die so badly. This was a situation that no alpha could understand. That was why Yamo would think that he was a coward. But because Yi Lu hid his identity, he did too much homework. He understood this kind of tragedy very well. He knew that Xian was really in despair. Of course, it wasn't that there was no way. The onlooker sees more clearly. Xian thought that Lin Su didn't want her anymore, but she never thought that Lin Su was so stubborn. He had completely fallen into a dead end and wouldn't be able to escape even if he was beaten to death. But right now, he still had to wake Xian, this idiot, up. Xianxia prepared for a moment and vented the anger in his stomach. Xian, use your brain. Can you not be so desperate? Isn't it disgusting? You look down on the weak Omega, but in the end, aren't you the same? Have some backbone. Xian was in a daze and didn't move. She stared at Yi Lu with her narrow eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, Xiaoqing, I really envy you. Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Envy my ass. I'm a fake beta. But now wasn't the time to think about this. He gathered his chi and continued to shout, I already said, don't act like this. Things haven't reached the point where you can die. Is this the first time you've met that blockhead? How many times have you hinted at him, but hasn't he avoided you every time? Why did you believe him this time? You gave up just like that? At the mention of this, Xian's anger disappeared. You saw it. He really doesn't like me. Not at all. I was the one who thought too much in the past. Seeing that Xian was about to go into a dead end again, Xianxia hurriedly said, haven't you thought that he endured it because of you? Huh? Xian was stunned. Xianxia saw that he hit the nail on the head and continued, Lin Su definitely likes you. He likes you more than you think. Think about it carefully. In the first few decades, he couldn't find a suitable Omega because he was down and out. But what about later on? Especially in recent years, he became a general and had a high position. Countless families sent their Omega to him. If he really wanted to marry one, wouldn't he have accepted her long ago? Why do you think he has been single for so many years? This? Xian really didn't pay attention to it. A glimmer of hope appeared in her heart. Especially in recent years, you thought that you were the one who stuck to Lin Su all day. But have you ever thought that if Lin Su wasn't interested in you, would he, a general of the Federation, play with you all day long? Play until he doesn't have time to get a wife and have children? Think about it. In the entire Milky Way Federation, has there ever been an Alpha General who didn't have an Omega by the age of 50 and didn't have a child by the age of 50? If he didn't have someone in his heart, would he have stayed single until now? Don't tell me that he has someone in his heart. If he really has someone in his heart, with his current power and status, who can he not pursue? Unless he can't bear to. These words were tantamount to a blow to Xian's head. It suddenly woke him up and ignited hope in his heart. He walked out of the dark fog. His phoenix eyes were full of hope. He strode forward and said, Xiaoqing, I still have a chance, right? Then, he wanted to hold Yi Lu's hand excitedly. Unfortunately, before he could touch her, his third brother slapped his hand away. Then, his third brother held Yi Lu's hand tightly. If it was in the past, Xian would have realized that something was wrong. But now, her mind was in a mess. How could she care about these things? Xianxia's hand was held. She struggled but couldn't break free. She thought that Xian's mind wasn't sharp now, so she probably wouldn't think too much. Cough cough. Plus, it wasn't a big deal for brothers to shake hands. Ha ha ha. Of course, there was nothing between them in the first place. Seeing that Xian had come back to life, Xianxia said again, don't be happy too early. If you want to live the rest of your life as you wish, there's still a long way to go. First, you have to get through Dad. Then, you have to get through Lin Su. His words were like a bucket of cold water on Xian's head. Xian withered again. After going around in circles, they were back to the beginning. The host student, who had been silent and acting like a wallflower, was really impatient. Also, she hated Xianxia from the bottom of her heart. She was naive, stupid, and cowardly. Of course, the most important thing was that she made his Xianxia worry so much. If it wasn't because he was worried about Yi Lu's thoughts and because he wanted to complete the mission, he would have made her disappear a long time ago. Thinking about this, Xianxia was unexpectedly stunned. Xianxia didn't know what the person beside her was thinking. She was still helping Xianxia come up with bad ideas. I think it's not bad for you to die once. Since Lansu can't figure it out, we'll force him to. At this moment, Xianxia's intelligence returned to normal. She said, what should we do? Can we hide it from him? This problem stumped Xianxia. After all, Lansu wasn't an ordinary person. If they didn't do a good job of faking death, they probably wouldn't be able to hide it from him. It was too difficult, Xianxia couldn't figure it out. She subconsciously nudged the person beside her. Brother, do you have any suggestions? Xianxia was thinking about the true meaning of life when he was nudged back to reality. There was a rare trace of confusion as he asked, what? Xianxia was speechless. How could you be distracted at such a crucial moment? Xianxia had no choice but to repeat it again. Xianxia listened and said, that's easy. Just take a fake death pill. Xianxia and Xianxia were stunned at the same time. There's such a thing? Xianxia only had eyes for Xianxia. Because of the thought just now, his gaze couldn't help but soften a lot. Yes, there is. His gaze was too direct. It was hard for Xianxia to not see it. Her heart thumped a few times. She actually panicked a little and quickly lowered her head. She didn't understand. His brother. What was wrong with his brother? Xianxia's dead radar finally came back to life. She finally saw that something was wrong. F***ck, what's with our third brother's gaze? It's so sweet. Fortunately, the host wasn't an ordinary person. Her attitude changed instantly. The next moment, she restrained herself. She didn't even bother to look at Xianxia. She took out a pill and gave it to Xianxia. She said coldly, take it 10 minutes after midnight. Don't take it earlier or later. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Such a strict requirement made Xianxia unable to care about gossip. She hurriedly kept the pill and remembered it carefully. Because Xianxia had temporarily sealed her memory, Xianxia could retrieve things from the space on his own. This was why he could take out this miracle pill. Just as he settled Xianxia, a servant came over. She lowered her head and reminded him, third young master, old master wants you to go to Purple Gold Court. Because of family matters, it's not convenient for young Masterly to come here. So, he arranged to have dinner outside. Xianxia agreed. Xianxia reacted for a long time before he came back to his senses. He had forgotten about this matter. Was this the blind date that old Masterly found for Xianxia? His brother was going to go on a blind date? What? What kind of joke was this? What kind of joke was this? Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at Xianxia in shock. But immediately, he came back to his senses and hurriedly hid his expression. He chuckled in his heart for a while and felt that his brain circuit was too strange. Third brother was at this age. Wasn't it normal for him to find a partner? Why was he surprised? Moreover, their father had been arranging blind dates for Xianxia. It wasn't the first day or two. He had picked a few families. Xianxia and Yi Lu knew about it long ago. Xianxia was the one Yi Huan thought the most highly of. Her family background and upbringing were all good. Of course, the most important thing was that Xianxia was a healthy and outstanding Omega. To put it bluntly, she had a good physique and was very fertile. Just this point alone made old Master Yi satisfied. It was good that she could give birth. The next generation of the Yi family would definitely be flourishing. Thinking about it, Xianxia felt that he shouldn't be surprised. It wasn't something rare, but he still couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha, F***ck. How unpleasant. Extremely unhappy. Why? Who knew? Xianxia asked for the details and then said to Xianxia, are you hungry? Let's go together. Hungry my ass. My stomach is full. He, I'm full. Xianxia wanted to say that he wanted to stay with Xianxia, but before he could say anything, Qin Mo pulled him away. After getting on the flying transport, Xianxia realized that he had boarded a pirate ship. Who wanted to go on a blind date with you? He even brought his brother along for a blind date. Was he asking for his help? He didn't have time, okay. Who wanted to see a man? You can look for whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me, okay? If it was in the past, Qin Mo would have realized Xianxia's thoughts long ago. But now, he was also shocked. Thinking for others. This thought hadn't appeared in his mind for hundreds of years. When exactly did he put Xianxia in such a position, she would change her mind because of his wishes? She would unconsciously accommodate his wishes. He had always known that he wanted to monopolize Xianxia. But since when did he start trying to understand Xianxia? He hadn't experienced this kind of emotion in a long time. But if it was Xianxia, he could try again. Because they had signed a contract, because they only had each other, because if this person betrayed him, he would have a reason to hold him in his hands forever and trap him by his side. He had long forgotten what it meant to let go. He only knew how to invade and possess. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile lightly. This kind of smile that came from the heart was especially dazzling. If it were any other day, Xianxia would be drooling by now. But right now, the more he looked, the more unhappy he felt. Why are you so happy about going on a blind date? Why are you so happy when you have your own omega? Ha ha ha. As a younger brother, shouldn't he give his heartfelt blessings? Blessing my ass. He was furious. He didn't even want to look. Who was she trying to seduce with such a smile? Calamity. Peacock. Monster. Not a good person. The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress it. However, he couldn't find a way to vent his anger. This was because his rationality was telling him that he was being unreasonable. This person was the biological brother of this body, and he was also a man. What was he thinking? Even if he, Xianxia, didn't have a brother like Yi Mo was indeed Yi Lu's brother. Now that he had become Yi Lu, what else could he do? Besides, they had only known each other for a day. What was wrong with him to care so much about someone? Thinking about this, Xianxia lost all his strength. He was surrounded by depression. Qin Mo finally felt the gloominess on Xianxia's body. He turned and held his hand. He frowned slightly. What's wrong? Are you still worried about Xianxia? He had completely misunderstood. Xianxia was stunned. After a while, he realized that this was a good excuse. It could cover up his terrible thoughts. Hence, he nodded decisively. Qin Mo touched his thin and white neck intimately and pulled him into his arms. He patted his back comfortingly and said in a low voice, "It's okay. If you want her to be with Lin Su, I'll let them be together. Don't think too much. I'm here." Xianxia didn't understand what Qin Mo was saying at all. He only felt that his entire body was not good. His neck was itchy, his back was itchy, and his heart was itchy. He was almost tempted by the sweet hug and soft words. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his chest. Strong feelings that even he couldn't imagine were about to rush out. He liked him. God, he really liked him. No, he liked him more than that. This was someone he had only known for a day. This person was related to his body by blood. He actually fell in love with him like a madman. Xianxia's brain completely stopped working. He only regained his senses when Qin Mo let him go. So what if he liked him? This person was about to go on a blind date. He had to think about life with another person. As long as the two of them liked each other, had similar temperaments, and had similar personalities, they could fall in love and get married. Especially in this damned world, they could even have children. Xianxia just thought about this and his chest hurt so much that it tore his heart and lungs apart. He was about to become crazy. He fell in love with someone in a day. On the same day, he was about to fall out of love. Was there anyone more crazy than him? Xianxia withered. He followed Qin Mo into Purple Gold Court. This was a high-class clubhouse. The unique thing about this place was that it was completely modeled after a classical Chinese garden. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was full of flowers and plants. The dining tables were placed in various places along with the scenery. There were no private rooms, but the distance between each table was just right. Every table had its own scenery. It was a natural scene. Step by step, it was as if he had walked into a time that had disappeared without a trace. But Xianxia wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery at all. The flowers were fragrant and the grass was green, but his heart was very bitter. Especially here, the path was rugged. For someone like Xianxia, whose brain was in his pocket, it was a disaster. He walked a few steps unsteadily. He didn't pay attention and almost fell. Fortunately, his brother wasn't an ordinary person. He immediately grabbed his waist and carried him up. Xianxia was stunned. He immediately jumped down as if he had been electrocuted. Qianmo didn't care. He touched him and said gently, "Be careful. Don't think about Xianxia anymore." Yilu nodded randomly. Qianmo wasn't very satisfied. He turned his little face and looked directly at him. He deliberately threatened, "If you think about Xianxia again, I'll marry her to Gu Yan." Xianxia. I really didn't think about it. I've been thinking about you. Trouble. You're still seducing me. Cack. Xianxia's heart was bitter. He couldn't say it. He could only hide with a red face. He solemnly expressed that he definitely didn't want to. He definitely didn't want to. He would seriously go on a blind date with him. Thus, Qianmo was satisfied. He looked at his slightly red face and moist lips. He wanted to kiss him. But at least he was still rational. With their current status, it wasn't suitable to do this in broad daylight. It was better to wait until later. Just like this, they finally arrived at the place they had booked. After the two sat down, not long after, a young man came over. His skin was very white. He had black hair and black eyes. He was on the skinny side, but he dressed well. His actions and words had a leisurely and elegant aura. He wasn't surprised to see Yilu here. He had a smile on his face and introduced himself appropriately. "Hello, I'm Xianxia." Xianxia looked at him with some prejudice. But no matter what, this man seemed to be quite outstanding. Although he wasn't as good-looking as Xianxia, he was much more approachable than Xianxia. From the looks of it, he wasn't as chunibu as Xianxia. In general, he wasn't a bad person. Unfortunately, he didn't make people happy. Xianxia wasn't in a good mood and greeted him. "Hello, I'm Yilu." Then, he sat down in loneliness. Xianxia was an Omega. He was a pure and clean Omega with a clean family background. Because he was going on a blind date this time, he didn't take any inhibitors. The scent of an Omega spread out. It was the best temptation for an Alpha. In the end, it still had to be to his taste. Xianxia was very confident about this. He didn't need to be in heat. The scent he emitted was extremely delicious to any Alpha. This was his natural advantage. He wanted to use this to find an outstanding Alpha. Xianxia was his ideal candidate. He wanted to hold on to this Alpha. From the looks of it, Xianxia was indeed attracted to him. After sitting down and ordering, Xianxia didn't even order any food. He just focused on asking Xianxia. This somewhat urgent attitude made Xianxia feel a little smug. He also couldn't help but look at this Alpha seriously. The third son of the Yi family was indeed very attractive. The more he looked, the more Xiao's heart moved. He really was a very good Alpha. He was very charming. Xianxia, who was sitting on the cold bench at the side, was about to fall into an ice cellar. Although he just fell out of love, Xianxia really couldn't accept watching the two's passionate blind date interaction so directly. Could they not sprinkle salt on the wound like this? He thought he was already miserable enough. Why was he like a bottomless pit? Could they not torment him like this? On one hand, his heart was in pain. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel very angry. The experience of the predecessors was really not exaggerated. Alpha was a beast. When they saw an Omega, they couldn't take their eyes off her and couldn't move their legs. Look at his brother, irritating. Irritating. Irritating to death, Xianxia really couldn't sit still. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that he would do something out of line. Speaking of which, they were going on a blind date. What was he doing here? Looking for abuse. Go, he had to go. Just as he was about to get up, Xianxia opened his mouth and threw a heavy bomb. Very good, I understand. You're very outstanding. Xia's cheeks were slightly red. He lowered his head slightly in embarrassment. Xianxia picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, and put it in Xianxia's bowl. He continued, I believe Yizhen will be very satisfied. Everyone present was stunned. Yizhen? Yizhen was the second son of the Yi family. He was very famous. He was the alpha who chased after alpha. But, what did it have to do with him? Xianxia raised his glass in a friendly manner. I wish you and second brother a happy marriage in advance. Xianxia had only known Xianxia for a day, but in just one day, he knew that this man was a weirdo. However, he would never have thought that this man was weirdo to such an extent. What kind of crazy brain circuit was this? It had broken through the sky. Okay, you've been going on blind dates on behalf of your brother? You've been asking all those questions on behalf of Yizhen, haven't you? You're not looking for an omega for yourself? Xianxia was stunned, but at the same time, a small bubble of happiness strangely appeared in his heart. As someone who had never been able to hide his thoughts, the corners of his mouth started to curl up uncontrollably. It curled up, and curled up even more. Xia was just as shocked as he was. However, after the shock, what came up was not happiness, but utter humiliation, a feeling of being played, insulted, and mocked rushed to the top of his head, making him furious. He stood up immediately. As soon as he stood up, he happened to see Xianxia. Usually, he would be disdainful of an incompetent beta, but at this moment, he happened to see the smile on Xianxia's face and misunderstood in an instant. Good, you've colluded to play with me. Even an unfavored beta came to laugh at me. Xia's anger rose to the highest level in an instant. His voice was full of unconcealable anger. What do you mean? In stark contrast to him, Alpha was calm and composed. Xianxia didn't even lift his eyelids. He carefully picked up the spicy pepper on the pickled fish fillet and placed it in Xianxia's bowl. Then he said, you will marry Yizhen and have children as soon as possible. Xia was completely angered by this indifferent attitude. Who wants to marry that pervert? Then he glared fiercely at the two people opposite him and threw down the last sentence, you Yi family bullies. After that, he angrily kicked the chair and turned to leave. Because Zijin court was in the ancient Chinese style, the chairs were heavy wooden chairs. In addition, they were eating outdoors, so the wooden chair was kicked to the ground by Xia. The sound was definitely not small. Xianxia frowned and said with dissatisfaction, what a bad temper. Xianxia, then his brother spoke again, make do, as long as you can have children. Xianxia. Neil, seeing Xianxia in a daze, Xianxia asked, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Xianxia lowered her head and saw the 4 exquisite bowls and plates in front of her. There was a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, 3 clean slices of pickled fish, a small piece of braised eggplant, and a piece of tenderloin. There weren't many dishes, but they were all his favorite. Most importantly, Xianxia had picked them up bit by bit. Xianxia felt that the huge jar of vinegar that had filled his chest earlier had turned into a puddle of sweet water at this moment. I'm so touched and happy. While I'm at it, the fish with pickled cabbage is delicious. It tastes great. Seeing that Xianxia had started to eat, Xianxia started to pick out the fish bones for him. He picked up the peppercorns and picked up the freshest, fattest, and most tender fish for him. Xianxia ate happily. He liked fish and spicy food, so this dish was his favorite. What's more, the culinary skills of Zijin Yuan were top-notch. Although they were in a different time and space and the ingredients were different, the taste of the food was delicious. The fish was fresh and tender, and the pickled cabbage was refreshing. More importantly, it was numb and spicy. As he ate, he felt that even his heart was warm. Actually, it was still warm at first, but then it became warm. Now, it was actually starting to heat up. However, this heat did not seem to be satisfied with just running around in his heart. It slowly flowed from the inside to the outside. His internal organs were tightly surrounded by waves of warmth. Following the encirclement of this warmth, it felt as if something was being released. The feeling was relaxed and pleasant, as if he had finally been released after wearing tights for a day. Xianxia couldn't help but be amazed. This Zijing Yuan was really high-end. The dishes they made had such amazing effects. The texture was good, the taste was good, and not only could it fill one's stomach, it could also make one's body feel so carefree. Why was the fish gone? Xianxia raised his head and looked at his owner. But in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. Pada. The chopsticks fell on the table and collided with the porcelain, making a crisp sound. But this didn't wake Xianxia up at all. Xianxia stared at Xianxia without moving. His black eyes were deep, but there was a hint of dark red in the depths. In an instant, Xianxia's broken nerves were reconnected. Then, he was drenched in cold sweat. *CK the magical fish. *CK the carefree body and mind. He was indeed liberated, but what he liberated was his omega instincts that were suppressed by the inhibitor. Why did the damned inhibitor lose its effect now? That's not right. The inhibitor's effect lasted for 24 hours. Yilu had just taken it in the morning, and it was only 12 noon now. At most, 6 hours had passed. There were still 18 hours left. How could it lose its effect? Xianxia didn't have time to think about the reason. If the inhibitor lost its effect, his identity as an omega would be exposed. Thinking about the unlucky Xian, his scalp turned numb. The worst thing was that because there were still more than 10 hours left, he didn't have the inhibitor with him at all. Calm down, calm down. Xianxia forced himself to calm down. It wasn't that bad. Although the inhibitor lost its effect, he wasn't in heat. If he wasn't in heat, even if an omega's aura was still attractive to alphas, it definitely wouldn't cause chaos. Especially when he was with Xianxia. It would be fine, it would definitely be fine. Unfortunately, this lucky thought was shattered into pieces in the next moment. Because the biggest danger was Xianxia. The moment the chopsticks fell, Xianxia hugged his waist and leaned forward. His black eyes were like a deep whirlpool. He wanted to suck the person in front of him in. He lowered his head and buried it in Xianxia's neck. He took a deep breath and his voice was hoarse with a hint of madness. Xianxia, you smell so good. The moment he finished speaking, his moist tongue touched his skin. Xianxia felt an electric current crazily drilling into his heart along with this voice. It made the lust that was hidden deep in his heart almost rush out. God. No. No. Not at a time like this. He tried his best to break free from Xianxia's embrace. His face and ears were red and his voice couldn't help but raise a lot. Wake up, brother, wake up. Please, please, we can't. The nimble tongue slid down his neck and landed on his collarbone. Xianxia resisted the waves of numbness and struggled fiercely. He always felt that his body was very strong and his reaction was quick. He had successfully resisted Xianxia before, but now, he used all his strength. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. He was so weak that he couldn't push him away at all. God. Why was there such a big reaction? This wasn't normal. Yilu was indeed an omega, but he was just a normal omega. His pheromone wasn't as strong as Xianxia's. It wasn't as strong as Li Xia's either. But Xianxia didn't move when he faced Li Xia and even calculated coldly. Why did he become like this when he faced him? He completely lost his mind. He wasn't in heat. He definitely wasn't. It was just that the inhibitor had lost its effect. Why was it like this? What he didn't know was that there was already a commotion outside. There weren't any private rooms in Purple Gold Court. The dining spots were scattered in this man-made garden. Although they were separated by a large distance and were separated by various sceneries, because they weren't sealed, they couldn't stop the crazily spreading pheromone. Purple Gold Court covered an area of 8,000 mu. There were 120 tables. There were close to 90 single alphas, and at this moment, they were all restless. This strange, unknown, and unimaginably sweet smell intoxicated their minds. God, it was too sweet, too fragrant, too tempting. They had never smelled such a delicious pheromone. It couldn't be described with words. Even their brains couldn't think. Even if it was just a little bit, it was enough to intoxicate them. This was definitely a beautiful omega. A top-quality omega that was enough to amaze the world. If they could get him. If they could taste this beautiful taste, this would be the supreme enjoyment of being an alpha, not to mention the single alphas. Even the omega present were a little shaken. Xianxia, the omega who broke his leg after kicking a wooden chair, was the first to be affected. Xianxia was angered to death by Yimo and was also heavily injured. He forced himself to leave the two brothers and leaned against a tree. He really couldn't walk anymore. Just as he was thinking about calling someone to pick him up, he smelled this powerful pheromone. Xianxia froze. Soon after, he thought of something. He endured the pain and crawled back. What he saw was the completely seduced Yimo and the embarrassed Yi Lu who exposed her omega nature. Brothers committing adultery. Xianxia was stunned, but then, he quietly moved away a little. He had a suppressant on him but he wouldn't take it out. He let these two brothers get together, let them humiliate him, let them play with him. They deserved this sin. When they wake up and see what they did, they should know that their lives were ruined. Not to mention the two brothers, even the entire Yi family's reputation would be ruined. They wouldn't be able to raise their heads again. Xianxia suddenly found an outlet to vent all the humiliation he suffered. He had never met an alpha who wasn't interested in him. But it didn't matter. This alpha was finished. Since you don't like me, you can go to hell. Xianxia held the suppressant tightly and quietly hid at the side. He coldly watched this heaven-defying scene. Shiyun was really annoyed. He even bumped into Yizhen when he came out for a meal. He was so depressed. They were originally good brothers. Why did he suddenly go crazy and chase after him so crazily? His head was about to explode. It wasn't that two alphas didn't get together, but it wasn't done in such a big way. Plus, where would he have the time to talk about love? Plus, he wouldn't do that with anyone even if he was beaten to death. Just as he was feeling vexed, he suddenly smelled a familiar scent. He was stunned. He had been searching for this scent for far too long, and had almost given up all hope. Who would have thought that he would actually run into it here by coincidence? Purple Gold Court was a completely empty space. There were a large number of single alphas eating there, and this smell was so straightforward that it was simply seducing all the alphas. Therefore, Shiyun couldn't care less about being happy. He quickly regained his senses and immediately rushed over following the smell. He had to hurry and see what was going on. The closer he got, the stronger the unique smell of omega, and the closer he got, the stronger the smell of alpha also entangled him. He thought it was not good, and when he saw it, it was really bad. Qing couldn't resist anymore. He couldn't compete with Qin Mo in terms of strength, and now he was exhausted because of the violent tossing. In addition, deep in his heart, he didn't have any resistance to Qin Mo at all. Being licked and kissed like this was already very unbearable. If it weren't for the fact that this was the biological brother of this body and that they were outdoors, he would have fallen together with him. But this rationality couldn't hold on for too long. Qin Mo was getting more and more overboard. The intense licking, the strong hugs, and the words that he would never say in the past were all stimulating Qing's nerves. It made him want to continue like this without a care in the world. In the end, Qing's rationality collapsed because his brother finally kissed him on the mouth. The moment their lips touched, it was as if an electric current had passed through his body and brain, and his entire body was numb. To hell with the blood relationship. So what if they were outdoors? He wanted this person, he wanted it so much that he was going crazy. All resistance stopped. Qing wrapped his hands around the man's neck, stood on tiptoe, raised his head, and kissed him back forcefully. This active response ignited the fire even more. Qin Mo's hand slid into Qing's shirt, stroking his slightly slender back, slender waist, and finally landed on his tight buttocks. The unimaginably charming touch made him even crazier. The vigorous rubbing caused the elastic buttocks to slightly deform. He forcefully pressed Qing towards himself. The hard thing was already pressed against his lower abdomen like an iron rod. It was hot, boiling, and desperately wanted an entrance. Qing also became more and more unbearable. After no longer suppressing it, all his intense emotions surged up. The heat flowed all over his body. He became hotter and hotter, more and more unbearable. He hated that he couldn't take off all his clothes. He murmured softly, but he couldn't tell what he was calling. The man's low voice fell into his ear. Qin Mo, it's Qin Mo, Xiao Qing, call me, say you're mine. The voice was like a spell. Sure Qing couldn't tell what it was. The soft Qin Mo, the promise of I'm yours came out, stimulating the other party, and ignited himself. He felt that his body was becoming more and more strange. An intense heat was surging up from that indescribable place on his back. Following that, something gradually filled him up and then flowed down. Qin Mo rubbed her soft buttocks vigorously. The first thing he felt was the moisture and smoothness. He was slightly stunned. In the next second, he used all his strength to pry it open like crazy. His fingers seemed to be sucked in, following the smooth liquid and reaching in. That's your younger brother. A huge roar shook the sky. Yi Zhen, who had followed closely behind Shi Yun, had bloodshot eyes. He was a healthy alpha. He couldn't stand this smell either. But the moment he saw Yi Lu, he was doused with cold water. That was his brother, his beta brother. He couldn't have any thoughts. Then, he saw Yi Mo. Yi Mo was like a madman, violating his younger brother like a beast. Shi Yun reacted immediately and quickly said to Yi Zhen, "Where's your weapon? Subdue the alpha, quick." Yi Zhen's skills weren't just for show. He pounced forward quickly and started attacking quickly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yi Mo and was at a disadvantage in 2 consecutive moves. Although Qin Mo was holding Shi Qing, he easily punched towards Yi Zhen's lower abdomen. Yi Zhen knelt down in pain. His face turned pale quickly. He lost his mind. He didn't know why Yi Lu was an omega, but he knew that this omega was in heat. The sweet smell stimulated his taste buds, making his rationality on the verge of collapse. Shi Yun clenched his teeth and shouted, "Enhancer, Yi Zhen, use the enhancer on him." Although Yi Zhen almost couldn't control himself, he was still shocked when he heard those words. This was a special drug for alphas. It would instantly calm alphas down from heat. But the consequences were very serious. It was very likely that he would lose his sexual ability. Both of them were his brothers. He and Yi Mo always had a good relationship. How could he bear to let Yi Mo, F***ck? Why are you still in a daze? You want them to commit incest? By then, don't just mention them, your entire Yi family will be destroyed. Yi Zhen suddenly woke up. He couldn't care so much anymore. He believed that if Yi Mo woke up, he would be able to understand him. Also, although the enhancer was effective, it wasn't 100% certain that it would cause that kind of tragedy. At this time, he could only rely on luck. Yi Zhen quickly went forward and pushed the drug in. If Yi Mo was in a normal state, he might be able to dodge it easily. But now, he really wasn't normal. Therefore, Yi Zhen succeeded. But what surprised Yi Zhen was that his third brother, who was supposed to be unconscious, didn't have any reaction. What the F***ck, what was going on? Shi Yun immediately shouted again, "Don't just stand there, give him another dose." Yi Zhen glared at Shi Yun. Of course, he couldn't bear to glare at him too hard. This brat just didn't like the Yi family. This was his biological brother. In the future, he would also be his biological brother. Really, his sister-in-law was too incompetent, but fortunately, Yi Zhen didn't lose his mind. He knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly injected another dose. He didn't expect his third brother to still be standing, F***ck, he never knew that his brother was a monster. 2 doses, 3 doses, seeing that Yi Mo was about to lose his patience after another dose, Yi Zhen couldn't care less anymore and pushed in 5 doses in one breath. This time, not to mention a person, even an elephant would fall to the ground in an instant. And his third brother had finally fallen. Yi Zhen felt guilty and hurriedly caught Yi Mo. At the same time, he prayed, "Brother, you must be fine. If you wither, I'll let you down." He shed a hero's tears. Finally, this crazy alpha was settled. Shi Yun heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect Shi Qing to turn into a different person after seeing Qin Mo fall and quickly sneak an attack on Yi Zhen. His attack was fast and accurate, catching Yi Zhen off guard. Yi Zhen was first injured internally by Qin Mo's punch and then bent over from Shi Qing's kick. His face turned pale. He was definitely bleeding internally. F*ck, if he hadn't been through hundreds of battles and trained since he was young, he would have been killed by his two biological brothers. Shi Qing looked at Yi Zhen, his eyes moist but cold. What did you do to him? How was Yi Zhen going to explain his painstaking efforts? But fortunately, Shi Yun wasn't someone to be trifled with. He attacked from behind and stabilized Shi Qing. A dose of suppressant with a tranquilizer was injected into this omega. Finally, it was stopped, and a mess of tableware was avoided. Yi Zhen was quite anxious and worried about Yi Mo's health. He didn't understand what was going on with Yi Lu. Why did the beta brother that he raised for more than 10 years suddenly become an omega? What exactly was going on? But these could only wait until they woke up. Yi Zhen turned his head and saw Shi Yun carefully carrying Yi Lu. That attentive attitude, that serious posture, and that pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a thick affection. Alarm bells rang in Yi Zhen's heart. F*ck. What was going on? Was his little Yun going to find true love? He recalled his little brother's stunning omega aura. Even an alpha would be mesmerized. He became even more nervous. No, no way. Little Yun, don't tell me you've fallen in love with my little brother. No. 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 Yi Zhen had an idea and hurriedly called for the flying device. He practically snatched Yi Lu from Shi Yun's hands and rushed home with his two brothers. He definitely couldn't give them any time alone. If his wife became his sister-in-law, he would commit seppuku at any moment. They crawled and rolled back to the Yi residence. Old Master Yi was quite happy to see his second son who hadn't been home for a few months. This brat, it's good that you're back. I'll force you to go on a blind date tomorrow. Before he could continue thinking about making his son straight, he saw the unconscious Mo and Yi Lu. Old Master Yi immediately glared. What's going on? Didn't you go on a blind date? Yi Zhen called him dad and hurriedly told him about what happened at Purple Gold Court. Old Master Yi was also very shocked. How? How is that possible? Little Qing, how can little Qing be an omega? But he had no choice but to believe it. Although Yi Lu had taken the inhibitor, his body was covered with Yi Mo's scent because of his entanglement with Qin Mo. Old Master Yi was very familiar with his son's scent. How could he not recognize it? Then, cold sweat appeared on his forehead and he pointed with a trembling finger. Them. If the Yi brothers were to commit adultery, then he would simply kill himself and be done with it. Yi Zhen hurriedly comforted his dad. It's okay, it's okay. Luckily, little Yun arrived in time and stopped them. At the crucial moment, he still had to pull his wife out to make her like him. Old Master Yi frowned when he heard little Yun. How could he not know who he was referring to? But at this time, he didn't care about criticizing Yi Zhen. Compared to the messing around between brothers, everything else was just a small matter. Yi Zhen asked Yi Zhen, what happened? Is little Qing's pheromone very strong? Yi Zhen said, yes, it wasn't estrus but the entire Purple Gold Court was restless at that time. Yi Mo? Yi Zhen deliberated for a moment and still forced himself to tell the truth. The attraction was very big. From the looks of it, third brother lost his mind at that time. Cold sweat appeared on Old Master Yi's forehead after hearing this. Although Omega had a strong attraction to Alpha, it wasn't estrus. If an alpha was attracted to this extent, it could be 100% confirmed that the compatibility between the two was beyond imagination. Also, it was very likely that the two had deep feelings for each other. Yi Zhen hurriedly threw this thought out of his mind. No, his son wouldn't, but this wasn't a small matter. Yi Zhen didn't dare to take the risk. He lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Mo and Yi Lu. He gritted his teeth and had an idea. Although it was a little rushed, he didn't have a choice. He really didn't dare to bet on this. Bring the name list from before and find a good boy for little Qing. The so-called name list was the list of alpha that was given to Xianxia a while ago. Old Man Yi also put a lot of thought into it. He gathered a good relationship with himself, and at the same time, they were also very outstanding single alpha, and carefully selected them to find a partner for his son. Later on, he chose Gu Yan because he had been friends with Old Man Gu for half of his life. Plus, Gu Yan was also the youngest son, so he should be compatible with Xian's temperament. But who knew, something like this would happen to Xian. Luckily, they only talked about it in private and didn't make a big deal out of it. At noon, Xian also came to talk to Old Man Yi for a long time. Old Man Yi was angry when he saw him, but he thought that Omega was weak after all, and his wife especially doted on this child. Before she left, she held his hand and asked him to find a good home for him. So, he didn't feel good when he saw his child showing weakness. Xian was stubborn before, mainly because he thought his life was over. Lin Su didn't want him and he couldn't be with someone else. If he didn't marry for the rest of his life, he would bring shame to the Yi family. It was already wrong of his father to leave him at home and not send him to the association. If he still didn't marry, the Omega Association wouldn't let it go. It would be even worse if something happened. But now, he was pulled out of a dead end by Yi Lu. He saw hope and became a lot more rational. He could sit down and talk calmly. He said a lot of words that he had thought of long ago. This society had never been fair to Omega. Xian listed out all these, and Old Man Yi couldn't help but think deeply. If Xian really couldn't forget Lin Su no matter what, then marrying him would be a big problem. Omega was different from Beta. If they weren't satisfied with the marriage, they could get a divorce. But a marked Omega would never be free. Old Man Yi sighed. Xian hurriedly gave him water and said softly, "I'm unfilial. I panicked and left home without a care. I made you angry. It's all my fault." Old Man Yi sighed again and waved his hand. "Go out. I'm going to rest." Although he didn't agree, he started to think about it. Old Man Yi was worried about Lin Su's status, but in the end, he was most worried about the age gap. 30 years old. Sigh. However, nothing was as impactful as Yi Lu's matter. He really couldn't understand why Yi Qing was an Omega. Could it be that his wife hid it from him? But it was also possible. The Yi family almost never had a Beta. When Yi Lu was born, he was also puzzled. However, why did his wife want to hide this matter, and in the end, she didn't tell him? Old Man Yi couldn't figure it out, but it was useless to think about it now. Since it was confirmed that it was Omega, it couldn't be wrong. Yi Mo and Yi Lu, thinking of this, Old Man Yi's back was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't delay any longer. He quickly picked someone and let the two of them get married. Yi Lu's matter was different from Xian's. There couldn't be any mistakes. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the two of them had yet to wake up and get things done quickly. The dust had settled. Even if there was something, it was already nothing. Old Man Yi looked at the list. Yizhen frowned. "You, what are you planning to do?" "Yes, mark it first, then get married." Yizhen was shocked. This is too hasty. Although there were 80% of people who marked it first and got married later, the aristocratic families were very particular about this. How could the son they raised with so much effort be so reckless? Old Man Yi glared at him and roared, "Shut up." Yizhen shrugged. Old Man Yi had 5 sons. Although Yi Lu was the youngest and a Beta, he had always neglected him. But they were all his flesh. If it wasn't for the urgency of the situation, he wouldn't have done this. They were both alphas and he understood alphas the best. After tasting Omega, it was hard for him to let go. Disregarding whether Yi Mo had other thoughts about Yi Lu in the past, after today's incident, Yi Mo couldn't be calm anymore. Rather than letting this matter continue to fester, he might as well make a prompt decision to stop it. As long as Yi Lu was marked, Yi Mo wouldn't have any other thoughts. They would still be brothers. As for Yi Lu, Old Man Yi sighed. He definitely wouldn't mistreat his child. The candidates were all good children with clean backgrounds. Old Man Yi didn't take too long to choose an alpha whose family background was slightly weaker but had a good personality. He also thought that Yi Lu would have a good life with the Yi family's support after going over. Although they were marking it first and getting married later, they couldn't really do anything reckless. Old Man Yi contacted the Omega Association and asked them to notarize this matter. Also, there were better rooms in the Omega Association. No matter how strong the pheromone was, it could be blocked and wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Luo was really scared. She acted quickly on this matter. The alpha she chose was called Suayi. He happened to be on his day off. When he heard that an Omega fell from the sky, he was giddy with joy. Not to mention that it was fast. It was fine even if it was faster. The Yi family's young master had a good family background and a beautiful omega. It was like a pie falling from the sky. He was too happy. Just like that, Yi Lu was carried to the Omega Association in her sleep. The tranquilizer's effect would only disappear at night. The timing was just right. It was best to leave the marking at night. Although Yi Lu had taken a tranquilizer, it was fine. There were things to deal with tranquilizers and drugs to make Omega go into heat. After everything was prepared, they just had to wait for this beautiful Omega to wake up. When Xianxia woke up, his mind went blank for a moment. He seemed to have had a dream. He dreamed that he transmigrated to a strange world and fell in love with his older brother. When his older brother was mentioned, he thought of Xianxia. Then, he was dazed. Who would like him? Good Lei. Lei fainted. Then, he was jolted awake by this thunderous dream. When he woke up, he was still a bit dazed. What entered his sight was a snow-white wall. It was a dream. He was still lying in the hospital. He struggled to get up but turned to see a stranger sitting next to him. Suayi saw that Xianxia woke up and smiled gently. You're awake? I'm Suayi. Xianxia was confused. Who was this man? Suayi? He had never heard of him. Xianxia sat up and was dazed for a while. Then, he suddenly realized that this place wasn't a hospital. Although the walls were snow-white, the decorations in the room were a bit too extravagant. Especially the bed he was sleeping on. The golden bed curtains and thick duvet weren't things from a hospital. Xianxia's memory quickly came back, and he finally regained his senses. To hell with the dream. It was all real. He and Yi Lu's biological brother kissed and hugged each other. Xianxia finally came back to his senses, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. But then, he didn't need to think too much. An unbearable heat quickly awakened, and he felt that his fingertips were scalding hot. This heat seemed to have a life of its own as it traveled up his limbs and attacked his back. Accompanied by waves of tremors, it rushed to his lower abdomen like an electric current. He felt that there was a ball of fire burning in his lower abdomen. No, all his internal organs were burning. Under this intense heat, his body seemed to have been sucked dry. A soft force took control of his body and he couldn't help but lean against the side of the bed. Xianxia didn't have much experience, but he was very aware of it. He was in heat. In this strange place, he was in heat. This damned physique, he couldn't be controlled at all. He was like a madman. This damned world. At the same time, Suayi, who had been gentle and courteous just a moment ago, suddenly stood up. He was fascinated by the fragrance in the air, and his entire person became anxious. Although he was a bit dissatisfied because this Omega had the smell of other alphas. But now, he wasn't dissatisfied at all. This smell was too mesmerizing. Just by smelling it, he felt his heart speed up. His chest was on fire and his strong desire was roaring. Too beautiful. This Omega was too beautiful. Suayi almost staggered closer to Xianxia. He wanted to hug him. He could hug him. God, he could even have him. This was the luckiest moment of his life. Suayi excitedly reached out his trembling hand and said in a low voice, Yi Lu, I'll help you. You need me. Before his hand touched her, it was broken by a strong force. Suayi suddenly roared in pain. When he looked up, he saw the Omega whose face was red but whose eyes were bone-chilling. Get lost. Lust, blood, battle. These were all elements that stimulated the alpha nervous system. Suayi wanted to take it slow before, but Xianxia's resistance completely aroused his desire to conquer. Suayi moved forward again but was already prepared. It seemed that this Omega had some skills, but so what? Omega was born weak and was in heat. No matter how strong she was just a cat that could meow. He could easily subdue her. The consequence of underestimating Xianxia was that Suayi's other arm was broken. But Xianxia also knew that he couldn't hold on much longer. He was even in a daze. The man in front of him was unfamiliar, but strangely, he started to look like someone else. That person had long black hair and eyes as dark as the night. His expression was cold, but his appearance was unusually exquisite. He would hold Xianxia's hand tightly, gently caress his neck, and kiss him violently. Qin mo, God. He missed him. He really missed him. No. He couldn't think anymore. This wasn't Qin mo. This wasn't Qin mo. This was someone else. He couldn't be with someone else, impossible. Suppressing the feelings in his heart, Xianxia punched Suaye's temple. He wanted to subdue this alpha. Li Xiao was also at the Omega Association. He went for a blind date yesterday. No matter what the result was, he had to report it today. He wasn't as lucky as Xianxia. He grew up in the association. So no matter whether the blind date was successful or not, he had to report it when he came back. Then he heard that Yi Lu was sent over. Li Xiao was stunned, but he guessed at the next moment, Yi Lu was going to be marked. It wasn't hard to guess. Li Xiao could see what happened yesterday with his own eyes. In order to prevent brothers from having sex, the fastest way to get the Omega marked was to quickly prevent it. Li Xiao scoffed. He couldn't help but feel that he was really lucky. The children of the Yi family were all luckier than the other. Even if they were arrogant and rude, even if they were unreasonable, their parents would protect them. There would always be a good ending. But what about him? He just wanted to find a suitable alpha who matched his new ideas. But he was humiliated like this. Li Xiao was unwilling. When he passed through the corridor, he suddenly had a thought. Why did he have to let them have their way, if he opened the wall? With Xianxia's strong pheromone during heat, all the alpha here would go crazy. Li Xiao was frightened by his own thoughts. Although the Yi brothers had humiliated him and Yi Lu had openly mocked him, it didn't do any actual harm to him. It only made him feel displeased. It was too much to ruin Xianxia just because of this. They were both Omega and he understood their pain. This society was already very unfair to them. If Omega continued to torture each other, it would only make their situation worse. Li Xiao shook his head and finally kicked this dark thought out of his head. Forget it. There would be opportunities for revenge in the future. Yi Lu was going to be marked anyway. It was enough to embarrass him at his wedding. After thinking it through, Li Xiao hummed and prepared to leave. He didn't expect that when he didn't want to open the wall from the outside, the wall broke from the inside. Suayi was about to be beaten to death. He really didn't expect such a scary Omega. Xianxia's cheeks were red and her face was full of lust. She was supposed to be soft and cute, but she suddenly became an agile pervert. Suayi thought. Beauties have thorns and the perfume is poisonous. My life is over, no matter how King tempted, no matter how King charming she was, his nose was smashed, and he couldn't smell anything now. Without his sense of smell, Alpha woke up, but even if he was awake, he couldn't beat this Omega who was still in heat. He really didn't need to live anymore. He was so embarrassed. He finally understood the true meaning of the phrase "there's no free lunch in this world." *CK the pie falling from the sky. It's a disaster from the sky. I'm about to be kicked until I can't get it up. Suayi covered his groin and rolled around on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He also begged for mercy. Ancestor, great aunt, please let me go. I won't dare to touch you even if you beat me to death. He didn't know if this Omega really understood his pleas or if she felt that the trash on the ground was no longer a threat. She really didn't bully Suayi anymore. Instead, she walked around and seemed to be looking for a door. Suayi felt bitter. This damn room was specially designed. There was no door at all. He could only leave by opening the wall from the outside. But they set a time. They wouldn't open it until they were done. If he could open it, he would have run away a long time ago. Why would he be in such a sorry state? The violent Omega turned around a few times, and sure enough, she didn't see the door. A pair of big watery eyes swooped towards Suayi. Her voice was soft and charming, and it was very seductive. How can I get out? Suayi was seduced by the voice, but when he thought of Sun Jian, who was still crying, he immediately lost the mood. He quickly said, "There's an 8-hour time limit. You can't get out." Omega glared at him fiercely and spun around angrily. 8 hours. He couldn't wait, he was dying from the heat. It was unbearable, Then, Xianxia turned to look at the cold, snow-white wall. It was this damn thing that wanted to trap him, block him, and prevent him from seeing Qin Mo. Get lost. Nothing could stop him, Xianxia snorted and punched the hard wall with all his might. Inside, Suiyi, oh, Li Xia, oh, little friends, Mom, there's a change here. Pervert. It's so scary. The hard wall that was said to be impenetrable by bullets turned into slag under the violent Omega's heavy punch. Then, this Omega, who exuded a beautiful aura, swaggered out and walked to a place full of hungry alphas waiting for a match. Suiyi was stunned for a moment, then he quietly crawled away and found a corner where no one could see him to hide and heal his psychological trauma. Li Xia was also stunned for a moment, then she screamed, "Why did you come out? Do you want to F*King be gang raped to death?" F*CK, I did have that thought, but, it wasn't like this, okay? Li Xiao's voice was not soft, so Xianxia naturally heard it. He turned to look at him and tilted his head as if trying to discern the situation. Li Xiao's heart actually wavered under his gaze. He cursed the evildoer in his heart as he thought about what to do. Who knew that this Omega would just glance at him and murmur softly, "It's not Qin Mo." This voice seemed to have a hook. Li Xia, an Omega, was actually interested. This was too exaggerated. But luckily, he was an Omega and could control himself. He had saved Yi Mo's number before, so he hurriedly dialed it, hoping that the Yi family would send someone quickly and take this incubus away immediately. But at such a crucial moment, Yi Mo's phone kept leaving messages. F*CK. He was so anxious. On the Yi family's side, lightning struck one after another, making the whole family dumbfounded. After sending Yi Lu to the association, Grandpa Yi didn't know whether to stand or sit. He didn't dare to tell anyone about this and let Yizhen handle it the entire time. Yizhen sent Yi Lu there and then returned to the Yi residence. He was still thinking about his third brother and was really worried if Yi Mo had erectile dysfunction, so he wanted to get him some medicine as soon as possible. Just as he reached home, he bumped into his little Yun. Yun couldn't enter the Yi residence without an invitation, but he had something to do and couldn't leave, so he could only wait here. Now that he saw Yizhen, his eyes lit up. Yizhen was touched by his gaze. F*CK, his little Yun had never looked at him like this before. Could it be that his sincerity finally touched him? Was little Yun finally going to respond to him? Yizhen was so touched that he almost cried. Thus, he ran over and asked politely, "Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Yun's mind was filled with thoughts and he couldn't see this idiot's thoughts at all. He went straight to the point. "Sure. Yi. Where's Yi Lu?" Hearing his brother's name, Yizhen's fluttering heart fell to the ground with a thump. When he recalled how much Yun cared for Yi Lu and that meaningful gaze, he was drowning in vinegar. The smile on Yizhen's face disappeared. Yizhen looked at Yun coldly, and his voice was very stiff and tense. "Why are you looking for him?" Yun and Yizhen had been together for a long time. They were good brothers who had gone to the battlefield together and entrusted their lives to each other. If it wasn't for Yizhen's crazy pursuit of him, he wouldn't be so impolite to him. Moreover, he understood Yizhen's temper. Although he was from an aristocratic family, he had a ruffian aura and was the most hooligan. Who knew if he was just being impulsive? Yun didn't dare to take it seriously and he couldn't take it seriously. But now that he saw Yizhen being so cold towards him, he felt uncomfortable again. He didn't know what Yizhen was thinking at all. But then he thought about it again. He was probably sick of it. Yizhen finally got it straight. Just as this thought rose, it was thrown away by Yun. He didn't have time to think about this nonsense now. He ignored Yizhen's attitude and continued to ask, "I want to look for him." Yizhen rejected without hesitation. "No." Yun narrowed his eyes. "I want to look for Yi Lu. It has nothing to do with you." Yizhen saw how serious he was and felt his heart bleed. So what if they were both alpha? Could he forget about those years when they went through thick and thin together? Yizhen could clearly give his life to him. Why couldn't he open his heart a little to him? He was like an idiot who didn't care about the world, didn't care about his family, and liked him like crazy. But Yizhen never took it seriously. Yizhen had always been full of confidence. But now that he saw Yun's attitude towards Yi Lu, his heart turned cold. No matter what, it couldn't be changed. Alpha would be attracted to Omega. He did so much and they went through so much together. They had more chemistry and were happier than anyone else. But all of this couldn't go against their instincts. Shiyun only saw Yilu once. He only smelled a trace of her scent. But it was enough to overcome everything he did. Yizhen looked down and restrained the emotions in his eyes. He said stiffly, "Shiyun, don't think about it. It's too late." Little Qing went to the association. She'll be marked tonight. This sentence was like a thunderclap exploding in Shiyun's head. His eyes widened as he grabbed Yizhen's collar. "What did you say?" Seeing Shiyun like this, Yizhen repeated his words coldly. King bastard. Shiyun cursed and punched him in the face. Yizhen's face was crooked from the hit. He couldn't bear to touch Shiyun at all. But at this moment, he was overwhelmed by anger. He grabbed Shiyun's arm and shouted, "This is my family matter. Yilu is my brother. It has nothing to do with you." Shiyun's other arm hit the other side of his face. He suppressed his anger and replied, "Ck your brother. He's my brother. He's my biological brother." "What?" Yizhen's handsome face was bruised but it couldn't be compared to Shiyun's comical expression. What did you say?" "He's my biological brother. He's my biological brother that I lost contact with when I was young." Yizhen was completely stunned. How was this possible? At this moment, an old voice rang. "Come in." The two looked up and saw Old Man Yu with a solemn expression. After entering the room, Shiyun slowly opened his mouth and told them everything he knew. From the beginning, it was a tragedy that originated from the Omega themselves. Old Man Yu's wife was called Su Ran. He was an ordinary Omega but he escaped the Omega Association's pursuit when he was young and pretended to be a Beta. The reason why he was able to hide from the association was because of Shiyun's father, who helped him. Shiyun was also an Omega but he was extremely talented in medicine. He could make all kinds of medicine himself. After strengthening, the suppressant wouldn't harm Omega at all. As long as they took it for a long time, they could completely hide their aura. Shiyun's actions were a blessing for Omega but it was a huge disaster for those in power. Omega were already extremely rare. If every Omega learned how to hide their identity, where would the Alpha find a partner? How would the excellent bloodline be passed down? Wouldn't the world start to regress? All these problems caused the government to pursue Shiyun many times. However, Shiyun was smart and had his own ideas. He helped too many Omega and there was a powerful Alpha behind the Omega. Although they wouldn't tell the truth, they would sincerely help Shiyun. Shiyun's Alpha had always supported his actions. Although he was an Alpha, he had always advocated to improve the status of Omega and give them a better survival guarantee. He advocated eternal monogamy and used the weapon of law to defend the weak Omega. He would carry out a real virtuous cycle and put society on the right track. Naturally, there would be more Omega. However, his words touched the nerves of too many people and it was difficult to promote. In the end, he lost his life in order to save Shiyun. At this time, Shiyun was already disheartened. He struggled to give birth to 2 children but his body was completely exhausted. He entrusted his 2 children to a Beta couple. Shiyun was taken care of by a Beta couple, while Shirqing was adopted by Su Ran. Su Ran was grateful to Shiyun. If it wasn't for Shiyun, he wouldn't have been able to live for 20 years and was lucky enough to meet Yi Qin. Coincidentally, Yi Ruo was stationed overseas all year round. When he was about to leave, Su Ran happened to be pregnant. Unexpectedly, she died a month later. Speaking of which, it was not that surprising. Although Omega could give birth, the fertility rate was not very high. After giving birth to 4 children, it was difficult for Su Ran to conceive again. She accidentally got pregnant with her 5th child. However, the child was unstable. She laid in bed for almost a month and couldn't be saved. Su Ran was sad but he was mentally prepared. At that time, he heard about Shiyun's matter. Seeing Shiyun like that, he knew that Shiyun didn't want to live anymore. However, someone had to take care of the child. Thus, Su Ran hid it and didn't tell Yi Qin. 10 months later, he adopted Xiaoqing and treated her as his own child. But at that time, the Yi family already had an Omega. Su Ran knew that even Yichen wouldn't be able to keep an Omega at home. Thankfully, he had Shi Yuan's medicine. From the start, he hid Yi Lu's Omega identity. He hid it for more than 10 years. Su Ran's thoughts were simple. He wanted to raise this child as his own. Thus, he kept this secret even before he died. He didn't want to tell Yichen. Yi Lu was a beta and wasn't very likable. He was afraid that if he told Yichen that he adopted her, Yichen would treat him coldly. Thus, he decided to hide it for the rest of his life. But back then, he wrote a letter and gave it to Shiyun's adoptive parents. If Shiyun wanted to find his brother, he could use this to find him. Plus, Shiyun and Shiqing were twins. Even if there wasn't a letter, there was enough evidence. However, Shiyun still gave the letter to Yichen. At the same time, he tore off the thin layer of skin on his face. In an instant, her originally ordinary and unremarkable appearance was transformed into a gorgeous beauty that could topple cities. Although his expression and posture were completely different, his facial features were almost the same as Yi Lu's. Old man Yi finished reading the letter. How could he not recognize his wife's handwriting? Plus, with Shiyun's looks, no one would suspect him. Then, he remembered where Yi Lu was. It was as if a hammer had hit his head. If Yi Lu wasn't his son, then he wouldn't be related to Yi Mo by blood. If they weren't brothers, then he wouldn't have to worry about incest and there wouldn't be a tragedy. If that was the case, why would he need to hastily mark it? God! What did he do? Old man Yi anxiously dialed the association's number. After the call connected, he shouted anxiously, "Open the wall, open the wall. Stop, stop, stop." However, the message that came from the other end of the communicator stunned him. Just then, the door was pushed open. A man with a vicious aura stood there with his back facing the light. His voice was as cold as ice. Where is he? Today was destined to be a crazy day. The Omega Association had been established for hundreds of years, but they had never encountered such a thing. Never mind encountering it, it was something they couldn't even imagine. Too crazy, and Omega was strong to this extent. Not only did he break the wall with his bare hands, but he also destroyed all the crazy alphas. With his own strength, he attracted all the alphas in the entire Omega Association, causing a huge chaos. None of the alphas could get close to him, and all those who tried to touch him were ruthlessly attacked and thrown far away. This Omega was beautiful, with a pair of rosy cheeks, and a pair of watery eyes that looked both amorous and charming. However, he was ridiculously strong, and his movements were so agile that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. His fair and small fists were no different from iron hammers when they landed on a person's body. At first, the alpha's desire to conquer and fight was aroused. They didn't care about fighting each other and swarmed up to challenge this Omega. They wanted to subdue him, but soon, they fell one by one, and two by two. More than a dozen alphas followed Suaye's tragic fate. Their noses were broken, and their genitals were kicked until they cried. Once these two key parts were injured, they could only roll on the ground and howl. Of course, when the front fell, the back stepped up. The Omega Association covered a large area, and there were nearly 1,000 alphas who came here every day to look for a partner. At this moment, they all crowded over, and it was really one after another fighting to die together. Although it was the Omega Association, the managers were still alphas, and the guards were also alphas. Although they were married, they couldn't stand this stimulating pheromone at the moment. One by one, they dropped their work and rushed over. It was really a mess. Without the leadership and guards, the Omega Association's door was wide open. The alphas who originally came to check out the strange situation, but as soon as they stepped in, they fell. At least there were a few alphas with brains. Since they couldn't deal with this Omega with their bare hands, they simply used weapons. He didn't know how to use lethal weapons, but he could use anesthetizing weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few bullets were shot accurately, but this Omega was like the wind, easily dodging them. Everyone was really shocked, but they had the advantage in numbers. They could dodge a few bullets, but could they dodge 100? Thus, a shooting squad raised their tranquilizer guns and aimed at the violent Omega in the middle. Needless to say, he really couldn't avoid it now, but this Omega was a real pervert. He thought that he was going to be shot, but he didn't expect that a black and white shield would suddenly explode around him, bouncing all the bullets away like scattered bullets, causing the alphas around him to be shot one by one, not to mention hitting him. He himself was already paralyzed to the ground. This spectacular scene could already be recorded in the history books. On the other hand, Xianxia was about to lose consciousness. No matter how strong his physical fitness was, there was a limit to it. Now, the crowd was like a flood of beasts. It made him feel like he was in a trance. Everyone looked like Xianxia, but at the same time, they weren't. Reason and desire intertwined, and he was about to explode. If it wasn't for the godly 1,000 miles and the impenetrable defense, he would have been pushed to the ground. But Xianxia didn't want to fall, and he couldn't fall. His consciousness was blurry, but there was a stubborn will that supported him. Go forward, don't stop. Step by step, he moved forward, and all the people who blocked his way were sent flying. The attacks that flew in all directions were also reflected. Waves of wails were accompanied by chaos and restlessness. Xianxia took a deep breath, and a soft force uncontrollably attacked his limbs. His physical strength was exhausted, his consciousness was blurry, and this damn estrus period. He might not be able to hold on, he might not be able to do it. Just as this disheartened thought arose, his entire body froze. He smelled a familiar scent, one so familiar that it made his heart tremble. Then, a rumbling sound that was deafening sounded, then, the fire overflowed, dust flew, and countless wails sounded frequently one after another. The people in the distance were completely stunned by this crazy action. When the smoke and fire dissipated, the man who was standing in the center and creating this chaos was revealed. He was dressed in a silver-white military uniform, his figure was slender, his black hair flying, his expression was as cold as an ice lake, and his pair of deep black eyes were as malicious as the abyss of hell. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This strong murderous intent was already clear, and he didn't have the slightest intention to hide it. And everyone except for one person. Xianxia saw Xianxia, a scene that should have made people terrified, but his heart was filled with joy. Even his body, which had been hot all this time, felt a different kind of stability. He finally saw him, he could finally return to his side. Xianxia gently curved the corners of his mouth, revealing a comfortable and peaceful smile. Under the light of his flushed cheeks and moist eyes, he looked particularly charming and seductive. Like a cat that had put away its sharp claws, that natural posture made people want to directly pounce on him. He didn't feel it at all, but the people around him smelled an even more fatal sweet scent. It was really a delicious taste that made people want to push him to the ground and fiercely penetrate him. The originally timid alpha couldn't hold back again. They stood up and walked towards this beautiful Omega who was slowly blooming because of someone. Even if it was just a kiss, just once, it was enough. Xianxia only had Xianxia in his eyes, he didn't pay attention to the thoughts of the people around him. In his eyes, there was only the man who was as beautiful as a god. Then, he heard desperate screams and smelled the strong and nauseating smell of blood. Xianxia finally retracted his gaze, but what he saw was an alpha whose throat was torn by a flying knife. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and fear of death. But he was already dead. Then, everyone looked at the man in the distance, this alpha who killed people without blinking. All alpha were warriors, but few or very few of them would use such a cruel method to end the life of a member of the same race. However, it was just the beginning. The 4 alpha who deliberately approached Xianxia just now died one after another. The way they died was exactly the same. Their throats were twisted, and blood spurted out like a fountain, instantly dyeing all their clothes red. Expressions of fear, a strong smell of blood, and desperate and heart-wrenching screams. A huge, indescribable fear instantly enveloped the spacious hall. But in the next moment, it aroused public anger. Devil! Madman! Kill him! Kill him! All the alpha rushed to Xianxia, the sharp blades they carried were like fierce beasts with fangs and claws, all aimed at him. They couldn't wait to tear his flesh and pierce his heart. In the face of the surging crowd, the man in the distance didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a malicious and cruel smile. Come on, let's go to hell together, filthy! The real killing began. The Omega Association banned all firearms, so this was a terrifying place where gunpowder and shells were abandoned, relying on pure force to kill crazily. Xianxia stared fixedly, completely stunned. He had never seen such a horrifying scene, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Blood, screams, despair, fear, and countless deaths, all converged into a huge palm, tightly clenching his heart. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't respond. At this moment, he seemed to have become an empty shell with his soul hollowed out. Then, he saw a man who was still happy in the midst of killing, in the blood, in the madness of killing. That exquisite face that made people gasp in admiration had the expression of a devil, filled with the satisfaction of dragging the entire world into hell. In the next moment, a completely repeated scene exploded in Xianxia's mind. He looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was dressed differently, but he still had the same pair of eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. His clothes were stained red with blood, and his hands. Qin Mo. Qin Mo, no. God. No, all the memories rushed to Xianxia like a flood that opened the floodgates. The system, the contract, the host, the mission. He recovered his memory, he remembered everything, 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 everything. How could he forget, God? This damned mission, F***ck choosing the character, Xianxia opened his eyes again, there was no one alive in the hall. They were all dead, their bodies lying on the ground in tatters. Their wounds were different, but they were all very obvious and cruel. The bright and still warm blood dyed the entire hall a terrifying red, the smell of iron was so strong that it was difficult to breathe. Xianxia was completely awake, he completely suppressed his instincts. He looked at this hell-like scene, he only felt his heart convulse, his face involuntarily turning pale. Then, his host walked over. Stepping over countless corpses, stepping on countless thick and dark blood, step by step, he still looked outstanding, like a dazzling god, with a faint smile on his face, walking towards him. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him motionlessly. Qin Mo's body was not stained with a trace of blood, he was extremely clean, extremely beautiful. The silver-white military uniform, the slender figure, the exquisite appearance, seemed to be out of place with everything, but he was deeply immersed in it. He looked at Xianxia, there was only this person in his eyes, he could only let go of this person. He had a faint smile on his face, he reached out and hugged her. The warm body temperature, the soft touch, and the mesmerizing breath, everything was like a sedative, it really calmed his heart down. Turning his head slightly, Qin Mo saw the familiar slender neck, the skin there was white and delicate, looking at it like this, it was as if he could feel the hot blood below through that thin layer. So mesmerizing, he really wanted to take a bite. But, he couldn't. Qin Mo smiled. Lowered his head, and kissed her, then lightly licked her. I'm here, Xianxia, don't be afraid. No one can take you away. You belong to me. Qin Mo locked him in his arms and hugged him tightly. He couldn't tolerate even the slightest bit of distance. He hugged him tightly and forcefully as if he wanted to rub his entire body into his own. Xianxia didn't resist at all. He remained motionless in his arms. Before he regained his memory, he was very, very afraid. He even wanted to run away. But when he remembered everything, he miraculously calmed down. This person was a demon who walked out of the abyss from the very beginning. He never hid it and showed it all to him. It could be said that no one in this world knew Qin Mo better than him. At this time, wasn't it a little too late to be afraid and timid, but he really couldn't let Qin Mo continue like this. In the end, it wouldn't be the entire world that would be destroyed. It would be himself. Xianxia took a deep breath. He reached out and gently caressed his back. He stroked it gently and seriously from top to bottom patiently. This regular caress made Qin Mo's overly forceful hug loosen a little. Xianxia's heart also slowly calmed down. After a while, he finally spoke. Qin Mo, I regained my memory. Yes, I know. After completing this mission, let's rest for a while, okay? Okay. Qin Mo, yes? I like you. The low and gentle voice and soft words grabbed Qin Mo's heart in an instant. His entire body tensed up. I lost my memory, but I didn't forget you. In this world, when I saw you for the first time, I was moved. In just one day, I fell in love with you. Xianxia, I didn't forget you. I can't forget you. The originally gentle hug became stronger. Xianxia didn't speak, but the breath that swept over Xianxia's neck unconsciously became heavier. Xianxia continued to caress his back calmly. His voice became softer and softer. Xianxia, I won't leave you. Never. Then his tone became heavier. He repeated and promised at the same time, I don't want to leave you. I can't leave you. So, please don't be afraid anymore. A low and hoarse voice came from above. It seemed like he was trying hard to suppress it. Do you know what you're saying? I know. You don't have a chance to regret. I will never regret it. One question after another, he answered without hesitation. In this strange place, he opened up his entire heart. Xianxia finally loosened his grip. He pulled a distance between them and looked at her face to face. What he saw was a pair of bright and beautiful eyes without any impurities. The feelings within were sincere, without the slightest hint of falsehood. At the same time, it was so straightforward that it made one's heart palpitate. Xianxia looked at him without blinking. Then he opened his mouth slightly and said the words that were in the deepest part of his heart, I love you. Xianxia, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Xianxia stared at him without a word or a response. There wasn't even the slightest bit of expression on his face. It was as though he was frozen in time. But Xianxia could not back down. He took a step forward, tiptoed, and kissed him. Then, he hugged him tightly. Xianxia, yes. In the future, don't do this again, okay? No matter how romantic and heartwarming the words were, they couldn't stop the smell of blood that assaulted their nostrils. This was a Jura hell. After a few minutes, which felt like an eternity, Xianxia heard a response. He heard his host's promise. Okay. The calm voice had an indescribable strength. I promise you. His heart finally settled back into his chest. Xianxia believed him. He believed him completely. He didn't have any doubts at all. He would definitely do what he said. Otherwise, he would never agree. Xianxia rubbed against his chest gently and said in a low voice, let's start over. Okay. Xianxia was extremely glad that he and Xianxia had encountered that random mission and had been lucky enough to obtain the life savings. Because of this thing, they could redeem the mistakes they had made, and they could start over again. But at this moment, Xianxia sincerely hoped that they wouldn't need to use their life savings in the future. After a moment of dizziness, Xianxia returned to the original place, Yi Lu's bedroom, on the big and luxurious bed. His mind was a little dazed. In the next moment, he jumped off the bed. Meow, he had to find the host first. He had to keep the promise he just made. He transmigrated in the middle of the night. It was the time when Yi Lu had just sent the miserable Yi Xian away and went to bed after washing up. Since they were in the Yi residence, Xianxia didn't change out of his pajamas. He kicked on his slippers and ran out. Fortunately, he had Yi Lu's memories. He knew where his brother's bedroom was. It was just that the Yi residence took up too much space. Although it was a residence, it was ridiculously large. Fortunately, it was night time and there was no one here. Xianxia used Xianxia's 1,000 li and ran more than 1,000 meters away. The 10 minutes journey was shortened to 1 minute. Then, he stood in front of Yi Mo's bedroom door, panting. He was about to knock when the door opened automatically. The man stood behind the door. The moment he saw Xianxia, a trace of surprise flashed through his usually calm eyes. Xiaoqing? Xianxia panted first. Then, he smiled. How is it? I'm fast, right? Xianxia was still in a daze for a moment. Xianxia caught his breath and blinked at Xianxia. Host, you're so surprised. I'm not used to it. Then, his host came back to his senses. He pulled him over and locked his arms around his waist. He lowered his head and kissed those slightly raised lips deeply. Xianxia widened his eyes. Qian Mo's kiss was very urgent. It was as if he wanted to convey the ecstasy in his heart through this intense kiss. It was also as if he wanted to use this passionate kiss to confirm the truth. He had always been the one who took the initiative to find Xianxia. This was the first time Xianxia came to find him. Before he walked out, Xianxia returned to his side. He used his actions to fulfill his promise. His Xianxia, she really wanted to be his Xianxia. The urgent kiss made the two of them feel more and more passionate. At first, Xianxia was a little worried. Then, he threw it to the back of his mind and took the initiative to respond. Although it was clumsy, it was sincere and contained a strong passion. As they kissed, they unconsciously changed places. When Xianxia came back to his senses, he was already lying on the bed and Xianxia was buried in his chest. The slight chill made him come back to his senses. Xianxia hurriedly pulled down his clothes and looked at Xianxia with a red face. His mouth was tied. Xianxia, don't. Xianxia looked up. His dark eyes were very gentle. Unfortunately, he didn't stop. Xianxia couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. A certain part of his chest was kissed and licked like this. He was weak. But he still couldn't do it. He hurriedly moved away a little and said in a trembling voice, our bodies now, don't. Xianxia, don't. The agile tip of the tongue went down like a feather and swept his lower abdomen. Xianxia trembled slightly. He closed his eyes tightly and clenched the bedsheets with both hands. He forced himself to come back to his senses and then tried to finish his words. We are now, brothers. We are biological brothers. You can't. You can't, he finally said it, but the person on top of him didn't have any intention of stopping. The slender and hot fingers were still moving down ambiguously. Xianxia really couldn't take it anymore, but fortunately, his conscience prevailed. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be touched in any world, so he tried to persuade her again, wait. Until we return to our own bodies before continuing, okay? These words were too beautiful. Xianxia finally looked up and looked at him. Xianxia's eyes were moist. His lips were redder because of the kiss just now. His cheeks were still red. Although he had taken the inhibitor and was only a normal beta, at this moment, it tugged at Xianxia's heartstrings. He lowered his head and kissed him on the lips. Don't be afraid. They aren't biological brothers. Xianxia, what? He seemed to have missed something important. How can they not be biological brothers? Xianxia kissed him on the lips again and said very close, Yilu isn't a child of the Yi family. Su Ran adopted her. This huge revelation stunned Xianxia. Oh my, what's going on? Why didn't he know anything before? And, how did Xianxia know? He was too curious. This thick smell of gossip, just as Xianxia was about to continue what he could have done, the soft body beneath him suddenly burst into a puff of white smoke. The snow-white body on the silver-gray bedsheet was gone, and in its place was a furry, black and white little fellow the size of a palm. Xianxia, the little guy shook his ears and looked at him with a pair of watery little eyes. His voice was childish. What exactly happened? Tell me. Xianxia looked at him calmly and started to think deeply. Was it a good thing or a bad thing to buy him this body? However, the little panda was very smart. He lifted his 4 short little legs and climbed onto his host's palm while wiggling his little butt. He found a comfortable position and lay down obediently. He looked at him with his little eyes and acted like he was listening seriously. Xianxia, after being silent for a while, his other hand finally couldn't help but touch it. When he touched the soft, weak, and warm little body, the little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart immediately flew away. Xianxia stroked his chin and rubbed his belly. He lifted the corners of his lips and explained the entire incident in a gentle tone. Xianxia listened seriously and felt like he had been splashed with dog blood. It was really complicated, but then, Xianxia came back to his senses. He looked at Xianxia excitedly. So, our first side mission can be completed successfully? They weren't biological brothers and Yilu was an omega. She would definitely be a successful match with Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him and said seriously, if you hadn't interrupted us just now, we would have completed the first mission. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. I just received a notification for the main mission, I'll send it to you now. System notification, clues collected. Main mission objective, obtain the Omega Mental Activation Medicine. Xianxia had already received this notification before he loaded the file. However, at that time, he didn't understand what it meant. Now that he heard Qin Mo's words, he finally understood. Shi Yun, and Shi Qing's father, was chased by the Omega Association not only because of the invention of the Omega inhibitor but also because of the transformative experiments that Shi Yuan conducted in the later years. That was the development of the Omega mental activation medicine. As the name suggested, it was a medicine used on Omega. Its effect was to activate the hidden mental power of every Omega. This ability was recorded in ancient books a long time ago. At that time, the number of Omega and Alpha was balanced. Whether it was the birth rate or the survival rate, they were equally matched. It was a prosperous era. Every Alpha could find their own Omega, and every Omega could find their favorite Alpha. It was a normal, harmonious, and positive society. It was the complete opposite of the current vicious cycle. Shi Yuan discovered this history. He used decades to collect information to find the point that maintained the balance. Then, he discovered the power hidden in the Omega's body. The Creator was fair and didn't favor anyone. Omega didn't have a strong body but they had a unique power. It was an indescribably strong mental power. They could use their thoughts to influence others and even control others. This was a powerful ability that was full of mysteries and unknowns. With extraordinary power, ambitious people would be born. The perfect harmony was gradually broken, and it was 2,000 years ago that some ambitious Omega used this power to become the rulers of the world. They enslaved the Alpha as if they were puppets and slaves, and they wantonly starved them. That was a blank history. It was completely erased by today's society. It was an unspeakable, humiliating, and unimaginable era. When the balance was lost, an unavoidable tragedy was born. The ambitious Omega's crazy actions completely aroused the public's anger. Alphas fought back. They slaughtered Omega wantonly and started a dark war that lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, Omega failed. Their mental power fell into an eternal slumber. At the same time, they were marked with an eternal mark. As long as Omega was marked, they could never betray Alpha. This was the revenge of Alpha. They overturned the rule of the Abyss, but gradually stepped into the kingdom of another hell. An era where Omega couldn't survive. When Shi Yuan saw this, he did not want Omega to be strong enough to rule the world again. He only wanted Omega to gain their own power and balance the still abnormal society. Omega would be marked, and they would always belong to their Alpha. However, if the Omega gained spiritual power, would they be able to retain their Alpha forever? We need each other. No one is dependent on the other. If you help me, I will save you. Will this world be on the right track? Shi Yuan did not know, but he believed that this was a path of hope. He worked hard for decades and finally succeeded in developing it, but in the end, he was betrayed and suffered an unprecedented annihilation. Even his Alpha partner was killed. The psychotropic drug was successfully developed, but it disappeared at that moment. Their current mission was to find this medicine. Shi Qing couldn't help but frown. Where do we start? After so many years, the medicine should have been destroyed long ago. Yes, the medicine has been destroyed long ago, but, Qin Mo looked at him and continued, the formula is still there. Shi Qing's eyes lit up. If there was a formula, wouldn't it be fine as long as they made the medicine again? Then where is the formula? Omega Association. Shi Qing paused when he heard this name. Those bad memories couldn't be forgotten so quickly. Fortunately, he was just a little panda and couldn't show his expression. He paused and continued to ask, are you sure? How did you find out? It's Shi Yun. He inherited Shi Yuan's will and has been looking for it. Hearing this, Shi Qing understood. So that was it. That would make things much easier. Even though the Omega Association was heavily guarded, it would be impossible to stop him and Qin Mo. Although the main mission was clear, the main reward of this mission was the side mission. Recalling the side mission of last week, Shi Qing thought that his omnipotent host also had a hard time. It was really a mess. Actually, it was a simple matter. Wasn't it just being a matchmaker? They just had to follow their hearts. The first side mission. Now it seemed easy. The second side mission was to continue the bloodline. Cough, cough, such a difficult mission could only be handed to Yi Lauer. But it also depended on whether Shi Yun was happy or not. If he wasn't happy, this mission might have to be abandoned. As for the third side mission, it was much simpler. Wait, Xianxia suddenly remembered that it was time for Xianxia to run away, wasn't it? This fellow should be about to sneak out, right? Thinking about the chaos that would be caused tomorrow, Xianxia suddenly came to his senses. Now was a great opportunity. He couldn't let Xian, this idiot, do anything stupid again. He had to catch him quickly and plan for the long term. He turned into a human in an instant and said to Xianxia with curved eyes, "Let's go do the mission. Let's finish the third mission first." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Xianxia hurriedly smoothed his hair and tiptoed over to kiss him. He said, "Time is tight. It'll be a pity if we miss it." Since the system's smoothing skill was already maxed out, the host pulled him over and kissed him even harder. Only when this person was in a daze did the host let go. "Let's go." Xianxia chased after Xian with his little heart beating wildly. Xian's short legs were really not enough in the eyes of these two perverts. He had just stepped out of the Yi residence's front door when Xianxia and the others caught up to him. Xian suddenly saw Mo and immediately became nervous. She was afraid that her third brother would catch her. Then, she saw Yi Lu and became confused. Why was his third brother and Xiaoqing together? Didn't these two rarely talk? But then, he didn't have time to think too much. Xianxia pulled him back. "Come back with me." Xian and Xianxia had a good relationship. At this moment, when he saw Yi Lu, he could only QAQ. Xianxia saw him like this and didn't have any temper. But he was very strong now. It was easy to deal with Xian, this little weakling. He easily brought her back to the Yi residence. When they returned to his bedroom, he asked directly, "What are you doing? Are you going to find Linsu?" Xian was panicking inside, but she still put on a strong front. After all, Mo was beside her. He wasn't as close to his third brother as he was to Yi Lu. Seeing that Xian didn't speak, Xianxia continued, "Why are you going to find him? You want to mark him first and then get married?" Xian's face turned red when he suddenly mentioned this. This was Yi Lu. If it was someone else, he would have gone up and beat them up. But he couldn't maintain his face anymore. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "No, no. Then why are you going to find him in the middle of the night?" Xian was speechless. He didn't know what he was going to do either. Xianxia saw that he was listless and knew that he had dealt enough of a blow. He then said earnestly, "You know Linsu. If you go to him so rashly, he will only send you back the way you were and wish you happiness after marriage." Xian's small face turned pale. "If you want to wake this piece of wood up, you have to use some ruthless methods." Seeing that Xianxia was so confident, Xian couldn't help but feel hopeful. He looked up at Xianxia. "You have a way?" "Yes, I have a way. But you have to deal with our dad first." Xian immediately lost his strength. If he could deal with Yi Chen, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. "Dad won't agree." "You've tried?" Xian was stumped. He thought that he knew his father. Ever since he knew that he liked Linsu, he had thought of countless possibilities. All of them would have angered Yi Chen and he would have strictly rejected him in the end. So he never mentioned it, not even a little bit. Now that Yi Chen took the initiative to arrange a marriage for him, Xian didn't dare to say what he thought. He thought that it would be useless even if he said it. Other than angering his father, it wouldn't have any other effect. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head again. "Xiaoqing, it won't work. Dad won't agree. With Linsu's age and status, Dad won't accept any of it." Xianxia looked at him. He really understood what it meant by "the onlooker sees more clearly." He stared at Xian and finally said the main point. "Who told you to go against force with force?" "That's your father. So what if you soften a little? How can a father not love his child? Or do you think that your father hasn't loved you in the past 20 years? Xian was at a loss again. Xianxia really wanted to scold him for being a pighead. He pulled him over and whispered in his ear. After listening to everything, Xian blinked and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. This will work?" Xianxia said seriously, as long as you strictly follow what I say, it will definitely work. Xianxia still couldn't make up her mind. Xianxia was already impatient. You're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. You might as well pack up and get ready to get married tomorrow. This sentence ignited Xianxia's fighting spirit. Although this was a little not in line with his style, if it really worked, it would be worth it, so he stood up, took the posture of a warrior, and went to Yi Chen's bedroom. Qin was far away and didn't hear what Xianxia said to Xianxia. At this moment, he asked, What? What did you say to him? Xianxia chuckled and said, Come on, let's go take a look together and you'll know. Xianxia pulled Qin to the corner to eavesdrop. The moment they walked out of the door, Qin turned his hand and held him. No need. Xianxia widened his eyes. Why? Since you're confident, let's go find Lin Su and finish the mission as soon as possible. Xianxia was still a little confused when he was pulled out of the door by Qin. Why did he feel that his host was so anxious? P*WXCP P*WXCP Xianxia was taken away by Qin and was on the way. He was still regretting that he couldn't judge Xianxia's performance up close. However, since his host was in such a hurry to complete the mission, he couldn't dawdle. Hence, the two of them went straight to Lin Su's residence. On the other hand, at the Yi residence, Xianxia was going all out. She cheered herself on and finally knocked on her father's bedroom door. Grandfather Yi was old. Although he slept early, he didn't sleep deeply. He would wake up at the slightest movement. Who would knock on the door in the middle of the night? He pressed the confirmation button and saw his fourth son. Grandfather Yi frowned. He put on his robe and got out of bed to let Xianxia in. Then, he began to be stupefied. Stupefied. Yi Xiao had been in the military all his life. Although he was not an uncouth man, he was still a pure man. He had spent all his time on love and affection for his wife. He did not have the nerve to consider other people at all. Even if it was his own son, it was the same. Therefore, he didn't know that Xianxia had someone else in her heart. Although it was a little presumptuous of him to find a partner for her, to a certain extent, it was his responsibility and obligation as a father. He didn't think that Xianxia would reject this marriage, just as he didn't think that his prideful fourth son would kneel on the ground with a plop. Xianxia's opening speech was taught well by Xianxia. He said on the spot, Dad, your son is wrong. Your son is unfilial. It's all your son's fault. First, he put down his pride and took responsibility for everything. It was all his fault. He took the initiative to admit defeat and made Grandfather Ye's heart soften. Oh my precious son, what's wrong with you? Then, Xianxia continued to work hard and recited the script that she had memorized in her heart. In the beginning, it was Xianxia who said it word by word for him to hear. When he heard it, he felt that he couldn't say it. Even if he said it, it was rigid and emotionless. Yi Ro could see the flaw in it immediately. But what he didn't expect was that at this time, when he really opened his mouth, these words seemed to have been suppressed in his heart for a long, long time. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. It was completely from his heart, and all his true feelings were naturally revealed. There was no trace of pretense at all. Dad, I don't know what to do. I don't dare to tell anyone else, let alone you. I've spent 5 years trying to forget him, but I can't do it. I know it's impossible between us. His age, his status, his relationship with you, and his relationship with the Yi family are all impossible. I know all of this, I know all of this. But I really can't control it. Dad, I can't do it, I can't forget him. I really don't know what to do. Xianxia's tears kept falling as she spoke. She had never been so embarrassed in her life, and she had never been so humble, but she didn't regret it at all. Just like what Ji Lu said, this was because they loved their father. So what if they were in a sorry state? So what if they were lowly? The old man was completely stunned. His heart was filled with all kinds of condiments, and it was a mixed feeling that he didn't know what to feel. He was a little angry, but more than that, he felt heartache. He knew his own child. If Xianxia stubbornly came to confront him with a straight face, then Yi Wu would definitely fly into a rage. Although she couldn't bear to hit him, she would definitely scold him harshly. She might even forcefully marry him off. But seeing Yi Xian like this, he couldn't get angry. Yi Xian really didn't know what to do. His child really didn't know what to do. That was why she came to see him like this. Yi Xian knelt on the ground. Although her tears kept flowing, she didn't cry at all. Her voice wasn't loud either. It was even a little weak. Dad, I know you're doing this for my own good. You found me the most suitable partner. If there's no one in my heart, I'll definitely live well for the rest of my life. But it's too late. What should I do? Dad, if I don't tell you anything and just get married like this, I really don't know what to do when Gu Yan finds out about my feelings in the end. I haven't forgotten him for 5 years. I don't know if I can forget him in the next 5 years, or the 5 years after that. If I can't forget him, how am I going to face the Gu family? How am I going to face Gu Yan? When that time comes, how am I going to live? If the previous words had softened Yi Ro's heart, then these words had directly hit Yi Ro's heart, making him suddenly wake up. Yi Wu was an alpha. Although he couldn't understand the helplessness of an omega and sometimes couldn't consider everything, he was an experienced elder after all. After being unintentionally enlightened by Yi Xian, he instantly saw a further future. If Yi Xian really had such a deep obsession with Lin Feng and he insisted on her marrying into the Gu family, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. As an alpha, how could they not understand this point? Their omega having someone else in her heart was simply an insult for the rest of her life. Even if she had the support of the Yi family, then Yi Xian's life would also sigh. Yi Wu sighed heavily and helped Yi Xian up. Finally, he said his first sentence of the night, you child. Yi Xian wept without saying a word. Yi Wu felt heartache and helplessness. In the end, he thought of Lin Feng and couldn't help but vent all his anger on him. Lin Feng, that bastard. I was really blind back then. Regarding this, Shi also instructed that if Yi Wu scolded Lin Feng, Yi Xian should listen obediently. Yi Xian actually couldn't care about this right now. His emotions fluctuated greatly and he was also very shocked. He had doubts about Yi Lu's words before. Before he knocked on the door and came in, he also thought about many things. However, all the results pointed to one thing, which was that Yi Wu would fly into a rage and flatly reject him. He might even beat and scold him. He thought that he couldn't communicate with his father. But now that he said it, Yi Wu's reaction was completely beyond his imagination. He didn't beat him or scold him. He could feel that Yi Wu was very angry, but because she felt heartache for him, she endured everything. In the end, his mountain-like father actually sighed helplessly. Yi Xian had never cried for so long in his life. He always knew that Yi Wu doted on him, but he really didn't expect his father to love him so much. And he was actually so unfilial. Although Shi didn't get to watch as he wished, he wasn't worried. Although the old man and Yi Xian almost turned against each other last week, the root of the problem was that they lacked communication and they were blinded by anger. Also, the two of them were too proud and wanted to be strong. Even if they were father and son and brothers, if they blindly clashed with each other, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. If they took a step back from the start, the situation would be completely different. To a certain extent, this was Shi Qing's outlook on life. It was also this outlook that allowed him to live comfortably by Qin Mo's side. Shi Qing followed behind Qin Mo and the two of them entered the Lin residence. In the middle of the night, they saw General Lin, who was still busy with military affairs. After that, Shi Qing witnessed Film Emperor Qin's superb acting skills. Qin Mo strode into the study and grabbed Lin Feng's collar. His eyes were filled with anger. Lin Feng. You beast. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even Shi Qing, who was walking with him, was also stunned. Lin Feng didn't have time to react before a heavy punch landed on his head. What surprised him even more was that he couldn't dodge it at all. But then, the fighting spirit in his body awakened. Lin Feng leaned back and blocked the next wave of attack. Qin Mo's expression didn't change. He turned and punched the target accurately. It was aimed at Lin Feng's head. The two of them went back and forth. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the winner. Shi Qing watched with his mouth wide open for a while. Then, he silently closed his mouth. He was an expert now. He could tell that Xianxia wasn't serious. He was just playing with this blockhead. Of course, Lin Feng didn't dare to use his full strength. He was guilty. Although there was nothing between him and Xian, he liked Xian. This was enough for him to feel guilty for the rest of his life. But they couldn't continue fighting like this. Lin Feng took a break and opened his mouth to say, "Yemo, you, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Xianxia didn't stop. His voice was cold. "You have the guts to do something but don't have the guts to admit it?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He couldn't dodge this move. His handsome face was scratched. In an instant, there was a cut and blood seeped out. But he didn't have time to care. He only said loudly, "I, Lin Feng, am not a coward." This sentence made Xianxia stop. He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking smile, his eyes filled with anger. "Aren't you a coward? Good. Then you will immediately go to the Yi family to propose marriage tomorrow." Propose marriage? Lin Su's expression changed so much that he could go to Sichuan to play with his face. What does this mean? How can I? What? Scared again? Do you know you ruined Xian? Hearing Xian's name, Lin Su's expression changed slightly. Xian, what happened to Xian? Xianxia looked at him coldly. His expression was definitely the best brother in the world. He looked as if he was extremely angry. Not only was his expression on point, but his tone was also very stiff. Xian is an adult. Father is preparing to propose marriage for her. But when he mentioned marriage, all the aristocratic families avoided him. They said that she is General Lin's sweetheart. They said that she was already engaged by you, so no one dared to mention it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Su was completely dumbfounded. Impossible. I didn't. Absolutely not, Xian and I, we have nothing. Xianxia sneered. Nothing? Then tell me what you did these 2 years? Who did you spend your holidays with every year? Who did you go to look for on your days off? Since there is nothing, why do you stay by Xian's side all day? Since there is nothing, why don't you get married? A series of questions made Lin Su's handsome face turn white. He couldn't answer all of them. He liked Xian and only had Xian in his heart. He hated that he couldn't look at her all the time. He usually restrained himself, but as long as Xian looked for him, he couldn't control himself at all. He knew that he wasn't worthy of Xian, so he had been scrupulously abiding by his duty. He didn't even dare to get too close to her. He thought this was enough, but he didn't expect that he still delayed her. Lin Su was disheartened. He knew that the turning point of an Omega's life was marriage. If he was covered in dust without marriage, then this Omega was almost ruined, Xian. Xian should have a better life. She should have a handsome young alpha to love her. They would have children. They would support each other and spend their lives together peacefully. And he would always protect her in the dark. As long as he could see her, he would be satisfied. But these were all destroyed by him. Lin Su stood there in a daze. The brave and unstoppable general on the battlefield was at a loss at this moment. Xianxia looked at him. His voice calmed down, but it was still as cold as ice. Don't find excuses for yourself. The so-called good for Xian is just because you are timid. As a general of the Federation, you are simply a coward. You are afraid that Xian is young, you are afraid that her temperament is unstable, you are afraid that her love is just an impulse. You are afraid that as time passes, you will become older and older. You are afraid that Xian will hate you, leave you, and abandon you. You are so afraid that you don't dare to take a step forward. You are so afraid that you would rather never touch her than lose her after getting her. You don't even dare to fight for her. You only know how to blindly imagine that there will be a better person to love Xian. Why don't you think about whether Xian, whose heart is with you, can be accepted by others? You keep saying that it is all for Xian, but in fact, you are selfish and only think about yourself. Am I right? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with disdain. You selfish and timid coward. After listening to Qin Mo's words, Lin Su's entire body stiffened. It was as if cold water had been poured over his head. It was bone-chilling, but it suddenly woke him up. He had never thought about what Qin Mo said, but what about in his subconscious mind? Was he really afraid in the depths of his heart? The so-called happiness for Yi Xian, what exactly was happiness? Yi Xian liked him, but he pushed her away. Yi Xian fearlessly wanted to be with him, but he didn't even have the courage to hug her. Age, status, identity, even if he was burdened with these, couldn't he give Yi Xian happiness? In the end, would there be a second alpha in this world who loved him as deeply as he did? Lin Su's confused eyes gradually calmed down. He finally understood. Yi Xian had the courage to face everything. What right did he have to be afraid? If he wanted Yi Xian to be happy, he had to work hard to fight for it. He didn't have to count on the possible future. After waking Lin Su up, Qin dragged the movie king out of success. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the movie king stopped acting. What anger? What contempt? What anger? What anger? He flapped his wings and flew away. Qin Mo was still Qin Mo. Everything in this world had nothing to do with him. Qin worshipped him. Host, if you had used this trick earlier, wouldn't this side mission have been easily solved? But Qin only knew how to mutter in his mind. He wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. In the end, if it was really to complete the mission quickly, it was definitely faster to tie Yi Xian up and marry Gu Yan. Anyway, she was marrying his younger brother. It was fine as long as she married him. Who cared who she married? But this time, Qin Mo took a step back. He even cooperated with Qin to put on a show. To be honest, Qin was a little touched. His host was gradually walking towards a broad road to recovery, wasn't it? Although it was very subtle, as long as the direction was right, she could move forward like a snail to the end. After our naive system's little panda encouraged itself, it was full of fighting spirit again. Speaking of which, their luck was exploding. They had just solved a pair of problems here. On the way back to the Yi house, because they took a shortcut, another pair of troublesome protagonists jumped out by themselves. Qin's reaction was a little slower. Qin Mo pulled him and leaned against the corner of the wall. The corner was very narrow and the two of them would be easily exposed if they stood, so Qin Mo hugged her in his arms. Their chests were pressed tightly against each other. In addition, Yi Lu's figure was rather thin, so they looked like one person. Qin felt dizzy and wanted to move. Qin Mo's hands pressed down hard on his hips, immobilizing him. His large hands were still warm as he placed them on such a sensitive part of her body, sticking close to her thin clothes. Qin instantly turned into a crayfish. Just as he was about to speak, a rather familiar voice came from outside. Huh? It sounds like second brother Yizhen's voice. Qin's crayfish immediately pricked up its ears. In the middle of the night, when he was outside, he would either go to a bar or pick up girls. This saying was popular in any era, including this era. Yizhen didn't sleep in the middle of the night, but he really didn't come to do this. His heart and lungs were full of the good brother who went through fire and water with him. How could he still see other people? He came out purely because he had no choice but to socialize. As the second young master of the Yi family, Yizhen was just a little butterfly among the flowers before he realized his feelings. He was a reckless scum. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he had a bunch of bad friends. Even if he washed his hands of the gold basin and didn't interact with some of his friends outside, there were still some who grew up with him that he couldn't kick away no matter what. Yizhen's friends were all fond of such things. He was not in a good mood now, but considering that they had been friends for half their lives, he might be beaten up if he just ignored them. Therefore, Yizhen deliberated and came once. He did not drink or fool around. He really came to catch up on their brotherhood. But halfway through this brotherhood talk, he saw his sweetheart in the blink of an eye. The moment he saw Shiyun, Yizhen felt extremely guilty. He hurriedly tried to clear his name and almost knelt on the washboard. But on second thought, he was stunned again. Why was his little Yun here? He was usually quite narcissistic, but right now, he didn't believe that Shiyun came to look for him. So, Shiyun also came to play? Yizhen was in a bad mood. But fortunately, Yizhen was used to being shameless. In addition, he was the one who chased after Shiyun. Yun's character was fierce. He really didn't dare to provoke Yun, so he used his old trick. He pretended to be pitiful while beating around the bush. It was a pity that his dodging look fell into Yun's eyes. He was obviously guilty. Of course, Yun didn't come to look for Yi Jin. It was a coincidence that he appeared here. Yi Jin, the eldest young master, had a social engagement. Was Yun not here? His colleagues in the army would usually come here to drink and relax. Yun hated this kind of place, but he was now an alpha and had to work hard to adapt. He called for 1 out of 10 times so that he wouldn't be alone and worked hard to fit in. Who knew that he would see second young Master Yi talking and laughing the moment he arrived, when he thought of Yi Jin's non-stop love for him and then looked at the eldest young master who was handling it with ease. Yun felt that he was really king blind. This kind of trash with a mouth full of nonsense should be crushed with a slap and thrown out of the wall. Yun's anger surged, but he still suppressed it and pretended not to see. Who knew that Yi Jin would actually run over and keep quibbling? Explain my ass. Who the *CK would believe it? Yun became more and more unable to suppress his anger. He turned and left. Yi Jin actually followed behind him. Both of them had high physical fitness. It didn't take long for them to leave the crowd. But they didn't expect to bump into Qing and Qin Mo. While Yi Jin was still pitifully analyzing himself, Yun was already extremely angry. With a cold face, he said, "Scram. Who the *CK cares what you do? Don't talk nonsense and annoy people." When he said this, his face was impatient. But in fact, Yun really couldn't listen anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, it would be a mess. It was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Yi Jin. From the military school to the army, and then to the cruel and cold-blooded battlefield, the two of them fought side by side and lived and died together. There was a special mission. Out of their team of 15 people, only the two of them came back. Yun survived. Yi Jin really risked his life. With such a foundation of feelings, it was impossible for Yun to not take Yi Jin to heart. But they were too familiar with each other and understood each other too well. He knew how casual Yi Jin was in the past, and how much he didn't trust him now. It was indeed untrustworthy. He said that he liked him and cared about him regardless of the secular world and family background. But in the end? Didn't his nature not change and he came to play happily? Ever since Yun became sensible and inherited his father's will, he had planned to be alone for the rest of his life. He wouldn't delay any Omega. Naturally, he wouldn't find any Alpha. He just wanted to finish what his father couldn't finish. He just wanted to find his twin brother. That was enough. As for Yi Jin, no matter what, he would be his good brother for life. But to go further, it was impossible. They weren't suitable. Yun's expression fell into Yi Jin's eyes. Yi Jin felt a dull pain in his heart. But this was the advantage of being thick-skinned. He was determined not to let go, so he could withstand normal injuries. So, he continued to assure himself. Yun, I really didn't do anything. You saw it. Yan 3 and the others were with me. They called me a few times, but I only came once. I didn't even drink a mouthful of wine. I can't do anything else. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, smell it. Of course, Yun knew whether he drank or not. But Yun really didn't want to waver. He pushed him away. Yun's face was full of disgust. His voice was as cold as ice. Yi Jin, I've told you many times. We can be brothers, but other things are impossible. I won't like any Alpha. This was the first time Yun said it so clearly. Although Yi Jin was thick-skinned, his heart was still made of flesh. At this moment, he really couldn't take it anymore. He stared at Yun for a long time before saying, "So, it's okay to be an Omega?" It was even more impossible to be an Omega. Yun hurriedly stopped the words that were about to come out of his mouth. How could he say this out loud? He paused slightly. When he turned and saw Yi Jin's appearance, he steeled his heart and raised his voice. Of course. I'm an Alpha. My lover can only be an Omega. I only like Omega. This sentence made Yi Jin lose his spirit. He lowered his head. In a low voice, he seemed to be talking to himself. But I can't become an Omega. Shiyun's body stiffened. He looked at Yi Zhen and immediately closed his eyes. He opened his mouth. His voice was crisp and cold. Yes, we're both alpha. So, it's absolutely impossible. Qing, who was hiding in the corner and listening to the good show, was already blinking his eyes curiously. There was obviously something fishy going on between these two. You might think that you're cool and arrogant when you're in the situation. But from an outsider's perspective, you're full of loopholes. Shiyun, if you dare to say that you're not interested in second brother Yi, then I'm not your biological brother, so, what's so awkward about it? Qing was close to Qin Mo. It was convenient to whisper in his ear. Shiyun is this body's biological brother? Qin Mo nodded. His mouth happened to be on someone's neck. He simply didn't leave. Qing trembled from his licking. He hurriedly grabbed his hand and continued the topic. But why doesn't he look like me at all? Qin Mo blew hot air. Their facial features are very similar. They're twin brothers. He's wearing a face-changing mask. When Qing heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't care less about the increasingly naughty big hand behind him. Twin? Exactly the same? Yes. Qing smiled with curved eyes. He had an idea in his heart. He let go of Qin Mo's hand and hugged his head. He tiptoed and kissed him. I think we're about to complete the mission. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to pull him over and kiss him fiercely, a certain panda ran away with a whoosh. So, pandas should have zero agility. Coupled with the god of 1,000 miles, it really made people unhappy. Qing, who jumped out, strode towards the two people who were quarreling. Then, he shouted with a face full of surprise, "Second brother, why are you here?" Yi Zhen was still sad. When he saw his little brother, he was stunned. He was the one who wanted to ask, what was his little brother doing here, back to the other person involved. After student Shiyun saw Qing's face clearly, he was completely stunned. He had searched for more than 10 years. He never expected that his little brother was actually Yi Zhen's little brother. Last week, when Shiyun and Qing recognized each other as brothers, it was a mess. Not to mention that Qing was in a daze and forgot himself. At that time even Shiyun couldn't immediately say, "I'm your brother." So, at that time, he only cared about that accident. When Shiyun was about to explain, Yi Zhen was once again overwhelmed by his own jealousy. He carried his two younger brothers and ran away. Shiyun was stunned and could not catch up. Speaking of which, the reason why Yi Zhen was so stupid at that time couldn't be separated from tonight's quarrel. It was because Shiyun was too fond of A&O, which made Yi Zhen wake up. He was afraid that Shiyun would marry his little brother, so he ran away in a hurry. What happened after that was even more messy. When Shiyun rushed over, they really recognized each other. But the host had been completely activated. What happened after that? Cough cough, since they had already started all over again, it was better not to mention it. And this week, Qing took the initiative to jump out. There were no accidents, so Shiyun naturally didn't delay the opportunity. He went forward to recognize his brother immediately. There was no need to say much. He just took off the mask. Especially since Qing was still waiting for him to recognize his brother. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. He was symbolically surprised, and tears welled up in his eyes. As someone who really had an older brother, his sense of immersion was very fast. As long as he thought about Shiryu for a moment, Qing got into character. The two brothers hugged their heads and cried. Yi Zhen was shocked like a piece of wood. What kind of goddamn twist was this? But soon after, his miraculous brain circuit lit up with a ding. Twins, so similar, must be the same egg. If they were the same egg, his fifth brother was a beta. Then. Yi Zhen pulled Shiyun over and stared at him. You're a beta? Shiyun was stunned. He was dizzy from the excitement of finding his little brother just now. He was so careless that he forgot about this matter. Fortunately, Qing disguised as a beta, so he could also say that he was a beta. Unfortunately, his hope was dashed in the next second. A calm but irresistible voice sounded behind them. Xiaoqing is an omega. She is my omega. What? Yizhen saw the person who spoke clearly. Who else could it be but his third brother? Qin Mo wasn't in a good mood to repeat himself. He just separated the two brothers who were hugging each other and pulled his little panda into his arms. Even if they were brothers, hugging each other like this was an eyesore. Yizhen's brain was still in a blank state. His third brother's short sentence contained too much information, so much that he couldn't grasp the main point. Little Qing wasn't his brother. He was his little Yunyan's long-lost twin brother. Little Qing wasn't a beta, but an omega. And it was his third brother's omega? And, if little Qing was an omega, then wouldn't the twin, Shiyun, be God? There were too many points. One brain wasn't enough to handle all of this, so much information came out all at once. Should he be shocked or surprised? It was a complete mess. Taking advantage of his shock, Shiyun came back to his senses. He pulled Qing and wanted to run. Fortunately, he was stopped by Qin Mo. Yizhen finally came back to his senses. Who cared about what happened between his third brother and fifth brother? Anyway, they weren't brothers. Even if they got married tomorrow, it didn't matter. The main point was that his fifth brother was an omega. Shiyun was 100% an omega. This was the biggest surprise of the year. Yizhen grabbed Shiyun and straightened his body. The ecstasy in his eyes was so strong that it was about to burst out. You're an omega, you're an omega. Shiyun. F***ck, how was he going to explain this? Yizhen was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. You're an omega, I'm an alpha, you can't reject me anymore. We're a match made in heaven. Qing, who was watching from the side, saw Yizhen's stupid look and said such stupid words. He really couldn't look at him directly. Shiyun was also shocked by Yizhen's stupidity. His reaction was slow by half a beat. He didn't expect that Yizhen, who had been pretending to be pitiful, would be so bold. He hugged Shiyun, lowered his head, and kissed the lips of his dreams. His strength was outrageous. Shiyun was caught off guard by him. Fortunately, he was skilled. An omega who could disguise as an alpha was an absolute weirdo. He stepped back and attacked fiercely. Yizhen couldn't dodge in time. Half of his face was swollen and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Qing, brother, you are so violent. Yizhen, with blood at the corner of his mouth and a silly smile on his face. Wife, you're the best. Federal Memorial Year 5210, November. Old Master Yi felt that he was really old. What happened this month was really one wave after another. It was so tight that he didn't even have time to catch his breath. First, it was his fourth son who fell in love with Lin Su, a great general of the Federation who was 30 years older than him. Then, Lin Su, this bastard, actually came to the Yi residence with great fanfare to propose marriage. He kicked him out, but that bastard came back again. He was a great general, but he waited in front of the Yi residence for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking, just to get Yi Ro to agree. Yi Wu knew that Lin Su was doing this for the good of the Yi family. He lowered his status to the lowest possible level and praised Xianxia to the sky. Since he did this, no one could say that Yi Wu was selling her son. Old Master Yi sighed for many days. Before he could get over this hurdle, another big bomb lit the fuse and was waiting to explode. The youngest son he raised for 18 years wasn't his son. The moment Yi Wu received the letter from his wife, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Although he was shocked, he could only accept it. Even if Yi Lu wasn't his biological son, he was willing to continue to treat him as his son after so many years. But who knew that his third son would actually tell him that he liked Qing and wanted to marry her? Old Master Yi still hadn't walked out of the reality of not being his son and immediately said, "He's your brother." His third son was very calm. "He's not my brother." Old Master Yi reacted half a beat later. Oh my, he really wasn't, but after being together for so many years, suddenly his son became his daughter-in-law. It was a bit strange. While he was still out of breath, his third son, Lei Feng, Li Xing, brought the family to do a blood test report. What kind of family was the Yi family? A bunch of paparazzi would follow their every move. Once the test results came out, the entire world knew about it. Ah, so the youngest son of the Yi family wasn't their biological son. He was adopted and was a top-grade Omega. He grew up with his third son and they loved each other. They were already preparing to get engaged. Aristocratic families were still the best. They found a child bride for their son when he was young. How fortunate, everyone said that rumors shouldn't be heard. Yi Wu, as the father, didn't know anything yet the outside world was already talking about GMO and Shurqing's wedding in a month's time. What a load of bullshit, but, what was his third son busy with recently? Why wasn't he around? Was there really a surprise waiting for him? These 3 sons tormented old Master Yi until he was 100 times more energetic. After a few days, he received another small bomb. But this bomb was a joke. Old Master Yi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. His second son, the second son who chased after Alpha all over the Milky Way, actually became reliable all of a sudden, so the Alpha he chased after was actually an Omega and Xiaoqing's twin brother. This was great. What the heck was this? The more he looked at this daughter-in-law, the more satisfied he was. Hurry up and get married and have children. Old Master Yi finally saw hope for the rest of his life. It had been a lively month. Yi Qiu kept saying that he was old and useless, but anyone who saw him would feel that this old man who was almost 80 years old had been reborn and had become more than 20 years younger. If he had this energy 2 years ago, he could still be the marshal for 10 years. Qin Mo was very busy these few days. Although Shurqing vaguely knew something, when it really came to this, he was still stunned. The ring made of precious crystal was slid onto his ring finger. Qin Mo raised his hand and kissed it gently. His black eyes were shining like beautiful fireworks in the night sky. Shurqing, let's get married. Shurqing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to laugh it off. There were many excuses, such as, this was to successfully complete the first side mission, but he couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Shurqing looked at Qin Mo like this. As he looked, his head heated up and he said, okay. After he finished speaking, he saw that pair of beautiful black eyes instantly lit up. Then, Shurqing felt his heart start to rebel. His heart was beating fast, his face was hot, and his head was a little messy. But the corners of his mouth were still curled up. He couldn't help but want to smile. This kind of happiness that came from inside out couldn't be hidden no matter what. It was amazing. He never imagined that he and his host would have such a day. But when it really happened, he felt that it was too wonderful. They would get married. Under the witness of countless people, they would hold each other's hands and walk forward together. It was legal and reasonable. They would receive the sincere blessings of their family, friends, and even strangers. For the first time, Shurqing felt that this wonderful world was quite good. November 19th. It was destined to be a chaotic and busy day. Qin Mo's high efficiency was on full display in this month. He settled Ji Xian and Lin Su, settled Ji Zhen and Shi Yun. Finally, he held Shurqing's hand and walked into the sacred church together. The Yi family's happy event shocked the entire Milky Way. 3 sons on the same day, at the same place, married at the same time. This kind of scene was really unprecedented. Old Master Yi thought, my mouth is going to be crooked from happiness. Under such circumstances, Old Master Yi didn't feel angry at all when he saw that bastard Lin Su. His children and grandchildren had their own blessings. He was very satisfied to be able to see them find the person they liked and walk into the hall of marriage hand in hand. They were all partners that they chose themselves. As for whether they could live a good life, it was all up to them. Old Master Yi felt that he was an unprecedentedly open-minded good parent. It was an exciting, nervous, and extremely chaotic day. Shurqing was as tired as a cow. But at the same time, he was glad that it wasn't an ancient wedding. Otherwise, it would be funny if they got into the wrong bridal sedan and married the wrong person. But although he was very tired, Shurqing was very happy as long as he turned his head to look at the people beside him. Bubbles bubbled in his heart. His whole body was about to turn pink. He never thought that he would have a wedding. He would have such a grand, romantic, fairy tale-like wedding with his host. Although they weren't in their own world, they had each other in this strange world. Yes, they only had each other. Him, only him. During the wedding, in order to avoid chaos, Shurqing still took the suppressant. But the duration of the drug's effect was calculated. At night, it would slowly fade. But his host obviously didn't care about this. He returned to the bedroom. The moment he opened the door, he pressed him against the wall. He kissed him intensely as if he wanted to devour the other person. He had waited for too long. In order to taste the delicious food that he had been longing for, he had burned all of his patience. He separated his teeth and their lips and tongues intersected. The electric current flowed along the tip of the tongue in a straight line. The waves of numbness and itchiness were intoxicating. Just kissing wasn't enough to satisfy him. Xianxia directly tore the beautiful snow-white gown that he had personally chosen into pieces. He eagerly caressed the warm and tender skin. His fingers moved nimbly. He smoothly heard the soft moans of the person in his arms that couldn't be controlled. Caressing, teasing, and kissing. In the beginning, they were still able to maintain their rationality. The two of them were still proceeding step by step. But as the suppressant gradually disappeared, the two of them gradually became emotional. An intoxicating fragrance strongly stimulated each other's senses. That indescribable feeling came again. Xianxia felt the heat in his body increase exponentially. A soft force took control of his entire body and went straight to his lower abdomen. The heavy feeling made his limbs weak. The emptiness in his body made him go crazy. He hugged Xianxia tightly. His empty mouth finally murmured, "Xianxia, Xianxia, kiss me. Hurry up and kiss me." The response he received was a hot kiss that could drown people. Xianxia raised his head and hugged his neck tightly. It was as if nothing was enough. The hot kiss only made him more and more unbearable. His burning body longed for relief. The unbearable part of his back had already secreted liquid. He felt it. It was extremely embarrassing, but he couldn't ignore it. He couldn't even control himself. His hips rubbed against him. He even wanted to scream out loud. Come in, come in, come in quickly. I can't take it anymore." Xianxia, his host, on the other hand, felt his desire when he touched the two extremely elastic parts of her body. His Xianxia was already prepared. She was already inviting him. He wanted him, didn't he? He wanted him to possess him. He wanted him to enter him. He wanted him to completely possess him. The one-way desire to possess received a response. The Demon King's sacrifice fell in love with the Demon King. There was no more wonderful moment than this. Xianxia held the person under him tightly. He knew that for generations to come, even if it was death, he wouldn't let go. This person would always be his. The final peak arrived. The beautiful body under him raised his neck, slender waist, and back due to the huge stimulation. The arc was so beautiful that it made people unable to look away. Xianxia didn't come out. He held his waist in this position, bent down slightly, and planted a light kiss. Xianxia, I don't know what love is, but I only have you. Xianxia was defeated by the weird settings in this weird world. He knew that Omega would go into heat and knew that Omega's body was a little strange, but he really didn't know that Alpha's body was so weird. Although the first half of the session was awesome, the second half was too much for him to handle. He couldn't bear it. As soon as the strange knot was opened, he was completely locked down and could only passively accept it. The boiling hot liquid came in waves like this, and the pleasure was so strong that it made people's scalp tingle. He didn't care about his little brother at all, and continued to scream and climax. This feeling was too crazy. Such an intense combination lasted for too long. In the end, he became delirious and fainted. When he woke up the next day, he still had lingering fears. As long as he recalled the situation last night, he couldn't help but feel hot all over. At the same time, his limbs began to feel soft. When he woke up early in the morning, he had already been washed clean and stayed in his host's arms. The arms on his waist were very hard. The pair of big hands that almost drove him crazy last night were still attached to his buttocks. This position was too ambiguous. Xianxia was very uncomfortable and felt a little dizzy at the same time. Omega's sense of smell would be infinitely magnified after they had sex, but they could only smell the unique scent of the alpha that marked him and would be confused because of this smell. Xianxia felt that he was a little tempted. The panting gradually became louder. Xianxia couldn't help but move, and the person hugging him woke up. the low-end hoarse voice had a seductive sexiness to it. "You're awake?" Qing's little heart trembled. He lowered his head and hummed, but then the short turned into a high ah. Qin carried him up horizontally and made him sit down with his legs propped up. The place that was moist because of the passion, coupled with the overexertion last night, was pushed to the deepest part when he used force. Qing's voice trembled. Out of control, out of passion. The sound he made unconsciously seemed to have a hook. It made Qin, who wanted to tease him, speed up and down, holding his waist. In the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky. When he really left the bed, it was already afternoon. The side mission was almost finished. It was time to finish the main mission. After acknowledging Qing once again found out about her biological father, Yuan, as well as the formula for the psychoactive drug that was hidden in the Omega Association. Qing and Qin took over the task of finding the formula. When they returned to the Omega Association, Qing felt as though a lifetime had passed. Even if he didn't want to think about it, he couldn't help but recall last week's tragedy. He couldn't help but shake his head, trying to get rid of the bad memories. As he turned his head, he saw a familiar face. It was Xianxia, the classmate who had left angrily after going on a blind date with Qin last week. In this lifetime, Xianxia didn't go on a blind date with Qin. What he saw was two blissful couples. Looking at Omega's rosy cheeks, and then looking at Alpha's affectionate face, he felt very unhappy. "Humph, you're all married, but I haven't found a partner. I'm really unhappy." That was why she hated people who showed off their love the most. His eyes were almost blinded. Xianxia and young Master Li turned around. They didn't even look at them, patting their butts and leaving. Qing didn't have a bad impression of this young master. He remembered that in the end, Xianxia had tried to help him. Unfortunately, this Omega's real body was delicate and weak. It was easy to push her down, so she hadn't been of much help. She had almost lost her own life. But since she had such intentions, he had seen and remembered it. Naturally, he wouldn't forget. But just as he wanted to express a friendly attitude, she turned around and left. She didn't give him a chance at all. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he and Xianxia were born to be incompatible. Even if the blind date hadn't happened, it seemed that the two of them couldn't be friends. But Qing didn't think too much about it. He would have a chance to return the favor. He just hoped that this time, Xianxia would have a good home. Because of this small episode, Qing's somewhat gloomy mood suddenly brightened up. As he watched Xianxia leave, he also felt relieved. What happened last time wouldn't happen again. All the people involved would be alive. And in the future, he held Qin hand tightly. In his heart, he silently said that in the future, such a thing wouldn't happen again. The infiltration plan was unusually smooth. The two of them easily obtained the medicine formula. It was so easy. On one hand, Qin and Qing's skills were many times better than the current humans. On the other hand, it was also because Yuan had worked hard for so many years to determine the accurate location. He acted as alpha, infiltrated the army, and entered their internal department. After so many years of beating around the bush and planning hard, he finally obtained detailed data and information. Now, he handed it over to Qing. Qing relied on this information to successfully obtain the formula. The moment he saw the formula, the eyes of Yuan, who had always been smart and capable and even swift and fierce, turned slightly red. Now, Olji, who had turned into a loyal dog and a wifecon, immediately circled around him anxiously. In the end, he was sent flying by Yuan with a slap. He rolled to a corner and drew circles. With the formula, the process of making the medicine was very smooth. At this time, Olji finally became mighty and domineering. He now held a position in the army and was the eldest son of the Yi family. He had a lot of authority. With him supporting Yuan's actions, it was the biggest help. Then, Lin Su was added. Lin Su heard about this medicine and was very supportive of promoting it. From the overall situation, as long as it was properly controlled, this was definitely the beginning of a virtuous cycle. It was the beginning of a truly harmonious and stable society. And from a selfish point of view, he sincerely hoped that this medicine existed. He had always been worried that he would leave before Xian, leaving Xian alone. She would have a hard time. If this potion was invented and Xian took it, she would have the ability to protect herself. Even if he left, Xian would be able to live well alone. What he didn't know was that Omega, who had activated their spiritual ability, had much more power than they imagined. If they truly loved their alpha, they could even strengthen their alpha's physical fitness, extend their lifespan, and slow down their aging. Of course, they would only know this after a long time. And at that time, this world would have truly entered the right track. After successfully making the spiritual activation medicine, Xianxia and the others took it one after another. Then, he and Qianmo should leave this world. The mission was completed successfully. The two of them left. When they entered the space-time tunnel, Xianxia was still in a daze for a moment. He left this world just like that. Although there were some bad memories, now that he recalled them, only the good memories were left. He and Qianmo had made their feelings clear. He and Qianmo were married. He and his host were together. Everything was so unexpected. But after experiencing it and looking back, it was so logical. Xianxia unconsciously curved the corners of his mouth. He was still smiling foolishly when he was drowned out by a series of notifications. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up even higher. So many coins. His eyes had turned into copper coins. Okay, unfortunately, the time spent in the system space was extremely short. He didn't even have time to count the string of zeros behind the coins before he had to return to the real world. After another bout of dizziness, the two of them appeared in a dark cave. Well, in the past, this place was as bright as day. However, Xianxia's greedy little habit had reached the peak. He moved all the luminous pearls, from the big durian to the small fist, into his own space. Thus, this cave, which had been dug with holes by the Hydra's head, could only be reduced to darkness. It seemed a little too dark. Xianxia reluctantly took out a small luminous pearl and held it in his hand as a light bulb. When he turned his head and saw Qianmo, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "I didn't have time to tell you just now. All our missions have been completed. All kinds of rewards have been stacked, multiplied, and multiplied. In the end, we have a total of 390,000 coins." They really hit the jackpot. Immediately, Xianxia was puzzled. How did the second side mission also complete? What about continuing the Yi family bloodline? When they left, there didn't seem to be any children born. He voiced his doubts. Qianmo stared at him and said casually, "Someone should be pregnant." Xianxia, v. Immediately, he understood. Haha. 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 Xianxia's body is really good. You're pregnant so quickly. Damn, Qianmo touched his small earlobe and licked it gently. He said seriously, "Maybe it's you. After all, you raised your little but so many times." Xianxia, come. Come on, a crack in the ground. I want to fall in and commit suicide, or I should find a fridge to cool down, and Host, are you really a man when you say such hooligan words so seriously? After all, Xianxia's skills were not enough and he was thin-skinned. After hearing Qianmo's words and thinking about it, his head started to heat up. And this place was pitch black. People could be seen. The two of them were close together. Their breaths mixed. It was really ***. The atmosphere was thick. Qianmo looked at Xianxia's slightly red neck. His eyes deepened slightly. He leaned closer and said in a low voice, "Ching ching." Just 2 words made Xianxia's legs go weak. Could he not take out the big killer weapon? But after that, he couldn't think anymore. He was no longer in Omega's body. Xianxia's body had not developed at all. Although the foreplay was enough, the first time was still slightly painful. However, after he entered, he gradually entered a better state. Although he was no longer an Omega, his body had inherited the bloodline of a cute beast. To a certain extent, the best of the cute beasts among the sub-beasts were more suitable to endure and had stronger sensitivity. After a few collisions, his voice was on the verge of breaking. When it reached the peak, he couldn't help but raise his neck. An indescribable heat spread from the inside out. Then, with a flap, the red panda's ears stood up through its soft hair, and a short, round, small, and charming white tail appeared on its white buttocks. Xianxia took a look and couldn't help but speed up. Because of the forceful movements, his black round ears swayed and his white little tail stuck up slightly. The part that carried him was so tight and graceful that it was unimaginable. They kept colliding at high speed, crazily demanding and occupying. Until the last moment, Xianxia hugged him tightly. At this moment, his empty heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Xianxia, his Xianxia. They were really inseparable. This time, the 3 hours passed faster than the wind. Although they had been in different worlds for many days, in Xianxia's world, they had only experienced a short 15 hours, not even a day. If there was another bystander watching, he would realize that the two of them had met in the morning and slept together at night. That was really fast, wasn't it? Xianxia thought in a daze. To a certain extent, he had caught up with the trend. Wasn't it the legendary 419? Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee, your sister, my waist must be broken. Xianxia made full use of the 3 hours when the space was closed. In the dark cave, his Xianxia was so tired that she couldn't even shout. It was also thanks to the fact that both of them had strengthened their physical fitness and had strong stamina. In addition, the bloodline of the cute beast had a strong recovery ability. Not only did Xianxia recover quickly, but the host who was inseparable from him recovered even faster. But the most ridiculous thing was that as long as Xianxia didn't take the initiative to go out, he couldn't transform into a little panda. He could only maintain this ridiculous posture and be like this again and again. If he wore clothes and had semicircular ears and a little tail, he could still be said to be cute. But when he took off his clothes, these two things suddenly changed. Xianxia was miserable beyond words and begged for mercy. Every time, his host would say seriously, "Okay, no problem." But in the blink of an eye, he straightened again, and then Xianxia's words changed. He was sincerely begging for mercy, but after being hit like this, begging for mercy became flirtatious. "No problem, my ass, I'm going to be played to death. To hell with the stupid bloodline. To hell with the little panda," begging for a survival disc, begging to load. He didn't want this lousy thing even if he was beaten to death, but unfortunately, he couldn't load in this life. When he woke up again, they were already in a different place. They were no longer in the dark cave. Xianxia could barely distinguish the following and understood that they had returned to the system space. To enter the system space, he needed to open it. Although Xianxia didn't stop for the past 3 hours, he remembered the time and asked him if the space could be opened while he was panting. Xianxia said in a daze, and then the two entered the system space in such an embarrassing position. Then, Xianxia rubbed her temples. She couldn't bear to look back. She couldn't bear to look back. Let them go with the wind. He didn't know how long he had slept. He thought that his back would hurt and his legs would cramp, but the abnormal adorable beast bloodline played an abnormal role. Classmate Xianxia, who should have been played to death, felt unexpectedly refreshed and full of energy at this moment. His waist wasn't broken, his legs weren't bent, his arms were strong, and his chest was comfortable. Even that place was only left with a little burning sensation. He had also secretly taken a look at his host's size. He had been done this and that, but he only felt a burning pain. Haha, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. Xianxia was speechless for a moment, then she looked at him in disbelief. There was nothing to be proud of. It was very embarrassing. Let this damned bloodline die. He was not happy. The palm-sized red panda silently hid in the corner and drew circles. Our little Xianxia needed time to heal his pure man heart that had been severely damaged. But before he could finish drawing a circle, he was scooped up by his host and landed firmly in the palm of his hand. The red panda pulled his ears and spread out his limbs. He lay on his stomach in a splayed position and groaned weakly. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at him. His fingers gently scratched his little chin. The originally depressed red panda immediately raised his neck slightly uncontrollably and narrowed his little eyes. He was extremely comfortable. Xianxia smiled unconsciously and kissed his furry head. He said in a low voice, "Okay, let's look at the reward." As soon as he heard the reward, Xianxia's curved little eyes immediately lit up. Oh my, he almost forgot about this. they had a lot of coins that they hadn't had time to spend. The red panda hurriedly jumped up and pounced directly on the big screen. All the missions were completed perfectly. The basic rewards were doubled, and the side missions were stacked again. After a series of stacks, the final total was 398765. Nearly 400,000 coins. Even if the system could only get half of it, Xianxia still got 200,000 coins. He was so happy that he could only see his teeth and not his eyes. But then, another notification made him widen his eyes. Because he sealed his memory, his duty was no longer to observe the system from the side. Instead, he was integrated into the small world. Therefore, the system's rule of only getting half of the mission reward was broken. Therefore, he received the same amount of coins as the host. The red panda took a deep breath and leaned back in excitement. Fortunately, Xianxia caught him quickly and didn't fall to the ground and fall on his butt. Then, Xianxia was worried again. There were so many coins. How was he going to spend them? It was so worrying. Greater than or equal to, / with this sweet burden, Xianxia looked at Xianxia. He wanted to see what his host was going to buy. The first step was still to strengthen the body. But now that he was close to the upper limit, he would reach the maximum level if he strengthened another 100,000 coins. He couldn't strengthen any more. Xianxia also used 100,000 coins. But even so, they still had nearly 300,000 coins left. There were still many things to buy. But to be honest, Xianxia didn't care much about the remaining things. Although there were many kinds of martial arts manuals and all kinds of spells, and each one looked more powerful than the other, these things couldn't be learned casually. Spells required quality and not quantity, and this quality had to be compatible with the user. Before Xianxia was cheated, he had two completely different cultivation experiences. The first time was in the Soaring Firmament sect. The orthodox cultivation method was a top-notch path of cultivation. That was the most suitable cultivation method for himself that he had painstakingly researched for many years. His progress was rapid and his prospects were promising. But in the end, it was abolished by Qin Jingjun and he fell into the demonic path. His temperament changed drastically. The cultivation method from back then was no longer suitable for him to practice. However, Lu Jiuyuan had his own set of cultivation methods for the demonic path. At that time, Lu Jiuyuan had spent a lot of effort on Xianxia in order to nurture his cauldron. He had searched for the most suitable cultivation method for him, the fastest progress, and provided a large number of pills and a mystic realm with rich spiritual energy. And Xianxia was indeed talented, which was why he could make such unimaginable progress in such a short period of time. But in the end, all of these were destroyed by him with his own hands. To be honest, to be abolished twice was an unimaginable injury for a cultivator. Even Lu Jiuyuan knew that he couldn't nurture Xianxia to the same height as before. He used strong drugs to stimulate his meridians to reconstruct. On one hand, he deliberately tortured Xianxia. On the other hand, he wanted to use this vicious method to activate the last potential of this body and squeeze out the last value. Then, Xianxia met Xianxia. With the help of the system, he spent a large number of coins and greatly improved his physical fitness. In addition to the unexpected gain from before, the powerful recovery ability of the cute beast, this injured body was reborn. Xianxia didn't buy any body because his body was a masterpiece bestowed by God. A body that was very suitable for cultivation. This was what he was familiar with. He didn't need to seek something that was far away. Being able to repair his body and cultivate the previous cultivation method again was the real way to get twice the result with half the effort. Now, he had completed all of this in advance. His body was even 100 times better than before. And all of this was brought to him by Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth and kissed the little fellow in his palm lightly. All the luck in his life was brought to him by Xianxia. Xianxia was used to being kissed, but his little ears still trembled because of the itch. He turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "Continue to the next world?" Xianxia shook his head. "Stop for a while." This was the first time his host took the initiative to stop. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Immediately, he thought of something. He looked at Xianxia with wide eyes and asked tentatively, "You You want to? Are you all prepared to deal with Scumlu? Xianxia scratched his chin and said in a low voice, yes. It was a simple word, but Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. He knew Lu Jiuyuan's methods and couldn't help but be in disbelief. He was tongue-tied. Can it work? Because of his distrust, his little ears were pinched. Xianxia trembled. His wet little eyes were still staring at his host without blinking. Could he really defeat Lu Jiuyuan? Could he really end everything? ******. When Lu Jiuyuan returned to the ink bamboo forest, all that was left was a black wooden barrel with disgusting poisonous bubbles, and an empty patch of ink bamboo. Xianxia disappeared. Lu Jiuyuan's red pupils suddenly deepened, and his anger was rapidly accumulating. Lu Jiuyuan smashed the tub that was as hard as iron with a palm strike, and the strong medicine surged out, instantly turning the ink bamboo all over the ground into ashes. The disgusting smell of smoke filled the air. Lu Jiuyuan's face was ruthless. My good son, you're really capable, you can actually break through the enchantment I set up. I really underestimated you, however, you can't run. As long as you have my blood, you can never escape from my hands. Lu Jiuyuan quickly checked. Xianxia left very cleanly. The enchantment was intact and there were no traces. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. However, this world was strange. All kinds of secret and forbidden techniques were endless. Even Lu Jiuyuan couldn't be sure that he knew everything like the back of his hand. He didn't underestimate Xianxia. However, it was obvious that some of Xianxia's abilities were still beyond his understanding. But it didn't matter. As long as he spent some time, he could find Xianxia. The ends of the earth, the depths of the forest, there was no place that could block his divine sense. As long as he relied on their bloodline, he could lock onto Xianxia at any time. Then, he could easily capture him back. After returning, he would break his legs and trap him by his side so that he could never escape again. Lu Jiuyuan smiled sinisterly. His good son, his good furnace, he was waiting for him to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Xianxia thought that they were going to leave the system space and go straight to Lu Jiuyuan's old house. He wanted to fight with him, destroy his cultivation, break his meridians, and make him soak in a stimulating medicinal bath. Then, he would send him to the animal path, never to be reincarnated. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Xianxia used all the ruthless moves he could think of, and successfully raised his anger to the peak. Red Panda's ears perked up and his round eyes widened, looking like he was going to make a big fuss. Unfortunately, his current image, no matter if he was docile or fierce, coquettish or strong, happy or angry, all of them magically turned into one expression. That was stupid cuteness. A certain stupid cuteness still didn't know. He scratched his claws, jumped on his short legs, and began to growl with a soft voice, Lu Scum, your death date is here. Then, an extremely soft but clear laughter came from above his head. Xianxia was stunned. He raised his round head with difficulty and saw his host smiling. F***ck, was this the legendary beauty that could cause the downfall of a city? Xianxia, don't blame me. I really can't think of any other adjectives. Oh my, so beautiful. Stunned, she had long known that her host was good-looking, but this smile of hers was truly lethal. Xianxia, who was being attacked, couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted to kiss it. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the red panda turned into a human in the next moment. The young man with the beast ears blinked, and then tiptoed to kiss those thin and slightly curved lips. Just as he touched them, his waist was strongly locked, and the initiative became passive. His teeth separated, and his small tongue was entangled. The charming and gentle kiss made him unable to help but moan. Xianxia's eyes were smiling. He rubbed his red lips and said in a low and hoarse voice, looks like you've rested enough. Xianxia was still tempted. He only felt that his voice was so pleasant that it made his heart itch. He didn't pay attention to what he said at all. Every time the red panda transformed, he would automatically have a white shirt on his body, but this shirt was very thin. It turned into cloth with a gentle tear, and there was nothing inside. Xianxia lifted the corners of his lips and nibbled on his slender neck. He held onto his buttocks and pushed him against the big screen, pushing his body in. The blue light from the big screen sprinkled on the swaying fair body, adding an indescribable charm to it. By the time Xianxia regretted it, it was already too late. There was a saying that went, even the evils of the heavens can be saved. This self-inflicted evils, cough cough, the heavens said, I have no time to care about you. After another round of shouting, Xianxia's voice was almost hoarse, but the people behind her did not stop. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She screamed, Qin mo, Qin mo. I can't take it anymore. Don't. Before he could finish, his mouth was blocked. His host's sexy voice was like a brush that tickled his heart. Ching, I can't take it anymore. Even though he said that he couldn't take it anymore, his movements were getting faster and faster. Xianxia couldn't control herself at all. Even though her mouth was gagged, her moans continued to flow out. In the end, under the constant teasing of this person who couldn't take it anymore, he trembled and came out. And the person who couldn't take it anymore was still moving. Xianxia sincerely experienced what it meant to be about to die. He turned into a panda again. Xianxia lay on the ground weakly, deeply reflecting on his stupid behavior. He dug a hole to bury himself. Could he be any more stupid? Thinking of this, Xianxia sighed deeply and used his two small front paws to cover his round head. So, which kind-hearted person would do a good deed and give him some credit for his IQ? Although he didn't feel tired at all after doing this, he still felt lazy. Lying on the warm palm of his hand, he fell asleep not long after. When he woke up, he was really refreshed. But then, Xianxia realized that they had been discussing the issue of bitter revenge. Why did the tone suddenly change? What happened to taking care of the big scum? Shouldn't they take action immediately? Sure. Qing woke up and looked at Qin mo. Then, he saw his host doing something strange again. The classification of the system store had always been very clear. Body strengthening, martial arts secret books, and all kinds of props and equipment. And the last column was a very big category. Xianxia often patronized it, but Qin mo almost never touched it. It was the entertainment and leisure category. It included all kinds of entertainment and life-related things that were beyond one's imagination. Clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, playing, everything you could think of was available. Xianxia was a frequent customer. He had a new body and a strong stomach. He hated that he couldn't eat all the delicacies in the world. Now that he was rich, he naturally wouldn't treat himself badly. His food storage bracelet was already full of delicious food. Unfortunately, even so, he only tasted 1,000th of it. There were so many things here. He just didn't expect that his pure and unworldly madam host would patronize this category. So, host, what do you want to buy? He took a closer look and found that the host seemed to be seriously planning. He took a closer look. This was a house? Yes, there was food, drink, and play in the space. Naturally, housing was also provided. But Xianxia didn't pay much attention to this. On one hand, their foundation was in the space. On the other hand, the prices in this *** tea store were frighteningly high. He didn't have the spare money to blindly think about it. But seeing Qin mo's interest, he hurried over to take a look. His host was indeed omnipotent. Even the planning was so orderly and unusually exquisite. Seeing that Xianxia was awake, Qin mo asked, "What color do you like?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "Red." After that, he felt that the color didn't match his host. He hurriedly added, "Don't worry about me. You can do whatever you want." Qin mo nodded but chose the red brush. Then he asked Xianxia a few more questions. Xianxia was a typical person who lacked beauty and didn't know what matching was. He said a lot of things without thinking. After he finished, he felt that he was messing around. But his host had always been serious. She didn't even frown and listened to everything he said. Xianxia was a little touched. After waiting for a while, the drawing was done. After submitting it to the store, they started to build. When it was submitted, Xianxia watched from the side and couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Sob sob sob. He actually spent 200,000 coins in one go. Did he have to be so prodigal? Actually, it was quite good for them to live in the white system space. It saved a lot of money, cough cough. The big screen of the system store roared at the system store, "Hurry up and build a house for them. Don't King do this to me. I'm not a bed. Also, I'm still a virgin on the big screen. Are you blind?" Although his heart ached for the money before, when the house was completed, Xianxia felt that it was beautiful. There were no blind spots in all directions. The 3-story building was amazing. There were all kinds of high-class and stylish things. Most importantly, Xianxia actually helped Xianxia fulfill all the strange requests she had made. Not only did he achieve them, but he also evolved his rustic style to become so high-end. "Oh my, host, please accept my kneeling." Xianxia walked around happily. The exclamation marks were almost hanging on his face. Xianxia held his hand and entered the house. They went to the bedroom that the two of them shared. The furnishings in the bedroom were even more exquisite. However, what took all of Xianxia's attention was the king-sized bed in the middle. The bedding on it was bright red. He had never seen the material before. It was light as a feather. With just one look, he felt that it would be so comfortable to sleep on it. Xianxia touched the little panda's ear and asked, "Do you want to try it?" Xianxia hurriedly nodded. When he jumped down, he turned into his human form. When he turned into the little panda, he forgot to wear clothes. So now, he was naked. Xianxia looked at him and smiled slightly. Then, he touched his waist. Xianxia's body trembled. Then, he was pushed onto the bed. When he looked up, he saw Xianxia leaning over. There was only him in the host's dark eyes. Xianxia felt his heart beating very fast. Xianxia leaned close to him and kissed his lips. He said slowly and with a little fascination, "Red is very good. It suits your skin color very well." After he finished speaking, he kissed him heavily. Xianxia only reacted half a beat later when he was penetrated. The so-called try was trying it like this? After that, they went to different places, separately, and seriously tried it one by one. For example, the sofa, carpet, desk, bathroom, mirror, swimming pool, and the small garden. Xianxia felt that if this continued, even a cute beast would die from exhaustion. Then, his host finally stopped. Xianxia personally dressed his Xianxia and held him in his arms. Then, he really started to talk about business. "This Iran formula is very suitable for your internal cultivation. Calm your heart and chi. After meditating for 49 days, you can enter the realm." Xianxia was still a little confused. Then, Xianxia took out a jade pendant. He used his finger to touch the jade pendant. The surface was smooth and many words immediately appeared. Xianxia looked at it seriously. Xianxia said to him, "Raise your head." Xianxia obediently raised his head. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The words that slowly appeared on the jade pendant seemed to be alive. Under the guidance of Xianxia's slender fingers, they quickly entered Xianxia's forehead. Then, large paragraphs of words seemed to be directly engraved into his memory. In an instant, Xianxia remembered all the obscure and difficult techniques in his heart. After all the guidance, Xianxia instructed him again, "Don't rush for results. Follow my arrangements step by step. Don't expect to understand everything. Just follow the order step by step. Understand?" Xianxia was still a little confused, but he understood Xianxia's meaning. He quickly nodded. Xianxia touched his hair and kissed him again. "Don't worry. I'm right beside you." In the end, Xianxia finally understood his host's intentions. Then, he simply wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. These 200,000 coins were really, really worth it. This beautiful house actually had such a heaven-defying ability. As long as it was successfully activated, one day in this house would be equivalent to 1 year. Xianxia had also stored all the best quality spirit stones he had collected here. It was as if he had artificially turned this place into a holy land for cultivation. Originally, time in the system space was static compared to the outside world. Therefore, no matter how much time Xianxia and Xianxia spent in the system space, when they returned to the cultivation world, they would still be at the starting point. However, time passed steadily in the system space. But now, with the support of the little house, time could pass quickly here. A day was equivalent to a year. For the cultivation of the internal breathing technique, it was simply a godly progress. The improvement of cultivation not only required a naturally excellent physique, but also a certain level of understanding and various opportunities. But even with these, it still required a lot of time. But now, with this awesome and strange little house, they didn't have to worry about it. It was really a good time, place, and people. With this kind of cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem to improve to a high level. Xianxia thought about the cultivation novels he had read in the past and suddenly felt that he had stepped on a bright path in a second. This was definitely the rhythm of becoming a god in minutes. He had seen so many protagonists with golden fingers all over their bodies, but really none of them were as King awesome as him. Xianxia's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. As expected, there was meat to eat by following the host. This kind of leveling up couldn't be better. Xianxia told him everything that needed to be told. Xianxia listened attentively and remembered everything. The two of them went into seclusion. To a certain extent, Xianxia was really lucky. His original body was that of an ordinary person. Even if he had the best secret book, it was absolutely impossible for him to withstand it. He couldn't cultivate at all. Then, he died. Later, he bought an ordinary body from the system store. Although it had the godly skill of 1,000 miles, the quality of that body was ordinary. Even if he spent some coins to strengthen it, there was a limit. But unfortunately, he met a powerful host who spent 100,000 coins to buy the little panda's body. These 100,000 coins were definitely not spent in vain. The little panda's physical endurance and physical strength had a basic bonus. These 2 points were suitable for cultivating most of the internal breathing techniques. He was also very good at combat magic. Then, Xianxia strengthened it to the highest level. His physical fitness jumped 1,000 miles and evolved from an ordinary person to a superhuman. Not to mention, Xianxia had chosen the most suitable cultivation technique for him. If this continued, Xianxia, who was originally an idiot who couldn't become a talent even if he encountered an opportunity, became a tyrant all the way. He had to admit that luck was also a kind of ability. Regardless of what happened, Xianxia would be a rising star in the cultivation world after her closed-door training. In just 2 years, he had gone from an ordinary commoner to a nascent soul-stage cultivator. If Xianxia said that he was the second, no one would dare to say that he was the first. This level of awesomeness, Xianxia, as a lowly citizen, expressed, greater than over equal to */ I'm bursting with excitement. He felt that he had only experienced 2 years, but that was calculated according to the space-time. If he looked at the normal time, it would be more than 600 years, so this kind of result was not too exaggerated. Xianxia excitedly felt the endless spiritual energy in his body, as well as the lively little person in the depths of his dantian. It was really interesting. When he read books, he felt that the nascent soul stage was very magical. Now that he had experienced it personally, he felt that it was really very magical. The spiritual energy was boundless and overflowing. The little person in his dantian had clear features and was in high spirits. What surprised him even more was that his perception ability quickly spread out and enveloped the entire system space in an instant. He was sitting in the bedroom, but he could see every corner of the small building clearly. It was unusually clear. Just as he was manipulating his divine sense to wander around happily, an even more powerful and heavy divine sense instantly surrounded him. Xianxia was slightly startled, but he immediately felt a strong sense of familiarity. Then, this divine sense that was even more powerful than his guided him to wander along with it. It used an extremely exquisite technique to guide him with all its concentration. In just a few hours, Xianxia had benefited a lot. His divine sense, which was originally a little too lively, became much more obedient. He could see further, deeper, and wider. When Xianxia left him, this sense of vastness was immediately withdrawn. Xianxia knew that just now, he had borrowed Xianxia's ability. If he wanted to reach that level himself, he still had a lot of training to do. After withdrawing his divine sense, Xianxia opened his eyes and turned to look at the person beside him. He smiled and said, "Xianxia, long time no see." Xianxia didn't answer him. Instead, he directly put his arm around Xianxia's waist and kissed his slightly curved lips. It had indeed been a long time. Whether it was 2 years or more than 600 years, even if it passed in the blink of an eye, he still felt that it had been a long time. After a round of lovemaking, Xianxia leaned into Qin Mo's arms, panting. He expressed strong dissatisfaction with his behavior as soon as he woke up. But considering that he had been abstinent for more than 600 years, it seemed reasonable. Xianxia's strange brain circuit began to run wild again. Qin Mo's words pulled him back. Nascent soul level 9? Xianxia nodded and hurriedly said, if I can't break through the last level, I can't reach the fusion stage. Qin Mo explained to him, it's already very good. Don't worry. The fusion stage requires a high degree of cooperation with the nascent soul. First, stabilize the primordial spirit. Xianxia wasn't anxious at all. He couldn't be more satisfied. In the entire Lingyun continent, there were only a few nascent soul level 9 cultivators. He turned his head to look at Qin Mo. He couldn't tell from his appearance, but his expression was more natural and calm. Xianxia didn't know how Qin Mo's cultivation was going, nor did he know what he was cultivating. When he hadn't come into contact with cultivation in the past, he felt that it was amazing. But now that he had entered this path and climbed to such a high level, Xianxia's horizons were broadened. To be honest, the reason why he could progress so quickly was because the cultivation method Qin Mo had chosen for him was too good. The Iran formula was in accordance with the Tao of Heaven. One's state of mind was happy, and one's concentration was united. It was possible. This path was absolutely the orthodox path of immortal cultivation. One's heart was free of distractions, and one's kindness was eternal. One's temperament was gentle, and one was not anxious or impatient. All these characteristics were extremely suitable for Xianxia. It was indeed a rare immortal cultivation secret. The Iran formula was very outstanding, but people like Qin Mo definitely couldn't cultivate it. It was impossible to hide one's nature from oneself. If he forced himself to cultivate it, there would be some progress, but he definitely wouldn't be able to reach the final level. And now, Qin Mo, Xianxia sighed. He didn't care what Qin Mo cultivated, but to a large extent, the cultivation method of inner breathing would subtly affect the cultivator's temperament. The better it was, the better it would be, and the worse it would be. But whether it was good or bad, Xianxia couldn't tell. He turned to look at Qin Mo again. He couldn't feel a trace of darkness from him. He was more stable, more mature, and more powerful. Leaning against him, Xianxia could feel a strong sense of security. The current Qin Mo was much more stable than when Xianxia had first met him. At that time, the darkness in Qin Mo's heart had almost surged out. His dark eyes were deathly still, and there was only doubt and bone-deep hatred for everything. But now, Qin Mo would smile at him and talk to him patiently. Those forever dark eyes still reflected his figure, and were even filled with tenderness. Xianxia's heart calmed down a little. He felt that his host was indeed changing for the better. Right. It must be. Xianxia thought, and unconsciously fell asleep. In his dream, there seemed to be a very small voice saying something. At that time, he heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, he forgot. The night would eventually swallow the day. The light on the surface was only because he knew how to hide it. Every time after doing that, Xianxia would feel very sleepy, and when he woke up, he would feel very refreshed. In the past, when he hadn't cultivated, he didn't feel anything. But after entering the Tao, he suddenly felt, oh my, why did it feel like his spiritual power had increased? Greatly after sleeping after having sex, was this scientific? This world had never been scientific. If he pursued this, Xianxia felt that his IQ was definitely not enough. It was better to stop quickly. The moment he woke up, he looked at Qin Mo excitedly. Let's go? Qin Mo kept hugging him. In order to let him sleep soundly, he didn't move at all. When he saw Xianxia wake up, he replied, okay. After leaving the system space, they returned to the cave. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, are we going to the Black Bamboo Forest now? He remembered Lu Zhouyuan's place. Qin Mo shook his head and said, no need, he will come himself. Ah? Xianxia was surprised. How did he know where we were? Blood relations. Qin Mo laughed self-deprecatingly. His blood flows in my body. So Lu Zhouyuan could lock onto him with his spiritual consciousness. It was only a matter of time before he found him. Compared to Qin Mo's indifference, Xianxia was anxious. This way, we are in the light and he is in the dark. Isn't it very passive? Then, he thought, why don't you consider changing your body? This way, he won't be able to find you. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to find me. Xianxia was stunned. Qianmo touched his exposed white neck and said softly, don't worry, I will personally destroy this dirty blood. Xianxia was stunned. His deep black eyes calmed down again. He held Xianxia's hand and said softly, let's go, I will take you to get used to it. Xianming sect. Mo Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His black pupils shrank slightly, and he stood up abruptly. This strong spiritual consciousness swept over. It was a familiar feeling. Lu Jiuyuan, this idiot, finally realized that his prey was missing. It was faster than expected, but it was still not too late. Nan Xiangming had already arrived at the Thousand Forest Mystic Realm. As long as he got the soul-locking mirror as soon as possible, he would have the upper hand. He hoped that Qianmo could withstand it and not be eaten by his father so quickly. Mo Yan looked at the empty mirror handle beside him and smiled slowly. Therefore, Lu Jiuyuan could only be below him in this lifetime. He was so stupid that he only knew how to use brute force and never knew how to use his brain. If he could also ascend, it would be a joke. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's see how good this show is going to be. When Qianmo said to get used to it, Xianxia thought that he meant to look around at the scenery and understand the local customs. He also wanted to go to Lingyun Continent's most lively Linlang town and spend some money to buy things. The main point was to eat good food to replenish his energy and relax his mind in preparation for the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, the adorable idiot's brain was never on the same line as a lunatic's. When a certain adorable idiot was brought to a dark and gloomy forest, where the north wind blew and the whistling sound was mixed with mournful screams, the adorable idiot finally realized how naive and sweet he was. Even if the lunatic was gradually recovering, don't expect him to transform into a big and tall person in the next moment. Qianmo held the little panda in his palm and casually picked up a piece of wood with his other hand. He stood on the ground calmly. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound. The rapid running footsteps caused the surrounding dust to fly. Countless dark green trees were violently hit. The tree trunks were cut horizontally and a thick yellow liquid flowed out. It actually corroded the surrounding brown soil and turned it black. But the giant monster that was running wildly didn't stop. It stepped on the thick liquid that emitted a pungent smell as if it was walking on flat ground. It wasn't injured at all. Parting the thicket, a pair of turbid yellow eyes came out. This was a 3-meter-tall giant beast. Its body was like an elephant, but it lacked a long trunk. Its body was covered in grayish-black fur that stood up like steel spikes, and there were many innocent injured small animals hanging on it. Blood and rotten meat mixed together, emitting a thick rotten smell that made people want to vomit. And at this moment, when it saw Qianmo standing on the ground, its yellow eyes revealed a greedy light. Sticky saliva flowed out of its mouth that was full of sharp teeth. What was more delicious than a cultivator that came to its door? The level 9 magical beast, the thorny elephant, was excited. Xianxia, who had turned into a little panda, was shocked when he saw this giant monster. His 4 short legs slipped and fell into its host's palm. This thing was really too disgusting. He was panicking in his heart when the thorny elephant roared. It opened its bloody mouth and crazily pounced on him. Xianxia closed his eyes tightly. As he chanted in his heart that he was a pure man, an old pure man, he couldn't help but want to scream out loud. Then, a gust of wind blew. He didn't even know what Qianmo did. When he opened his eyes again, there was already an empty forest in front of him. Then, there was a loud sound that sounded like a mountain collapsing behind him. The whole ground shook. The little panda's round head slowly turned like a movie slow motion. What he saw was the level 9 magical beast that had been domineering and fierce just a moment ago. Then, he looked at his host. The black robe on her body was like a painting, and her delicate face was calm and serene. Only the branch in her left hand was still dripping with warm blood. Red Panda's dumbfounded expression froze. In other words, his host had used an ordinary tree branch that she had casually picked up to cut through that magical beast of the 9th rank that was as hard as iron? When he saw the little panda's dazed expression, Qianmo caressed him and asked softly, "Are you scared?" Qin Mo frowned slightly. He touched his soft fur again and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Before he could finish his sentence, the little panda, who had been like a model just a moment ago, howled and jumped up. His watery little eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Qin Mo excitedly. That's amazing. Qin Mo, Qin Mo, Qin Mo, you're so amazing. You're so handsome. So handsome. The soft voice was full of undisguised worship and admiration. Qin Mo was slightly startled. His black eyes flashed slightly. Then he said in a low voice, "Change back to human form." The little panda, ? But he still jumped down obediently and changed back to human form. Before he could stand firmly on the ground, his host hugged his waist. His body leaned over uncontrollably. Before he could react, his chin was lifted. Then, a passionate kiss landed heavily on his lips. Woo! Just as he was about to make a sound, his teeth loosened. His tongue was entangled and his mouth was invaded. His body, which had long been used to it, was ignited in an instant. Seeing that the gun was about to go off, Qin Mo knew that this was not the right place. He kissed him until his lips were red. Then, he slowly let go. Qin was in a daze. Qin Mo kissed the tip of his white nose and said, "Okay, it's up to you now." In the next second, Qin experienced what it meant to go from heaven to hell. A gentle lover turned into a strict teacher in a second. It couldn't be more tragic. In view of his courage, Qin Mo didn't let him start from a small animal. He started with a 5th-level demon beast. Although it wasn't on the same level as the 9th-level demon beast just now, our little bottom was still a proper newbie. So, he was still caught off guard. Although he killed the demon beast in the end, his posture and moves compared to the host just now. Cough, cough. He could only say that the 5th-level demon beast had a bad life. Before it died, it was tortured so bitterly. Look at the thorny elephant, it died so cleanly. However, Qin was a 9th level. Nascent soul stage cultivator. After learning a few practical moves, he could finally be considered to be awesome. Holding a sacred sword, he killed the 6th-level demon beast in one strike. In the end, he even raised his head and raised his eyebrows. He really did look like that. The premise was that he didn't smile. Once he smiled, the idiot's nature was exposed. Time was tight. They stayed in the forest for 3 full days, almost without any rest. After exterminating countless ferocious beasts, Qin reluctantly became a disciple. Not to mention anything else, at least he had no problem protecting himself. With his current skills, as long as he was careful, even if Lu Jiuyuan was here, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him in a short time. As long as he wasn't killed in a second, he had a chance to escape. Now that he used his godly 1,000 miles, there were very few people who could catch up with him. Qin also knew Qin Mo's thoughts, so he didn't dare to slack off. To be honest, he was quite afraid. None of these demon beasts were easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he would be in trouble. Although he had his host and he was very safe, for a little commoner who didn't even dare to kill a chicken, to challenge such a high level of difficulty, Qin's little heart still trembled non-stop. But he knew that time waited for no one. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to improve himself, he would become Qin Mo's burden in the future. He didn't expect to be able to help Qin Mo much in such a short time. He only hoped that he could work hard and not be a burden to his host. Therefore, even if he was afraid, he had to endure it. Even if he was tired, he had to do his best to learn it. Even if he had to sacrifice his dignity as a panda, he had to do it. Big cute panda, I was innocently implicated. They stayed here, waiting for Lu Jiuyuan to take the bait. Because of their blood relationship, Lu Jiuyuan could accurately determine Qin Mo's position, but at the same time, Qin Mo could also accurately capture Lu Jiuyuan's position. Therefore, from the first night, he knew that Lu Jiuyuan was already on his way here. Until the evening of the 3rd day, when the sun set on the treetops. A powerful pressure surged out from all directions. Qin Mo put the little panda into his arms, turned his head slightly, and saw the man on the azure heavy sword. Lu Jiuyuan was Qin Mo's biological father, but he didn't have any similarities with Qin Mo. His eyebrows were stiff, his nose was high, and his upper lip was slightly thick. When he didn't speak, the corners of his mouth were pulled down, adding a lot of fierceness. The appearance was born from the heart. He was originally a ruffian who defied the heavens. When he saw Qin Mo, a strange color flashed through Lu Jiuyuan's red eyes. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to investigate the other party's background. Although he considered that Qin Mo's ability was still reserved, he didn't expect him to recover so quickly. His initial estimation was that he had already reached the nascent soul stage. It was really beyond imagination. But he didn't care. So what if he was in the nascent soul stage? If he wanted to pinch him to death, it was still easy. Moreover, Qin Mo's strong recovery made him even more excited. If he had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage now, then as long as he put in more effort to help him to reach the unification stage, he would be able to enjoy it. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan was a little excited. Good son, don't run around. Father doesn't have so much time to play with you. Qin Mo looked at him. There was no extra expression on his exquisite face. His pair of black eyes were also calm. There was no disgust, no anger, and even no resentment. His voice was very pleasant, calm like the breeze on the lake. Your sky demon art has broken through to the 8th level. This sudden question made Lu Jiuyuan slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Mo's calm appearance and actually felt very uncomfortable. There was always a feeling that something was gradually getting out of his control. Many years of experience made him a little vigilant in his heart. But he immediately suppressed this thought. In just a few days, even if Qin Mo had the ability to reach the heavens, what kind of breakthrough could he have? When he was at his peak, he didn't have the power to fight with him. Now, with this broken body, what big achievements could he have? Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan wasn't anxious anymore. He answered Qin Mo, yes. Then, he smiled again, putting on a hypocritical and kind look. I didn't treat you unfairly. The heavenly demon art is a rare cultivation method in the world. I spent 1,000 years to find it. I cultivated it wholeheartedly and taught it to you with all my might. I believe you can feel the profoundness of it. He said it in a dignified manner. Teaching his own secret technique to his son seemed to be a father's intention. But once that dirty intention was exposed, it could only make people's hair stand on end. The sky demon art had a total of 9 levels. The first level was break affection, the second level was forget righteousness, the third level was cut friends, the fourth level was judge gate, the fifth level was torture, the sixth level was massacre, the seventh level was patricide, the eighth level was destroy the heart, and the ninth level was destroy the world. Lu Jiuyuan taught this cultivation method to Qin Mo because he was sure that Qin Mo would never be able to break through to the 7th level. Qin Mo didn't have the ability to kill his biological father, so he would never be able to break through to the 7th level. But Lu Jiuyuan had already reached the 8th level. Therefore, he could always suppress Qin Mo. This was an endless cycle, a vicious circle that trapped Qin Mo here. Lu Jiuyuan knew that as long as he was alive, then Qin Mo would never be able to win him. The sky demon art was incomparably vicious to cultivate. But on the same level, its power was also powerful enough to show disdain for heroes. Although the 6th level and the 8th level were only 2 short realms, in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. The superimposed power of each level of the sky demon art was more than 10 times of the previous level. Just a difference of 1 level was like heaven and earth, not to mention a difference of 2 levels. Lu Jiuyuan's heart was extremely stable. He knew that no matter how high Qin Mo's talent was, no matter how outstanding, he could only be below him in this lifetime and could never break through. He knew Qin Mo's thoughts. Unfortunately, he wouldn't let him have his way. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Lu Jiuyuan looked at Qin Mo and said jokingly, "What? Want to kill me?" "No." Lu Jiuyuan raised his eyebrows. Qin Mo looked at him and suddenly smiled lightly. His thin lips opened slightly and spat out a sentence that was almost enunciated word by word, "I will definitely kill you." In the next second, the majestic pressure was like a giant sword that split the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy everything, surging over violently. Lu Jiuyuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately reacted. The azure-colored greatsword caught the fierce attack. The pure black illusory greatsword clashed fiercely with the azure-colored divine tool green frost. the huge impact of the spirit chi exploded with intense energy waves. Although he caught this move, there was no vegetation in the surrounding dozens of meters around Lu Jiuyuan. It instantly turned into a huge deep pit. Lu Jiuyuan suddenly raised his head and looked at the man standing in the sky. His red eyes were filled with disbelief. You are? Qin Mo helped him answer. The 7th level of the Sky Demon Tribulation, Heaven Suppressing. You are very familiar with it, aren't you? No. Impossible. I'm still alive, you can't break through to the 7th level. Yes, you're still alive. His black eyes suddenly turned cold. Qin Mo looked down at him condescendingly. His tone was full of ridicule. You're actually still living such a disgusting life. Just as his voice fell, a shocking pressure that was hundreds of times stronger than before suddenly exploded. With Qin Mo as the circle, everything around him spun rapidly. Wind, rain, and thunder roared. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. Like a heavenly tribulation, an astonishing giant lightning struck down from the sky and accurately smashed into Lu Jiuyuan, who was in the deep pit. Lu Jiuyuan's pupil shrank. He couldn't move. His body couldn't move at all. He was completely and utterly suppressed. This was a power that was more than 10 times greater than his own. This was a powerful magic technique that defied the natural order of things, and he couldn't even think about how to deal with it. The 9th level of the Sky Demon Tribulation was a powerful force that was enough to overturn this world-destroying. Until Lu Jiuyuan lost consciousness, he couldn't imagine why Qin Mo had such a powerful force. Why was he, his biological father, still alive, but he broke through to the 7th level? Why? Why was this world not destroyed? But Qin Mo had already learned world-destroying. Lu Jiuyuan, an expert demonic cultivator of a generation who commanded the entire Lingyun continent, fell just like that. Mo Yan, who had been hiding in the dark and watching, froze. He had fought with Lu Jiuyuan for thousands of years. He was well aware of Lu Jiuyuan's ability. In the entire Lingyun continent, there was no second person who could fight with him. Even Mo Yan himself was slightly weaker in terms of strength. But now, Lu Jiuyuan was defeated just like that. He was defeated by a young boy who wasn't even 1,000 years old. The shock in Mo Yan's heart couldn't be described with words. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the valiant man. Her slender figure, exquisite appearance, and long black hair fluttering in the wind like ink feathers. She stood indifferently in the midst of the mess, and she was like a god that had descended to the world. She was so powerful and so beautiful, causing everyone to be moved. Mo Yan was stunned. After a while, he felt the cold object in his hand trembling slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the soul-locking mirror in his palm. A heavenly artifact, a holy object that had fallen into the mortal world. The soul-locking mirror. No one knew the true ability of the soul-locking mirror. For thousands of years, the mirror had been passed down in the world. It was said that it had the ability to confuse people. But no one knew that the combination of the mirror and the mirror handle was the real soul-locking mirror. It locked people's souls for you to drive. He spent thousands of years and exhausted countless mental and physical efforts to finally find the mirror handle and then the mirror surface. The combination of the two gave birth to the real soul-locking mirror. The hand holding the mirror handle trembled slightly. Mo Yan couldn't tell what he was thinking. Was it fear or excitement? He was afraid of that person's terrifying power, but at the same time, he was like a moth that longed for this powerful energy. If he could take it for himself. If it could belong to him. He had the chance, he could use the soul-locking mirror. If he got Qin Mo, he could get this power that could destroy the world. The fear in his heart was gradually conquered by his greedy desire. This was the only chance in his life. He couldn't miss it. Mo Yan's confused eyes gradually became clear. The soul-locking mirror could be used silently. As long as he aimed it at the opponent's chest and silently chanted the spell, it could be done quickly. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he missed it, he would never have such an opportunity again. Mo Yan was no longer confused. Even if he failed, he would never regret it. He aimed from afar and silently chanted the spell. When the last word came out of his mouth, an invisible filament flew straight towards Qin Mo. Shi Qing didn't expect Lu Jiuyuan to be defeated like this. At the same time, he was very surprised that Qin Mo had become so strong. Seeing Lu Zhuoyuan fall to the ground, Xianxia had mixed feelings. He raised his head slightly. He wanted to see Qin Mo. Qin Mo was silent and expressionless. But Xianxia could feel that his host wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. Xianxia sighed. Just as he was about to transform into his human form, he sensed a strange object rushing towards him. Without time to think, Xianxia quickly moved and blocked this sharp light. Although this thing was as fast as lightning, with his current skills, it was easy to block this attack. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly froze. He felt his soul was firmly locked by a giant hand. When Qin Mo said to get used to it, Xianxia thought that he meant to look around at the scenery and understand the local customs. He also wanted to go to Lingyun Continent's most lively Linlang town and spend some money to buy things. The main point was to eat good food to replenish his energy and relax his mind in preparation for the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, the adorable idiot's brain was never on the same line as a lunatic's. When a certain adorable idiot was brought to a dark and gloomy forest, where the north wind blew and the whistling sound was mixed with mournful screams, the adorable idiot finally realized how naive and sweet he was. Even if the lunatic was gradually recovering, you shouldn't expect him to transform into a big person in the next moment. Qin Mo held the little panda in his palm and casually picked up a piece of wood with his other hand. He stood on the ground calmly. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound. The rapid running footsteps caused the surrounding dust to fly. Countless dark green trees were violently hit. The tree trunks were cut horizontally, and a thick yellow liquid flowed out. It actually corroded the brown soil around it and turned it black. But the giant monster that was crazily running over didn't stop. It stepped on the thick liquid that emitted a pungent smell as if it was walking on flat ground. It wasn't injured at all. After parting the trees, a pair of turbid yellow eyes appeared. This was a giant monster that was more than 3 meters tall. Its body was like an elephant, but it didn't have a long trunk. Its grayish-black fur stood up like steel spikes. There were many innocent injured small animals hanging on it. Blood and rotten meat mixed together, emitting a thick rotten smell that made people want to vomit. And at this moment, when it saw Qin Mo standing on the ground, its yellow eyes revealed a greedy light. Sticky saliva flowed out of its mouth that was full of sharp teeth. What was more delicious than a cultivator that delivered himself to the door? The level 9 magical beast, the thorny elephant, was excited. Xianxia, who had turned into a little panda, was shocked when he saw this giant monster. His 4 short legs slipped and fell into his host's palm. This thing was really too disgusting. He was panicking in his heart when the thorny elephant roared. It opened its bloody mouth and crazily pounced over. Xianxia closed his eyes tightly. As he chanted in his heart that he was a pure man, an old pure man, he couldn't help but want to scream. Then, a gust of wind blew. He didn't even know what Qin Mo did. When he opened his eyes again, there was already an empty forest in front of him. Then, there was a loud sound that sounded like a mountain collapsing behind him. The entire ground shook, and the red panda's round head slowly turned around like a slow-motion replay in a movie. What they saw was a magical beast of the 9th rank that had been so domineering and ferocious just a moment ago, but now, it had been split in two. Then, he looked at his host. The black robe she was wearing was like a painting, and her delicate face was calm. Only the branch she was holding in her left hand was still dripping with warm blood. The little panda's dumbfounded was, in other words, his host had used an ordinary tree branch that she had casually picked up to cut through that magical beast of the 9th rank that was as hard as iron. It. When he saw the little panda's dazed expression, Qin Mo caressed him and asked softly, "Are you frightened?" The red panda was motionless. Qin Mo frowned slightly. He caressed his soft fur and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Before he could finish his sentence, the little panda, who had been like a model just a moment ago, howled and jumped up. His watery little eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Qin Mo excitedly. That's amazing. Qin Mo, you're amazing. You're so handsome. So handsome. The soft voice was full of undisguised worship and admiration. Qin Mo was slightly stunned. His black eyes flashed slightly. Then he said in a low voice, "Change back to human form." The little panda, question mark. But he still jumped down obediently and changed back to human form. Before he could stand firmly on the ground, his host hugged his waist. His body leaned over uncontrollably. Before he could react, his chin was lifted. Then, a passionate kiss landed heavily on his lips. Woo! Just as he was about to make a sound, his teeth loosened. His tongue was entangled and his mouth was invaded. His body, which had long been used to it, was ignited in an instant. Seeing that the gun was about to go off, Xianxia knew that this was not the right place. He kissed him until his lips were red. Then, he slowly let go. Xianxia was in a daze. Xianxia kissed the tip of his white nose and said, "Okay, it's up to you now." In the next second, Xianxia experienced what it meant to go from heaven to hell. A gentle lover turned into a strict teacher in a second. It couldn't be more tragic. In view of his courage, Xianxia didn't let him start from a small animal. He started with a 5th-level demon beast. Although it wasn't on the same level as the 9th-level demon beast just now, our little bottom was still a proper newbie. So, he was still caught off guard. Although he killed the demon beast in the end, his posture and moves compared to the host just now. Cough, cough. It could only be said that the 5th-level demon beast had a bad life. It was tortured so painfully before it died. Look at the thorny elephant, it died so cleanly. However, as a 9th-level nascent soul stage almighty, after proficiently learning a few practical moves, Xianxia finally became awesome. Holding a saint-level sword, he killed the 6th-level demon beast in one strike. In the end, he even raised his head and raised his eyebrows. He really did look like that. The premise was that he didn't laugh. Once he laughed, the nature of the fool was exposed. Time was tight. They stayed in the forest for 3 full days, almost without any rest. After killing countless ferocious beasts, Xianxia reluctantly became a disciple. Not to mention anything else, at least protecting himself was absolutely no problem. With his current skills, as long as he was careful, even if Lu Jiuyuan was here, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him in a short time. As long as he wasn't killed in a second, he would have a chance to escape. Now that he used the godly traveling 1,000 miles, there were very few people who could catch up with him. Xianxia also knew Qianmo's thoughts, so he didn't dare to slack off. To be honest, he was quite afraid. None of these demon beasts were easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he would be in trouble. Although he had his host and was very safe, for a little commoner who didn't even dare to kill a chicken, to challenge such a high level of difficulty, Xianxia's little heart still trembled non-stop. But he knew that time waited for no one. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to improve himself, he would become Qianmo's burden in the future. He didn't expect to be able to help Qianmo much in such a short time. He only hoped that he could work hard and not be a burden to his host. Therefore, even if he was afraid, he had to endure it. Even if he was tired, he had to do his best to learn it. Even if he had to sacrifice his dignity as a panda, he had to do it. Big cute panda, I was innocently implicated. They stayed here, waiting for Lu Jiuyuan to take the bait. Because of their blood relationship, Lu Jiuyuan could accurately determine Qianmo's position, but at the same time, Qianmo could also accurately capture Lu Jiuyuan's position. Therefore, from the first night, he knew that Lu Jiuyuan was already on his way here. Until the evening of the 3rd day, when the sun set on the treetops. A powerful pressure surged out from all directions. Qianmo put the little panda into his arms, turned his head slightly, and saw the man on the azure heavy sword. Lu Jiuyuan was Qianmo's biological father, but he didn't have any similarities with Qianmo. His eyebrows were stiff, his nose was high, and his upper lip was slightly thick. When he didn't speak, the corners of his mouth were pulled down, adding a lot of fierceness. The appearance was born from the heart. He was a ruffian who defied the heavens. When he saw Qianmo, a strange color flashed through Lu Jiuyuan's red eyes. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to investigate the other party's background. Although he considered that Qianmo's ability was still reserved, he didn't expect him to recover so quickly. His initial estimation was that he had actually reached the nascent soul stage. It was really beyond imagination. But he didn't care. So what if he was in the nascent soul stage? If he wanted to pinch him to death, it was still easy. Moreover, Qin Mo's strong recovery made him even more excited. If he had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage now, then as long as he put in more effort to help him to reach the unification stage, he would be able to enjoy it. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan was a little excited. Good son, don't run around. Father doesn't have so much time to play with you. Qin Mo looked at him. There was no extra expression on his exquisite face. His pair of black eyes were also calm. There was no disgust, no anger, and even no resentment. His voice was very pleasant, as calm as the breeze on the lake. Your sky demon art has broken through to the 8th level. This sudden question made Lu Jiuyuan slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Mo's calm appearance and actually felt very uncomfortable. There was always a feeling that something was gradually getting out of his control. Many years of experience made him a little vigilant in his heart. But he immediately suppressed this thought. In just a few days, even if Qin Mo had the ability to reach the heavens, what kind of breakthrough could he have? At his peak, he didn't even have the power to fight with him. Now, with this broken body, what big achievements could he have? Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan wasn't anxious anymore. He answered Qin Mo, yes. Then, he smiled again with a hypocritical and kind look. I didn't mistreat you. The heavenly demonic art is a rare cultivation method in the world. I spent 1,000 years to find it. I cultivated it wholeheartedly and taught it to you with all my might. I believe you can also feel the profoundness of it. He said it in a dignified manner. Teaching his own secret technique to his son seemed to be a father's intention. But once that dirty intention was exposed, it could only make people's hair stand on end. The sky demon art had a total of 9 levels. The first level was break affection, the second level was forget righteousness, the third level was cut friends, the fourth level was judge gate, the fifth level was torture, the sixth level was massacre, the seventh level was patricide, the eighth level was destroy the heart, and the ninth level was destroy the world. Lu Jiuyuan taught this cultivation method to Qin Mo because he was sure that Qin Mo would never be able to break through to the 7th level. Qin Mo didn't have the ability to kill his biological father, so he would never be able to break through to the 7th level. But Lu Jiuyuan had already reached the 8th level. Therefore, he could always suppress Qin Mo. This was an endless cycle, a vicious circle that trapped Qin Mo here. Lu Jiuyuan knew that as long as he was alive, then Qin Mo would never be able to win him. The sky demon art was incomparably vicious to cultivate. But on the same level, its power was also powerful enough to show disdain for heroes. Although the 6th level and the 8th level were only 2 short realms, in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. The superimposed power of each level of the sky demon art was more than 10 times of the previous level. Just a difference of 1 level was like heaven and earth, not to mention a difference of 2 levels. Lu Jiuyuan's heart was extremely stable. He knew that no matter how high Qin Mo's talent was, no matter how outstanding, he could only be below him in this lifetime and could never break through. He knew Qin Mo's thoughts. Unfortunately, he wouldn't let him have his way. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Lu Jiuyuan looked at Qin Mo and said jokingly, "What? Want to kill me?" "No." Lu Jiuyuan raised his eyebrows. Qin Mo looked at him and suddenly smiled lightly. His thin lips opened slightly and spat out a sentence that was almost enunciated word by word, "I will definitely kill you." In the next second, the majestic pressure was like a giant sword that split the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy everything, surging over violently. Lu Jiuyuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately reacted. The azure giant sword caught this fierce attack. The pure black phantom giant sword and the azure divine weapon collided fiercely. The huge impact of spirit energy exploded out with a strong energy wave. Although he caught this move, there was no vegetation in the surrounding dozens of meters around Lu Jiuyuan. It instantly turned into a huge deep pit. Lu Jiuyuan suddenly raised his head and looked at the man standing in the sky. His red eyes were filled with disbelief. You are? Qin Mo helped him answer. The 7th level of the sky demon tribulation, heaven suppressing. You are very familiar with it, aren't you? No. Impossible. I'm still alive, you can't break through to the 7th level. Yes, you're still alive. His black eyes suddenly turned cold. Qin Mo looked down at him condescendingly. His tone was full of ridicule. "You're actually still living so disgustingly." The moment he finished speaking, a shocking pressure that was hundreds of times stronger than before suddenly exploded. With Qin Mo as the circle, everything around him spun rapidly. Wind, rain, and thunder roared. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. Like a heavenly tribulation, an astonishing giant lightning struck down from the sky and accurately smashed into Lu Jiuyuan, who was in the deep pit. Lu Jiuyuan's pupil shrank. He couldn't move. His body couldn't move at all. He was completely and utterly suppressed. This was a power that was more than 10 times greater than his own. This was a powerful magic technique that defied the natural order of things, and he couldn't even think about how to deal with it. The 9th level of the Sky Demon Tribulation was a powerful force that was enough to overturn this world-destroying. Until Lu Jiuyuan lost consciousness, he couldn't imagine why Qin Mo had such a powerful force. Why was he, his biological father, still alive, but he broke through to the 7th level? Why? Why was this world not destroyed? But Qin Mo had already learned the world-destroying. Lu Jiuyuan, an expert demonic cultivator of a generation who commanded the entire Lingyun continent, fell just like that. Mo Yan, who had been hiding in the dark and watching, froze. He had fought with Lu Jiuyuan for thousands of years. He was well aware of Lu Jiuyuan's ability. In the entire Lingyun continent, there was no second person who could fight with him. Even Mo Yan himself was slightly weaker in terms of strength. But now, Lu Jiuyuan was defeated just like that. He was defeated by a young boy who wasn't even 1,000 years old. The shock in Mo Yan's heart couldn't be described with words. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the valiant man. A slender figure, an exquisite appearance, and long black hair that fluttered in the wind like ink feathers. She stood indifferently in the midst of the mess like a god that had descended to the world. She was so powerful and so beautiful, causing everyone in the world to be moved. Mo Yan was stunned. After a while, he felt the cold object in his hand trembling slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the soul-locking mirror in his palm. A heavenly artifact, a holy object that had fallen into the mortal world. The soul-locking mirror. No one knew the true ability of the soul-locking mirror. For thousands of years, the mirror had been passed down in the world. It was said that it had the ability to confuse people. But no one knew that the combination of the mirror and the mirror handle was the real soul-locking mirror. It locked people's souls and drove them away. He had spent thousands of years and exhausted countless amounts of mental and physical effort before he finally found the mirror handle and recovered the mirror surface. The combination of the two gave birth to the real soul-locking mirror. The hand holding the mirror handle trembled slightly. Mo Yan couldn't tell whether he was afraid or excited. He was afraid of that person's terrifying power, but at the same time, he longed for this powerful energy like a moth. If he could take it for himself. If it could belong to him. He had the chance, he could use the soul-locking mirror. If he got Qin Mo, he could get this power that could destroy the world. The fear in his heart was gradually conquered by his greedy desire. This was the only chance in his life. He couldn't miss it. Mo Yan's confused eyes gradually became clear. The soul-locking mirror could be used silently. As long as he aimed it at the opponent's chest and silently chanted the spell, it could be done quickly. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he missed it, he would never have such an opportunity again. Mo Yan was no longer confused. Even if he failed, he would never regret it. He aimed from afar and silently chanted the spell. When the last word came out of his mouth, an invisible filament flew straight towards Qin Mo. Shi Qing didn't expect Lu Jiuyuan to be defeated like this. At the same time, he was very surprised that Qin Mo was so strong. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan fall to the ground, Shi Qing had mixed feelings. He raised his head slightly, wanting to see Qin Mo. Qin Mo was silent and expressionless. But Shi Qing could feel that his host wasn't as calm as he looked. Shi Qing sighed. Just as he was about to transform into his human form, he sensed a strange object rushing towards him. Without thinking, Shi Qing quickly moved and blocked this sharp light. Although this thing was as fast as lightning, with his current skills, it was easy to block this attack. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he was stunned. He felt, his soul was firmly locked by a giant hand. The gray mirror suddenly lit up, and so did Mo Yan's eyes. He did it. He did it, he had successfully locked onto that man. For thousands of years, he had never been as excited as he was now. It was really a pleasant surprise. He was about to obtain this power that could surpass the entire world, but in the next moment, he saw the appearance of the person in the mirror. The mirror was like the surface of a lake. At first, it was sparkling, but then it slowly calmed down, and a good-looking young man slowly appeared. The young man was tall and slender, his skin was very white, his black eyes were round and bright, his nose was small, and his lips were rosy. He was very beautiful. And the most eye-catching thing was that two hairy semicircular black ears were exposed in his soft black short hair. They shook slightly, making people who looked at them couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. But at this moment, Mo Yan's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, falling straight into an ice cellar. No, it wasn't Qin Mo. Who was this? Why did he make a mistake? That was impossible. He was clearly aiming at Qin Mo, and there was no mistake. How could he lock onto someone else? Looking at this appearance, this was obviously a demon cultivator, but there was no one else here. But in the next second, Mo Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the person in Qin Mo's arms. Wasn't it the little demon he had locked onto? He really failed. Mo Yan couldn't hide the disappointment in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. He had missed the best opportunity. He wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish the situation, and now he had to retreat quickly. Otherwise, when Qin Mo found him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo Yan didn't stop and immediately cast a spell. However, in the blink of an eye, a sharp black blade shot towards him. Mo Yan's face changed drastically. He knew he had been discovered, but in any case, he was also an overlord. He reacted immediately and blocked this attack. But Mo Yan didn't dare to fight at all. He just wanted to leave quickly. But obviously, the other party didn't give him a chance to leave at all. The huge gap in strength made Mo Yan embarrassed instantly. He really felt the huge pressure that Lu Jiuyuan was under just now. This gap was really discouraging. Even if he didn't want to fight at this moment, he couldn't escape. And Qin Mo's patience wasn't good enough to play with him for a while. After casually exchanging a few moves, the pressure suddenly increased, and the majestic spiritual energy in the form of a giant sword charged straight at him with unstoppable power. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Mo Yan's forehead. He could clearly feel that death was right in front of him. He was going to die. Just like Lu Jiuyuan, he was going to die for no apparent reason, and it was even extremely laughable. He was unwilling to accept this. He really couldn't accept it, he could not die. How could he die? Yes. He still had one last chance. He could still give it a try. Mo Yan raised the soul-locking mirror and ordered the young man in the mirror, "Protect me. Lock people's souls and drive them away from me. Although I don't know who you are, you belong to me now." Mo Yan didn't have high hopes for a demon cultivator who relied on Qin Mo, but what happened next made him realize that he had won the bet. This inconspicuous demon cultivator was actually faster than Qin Mo's attack, blocking in front of him in the blink of an eye. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to block this fatal blow. Because he had received an instruction from the depths of his soul: protect him. Protect him at all costs. Mo Yan didn't expect this little demon to be able to block this blow. He only hoped that he could have a chance to escape at the cost of his life. But what happened next completely overturned his thoughts. The original thunderous blow suddenly stopped the moment it was about to touch the little demon. The majestic spiritual energy that seemed to have fallen from the sky disappeared without a trace in an instant. The thrilling scene of near death just now was like an illusion. Mo Yan was stunned, but in the next moment, ecstasy spread in his chest. He thought it was already a dead end, but he didn't expect to be rescued. Before his joy could rise, a huge pressure appeared again. Mo Yan's face was pale from the pressure, but he still managed to raise his head and saw the man who was finally willing to look at him. That pair of black eyes were surging with inky flames. His thin lips were slightly opened, and his low and hoarse voice contained monstrous anger. "What did you do?" Mo Yan was shocked, but he was no longer afraid. He had grasped his weakness, he had grasped his heart. Mo Yan pulled the young demon over and grinned. So, that's what happened. He touched the boy's white face and succeeded in seeing the man's eyes darken. He was excited and nervous, and then he ordered cruelly. Kill him, kill Qin Mo. Receiving the order, the youth rushed towards Qin Mo as fast as lightning. Without the slightest hesitation or pause, the holy sword in his hand was unsheathed. The dense spiritual energy had an opening to vent, and with a green arc, it pierced towards the man opposite him. With the moves he taught him, with the weapon he gave him, with the hands he loved, he stabbed the man's heart ruthlessly and coldly. Mo Yan watched from the side, the smile on the corner of his mouth getting deeper and deeper. He didn't think that this little demon could kill Qin Mo. He gave such an order just to see how important this little demon was to Qin Mo. He just wanted to know how many trump cards he had. The result was so satisfying. Although the boy's moves were fierce, he was inexperienced. His weapon was wonderful, but he lacked practice. This was a novice who had almost no actual combat experience. At this level, even Mo Yan could easily kill him, but that valiant man could only dodge. This cold and arrogant man who was fearless even if he destroyed the world couldn't bear to hurt this boy, not even a little. Mo Yan was very surprised and happy at the same time. Stop. The boy obediently stopped. Come back. The boy quickly returned to Mo Yan's side. Qin Mo looked at him coldly, his nails digging into his palm, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. So it was the soul-locking mirror. Locking people's souls and being driven by them. No matter who you are, you belong to me now. His Shurqing, the Shurqing that belonged to him, was taken away from him. From his arms, from his side, from his palm, she was taken away so obviously. The hollow feeling from his palm quickly spread, and suddenly his whole heart was clenched. The endless emptiness, the dark abyss, at this moment, was filled with a strong flame that could burn everything. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Qin Mo looked up slightly, his dark eyes were still like a pool of stagnant water. Qin Mo looked at him, his voice hovering between reason and madness. What do you want? Mo Yan raised his chin. I want your cultivation. Okay. Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. Here you go. Mo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, but in the next moment, his pupils were infinitely enlarged. Qin Mo came at him at an extremely fast speed, like a sharp blade out of the sheath. Mo Yan only had time to quickly order. Protect me. The boy immediately appeared and faced Qin Mo. The long sword in the boy's hand was with a cold murderous aura, accurately piercing the man who was flying quickly. Mo Yan was about to be proud, but he saw that Qin Mo didn't stop at all. The long sword instantly pierced through his shoulder blade, blood gushing out, but his momentum didn't decrease at all. A pair of black eyes locked onto the prey, determined to get it. Mo Yan was once again shocked by the strong pressure, unable to move an inch. He watched the man in front of him quickly approaching, stained with blood, but didn't even frown. He just stubbornly grabbed Mo Yan's throat. Mo Yan's face instantly flushed red, but he wouldn't give up, he didn't want to die. He ordered in a hoarse voice. Kill him, kill him. The expressionless boy quickly launched an attack, every move was fatal, the sword piercing through the heart. Qin Mo didn't dodge. His back was torn, the intense pain mixed with the smell of blood stimulated his brain, making his eyes scarlet. Anger burned in his palm, the sharp barb clasped into Mo Yan's throat, blood spurted out, and his throat was broken. Mo Yan widened his eyes because of the intense pain, his face terrifying. He couldn't make a sound, so he couldn't give orders. He couldn't control the boy, but the boy couldn't stop either. But as long as Mo Yan was killed, the effect of the soul-locking mirror would disappear. Qin Mo smiled strangely. He won't kill me, and I won't let you die too quickly. It wasn't until this moment that Mo Yan realized how terrifying a demon he had provoked. He couldn't speak, he couldn't negotiate, he couldn't even lift the spell on the boy. Qin Mo was attacked continuously, and at the same time, he gave Mo Yan 1,000 times more pain. Endless torture, endless abuse. Mo Yan felt that this man was crazy, he was a madman, a true madman. He wanted to die. He had an incomparably strong desire to die because only death could end this torturous torture that made him feel endless despair. Mo Yan's spirit had completely broken down, but the massacre continued. Until, the boy's breathing became erratic, and he gradually became tired. Qin Mo frowned slightly. The soul lock mirror's soul lock did not take any physical factors into consideration. Even if one was exhausted, knocked out, or even immobilized, as long as there was an order, it would carry it out. Even a walking corpse would not be able to break the chains imposed on one's soul. Therefore, even if Qin was exhausted, he would still wave the long sword, unable to stop. In the end, Qin would die of exhaustion. This thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Mo finally regained a trace of rationality. He looked at the lifeless Mo Yan, and finally wiped him out completely. The torture was over, and the spell was lifted. In the next second, Qin was completely unconscious. Qin Mo caught him. His black robe was covered in blood, the high blood loss causing his face to be strangely pale. However, his black eyes were especially bright. He lowered his head slightly and kissed the youngster's neck, his raspy voice filled with morbid obsession. "Qing, my Qing, you are mine." Qin woke up with a start. He had a nightmare. In the dream, he was like a madman, trying his best to kill Qin Mo. And Qin Mo endured it without moving at all, his heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. Qin suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. It was dark, like a cave. He didn't bother to check the situation around him. He just kept looking around. Qin Mo. Where was Qin Mo? Qin Mo wasn't here. His heart suddenly panicked. Qin quickly jumped down from the carefully arranged jade bed and rushed towards the cave door in front of him. He had to find Qin Mo. He had to see Qin Mo. He was so scared that his hands were trembling. Qin's face was stiff. His mind was in a mess. He didn't dare to think about anything. He just wanted to know one thing. Qin Mo, where was he? As soon as he stepped out of the door, he came face to face with a hard chest. A clear breath instantly surrounded him. Qin looked up and saw a familiar face. Even in a dark cave, he was still a dazzling man. Qin Mo. His host. His heart fell back into his chest. Qin looked at him in a daze. Then, he wrapped his arms around his neck and kissed him hard. He was scared to death. His heart almost stopped. Fortunately, it was just a dream. How could he point his sword at Qin Mo? How could he hurt Qin Mo? It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The clumsy kiss succeeded in exchange for a fierce response. His lips were red and swollen because of the violent friction. The tip of his tongue was numb from the suction. But Qin didn't want to let go at all. He wanted Qin Mo to kiss him, just like every time before. Rough, passionate, with a strong sense of possessiveness and incessant demands. He even wanted to let Qin Mo enter him in this completely unfamiliar and unknown place. Like crazy, he wanted to let Qin Mo enter him and possess him. It seemed that this was the only way to get rid of that horrible nightmare from his mind. But the host stopped him. He hugged the young man who was still trembling in his arms tightly. He gently kissed the tip of his nose and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere." Qin looked at him in a daze. Her eyes never left his face. When she heard what he said, she nodded obediently. Qin Mo's heart ached as he kissed Qin's lips again. Qin shouldn't have any memories of being locked by the soul-locking mirror, but from the looks of it, there seemed to be some bad impressions. Qin Mo caressed his back comfortingly and waited patiently for Qin to calm down. Then, in order to distract him, he held his hand and led him out of the ear hole. They didn't use any spells. They just held hands and walked slowly. About 3 to 4 minutes later, they turned into another tunnel. Along the way, the surrounding crystals gradually lit up as if they were responding to them. They emitted a soft, warm yellow light. If it were any other time, Qin would have opened his eyes wide and looked at each of them curiously. But now, he wasn't in the mood at all. He felt that just holding Qin Mo's hand wasn't enough. He still felt uneasy, extremely uneasy. But if Qin Mo wanted to take him somewhere, he had to follow. After passing through the passageway, a huge stone door appeared. Under the yellow light of the crystal, the pure black stone door reflected a faint white light. Looking closely, one could see that there were countless fine lines on the door. They were wrapped around the entire stone door, densely packed. If one was far away, they could not see clearly, but if one was close enough, they could not help but feel their scalp go numb. If one was too close, there was even a strong smell of blood that assailed their nostrils. Xianxia frowned slightly. The stone door had already opened. He felt that the lines just now were full of blood. But because it disappeared too quickly, he couldn't be sure. What he didn't know was that it was indeed full of blood. All the blood flowing in Lu Zhiyuan's body was here. The stone door opened. The scene inside made Xianxia completely stunned. Although he was vaguely mentally prepared, when he really saw the piles of rare treasures, the god-level weapon that was emitting a dazzling light, the supreme-grade spirit stones that were thrown on the ground like stones, and the stacks of elixir boxes that were about to pile up into a mountain. Xianxia was still shocked. Too much, but in the next moment, he knew that this was probably Lu Zhiyuan's treasure trove. Immediately after, his heart surged with excitement. An indescribable emotion surged up. His nose turned sour. He turned around and hugged Xianxia tightly, burying his face in his arms. His host never cared about these worldly things. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't even remember this place. Although Lu Zhiyuan was dead, it was still very difficult to open this kind of mystic realm. But just as he was sleeping thoughtlessly, Xianxia had already done so much. He recalled Xianxia's understatement just now, "I'll take you somewhere." Actually, she wanted to give him a surprise. She didn't care about how precious the things were. What moved Xianxia was this thought. His host, his crazy host, would actually do such a thing for him. Thinking of this, Xianxia's nose became more and more sour. He was about to cry. Being embraced like this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. He felt the person in his arms trembling slightly. Was she still afraid? These things couldn't distract him. Xianxia frowned slightly. He stroked his back and asked softly, "You don't like it?" Xianxia's voice was muffled. "I like it." Xianxia smiled. "Aren't you going to keep it in your space quickly?" Xianxia's hands were really itching. He raised his head. His eyes were red but very bright. He pulled Xianxia down a little and looked into his eyes. "Xianxia, yes?" Xianxia looked at him and shouted loudly, "I love you." There was an obvious smile in Xianxia's eyes. "Yes. I really, really love you." "Okay. I love you very, very, very much." "I know. I love you forever, forever, forever." Very good, her mouth was finally completely blocked. After a passionate kiss, Xianxia felt that the uneasiness just now seemed to disappear. He never thought that he could love someone so much. It was as if his entire heart was filled. He was very, very satisfied. With this person by his side, he had everything. As they kissed, his hands became a little mischievous. Xianxia pulled on Xianxia's clothes but was stopped by Xianxia. Although he didn't tear open the cumbersome clothes, because of the tugging, it was slightly messy. Xianxia glanced at the corner of his eyes and his entire body suddenly froze. The collar of the black robe was loosened because of the tugging. On the white neck, a hideous scar was revealed. Xianxia's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he made a move. With a little force, he completely tore the clothes. A large area of the chest was exposed. It was full of intricate knife marks. One after another, it was like a ferocious beast that suddenly bit Xianxia's heart. He stared at it in a daze. The sharp pain from his heart instantly spread throughout his entire body. The scenes that had been deliberately erased surged like a flood. Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips were almost transparent. I did it. It wasn't a dream. Those weren't dreams. He really did it. He wanted to kill Xianxia like a madman. He actually stabbed a long sword towards his heart, he actually, a huge despair clamped down on his spirit. Xianxia's entire body was in a daze. Xianxia frowned slightly. If Xianxia didn't wake up, he couldn't return to the system space. Naturally, he couldn't exchange for medicine. Although he took the medicine to stop the bleeding and replenish his spiritual energy, these scars couldn't be removed in a short time. And with Xianxia's current cultivation, camouflage couldn't be hidden from him. Ching. Qianmo pulled him into his arms and hugged him tightly. His voice was gentle. It's okay. It's all okay. The person in his arms was already trembling uncontrollably. Qianmo touched his neck. The coldness made his pupils contract. In the next moment, he pulled him away. As expected, his spiritual energy went berserk. Xianxia was now at the 9th level of nascent soul. There was a barrier that needed to be broken through. The Iran spell was also cultivated to the 6th level. At this critical moment, his thoughts fluctuated greatly. It was easy to go crazy. Without much time to think, Qianmo immediately released his divine consciousness. It entered Xianxia's body without any obstruction. What he saw was the turbulent spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, Qianmo's cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's. He discovered it in time. Although the spiritual energy came from different sources, Xianxia was very familiar with Qianmo's divine consciousness. He didn't reject it at all. In fact, he was very obedient. Under his guidance, the turbulent sea of his dantian finally calmed down. When Qianmo's divine consciousness withdrew, Xianxia's empty eyes gradually focused. The moment she saw Qianmo, large amounts of tears gathered in her large eyes. She didn't make any sound, but the tears fell one by one, dripping down her face. He looked at Qianmo. His lips were still trembling, but he tried his best to speak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Qianmo, I'm sorry. Qianmo looked down at him slightly. There was an unprecedented gentleness in his eyes. I know you won't leave me. Xianxia nodded her head vigorously. You belong to me. Xianxia nodded vigorously. You love me. Xianxia bit his lip. He couldn't say anything. He could only nod continuously. Qianmo touched his white neck and smiled slightly. Look, I trust you so much. Why don't you trust me? Xianxia was stunned. Qianmo lifted his chin and kissed his red and swollen lips. He tasted the bitterness of his tears, but he unexpectedly found it very delicious. He deepened the kiss and caressed this soft body. Qianmo was unusually satisfied. Believe me, even if you really leave, betray, or abandon me, it doesn't matter. I will snatch you over and trap you by my side forever. The kisses gradually moved downwards, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The fragmented kisses brushed past her sexy collarbone, her fair chest, and her flat stomach. Little by little, with great patience and care, with a thick gentleness, delicacy, and comfort, she teased this body that belonged to him. It wasn't until he pushed deeply into it that Qianmo looked at him in fascination. His dark eyes were deep and full of undisguised possessiveness. My Qianxia, you don't have to apologize. Because you will never have such a chance. Xianxia had been cured. He had been cured by his own crazy host. If these words were said when the two of them had just met, Xianxia could only chuckle, he. But now, he was so touched that tears were streaming down his face. Sob, who dared to say that his host was crazy? His host was so outstanding. Who dared to say that his host was cold and heartless? His host was so gentle, so considerate, and so touching. Xianxia wiped his tears as he swiftly swept the rare treasures on the ground. He suddenly felt that he was too happy. He was so happy that he almost couldn't move this huge jade bed with a diameter of 3 meters. Oh my, it's so big. Oh my, it's so heavy. It's so valuable. This wasn't an ordinary jade bed. It looked warm and delicate on the outside, and it felt ridiculously good to the touch. Moreover, the texture was amazing. Not only did it not make people uncomfortable, but it also changed slightly with their body shape. It was always suitable for all kinds of sleeping positions. More importantly, it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It could heat up if you wanted to, and cool down immediately if you wanted to. It really couldn't be better. It was a pity that the 3-meter diameter was a little big. It couldn't fit in the system space. Qing had an idea and moved it into his and Qin Mo's bedroom. After he laid out the red smoky bed, it became even more perfect. After he put everything into the system space, Qing ran to his host's side and asked about her well-being. Qin Mo chuckled. Help me apply the ointment. When Qing heard this, his face started to burn. Long after he was cured by his host, he crawled and rolled to the system store and bought all kinds of medicine for internal and external use. Qing was now a rich man. Not only did he buy a lot of recovery medicine, but he also spent a lot of money to buy medicine to repair scars. However, the medicine to repair scars was applied externally. Naturally, Qing took on this difficult task without hesitation. In the beginning, when he saw these scars, his heart ached terribly. His chest and back were all knife wounds. When he thought that he was the one who did this, his heart clenched and ached terribly. She carefully applied the ointment. Qing's thoughts were pure and her attitude was good. Indirectly, she was annoyed, remorseful, and guilty. Anyway, she was sad. The knife wounds were concentrated on the upper half of the body. Qing heaved a sigh of relief after she finished wiping them all. But when she lowered her head, she saw a small tent protruding from the host's pants. As a man himself, how could he not understand? Sure. Qing coughed dryly and thought about the injuries on the host's body. Although it looked like she was fine, she still needed to rest more. They had already done it before, so it was better not to do that again. Before he could leave, Qin Mo held his hand and placed it on the tent. Little Qing. Yes. I'm a bit tired. Qing lay, his host hasn't fully recovered yet. It's all his fault. Qin Mo held his hand and moved it a few times. Can you move it? Qing's heart was filled with guilt. How could the host's words be bad? Hence, he moved along with Qin Mo's movements. Now that Qing was experienced, he had some experience in this matter. He touched and kissed seriously and successfully found that Mr. Tent's height had become bigger. As they kissed, Qing also became aroused and began to dawdle. Qin Mo was still sitting, but his voice became lower and hoarser. Take off your clothes. Qing hurriedly took off the annoying clothes and helped Qin Mo take off his. Come up. Qing hesitated for a moment, and his butt was slapped. Then, without hesitation, he straddled him, aimed at the hard and hot thing, and tried to sink down. Unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with this position. After trying a few times, he still couldn't get in. He only made himself naked, and at the same time, made Qin Mo's breathing heavier. In the end, Qin Mo grabbed his waist and pressed down hard. Accompanied by the sound of water, he went in all of a sudden. This sudden push made Qing scream directly. It wasn't painful, it was completely pleasurable. In the end, Qing decisively couldn't be relied on. Even if Qin Mo told him to move himself, he wasn't familiar with the business. After a few moves, he couldn't move anymore. Grinding back and forth tormented the two of them. Hence, Qin Mo, who was a little tired, used this position that consumed even more energy. He held his waist and moved up and down, up and down, up and down. Every move was precise and accurate, and made a certain Qing, who said he was going to work hard, tremble a few times. With the experience of ripples last time, this time. Qin Mo mentioned that he wanted to apply medicine again. Qing couldn't hold it in. But he couldn't let the host apply the medicine herself, hence, he rolled up his sleeves with a red face. This time, it was faster than last time. Because he had already applied the medicine once, the scars had faded a lot. There were only some deeper wounds and some small marks. Qing applied the ointment one by one and was done. But this time, it was even harder to concentrate. Last time, he was fully focused on applying the medicine. But this time, as he rubbed it, it turned into touching it. His host's figure was really good, although she was fair, she wasn't thin. She had a firm chest, a broad back, a well-defined lower abdomen, and a sexy Apollo's belt that extended downwards. Qing swallowed his saliva. This time, it was his turn to be the tent. The two of them moved to the jade bed that Qing had just moved back. Then, they seriously and carefully tested the comfort of the new bed. After panting, Qin Mo hugged Qing. The two of them were tightly pressed together. Xianxia was in a daze and was about to fall asleep. Qianmo kissed him and asked, "Before you met me, what were you doing?" When he heard Qianmo's words, Xianxia didn't think much and answered, "Me? I just died." "Hmm?" Seeing that Qianmo was interested, Xianxia thought for a moment and said everything without hesitation. His previous life was very simple. If it wasn't for the cancer that took his life, he would have lived a peaceful, comfortable, and contented life. He had parents who doted on him and an older brother who took care of him. His family was harmonious, he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and he had some money. Although he didn't have any big ambitions, he didn't have a bad temper or bad habits. He went to school and worked. He should have lived his life step by step. But, he died. When he first found out that he had stomach cancer, Xianxia really felt that the sky was falling. But for the family who loved him, he had to hold on. But in the end, he couldn't hold on and died completely. He felt that it was a kind of relief. He didn't have to see his parents and older brother secretly cry anymore. He didn't have to make them suffer anymore. And he didn't have to endure the torture of his illness anymore. He thought that his life was over, but he didn't expect to meet Qianmo. He turned to look at Qianmo. Xianxia's eyes were bright. "It's so good to meet you. It's so good." After listening to him, Qianmo kissed him and touched his slender white neck comfortingly, leading him to sleep. When he fell asleep, Qianmo, who was leaning against the headboard, had a deep look in his eyes. He fell into deep thought. Why did Xianxia become a system? Was it because of death? But why was it him, and what exactly was a system? Xianxia's soul was locked by the soul-locking mirror. This made Qianmo realize that there was a loophole in his contract with Xianxia. There was something in between that he hadn't touched yet. An unknown power brought with it an absolute risk. At the same time, it couldn't be controlled. And this was what he couldn't tolerate the most. This person was his. No one could take him away, no matter what. Any hidden danger had to be completely eliminated. After sleeping for a while, when she woke up again, Xianxia was already refreshed and full of energy. Seeing him jumping around, Qianmo had a lot of ideas. But he still held it in. When he was full, he said, "Let's continue with the next mission." Xianxia nodded repeatedly and asked, "Has your body completely recovered? Are there no problems? Does it not hurt anywhere?" With such a pair of big eyes looking at him seriously and worriedly, Qianmo really wanted to do something. But, he continued to hold it in. He nodded and said, "It's okay." Xianxia heaved a big sigh of relief. Then, he got up excitedly and pulled Qianmo to the big screen. After resting for such a long time, he was really looking forward to it. What would the next world be like? The two of them pressed the button together. The big screen finally showed the information of the new world again. The background introduction was very short. There was only a short paragraph. In the world of science and technology, humans had made a breakthrough in a certain cutting-edge technology and successfully created the original body clone. It was successfully promoted and applied. The manufacturing cost was low, the production volume was large, and the application was widespread. It was almost universal. All the dirty, messy, boring, and dangerous jobs were handed over to the clones to complete. This was a parallel world similar to Earth. The early history was almost exactly the same. The change happened in modern society. The birth and application of the clones completely changed this society. After Xianxia finished reading the introduction, his little heart started to ripple nonstop. This. Did everyone have the rhythm of the clone technique? He could finally realize the beautiful wish of one clone to work, one clone to study, one clone to sweep the floor, one clone to cook, and one clone to clean the toilet. "Oh my, host, please don't not accept the mission, I want to go and have fun." He sneaked a glance at Qianmo and found that Qianmo's expression was indeed serious. Well, he wouldn't really give up the mission, right? He was carefully conflicted, but Qianmo went past him and slid down the screen, showing the content behind. Xianxia turned his head and saw a sentence in red. "This mission is a system mission. You can't give up. If you fail, all your coins will be cleared and an additional 1,000 points will be deducted." Xianxia was suddenly shocked. The conditions for failure were too harsh. All coins will be cleared and a 1000 points will be deducted. In other words, it will become a negative number. If it became a negative number, it would be directly erased. This mission was too dangerous, but the bright words on the screen couldn't be ignored. You can't give up. Xianxia's heart sank. He had never seen a system mission in the system's manual. Why did it have such harsh conditions? His heart was in turmoil. Qin Mo's eyes flashed slightly, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As expected, it was starting to show signs. After Xianxia finished reading the background message, he immediately ran to flip through the system manual. It wasn't that his memory was bad, but he had never seen a system mission before. Furthermore, none of the missions were forced to be accepted, and none of the missions had such harsh punishment conditions. Xianxia didn't hide anything from Qin Mo and told him everything he knew. Qin Mo touched him and said, "It's okay, it won't fail." Qin Mo replied so casually that although Xianxia was still nervous, he finally calmed down. He would deal with whatever came his way. It wasn't his style to scare himself to death before anything happened. Since there was no way out, he would go forward. Besides, he wasn't weak now. After thinking it through, Xianxia looked at the big screen seriously. He tried to absorb the information of this world, hoping to be prepared. However, to Xianxia's surprise, there was only a background introduction on the big screen this time, but there wasn't any introduction to the plot. Yes, there were no characters this time. The plot introduction was empty. The next was the system mission, punish the poachers. These 5 simple words seemed to reveal a lot of information, but it didn't seem to explain it at all. Punishment was easy to understand. But what were poachers? There was too little information, so Xianxia couldn't make a judgment. It seemed that he could only go to this world and slowly gather information. Qin Mo looked at the plot mission and said, "There are no characters." This time, the original body might have transmigrated. This thought made Xianxia slightly stunned. He hurriedly flipped through the system manual and found that there was indeed an introduction to the original body's transmigration. However, this point wasn't hinted before. Usually, it would only be confirmed after transmigration. Without a plot mission, it was indeed possible that the original body had transmigrated. The original body didn't have any advantages. On the contrary, it increased the difficulty of the mission. Although the original body would be rationalized by this world, it wouldn't have the character's memory. It would imperceptibly lose a lot of useful information. At the same time, it would lose the original character's social status, material resources, financial resources, and so on. If they wanted to complete the mission, they had to first explore this world. Not only would it take more time, but it would also be more troublesome. However, this was a mission that couldn't be given up. It was useless to think too much now. They could only continue. After seeing what they needed to see, Xianxia and Qin Mo pressed the button together and entered the space-time tunnel. While feeling dizzy, Xianxia thought that this time, he had to work hard and try to find Qin Mo before he found him. It sounded like a tongue twister, but Xianxia really wanted to find Qin Mo quickly and give him a surprise. After coming out of the space-time tunnel, Xianxia had yet to adapt to the dizziness when a sharp pain suddenly came from the back of his head. It was as if someone had hit him with a stick, F***ck. Did he have to be so explosive the moment he transmigrated? However, this was not Xianxia. It was too naive to think that a single hit would be enough to deal with him. Just as he turned around and wanted to counterattack, he felt his back go numb and his feet fall to the ground. He was suppressed by a completely unknown force. Xianxia's heart clenched. The enemy had seized the opportunity to make use of his momentary stiffness. A terrifying feeling of having all his strength drained came over him, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Although it was said that he had lost consciousness, he could still feel something. With the cultivation of a 9th-level nascent soul, one's divine sense could almost transcend the physical body. Xianxia lacked actual combat experience, and he was completely unprepared for a sneak attack. He was caught off guard, and his body was hit, but his divine sense was still a little conscious. He could not move his body. He could vaguely feel that his limbs were trapped, and his chest was pressed against a huge iron plate. It was as if he was on a conveyor belt, moving forward intermittently. Every 5 or 6 minutes, he would stop and then continue to move forward. He stopped as many as 10 times before he stopped and continued to move forward. During this process, Xianxia did not stop struggling. He tried to control his body. After an hour, he finally regained control of his body. He opened his eyes abruptly. What he saw was an empty room. Everything before was like a dream. It did not feel real. He did not seem to have been ambushed. He did not faint intermittently, and he was not trapped. It was as if he had been in this place after he transmigrated. Xianxia jumped down from the simple wooden bed. He stretched his arms and kicked his legs. There were no wounds on his body, and his body was full of spiritual power. His divine sense spread out widely without any hindrance. What was going on? Xianxia frowned. Someone was coming. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he was already on full alert. There was only a broken wooden board blocking the door of the earthen house. The person's footsteps were very heavy. When he got closer, he kicked the wooden board away unceremoniously. The old board broke into 2 halves with a crack. The person spat in disdain and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were cloudy. Get up, get up. Go to work. You bunch of trash. After saying that, the middle-aged man with a big belly waved the whip in his hand in a show of force. Xianxia looked at him and did not move. The person in front of him was not tall. He was fierce-looking. He was wearing a greasy yellow vest, black shorts, and a pair of plastic slippers. He did not even need to look at him to know that this was an ordinary person. He could not be more ordinary. There was nothing special about him. With Xianxia's current ability, he could really pinch him to death with a raise of his hand. The middle-aged man was used to bullying newcomers. Seeing that this person did not move, the whip was about to hit him. Xianxia was too lazy to deal with him. He did not want to cause trouble because he did not understand the situation. He moved almost imperceptibly and dodged the whip. The middle-aged man did not think so. He was known as 3-whip swung. He was used to using the whip. Every time he swung it, the response he got was a scream. This kid did not cry or make a fuss. He was displeased. 3-whip swung walked closer, wanting to teach this kid a lesson. He did not expect that when he got closer, he would be stunned. This kid was really good-looking. Although he was a boy, his skin was fair and delicate. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His large eyes were round and bright. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned. It was natural that he looked a little seductive. 3-whip swung was not attracted to men, but when he saw this youth, his heart was immediately moved. He really did not expect to see such a beauty in this poor place. But since he was here, no one wanted him. Rather than go out and let others take advantage of him, he might as well enjoy himself first. 3-whip swung's expression changed immediately. A vulgar smile appeared on his face. He put away the whip and walked a few steps closer. This time, he could smell a very seductive fragrance. It was not strong, nor was it clear. It was light and soft. It was an indescribable smell, but it was enough to make one's heart beat faster. 3-whip swung had never seen such a scene before. He immediately became anxious. He wanted nothing more than to press this youth to the ground and get intimate with him. He stretched out his arms and pretended to hug him. His lips parted as he said coaxingly, "Kid, let me have some fun. I promise you that you will not have to worry about food or clothing in this place." Xianxia, he did not want to cause trouble, but did he look like he was easy to bully? One after another, they came to provoke him. Did they think he was a sick cat when he was not angry? I'm a real man. What the hell are you trying to do by using a set of dirty tricks to bully a virgin girl? Even if you want to provoke me, can't you at least be a little more responsible and act like a man? That's enough. Xianxia's expression was cold. He raised his foot and kicked the bear's oily face. Yellow Bear immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. When he raised his head again, his face was bruised and swollen. Tears streamed down his face. His head was spinning in circles. Xianxia looked disgusted. He was still angry. He raised his hand and picked up a broken piece of wood from the ground. He swung it at 3-whip swung's stomach. 3-whip swung, who was more than 200 pounds, was sent flying 3 meters away by a piece of wood. He slammed hard into the wall, rolled his eyes, and fainted. He was not dead, but he would be bedridden for a month or so. Xianxia clapped his hands and walked out the door. He saw a row of thin youths across from him. There were both men and women. They were all staring at him in shock. Xianxia did not have any memories. He had no idea what was going on. It was not convenient for him to transmigrate. Perhaps it was because his actions had been too aggressive. In addition, 3 whips Huang was used to bullying these people. No one dared to resist. The sudden appearance of a man stunned them. Anyway, the row of 12 youths were all scared silly. Xianxia glanced at them and could not help but frown. The group of children looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. They were all dressed in rags. Their faces were dark and their hair was messy. They were all skin and bones. There were many whip marks on their exposed arms. What caught Xianxia's attention was that they all had the same mark on their foreheads. It was in the middle of their brows. It was about the size of a coin. It was pure black. It was an inverted 5-pointed star. The taller boy on the left finally said, "Sure. Xianxia. You. How could you?" After he finished speaking, he looked timidly at 3 whips Huang, whose face was swollen like a pig's. The girl beside him also spoke up, It must be Master Huang who bullied Xianxia. But Xianxia, you can't hit him. He's. As she spoke, she didn't dare to continue. The taller boy stomped his feet and looked around. He hurriedly said, Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Let's leave before anyone notices. As soon as he said this, the others came back to their senses. They went forward together and pushed Xianxia without a care. They ran all the way out. It would be easy for Xianxia to break free, but when he saw the children's thin arms, he did not dare to use any strength. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt them. Although he was not worried about anything, he still considered the youth's thoughts and followed them out. As soon as they left the small courtyard, Xianxia realized that this was a mine. It was a very large mine. He spread out his divine sense, but he could not find the edges of the mine. But when he looked at it, his brows furrowed tightly. There were countless miners here. They were in a sorry state and were extremely tired. There were even some old men who were still dragging their aged bodies to work. If they stopped for even a moment, they would be hit with a whip. Xianxia's eyes were burning. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and make those scum who were waving their whips foam at the mouth, but then he was slightly startled. He discovered a problem. All the miners here, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, had the same symbol. It was an inverted 5-pointed star between their brows. For some reason, Xianxia felt very uncomfortable when he saw the symbol. He retracted his divine sense and calmed down. Right now, he had to find Xianxia first. He immediately sent a system message, Xianxia, where are you? The response he received was a notification that he had never received before, communication failed. Communication failed? Xianxia was shocked. How could the system fail to send a message? He didn't give up and sent it a few more times, but it was still a failure. There was no explanation. Xianxia's expression instantly turned ugly. Many thoughts ran through his mind, and in an instant, his heart was seized by the worst one. Could it be that something had happened to Xianxia? Was that why they couldn't send a message? What exactly happened? The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. But quickly, he forced himself to calm down. In this unknown world, he couldn't lose his composure. If something really happened to Xianxia, he would still need his help. If he panicked now and fell into the trap, what would he do? Moreover, Xianxia's heartbeat slowly calmed down. He believed in Xianxia, believed in his host. Nothing would happen. After calming down, Xianxia's mind spun quickly. Eliminating the worst possibility, there were other possibilities for the communication failure. For example, the distance between him and Xianxia was too far. It was beyond the range of the system, or it was because of this world. The system's mission was an exception. It wasn't impossible to have more restrictions. With this thought, Xianxia became calmer. But in his heart, he still hoped to find Xianxia as soon as possible. He was lost in thought because of this accident, but an angry shout snapped him out of his daze. The person who came was a tall and thin young man in his 30s. He was dressed similarly to Three Whips Wang, but he was much thinner. But this so-called thinness was only in comparison to Three Whips Wang. Compared to the workers here, he was considered healthy and strong. His face was oily and smooth. One look and one could tell that he was overnourished. At this moment, he was waving a 2-meter-long horsewhip cruelly at a trembling old man with a hunched back. He was cursing, "Can't you do it, huh? If you can't, then hurry up and die. Don't F***king take up space and waste food." You F***king old man." Xianxia heard half of it and couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He quickly reached out and grabbed the whip, causing the young man to stumble. The young man didn't expect anyone to resist him. He was stunned when the whip was pulled. Xianxia frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the next moment, the young man exploded. His slender face was ferocious, and his brown eyes were filled with disgust and disgust. He picked up the whip and waved it at Xianxia unceremoniously. "Damn it, you trash dare to resist. Mother fasters cur, are you tired of living?" Xianxia was bending over to help the old man up. He tilted his head slightly, narrowed his eyes, and glared dangerously at the young man. He gently raised his finger, and a thin emerald green strip went straight for the young man's forehead. How could the young man avoid it? He was hit directly, and his eyes widened in an instant. Pain. Too much pain. It was as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. The pain spread from his head to his entire body in an instant. The young man's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back, and he trembled violently for a while before he completely fainted. Xianxia didn't even want to look at him. He wouldn't kill anyone, but he wasn't a saint either. He wouldn't let such a disgusting scum go. He would definitely let him eat some bones. He helped the old man up. The old man's hair was white, and his face was full of wrinkles. His body was all skin and bones, and he was as light as a child. The old man was saved by Xianxia, but his eyes were filled with fear and despair. He looked at Xianxia and said in a trembling voice, "Child. Child, you." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed violently. It was as if he wanted to cough out half of his internal organs. Xianxia couldn't bear to watch. He hurriedly guided a trace of spiritual energy into the old man's body to relieve his pain. The old man stopped coughing, but he was still panting heavily. His eyes were tightly shut, and he slowly calmed down. His eyebrows relaxed, as if he had distanced himself from the pain. However, Xianxia suddenly froze. This body had already lost its vitality. The old man had stopped breathing. Death was something that even he could do nothing about. In the next moment, an even more shocking scene took place. The thin old man was still leaning against Xianxia. His eyes were closed, and he was no longer breathing. He was already dead. But then, the old man's body began to slowly melt from his limbs. It was clearly a corpse, but it seemed to have been ignited. It turned into a thin layer of gray smoke, and it floated up into the air. Then, it completely disappeared. Xianxia had never seen this scene before. He couldn't understand it at all. When the few youths who followed Xianxia saw this scene, they first revealed a deep sense of despair. Then, it turned into a completely opposite sense of relief. They closed their eyes, put their palms together, and murmured softly. When the old man completely disappeared, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, why? Why is it him? Why would a human spontaneously turn into ashes after death? How was this possible? The girl who had spoken to Xianxia before spoke, "Xianxia, you should go. Hurry up and leave. If you can leave, then escape quickly. They won't let you go. Live as long as you can. It's worth it to go out and see for yourself, even if it's just for a day." The girl's voice was trembling. She seemed to be very afraid, but at the same time, there was a faint sense of anticipation and yearning. Xianxia frowned and looked at the row of youths. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you all staying here?" The shortest boy at the end of the row suddenly raised his voice, "Where else can we go? Aren't we born to work here?" Xianxia looked at him. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in his heart. He walked past these people and strode forward. Every 500 to 600 meters, there was a guardian similar to 3-Whip Huang. The difference between them and the miners was that they didn't have any markings on their foreheads. He caught a man in yellow. Xianxia's voice was as cold as ice. "Tell me, where is this place?" The man in yellow's gaze first fell on Xianxia's forehead. After he saw clearly, his anger rose. He was about to curse when Xianxia stared at him. His eyes deepened, and a majestic pressure was released. In an instant, the man was suppressed. Xianxia's divine sense was released. His black eyes were swirling with a bewitching vortex. The man in yellow stared blankly, then obediently began to speak. "This is the 8908 mine of the Mia Empire. It has a daily production of 100,000 tons of ore. It occupies..." After a lengthy introduction of the mine, the last sentence made Xianxia's pupils shrink. "There are a total of 239,658 black clones." Clones? Black clones? Xianxia guided him to speak. It was only at this moment that he truly understood the specific situation of this world. Clones were far from as good as he had imagined. The development of this technology made up for the declining fertility rate of humans year by year. The available labor force once again crazily expanded, and more resources could be mined. Society developed rapidly, and people's lives were getting better and better. However, the other side of this world was getting darker and darker. The development of cloning technology to this day was already very mature. Almost every human could make clones of themselves at will. The operation was simple and the cost was extremely low. However, it was very useful. The classification system of clones was also very strict. White clones were the highest, followed by yellow clones, then red, green, blue, and purple. Black clones were the lowest. The clones had an inverted pentagram between their eyebrows. The so-called color classification was the color of the pentagram. White clones were completely dependent on the master. They were the master's right-hand men. Every day, they would share memories and experiences with the master. They were usually used for more important and personal work. Yellow clones were second only to white clones. Most of them were used to learn and record. They were still considered decent. Although they did not follow the master all the time like white clones, they could merge with the master every week. The master needed them to learn things. Red clones, green clones, blue clones, and purple clones were lowered in that order. Red clones would be sent out for missions. Green and blue clones had very low costs. They were usually left at home to do chores and other trivial things. Purple clones were the level that ordinary civilians could casually copy. Their abilities were slightly lower, and they would do some street cleaning work. As for black clones, their costs were unimaginably low. They had strength and could endure hardships, but their intelligence was extremely low. They were not suitable for any logical work. The only thing they could do was hard labor. Black clones could not be considered humans. Because when they were created, they were thrown into the dirtiest places to do the most difficult work. They were born, but they were thrown away without even seeing their master. Even until death, they could not merge with their master. No human would want the dirty, boring, and suffocating memories of black clones. Therefore, black clones had no past and no future. They did not even know who they were. Did they exist? If they could not merge with their master, they would not become humans. They were empty and had independent consciousness, but they did not have any sense of existence. No one treated them as humans. They were cheap, ignorant, and even stupid. Even their master would not want to see their own black clones. The reason why they were born was that their master needed to sell them in exchange for money. The reason why they existed was that they had to bear these hard and tiring jobs. But even until death, they had nothing. Just like the old man just now, he turned into a wisp of smoke and completely disappeared from the world. Xianxia saw himself in the yellow-clothed man's eyes. He saw the black pentagram between his eyebrows that was filled with a strong sense of irony. Clones, why did he become a clone? Suddenly, he remembered the first time when he had just transmigrated. He was in a daze. Could it be that he had really been cloned, and now, he was a clone of himself? It was too absurd. Xianxia was stunned for a long time. The expansion of his divine consciousness allowed him to see very clearly. In this mine, abuse and death were playing out all the time. The dead black clones turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared lightly. There was not even a trace of pity on the Guardian's cold face. It made people feel a chill in the bottom of their hearts. This world was too abnormal. Xianxia retracted his thoughts and gradually calmed down. Slowly, he calmed down the storm in his chest and had his own ideas. Regardless of whether the black clones were human or not, they were still living beings. And all life should be treated with the respect it deserves. This mine was codenamed 8908. He did not know how many such places there were in this world, but now that he saw one, he had to deal with it. The mine was very large. There were so many black clones and a large number of humans guarding it at the same time. But these humans were all ordinary people. Not to mention only a few thousand people, even if there were tens of thousands of them, Xianxia would not care. However, he would not start a massacre. Although these people had countless murder cases on their backs, Xianxia did not think of himself as a law enforcer. He just wanted to liberate this place. Xianxia released his divine consciousness and closed his eyes. The pressure suddenly erupted and quickly enveloped everything. In such a scattered place, it would be a waste of time to destroy them one by one. Extinguishing them all at once was the most intimidating. There was almost no resistance. Under the pressure of such powerful spiritual energy, all the supervisors of the 8908 mine fainted. The exhausted replicators were all stunned. Then, a clear, low voice between a teenager and a young man sounded above their heads. It descended from the sky like a god. Leave this place and choose your own life. Whether you live or die, it's all up to you. After a short moment of silence, it was complete chaos. Xianxia used his divine consciousness to check them one by one. The final result was not something he could control. He opened the door and showed them the way out. Whether they could move forward or not depended on themselves. Retracting his divine consciousness, Xianxia looked at the dozen or so teenagers beside him. The eyes of the youths were filled with fear and reverence. They had never seen or heard of such powerful strength before. Not to mention that this was a low-level black clone, even the most advanced human would not have such an ability. He was simply a god that only existed in legends. A god who descended from the sky to save the world. The teenagers all knelt down in a panic. Because of their timidity, they kept kowtowing. Xianxia looked at them and did not stop them. Some things could not be explained and did not need to be explained. But in the end, his heart softened. He took out a large amount of food from his bracelet and placed it on the ground. Then, without saying anything else, he turned and left. He wanted to find Xianxia. He missed him very much. The uneasiness in his heart gradually increased because of the mark on his forehead. Clone, was he really a clone? Then where was he? After leaving the mine, he flew on his sword and consumed a lot of spiritual energy to maintain the high degree of spread of his divine consciousness. This way, he could find Xianxia in the shortest time possible. He walked through half of the continent and spent 10 days. He encountered dozens of mines, hundreds of farms, and saw countless black clones. He opened the door in the same way, causing unprecedented chaos. Just when Xianxia thought that he had to search the entire world, a familiar fluctuation appeared. His heart was suddenly grasped. He felt it. He finally felt Xianxia's aura. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Xianxia almost rushed over. The moment he saw Xianxia, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The haze of so many days seemed to be swept away. But when she was only 5 steps away, Xianxia's entire body froze. Beside Xianxia, there was someone. Someone who looked exactly like him. The only difference was that the forehead of that Xianxia was smooth and there was no mark. At that moment, Xianxia felt that his heart had stopped. Xianxia's entire body stiffened. The thought of rushing up in an instant made his mind chaotic. Was he really just a clone? A clone of himself, and that was himself, then what exactly was he now? In the next moment, more thoughts that he didn't dare to imagine before surged up. It was as if all the hidden scars were torn open in an instant. It was bloody and horrible to look at. He couldn't communicate with Xianxia. Was it because he wasn't the real Xianxia? it had been more than 10 days, but Qin Mo hadn't come to look for him. Was it because he wasn't himself? Qin Mo had found Shurqing a long time ago, but Shurqing was the real Shurqing and not his clone. Yes, after transmigrating so many times, excluding the time when he sealed his memories, Qin Mo had almost always found him immediately. This time it had been more than half a month. It had really never happened before. If he hadn't found him a long time ago, why would it take so long? But if he wasn't Shurqing, then what was he? He existed, his consciousness was clear, he had all his memories, he had feelings, he remembered his parents, he remembered Qin Mo love, friendship, family, he had all of them. He wasn't a dead thing, and he wasn't a light smoke that would disappear at any time. But why? Why did everything he knew deny his existence? At this moment, Shurqing finally experienced the pain of being a clone. They had the memories of humans and their past. All the memories of their previous lives were engraved in their minds. Their loved ones, their friends, the ones they loved deeply, the ones they loved, the ones they liked, and even the ones they hated. Everything was clearly imprinted in their minds. But suddenly, one day, all of this no longer belonged to them. They watched as they had all of this, but they were cruelly stripped away. Parents wouldn't give them love, lovers wouldn't hug them intimately, friends wouldn't share their experiences with them. Because they were just a clone, a mass-produced, low-cost industrial product. All the experiences and past that represented their existence once again proved that they didn't exist. Because all of this belonged to someone else. Or to put it mildly, it belonged to the past you. But the past you were you. What exactly are you now? Previously, Shurqing had been able to face it calmly. However, when he really saw Qin Mo and himself together, he was immediately defeated. He thought he would never be able to leave Qin Mo, and he thought Qin Mo would never let him go. He was his system. He was his host. They would be bound together forever. They would only have each other. But now, he was being pulled away. And his opponent was himself. How absurd. How laughable. Shurqing felt that her heart was about to stop beating. If he really wasn't himself, what else could he do? He completely understood those clones who worked obediently in the mines. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but what was the point of resisting? Who should he rebel against, rushing over to confront him? Or was it to go against those whom he loved deeply? Shurqing didn't need to talk about them. Just the thought of her falling out with Qin Mo made her feel as though the world was falling apart. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't do it. It was impossible. So, he could only stay there. Work, day after day. He was extremely tired. The heavy physical strength and the constant repetition made his brain unable to think and gradually numb. In the end, he lost himself until he died. Shurqing couldn't help but shiver. The fear that rose from the bottom of his heart made his mind on the verge of collapse. After more than 10 days of non-stop searching and releasing his divine consciousness for a long time, he had consumed too much spiritual energy. His cultivation was very high. It was definitely above all the humans in this world. However, it didn't mean that he was inexhaustible. Such a high-intensity overdraft of spiritual energy had already made his body tired. At this time, he saw such a scene and confirmed such a fact. He really couldn't take it anymore. His body swayed. Shurqing barely managed to hold on. His face was pale as he looked across. He looked at Shurqing and then looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo habitually stroked Shurqing's neck. The young man shrank back slightly. Then, he raised his head and smiled at him. Shurqing never thought that he would see himself from such an angle. He also didn't understand that the way he looked at Qin Mo was like this. It was as if he was the only person in the world. He lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Qin Mo had already noticed his appearance. The gaze that was cast over was unfamiliar and cold. It made Shurqing's heart turn cold. He had seen Qin Mo's gaze before. His host looked at everyone except him with this expression. Cold and distant. There was no emotion in that pair of black eyes. Shurqing used to be complacent because of this. He thought that he was special, the only one who lived in Qin Mo's heart. There was even a subtle sense of happiness. But now, it had all become a joke. Shirqing also noticed him. The young man walked over quickly. He looked at Shirqing and sized him up with interest. After looking for more than a minute, he retracted his gaze. He turned to Qin Mo and said with a smile, "It's unbelievable. Although I knew it could be replicated, I didn't expect it to be so similar. It's too similar." Qin Mo didn't even look at Shirqing. His gaze fell on the young man from beginning to end. Shirqing turned to look at Shirqing again. He smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Are you looking for me?" Shirqing looked at him. He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't control himself. His gaze seemed to have its own consciousness. It kept wanting to move to Qin Mo. He wanted to look at him. He had been away from him for too long. He really missed him. But Qin Mo didn't look at him. His expression didn't escape Shirqing. Shirqing looked at him. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. "I know. You're here to look for Qin Mo." Shirqing still didn't say anything. He couldn't imagine how to talk to himself. And himself. What was he thinking now? The high level of physical exhaustion and the intense impact on his mind made Shirqing unable to think. He even ignored many details that he should have noticed. He just wanted to return to Qin Mo's side. He just wanted to talk to Qin Mo. Or, he just wanted Qin Mo to look at him. But he couldn't go back. Qin Mo already had him. He wasn't Shirqing. He wasn't Qin Mo's system. He wasn't the person in Qin Mo's heart. But, what exactly was he? In his previous life, the meaning of his existence had completely disappeared from him. He couldn't return to his parents and family. He couldn't see his best friends anymore. He was dead. He was already dead. Then, he was lucky to have a whole new world. And in this new world, there was only one person. Qin Mo. He only had Qin Mo. But now, he wasn't even himself anymore. Shirqing's thoughts were in a mess. Countless thoughts collided violently. There was a huge gap. A strong sense of despair attacked him. Until a clear voice reached his ears. Instantly, it grabbed his heart. "You're very lost and helpless, right? You're not me anymore. You've lost everything you have. Do you want to change back to yourself? Not a clone. Not an abandoned burden. You're a person. Change back to Shirqing. Change back to yourself. Regain what you have." This originally familiar voice suddenly lowered. There was an unfamiliar hoarseness. "Kill yourself. If you die, you can come back. You can merge with me and become me." Death, if he died, he would return to the past. If he died, he could change back to himself, but if he died, would he still exist? What's more, suicide? Shirqing was suddenly shocked. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the person in front of him. Black hair and black eyes. They were so similar that it was like looking into a mirror. This was him. It was indeed him. But how could he say such a thing? How could he bewitch a person to commit suicide? How could he have such vicious thoughts? The details that had been missed because of the huge impact suddenly became clear. He was a clone. But he was still Shirqing. He was himself. His thoughts couldn't be changed. If he was really a clone, then as the original Shirqing, he definitely wouldn't let his clone die in despair. So what if it was a black clone? Since he created him, he definitely wouldn't abandon him, so what if it was a chaotic experience and a boring job? If he didn't even have the courage to bear this memory, what kind of person was he? His confused eyes gradually became clear. Shirqing forced himself to pull himself together. This wasn't him, this person definitely wasn't him. As soon as he turned the corner, he quickly discovered more differences. A person could be replicated. But what about a bracelet? Could his food storage bracelet be replicated? Even in the systems store, this thing was unique. With the technology of this world, it was definitely impossible to make it. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo had been deceived. He wanted to tell him that this person wasn't Shirqing. He was, however, before he could open his mouth, the spacious courtyard suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing sand and rocks to roll about, and the blazing day instantly became boundlessly dark. Immediately after, a wave of majestic pressure came from all directions, causing the three people's expressions to change drastically. Xianxia and Qin Mo were shocked and surprised. As for Xianxia, his heart was beating wildly. It wasn't just a simple call from the contract. He felt incomparably familiar. It was so familiar that it was impossible to fake a strong consciousness. The moment he was wrapped up gently and powerfully, Xianxia knew that this was his host, the real Qin Mo. Before Xianxia could turn his head, he was embraced by strong arms. He was tightly pressed against a firm chest. A familiar aura surrounded him. Xianxia reached out and hugged the person who came. He didn't even need to look. He knew that this was his host, his Qin Mo. Qin Mo hugged his waist and slowly stroked his back. His voice came from above. There was a hoarseness in his voice that hadn't been spoken for a long time. I found you. That's why I said, why do you have to go through so much trouble? The Xianxia opposite him smiled, and then the expression on his face changed instantly. It was no longer the calmness and gentleness that he deliberately pretended to be. His round eyes slanted up and then narrowed slightly. As the corners of his mouth rose, a dangerous aura was exposed. His gaze fell on Xianxia. I should have killed you directly from the beginning. As he spoke, he spread his hands helplessly and looked at Qin Mo behind him. See, it's all because you were greedy and wanted the prey to offer herself. Now, the two of you are together. It's even more troublesome. He complained about the trouble, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he was unusually excited. Xianxia frowned slightly. He felt very uncomfortable. It didn't feel good to have such a strange expression on a face that was exactly the same as his. Xianxia looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" At first, he was confused and thought that this was his clone or the so-called original body. However, after this person's two sentences, Xianxia knew that this was definitely another person. As for why they were exactly the same, it wasn't difficult to understand. Although the camouflage of the cultivation world couldn't fool Xianxia and Qin Mo, there were many strange things in the boundless world. Who knew what tricks they used? Unexpectedly, as soon as Xianxia asked, the other Xianxia immediately widened his eyes and said innocently, I'm you. As he spoke, he even turned in circles and smiled. Proudly. What a beautiful body. Before Xianxia could speak, a cold voice came from above him. Disgusting. Xianxia was stunned. He looked up and saw his host looking at Xianxia. Her delicate face was like an ice sculpture, beautiful but cold. When he heard the two words, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned to look at Qin Mo. A trace of viciousness flashed through his cynical eyes. You want to anger me? Yes. Qin Mo admitted without hesitation and then emphasized again. However, you are indeed very disgusting. You have dirted this body and dirted my eyes. Xianxia's expression became more and more unpleasant. Xianxia, who was originally serious, only wanted to complain at this moment. Host, your method of gaining hatred points is really getting more and more skilled. What good would it do to provoke the enemy? Shouldn't we take things one step at a time and try to find out who these two people are, what their purpose is, whether they are related to the mission, and why they know them? Host, why do you want to fight as soon as you come up? Don't be rash. He wanted to persuade Qin Mo, but before he could glance over, Qin Mo held his hand. Beast form. Xianxia blinked. Just as he was about to refuse, he met Qin Mo's eyes. In the next moment, Xianxia compromised. Forget it, forget it. He couldn't have internal strife at such a crucial time. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a little panda and jumped into Qin Mo's arms. Xianxia chose a spot to lie down in the small pocket of the invincible armor that Qin Mo had specially prepared for him. Only his two small eyes were exposed and his small ears were perked up. Feeling the furry little thing in front of his chest, Qin Mo's heart calmed down. The tiredness from the past few days was swept away. He looked directly at the two people in front of him. His eyes were deep, but his lips were slightly raised. That was a bloodthirsty and warlike attitude, fearless and full of interest. Come on, poachers, let me see your strength. Xianxia and Qin Mo were surprised. But immediately, their faces were full of disdain. Xianxia snorted and showed his weapon. Newbie, you are too arrogant. You have only experienced less than 10 worlds. Do you think you are invincible? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. You are overestimating yourself. His words made little Panda, who was nestled in the small pocket, suddenly widen its eyes. Oh my god, that was a lot of information. What exactly did he miss? The fake Qin Mo also took out his weapon. Unlike the fake Shurqing's long whip, his two short knives were glowing with a blue light. They were sharp and ghostly. One look and you could tell that they weren't ordinary weapons. The fake Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. His eyes were full of arrogance. You will lose your life here for your arrogance. And your cute little system will completely belong to me. If Qin Mo had a reverse scale that he would never allow anyone to touch, this would definitely be at the top of the list. The corners of his mouth curled up dangerously. The hostility in his eyes grew stronger. The beast in his heart was restless. Anyone who coveted his Shurqing would pay a heavy price. Death, it wouldn't be that easy. The battle was about to start. The shock in Shurqing's heart was indescribable. His cultivation was now in the ranks of the masters. But the battle in front of him was even more difficult for him to see clearly. The fake Shurqing and fake Qin Mo's strength was beyond his imagination. They seemed to be used to working together. Qin Mo's attacks were swift and fierce. The two short knives seemed to have a life of their own. They were like poisonous snakes, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were unusually fierce. And Shurqing's ability was also shocking. The long whip in his hand was dazzling. He used this whip made of special materials to weave a dense barrier. It was like a tornado. Wherever it went, everything that touched it was immediately destroyed. Not even a trace of powder was left. The combat power of these two people was definitely not something that this world could possess. When he thought about what Shurqing had said just now, the shock in his heart was earth-shattering. These two people knew that he was the system and that Qin Mo was the host. They knew that he and Qin Mo had transmigrated between different worlds. They even called Qin Mo a newcomer, so, were they also the system and the host? Were they also people who transmigrated between different worlds, so other than him and Qin Mo, there were other people? He thought about what Qin Mo had said before. Poachers, these two people, were poachers, they were the targets of the system's mission. Shurqing's mind was in a mess. All kinds of thoughts flooded in. The truth that appeared shocked him even more. A sharp gust of wind from the knife flashed. Shurqing suddenly came back to his senses and focused on the battle again. The battle was in a stalemate. He had never seen Qin Mo's weapon before. It was an ink-colored long sword. The pure black material emitted a faint dark light. If one looked directly at it, they would have the illusion that they would be sucked in. And at this moment, it perfectly displayed its master's cold-killing intent. The ink-colored body of the long sword emitted a bloodthirsty red light. The sharp attack brought with it a valiant pressure. Wherever the sword swept, it set off a violent storm. This dark power made people tremble in fear. It made people stop in their tracks. It was incomparably terrifying. Shurqing and Qin Mo, who had originally looked relaxed, now looked serious. Their hearts were in turmoil. No matter what, they never thought that a newcomer who had only completed 6 missions would grow to such a terrifying extent. He was so strong that he could fight 2 people with ease. One must know that in the past 10 days, Qin Mo had crossed half the world and spent a lot of effort to find Shurqing. Under such a high consumption of energy and without any time to recover, he could still explode with such power. He was really unbelievably strong. Shurqing and Qin Mo completely stopped underestimating the enemy and used 120% of their strength to fight against him. Although Shurqing couldn't see clearly, he knew in his heart that although it was 2 against 1, and the enemy was very strong and well coordinated, after fighting for so long, the 2 of them couldn't suppress Qin Mo. Just this point alone meant that Qin Mo had the advantage. Although Shurqing was now considered an expert, in a life-and-death battle like this, he wouldn't be stupid enough to help. Not only would he not help, but he would also mess up Qin Mo's pace. At this time, 1 + 1 was not greater than 1. He would be a real idiot if he helped. Watching the battle with rapt attention, Shurqing stared at Shurqing, who looked exactly like him. Speaking of which, it was strange. Qin Mo had changed back to his original appearance, but Shurqing still looked like Shurqing. Logically speaking, this kind of magic to change one's appearance required a certain amount of energy. At this moment of life and death, he actually had the mind to pretend to be Xianxia. This question turned in Xianxia's mind. Suddenly, he heard a sound. A ding-dong sounded in his mind. This was a sound that only came when he received a system notification. Why did he receive a system notification at this time? Qianmo. Impossible, Qianmo couldn't just call him. He could only reply when he sent him a message. So, who was this? Xianxia immediately checked the message. There was only one sentence. Hello, if you receive this message, please reply to me. Thank you. The signature was 2 words, Xianxia. He had never encountered such a situation before. Who was Xianxia? Why was he able to send him a system message? When he thought of the identity of the 2 people outside, Xianxia's heart thumped. Could this Xianxia be one of them? Then he immediately denied it. Impossible, those 2 people were at the point of being unable to fight back. How could they have the leisure to send him a message? After a slight pause, Xianxia replied, Hello, who are you? As soon as this message was sent, he received a reply in almost a second. Unlike the polite tone before, the content this time made Xianxia feel the other party's excitement just by looking at it. Oh my God! You replied to me, you replied to me. I am Xianxia, my name is Xianxia. I am a system. I am the same as you. We are both spiritual intelligences. Save me, please, please save me. This urgent tone made Xianxia frown. Although the content didn't seem fake, he had been deceived too many times. He was more cautious and didn't believe people so easily. As if it was afraid that Xianxia would run away, the system called Xianxia quickly sent another message. You definitely haven't been to the source world. Don't worry, I can tell you whatever you want to know. You don't need to do anything extra. Just kill these 2 poachers and I'll be saved. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he saw Xianxia's message. He immediately asked, Where are you? Xianxia's reply was always lightning fast. My body has been destroyed. I'm now in a spirit state, sealed in Limi's body. Limi is the person who pretended to be your host. Who is the other person? The one who pretended to be me. His name is Xianxia. He accepted a mission from this world and chose to transmigrate into your clone's body. That's why he has been maintaining your appearance. Xianxia frowned slightly. He finally had an answer to one of his doubts. It seemed like they had been targeted from the moment they transmigrated. What's the relationship between Limi and Xianxia? Are they each other's system and host? When he asked this question, it was clear from Xianxia's reply that he was screaming, How is that possible? How can they be systems? They are poachers. They are fanatics. They hunt systems for a living. Why? How can they transmigrate between worlds without a system? Xianxia paused. After a while, he replied, They have their own system. But it has already been swallowed. What? After pausing for a moment, Xianxia quickly replied, They are the elites of their respective worlds. They are the chosen life forms. In the beginning, they all had their own systems, but later on, they devoured their own systems. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He instantly understood. Was the so-called poachers referring to the poaching system? They won't be punished after swallowing a system? It can't be helped. At first, it was an accident. Not all systems can get along with the host. There were disputes and conflicts. The host had enough of the system's control. Or perhaps the system was too stupid and the host with ulterior motives saw a flaw. In short, the cause is unknown. However, one thing is for sure. Because they devoured the system, they obtained the power of the system. They are both the host and the system. Without any restrictions or restraints, the greater their power, the greater their ambition. They started to hunt more systems. Xianxia frowned. They already gained the power of the system. Why do they still need to swallow other systems? Xianxia was puzzled by this question, because in his impression, the system was a gatekeeper. All the good things were in the system store, and he had to work hard to earn some coins to buy them. If he devoured a system, it meant that he could give himself quests and see all the goods in the store. Why would he need to devour other systems? What he thought was right, but when Xianxia saw this question, she felt that it sounded so silly and sweet. However, considering that he needed Xianxia to save his life, he held it in and replied, "Of course it's to obtain different abilities." This sentence made Xianxia's head ring. He changed the question without batting an eyelid, "What's your ability?" After a while, Xianxia replied, "Sigh, there's nothing to hide. My aptitude is pretty good. I can help strengthen the host's physique." Strengthening the physique? Wasn't this something that could be done with money in the system store? Seeing that he didn't respond, Xianxia added, "If it wasn't for the fact that I can strengthen the host's constitution, I wouldn't have been so unlucky as to be hunted." Xianxia probed, Do you know any other systems? What abilities do they have?" Xianxia really didn't know why Xianxia was asking these general questions, but since he was asking for help, he had to be nicer. Thus, he said, "There are too many. Some can provide technological products, some can provide miraculous medicine, and some can provide high-grade bloodline bodies and so on." He gave many examples, which completely overturned Xianxia's worldview. These things, weren't they things that every system had? Then, Xianxia asked, "What's your ability? I saw that Limi and Xianxia valued you very much. They collected information early on and spent a lot of money to transmigrate here just to hunt you down." Xianxia. What should he say? His style seemed to be different from other systems. Also, wasn't it a good thing? Why did it feel like it wasn't a good thing? Xianxia didn't reply, so Xianxia didn't ask any more. Instead, he said worriedly, "How is your host? Is her level high? Is her ability strong? Can she beat Limi and Xianxia alone? They've already swallowed 4 or 5 systems. They're very strong. Can't you see the battle situation?" Xianxia, "Dear, I can't see anything. The only thing I can do is to communicate with you." Xianxia retracted his consciousness and opened his small eyes to look outside. Then, he shrank back. "Light a candle for Limi and Xianxia. It's your bad luck to have met my host." Limi and Xianxia were already covered in bruises. It was only a matter of time before they fell to the ground. The scene wasn't beautiful. Xianxia didn't look at it anymore. He had to hurry and ask a few more questions before Xianxia was rescued. "They've swallowed so many systems. Why are you the only one who's conscious?" Xianxia was now telling him everything he knew. "I'm at level 70. My talent isn't low. Cough cough. My ability is very good. Also, these 2 poachers aren't as united as they seem. One system can't be swallowed by 2 hosts. They haven't decided who to swallow, so I have a chance to breathe. But it'll be soon. If you're hunted, they can each have one. They can live in harmony and slowly enjoy it." At the end, he added a lasagna. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He cursed in his heart. "I won't be hunted." "Don't curse others just because you're caught." As though he knew he said something wrong, Xianxia hurriedly corrected himself. "Well, you're definitely much stronger than me. You definitely won't be fooled. You'll definitely save me." He followed it with a starry-eyed emoji. Xianxia expressed deep disdain for his skillful use of the system messages as if they were QQ. But there wasn't much time. He still had questions to ask. "What's the source world you mentioned before? How do we get there? Oh, what's your level? You haven't reached level 50 yet?" Xianxia looked at his and his host's levels. 2 obvious level 20 players weren't enough. Even the idiot opposite him was level 70. If he said he was only level 20, he would be looked down upon. So he said decisively, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to be saved or not?" Xianxia immediately lowered himself. Don't be angry. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The source world is above all other small worlds. There's no way to find out how it was formed. But one thing is certain. Those who can go to the source world are selected lives. When they reach level 50, they will receive a system mission. If they successfully complete the system mission, they will be sent to the source world. Xianxia's ears trembled slightly. System mission? He and his host had received a system mission, but they hadn't reached level 50 yet. Then Xianxia said, I heard that there are also systems and hosts with extremely good luck who may receive a system mission before they reach level 50. But even if they do, there's nothing they can do. The system mission is extremely difficult. If they don't have the ability to challenge it, it's tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Xianxia. Okay, so he and his host's luck is extremely good. Damn it. Extremely good my ass. If his host hadn't been so good, she would have been killed by those two poachers outside. Since he knew how to go to the source world, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He asked, what about spiritual senses? You said before that you and I are both spiritual senses? Xianxia's reply was slightly slower this time. Xianxia was quite nervous. For the first time, he hoped that his host would slow down outside and not deal with those two scourges so quickly. After a while, Xianxia finally replied, there are thousands of systems, but not all of them are spiritual senses. I can't explain this problem clearly, but some systems don't have a mind of their own. They just issue missions and provide certain abilities. Some systems have self-awareness, just like you and me. You were an independent life form before you became a system, right? I was like that too. I died in my own world. When I came back to life, I became a system. People like us are spiritual sense users. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Was that so? He asked again, then what's the difference between spiritual senses and other systems? They can grow. Xianxia understood. After a while, Xianxia sent another message. Most poachers' personal systems are spiritual senses. It was just a short sentence, but Xianxia understood what he meant. There were many benefits to having spiritual senses, but there were also unavoidable flaws. The spiritual senses could grow and provide more power to the host. But at the same time, the spiritual senses had their own consciousness and were independent individuals. It was easier for them to have conflicts with the host. After the conflict intensified, a fight was inevitable. As long as one person crossed the line, the rest would follow one after another. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked one last question, Xianxia, where's your host? Xianxia was a system. He must have his own host. Since he was caught, where was his host? Was he killed by Li Mi and Xianxia? He thought that Xianxia wouldn't answer, but Xianxia sent him a message, he's not dead. He's still alive. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia continued, Li Mi and Xianxia chased us through 5 worlds. In the last world, my host and I fell into a trap and were completely defeated. But in the end, I took the initiative to break the contract with him. He stayed in that world, and I was taken away by Li Mi after a pause. Xianxia received a sentence that touched his heart, so, I want to live. Only if he survived would he be able to find his host. Xianxia was stunned. Then he sent Xianxia a message, don't worry. You'll live. In the end, he sent a smiling emoji. Xianxia had just made a promise to Xianxia, and Xianmo seemed to have telepathy with him. He took care of the two poachers in an instant. He used big moves that crushed the bones and scattered the ashes. Not to mention the physical body, there was nothing left of the 7 spirits and 8 spirits. Xianxia's proud face, host, you do things cleanly and efficiently. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. When the poachers died and Xianxia was liberated from the small dark room, she was able to see the light of day again. Because she was a soul, she couldn't scream or jump up and down. She could only send Xianxia hundreds of lasagna emojis to relieve her tears of joy. Xianxia's face was full of black lines. I can't be happy without the blacklisting function. The poachers died, and 2 of them were killed at once. The system's mission rang in their ears. Unsurprisingly, the 2's mission was completed perfectly. Xianxia sent a message to Xianmo. Then, there was a notification, system mission completed. You are allowed to enter the source world. Please check in the system space. After 30 seconds, you will return to the system space. At this time, Xianxia sent another message, brother, I'll remember your life-saving grace for the rest of my life. If there's anything you need, just say it. I'll climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. I'll go back to the source world to buy a body first. When you come, we'll have a good chat. Xianxia finished reading and smiled. He replied, okay. Although he hadn't seen this spiritual awareness person before, the two of them got along quite well after chatting online. It was okay to meet up later. When they returned to the system space, Xianxia finally jumped out of the small armor pocket. The moment he landed, he turned into human form. Then, he looked at his host with bright eyes and said excitedly, Xianxia, I found out a lot of things. Xianxia had just fought. Although the two at the end died too quickly, he felt a little regretful. Overall, he was in a good mood. Now that he saw the big sparkling eyes, his mood became even better. He touched the system's white neck and smiled. What's wrong? Is it related to the smoke just now? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he remembered that Xianxia didn't have a body. When she was released from Limi's body, she was just a ball of smoke. Such a light thing. As an insider, he didn't even notice it. His host actually noticed it. How annoying. Let's talk about the feelings of admiration at night. Right now, let's talk about business. Xianxia quickly told Xianxia all the information she had gathered and added some of her own guesses. Xianxia wasn't surprised when he heard about the source world. Since there were many hosts and systems, it made sense for such a world to exist. He didn't even frown when he heard about the poacher's motives. If there weren't great benefits and temptations, they wouldn't have spent so much effort. As for the conflict between the host and the spiritual conscious, it was obvious. After all, not all systems were as sensible as his Xianxia. Xianxia frowned when Xianxia mentioned that every system had a different ability. Then he said to Xianxia, don't mention your ability to anyone. Xianxia nodded vigorously and replied, yes, I understand. He wasn't that stupid. He could tell from Xianxia's words that he was different from the others. Xianxia was only able to strengthen the host's physique, and he was hunted down for 6 worlds. If he dropped something from the system store, wouldn't he become the delicious meat of Xianxia? But then he thought of something and comforted his host. That's right, comforting his host. I don't think I'm that powerful. Although the system store has everything, it requires a large amount of coins to buy it. For example, Xianxia's ability might be simple, but it might not require coins. Coins are nothing. Xianxia, can't you have as much as you want? Xianxia was killed instantly. Fine, he shouldn't have discussed this with the host classmate who could earn 200,000 from a single mission, but host. Not all hosts are as awesome as you, okay? But on second thought, Xianxia also thought it through. Indeed, at the end of the day, what was a few coins? Their lives were endless. As long as they kept doing missions, coins would flow into their wallet like water. But what about the items in the system store? If there wasn't anything to sell, what was the use of coins? In the end, they weren't afraid of how expensive the items were. They were afraid that there wasn't any stock. It would be sad if they couldn't spend the money. After a while, Xianxia said, don't deliberately hide it. If you have to tell me your ability, just say it strengthens your physique. Wouldn't it be a problem if it was as simple and crude as Xianxia's? But then, he understood Xianxia's deeper meaning. In the end, Xianxia had spent all his coins on strengthening his physique. The system store in the source world couldn't hide their abilities because they were all embodied in the host's body. It was obvious at a glance, so there was no need to hide it. And now, Xianxia happened to show that his physique had been strengthened. It was understandable that Xianxia said his ability was like this. Although strengthening physique was a delicacy, it was just an appetizer compared to the all-round system store. There were no rewards for completing the system store's mission. The only benefit was the opening of the source world. Xianxia told Xianxia everything he had gotten from Xianxia. Then, he looked at Xianxia excitedly. Let's go to the source world to take a look. Xianxia caressed him and looked into his bright eyes. He lowered his voice. I've been looking for you for 13 days. Xianxia blinked. I haven't slept at all. Xianxia, tears, me too. I'm very worried. Xianxia's eyes widened. After the shock, his heart felt like it was smeared with honey. It was so sweet. Xianxia. I want you. With his sexy voice and flirtatious words, Xianxia successfully got hard. Next, silence spoke louder than words. Xianxia was flipped over and turned around. He was in all kinds of positions and even changed a few places. After a busy night of torment, he finally realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. He lay on the big red bed. His body swayed because of the person behind him. On one hand, he felt great. On the other hand, his waist and knees were sore and swollen. He really couldn't take it anymore. He begged for mercy. Xianxia, don't, I really don't. The person behind him didn't stop. He kissed his beautiful back and put him down. He flipped him over and looked into his eyes. Ching. Xianxia didn't dare to look at him. He covered his eyes with his hands. Xianxia took his hands away. He maintained the position where he was deeply buried in his body and kissed him. After a lingering kiss, he said something that made Xianxia disarm instantly. I miss you. Xianxia really knelt down to himself. At the same time, he completely knelt down to this weird panda bloodline. What kind of panda bloodline was this? This was AF * King beep bloodline. The two of them had been like this for so long. It was fine if they didn't die from exhaustion, but what the F * CK was going on? Wasn't this supporting people to fall? This was really better than deference. 3 days later, Xianxia and Xianxia finally arrived at the source world. The teleportation process was the same as every time they transmigrated. They felt dizzy. However, after this teleportation, he and Xianxia didn't separate. Before they left, they held hands. When they arrived, they still held hands. What entered their sight was a vast expanse of white. Xianxia had imagined what the source world looked like many times. But when he saw it for himself, he was still very shocked. This was a city in the sky, a floating island. But it didn't float on the continent or the ocean. It floated above thousands of worlds, above all planes, above all mysterious countries. The two of them arrived at an empty platform. There was a huge door in front of them, and behind them was a cliff. Looking down, they could see everything without any obstructions. This scene was very strange. Under the cliff was a dazzling scene. It was as if there were countless big screens piled up. Each screen was playing a different movie, telling a strange or ordinary story. But because there were so many of them, they couldn't see any of them clearly. Xianxia and Xianxia watched quietly and didn't say anything. They knew that these weren't images, but real-world miniatures. As they were watching, there was a strange aura behind them. Xianxia raised his head slightly and glanced. The person who came said very familiarly, "It's very shocking, right?" The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. Only then did Xianxia turn around and see the person. Then, his eyes widened. His mouth was big enough to stuff an egg. Xian. Air? Xian blinked and immediately roared, Hey, don't look down on me like that. Didn't I buy a cheap body to save money? My original body is still very handsome. Xianxia's mouth twitched. How could a paper person be handsome? Forgive me for having such a bad imagination. That's right, Xian's new body was a paper person that couldn't be any cheaper. Calling it a person was really giving it face. It wasn't just a floating piece of rice paper. The so-called eyes, nose, and so on were all drawn on. It couldn't be any simpler. Xian's paper person saw that Xianxia was still looking at him and couldn't help but become angry. He continued to roar, Look, still look. Humph. I carried such a weak body and waited for you under the hot wind and scorching sun for a full 3 days. Do you think it was easy for me? Speaking of which, what did you do these 3 days? The system space is such a boring place. What's so fun about it? You can actually stay for 3 days. Cough cough. Xian's question successfully diverted Xianxia's attention. His gaze was a little erratic. Afraid that Xian would continue to ask, he changed the topic. Let's go. Show us around. Seeing that Xianxia finally stopped looking down on his new body, Xian was extremely happy. He floated in front to lead the way. The three of them walked through the giant door and truly entered this wonderful world. Other than the door, there was a wide street in front of them. Unlike what Xianxia had imagined, this place was unusually lively. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of promotional banners and movie advertisements. There was also a dazzling array of products displayed outside. At the same time, there were many people coming out of the giant door. It couldn't be said that they were humans. There were also many non-humans. Not many of them were still in human form. As soon as they came out, the shops next to them started to advertise. Special prices. Selling at a loss. High-grade wound medicine is only 888 yuan, quick-acting blood pill is only 998 yuan, magical repair kit is only 1,198 yuan. Buy 1 get 2 free, buy 2 get 5 free, buy 5 get 10 free. Don't miss out. After today, it will return to the original price. No more promotions. Such a down-to-earth slogan made Xianxia feel awkward. Seeing his gaze land there, Xianxia hurriedly floated in front of him and quickly said, "Don't be fooled. This is all to trick you newbies. These things aren't worth much at all. The wholesale price is only 98 yuan. Xianxia felt even more awkward. What he wanted to say was that these things only cost 1 coin in his system store. 98 yuan was too expensive. The entire street that came out of the giant gate was filled with shops selling all kinds of goods. Xianxia dutifully did his job as a tour guide and very loyally guarded Xianxia's wallet, afraid that he would be cheated and spend money in vain. This street was indeed a business street, but it wasn't a mainstream business center. It was a black heart street where newcomers would be guided and robbed of their wallets. The goods here were all good stuff, but the price was more than 10 times the outside world. It was extremely expensive, but it couldn't stop the customers from being naive and sweet. It was really a huge profit. Newcomers had just arrived in the source world. Unless the system was of second marriage, it was impossible for them to have Xianxia as a tour guide like Xianxia. They came to a new world in the dark and saw so many good things. It was inevitable that they would be moved. It was easy for them to spend the dozens of worlds worth of Asian currency in one go. Once they passed the beginner street and arrived at the flourishing business center, it would be too late for regrets. Along the way, Xianxia saw many newcomers looking around curiously, buying this and that. Although Xianxia kept saying that the prices were very high, Xianxia was still quite curious about the things that were displayed. He kept looking around. He didn't want to buy them, but he wanted to compare them one by one. He wanted to see the difference between the things sold here and the things in his shop. As he looked, he was speechless. In the future, he and the host wouldn't have to do missions. They just had to buy and sell things casually and they would be rich. Xianxia took a few glances and asked Xianxia, "Are the things they sell all from the system?" Xianxia had seen Xianxia's methods before, so he was a little scared. When Xianxia came out of Li Mi's body, he had glanced at the two poachers. They had died horribly. Even though it was just a glance, he was still traumatized. He wasn't human, so he didn't think that Xianxia was good-looking or anything. Their aesthetics were different and he couldn't understand. But this man was very strong. He could clearly feel that there was a natural fear in the face of strong people. Xianxia felt that Xianxia was easy to talk to and communicate with, but he knew that if he hadn't met Xianxia and had met Xianxia instead, he wouldn't have been so lucky. Hence, when Xianxia took the initiative to talk to him, he trembled slightly. But then, he quickly composed himself and said quickly, "Yes, most shops have automatic sales functions. The products come from the system. The host and the system can level up by completing missions and can create more powerful items. The low-level items can be sold in the source world in exchange for Asian currency." "Asian currency?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia continued to explain. Talking to Xianxia wasn't as comfortable as talking to Xianxia, but Xianxia's eyes were focused on the various shops and he wasn't paying attention to their conversation. Xianxia had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue deliberating. He tried his best not to beat around the bush. The common currency of the source world. Of the currency of the Asian currency, of course. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia listened to the end and asked blankly, "What do you mean by 1 to 10? 10 Asian currency can be exchanged for 1 Asian currency. Xianxia looked depressed. F*CK, the Asian currency was so worthless. The $100 bill in his wallet became $10 in a second. This was so F*King painful. Xianxia glanced at him. Xianxia looked sad. Xianxia's slow head turned under his host's sharp gaze. After a while, his eyes widened and he grabbed Xianxia's thin body. His eyes were full of glittering gold coins. You mean 1 Asian currency can be exchanged for 10 Asian currency? Xianxia was dizzy from being shaken. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Didn't he say it clearly just now? What was the point of asking the same question again? But considering that this was his savior, Xianxia felt that he couldn't bite the hand that fed him. Hence, he replied repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Io, don't hurt yourself. I don't have money to buy more. Xianxia was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Although 10 Asian currency was equivalent to 1 Asian currency, but everything in his system store was bought with Asian currency. It was also super cheap. A high-grade medicine only cost 1 Asian currency. If he sold it in the source world, it could be sold for up to 98 Asian currency. Since Asian currency could be exchanged for Asian currency, it became 980 Asian currency. This cycle repeated. What the F*CK, running like a madman wasn't enough to express the ecstasy he felt at this moment. It was like a volcano erupting, hence. Xianxia squatted in his mind and counted the mountains of Asian currency that fell from the sky. Xianxia asked another question. Can you strengthen other people's physiques other than your own? Xianxia couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He blinked and said, no, of course not. Other than doing missions, don't you have other ways to earn Asian currency? Xianxia finally understood the meaning of his words. He hurriedly said, trading goods is just a side business. The real way to earn money is through the mercenary union. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia saw a huge building at the end of the street. It towered into the clouds. The door was wide open. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. There were no signs, but without a doubt, this was the mercenary union. Xianxia also came back to his senses. He walked in together and listened to Xianxia's introduction. The mercenary union was the most authoritative place in the source world. There were all kinds of bounty missions, from the lowest level E to the highest level SSS. The rewards were also unimaginably high. Not only were there countless Asian currency, but there were also all kinds of rare treasures. It was really an eye-opener. Here, the lowest level E bounty mission's reward was 1,000 Asian currency, which was equivalent to 10,000 Asian currency. It was much, much higher than the system's random missions. The highest level SSS mission's reward was even more shocking. Xianxia told those who weren't good at math shouldn't come. It would make their eyes go dizzy. Of course, the difficulty was directly proportional to the reward. If they recklessly overestimated their abilities, they would pay the price with their lives. Xianxia brought them around the mercenary union and introduced them to everything he knew. He then took out a scroll from his paper body and handed it to Xianxia. This is the map of the source world that I've recorded. Keep it. It will be useful in the future. Xianxia took it and looked at him in confusion. Xianxia solemnly said, the source world is now very chaotic. Poachers are acting recklessly. Many systems have lost their lives, and many hosts have lost their systems. Without their systems, the hosts have nothing. If they want to continue living, they will be forced to hunt other systems. This vicious cycle has already formed. Thank you for saving me. There isn't much I can do now, but as long as you need it, I, Xianxia, will not hesitate to do it. At this point, Xianxia understood. He looked at Xianxia and asked, are you going to find your host? Xianxia nodded and said, I've already told you everything I can. Moreover, you are much stronger than me. As he spoke, he sneaked a glance at Xianxia. Then, he quickly looked away and looked at Xianxia. He said solemnly, I survived. I can't leave him behind. Although it's irresponsible to leave you like this, I really want to find him as soon as possible. Xianxia patted his paper hand and comforted him. I understand. I was careless. go quickly. After a pause, Xianxia asked, do you need us to go with you? Xianxia's attitude made Xianxia's anxious heart finally calm down. He felt that since Xianxia and Qin had saved his life, he should properly repay them. As soon as he returned to the source world, he hurriedly bought a body and stood guard in front of the door of rebirth. He waited there for 3 days, and it really made him anxious. His original intention was for Xianxia and Qin to come over quickly. He brought them to familiarize themselves with the terrain. 3 days was about enough. 3 days later, the gate of time and space would have an automatic transmigration at half price. It only cost 50,000 Asian coins to choose the small world to transmigrate to. He only had 50,000 Asian coins on him. He spent 30 Asian coins to buy the cheapest body. The remaining money was just enough to pay for the transmigration fee. He didn't even have the money to treat Xianxia and Qin to a meal, but if he missed today, he didn't know when he would have another chance at half price. If he delayed for too long, he was afraid that the time wouldn't be the same. If something happened to his host, what would he do if he couldn't find him anymore? Hence, he suppressed his anger and brought Xianxia and Qin here before he finally opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, not only was Xianxia not disappointed, she even comforted him. Xianxia immediately felt relieved. He hurriedly said, no need, no need. I'll go by myself. I'll go through the travel portal. I don't accept missions, so it's very safe. Once I find him and bind the contract, I'll come back. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia was also relieved. She said, go quickly. When you come back, let's have a drink together. It's a deal. Xianxia and Qin sent Xianxia off together. At the same time, they took a look at the mysterious door of time and space. When she saw Xianxia's pained expression as he paid the 50,000 coins, Xianxia realized that this guy was poor. Just as he was about to reach out to help, the paper man rushed into the gate of time and space and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia, in the end, he could only calmly retract his outstretched hand. The gate of time and space was very interesting, but to Xianxia and Qin, every part of this world was very interesting. They had to understand it one by one. According to the map, the two returned to the mercenary union first, wanting to take a closer look. Who would have thought that before they could enter, they would be stopped by 5 or 6 people dressed in purple. The man in the lead had very fair skin. The corners of his eyes were raised, and he looked quite good. He looked at Xianxia and Qin and raised the corners of his eyes. His voice was lazy as he said, newcomers, come over to register and identify the system's ability. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Whenever he wanted to avoid something, they would rush over. He looked at these people. Their purple robes were like cloaks covering their bodies. They were all dressed in the same way. It was obvious that they were from the same organization. Looking at their behavior, it wasn't a sudden idea. It was definitely a habit. At the same time, Xianxia and Qin passed through the door of new life with dozens of people. Less than 20 people walked to the mercenary union. Almost all of them were stopped by the purple-robed man. They were all asked to appraise the system's qualifications. Xianxia was thinking about what to do. Behind him to his left, there was a dispute. Who are you? What right do you have to appraise? I know my own ability. I don't need you to meddle in my business. The voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of the people around. Everyone looked over. In the face of his questioning, the purple-robed man in front of him showed a trace of impatience. But he still had a smile on his face. He said softly, newbie, this is for your own good. Register with the Order Keeper Association as soon as possible. We will be responsible for protecting you and preventing you from being attacked by poachers. This is for your safety. The young man was a complete newbie. He didn't understand what the purple-robed man was talking about. He looked vigilant. What Order Keeper? What poachers? I've never heard of them. The purple-robed man smiled. How naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A screen was erected beside him. The images displayed on it shocked all the newbies present. Xianxia glanced at it and hurriedly turned his head. Qin just watched from the beginning to the end calmly. The scene played out in the video was a bloody massacre. The crazed faces of the poachers, their bloodthirsty expressions, and their vicious methods. They used cruel methods to kill the original host, and then forced the system out of the host's body. The system opened its mouth and swallowed the host's soul easily in an incomparably realistic and brutal manner. The three-dimensional image was extremely realistic. The entire process was filled with fear and despair. The tragic death of the host and the swallowed system seemed to have happened right beside them. The last scene was a close-up. It was locked onto the poachers with their mouths wide open. They were gluttonous and disgusting. When this image appeared, the newbies had different expressions on their faces. The young man who had been indignant earlier was now frowning. The purple-robed man curled his lips slightly, extremely satisfied with their expressions. He put away the image, and after a short silence, he opened his mouth, his voice containing anger. Poachers are all sick lunatics. They are crazy, perverted, and have no sense of reason. Their goal is to devour the system. They have broken the balance of the source world and created unprecedented chaos. They are lunatics who will be punished. After a slight pause, he changed his tone, becoming gentle, comfortable, and approachable. The keepers of order are the executors appointed by the Lord God. Our belief is to protect the source world, the thousands of small worlds, and the safety of all systems and hosts. Poachers are our mortal enemies, villains that we must eradicate. When these words were said, the surrounding rookies were visibly moved. The purple-robed man observed their expressions and a gentle smile appeared on his face. His voice became softer. I brought you to register with the Order Keeper Association so that you can enjoy the benefits you deserve. It is the system and the host that created the source world. It is your hard work that maintains the balance and development of the thousands of small worlds. You should be protected, and we are the people who protect you. The young man still had doubts, but he was not as confident as before. But why do we need to appraise the system's aptitude? We just need to register. What's the point of appraising it? Is there a need? The purple-robed man's attitude became more and more amiable. He looked at the young man and explained seriously, the main purpose of appraising the system's aptitude is for you. The young man frowned and did not say anything. He just looked at the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man's voice was not low. It was obvious that he was speaking to many people. Every system has different abilities. Some are powerful, some are relatively weak, but each has its own characteristics and uses. We provide the system's appraisal for free. On one hand, it is to let everyone understand their system's abilities in detail. On the other hand, it is to stimulate some systems that have not fully matured. The system's abilities were different. Everyone knew that when they entered the source world, but the purple-robed man's words made the newcomers perk up their ears. Did he mean the system's abilities were not fixed? Could they be stimulated by other means? Seeing that everyone's interest was piqued, the purple-robed man continued, although the Order Keeper Association will do its best to protect everyone, every system and host is a brave warrior. The best way for you all is to become stronger and be able to protect yourselves. You can even fight against poachers. After many years of research, the Order Keeper Association has found a mature system activation plan. As long as there is a possibility, the system will activate it unconditionally. That is why we need you to cooperate with the system's appraisal. In the end, he emphasized, we are just trying to strengthen each other. Our common goal is to fight against poachers. Another purple-robed man also chimed in. His voice was lower and sounded more reliable. The results of the system's aptitude appraisal will not be leaked. Only the people involved will know. When this sentence was said, most of the newcomers were moved. The Mercenary Association was not a sparsely populated place. On the contrary, it was the most prosperous area in the origin world. Countless systems and hosts came and went. In such a densely populated place, the actions of the keepers of order were not questioned. Their words were not objected by any system or host who had already settled down in the origin world. This was enough to explain the problem. It showed that everyone had come through this way. The Order Keeper Association was indeed an authoritative and official place. It was trustworthy. Xianxia listened from beginning to end. He had seen the viciousness of poachers and had a deeper understanding. However, he wouldn't blindly trust the Order Keeper. The purple-robed man spoke very righteously and selflessly. He was righteous in all aspects, but their actions made Xianxia feel very uncomfortable. Especially when the other purple-robed man said those words. The purple-robed man in front of Xianxia had a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although it was very quick and almost undetectable, Xianxia saw it clearly. However, the other newcomers weren't so alert. They followed the order keeper and left. The order keeper in front of Xianxia lifted his eyelids, his voice still lazy. "Let's go, newcomer." Xianxia didn't move. He turned and held Qin Mo's hand. The order keeper glanced at them. Qin Mo held Xianxia's hand and led him forward in large strides. The order keeper curled his lips and snorted coldly. He turned and wanted to walk in front. But before he could lift his foot, these two people actually walked straight past him and headed straight for the mercenary association. The order keeper was stunned. He was actually ignored? In an instant, anger rose. He shouted loudly, You! Stop! Qin Mo didn't even stop and continued to walk forward. He was tall, had long legs, and big strides. When he walked, his posture was outstanding. In Xianxia's words, he was so handsome. This order keeper was called Xianxia. He had been promoted to the position of vice captain, but for some reason, he was inexplicably suppressed. This year, he was actually sent to appraise newcomers. He was already very unhappy. He didn't expect to meet such arrogant and despotic people. He couldn't suppress the anger in his stomach. Xianxia strode forward and stood in front of Qin Mo and Xianxia. Qin Mo lowered his head slightly and glanced at him. His expression was calm and his dark eyes were unperturbed. It was a very calm glance, but it made Xianxia stunned. He felt inexplicably nervous. This feeling was similar to when he saw Lord Xianxia in the Hidden Spirit Hall a few days ago. Because of the difference in status and power, he couldn't help but feel afraid. But he immediately shook his head. What a joke! How could a newcomer who was only level 50 be compared to Lord Xianxia? What a joke! Xianxia collected his emotions and raised his head slightly. Although there was a difference in height, he tried his best to look at Qin Mo and tried his best to look high and mighty. Don't waste time. Hurry up and follow me to register. No. A simple word and a direct rejection without giving any face. Xianxia's face became more and more embarrassed. Because his voice just now wasn't soft, it had already attracted attention. The newcomers were all taken away. Only on his side, the newcomer he was in charge of didn't go with him. The people coming and going in the mercenary guild were already gloating and laughing at his misfortune. Xianxia knew to pay attention to his image. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, You heard what I said just now. It's all for your own good. Hurry up and follow me. In the end, he couldn't help but emphasize his tone. No need. Xianxia felt that he had done his best. If he didn't give some people a taste of their own medicine, they wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxia's face darkened. With a whoosh, he took out his weapon. He lowered his voice and threatened, Since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he rushed forward. He majored in external martial arts. His long sword was powerful. Although he wasn't the best among the defenders, he was still over level 60. Moreover, he had successfully completed a B-level bounty mission. His skills were still quite good. At this moment, it was easy for him to deal with a few newcomers. But he didn't expect to kick an iron plate today. Before he could finish his move, he heard a cracking sound. It was the sound of steel shattering. When he raised his head again, he saw that his long blade made of black steel had turned into silver powder. It was like snowflakes that landed on his face in ridicule. He looked at the opposite side. Qin Mo was standing with his hands behind his back. His movements hadn't changed at all. Xianxia didn't even know what had just happened. There was already a circle of people around. Someone laughed softly. This was like a catalyst that drove Xianxia completely crazy. Great, everyone was laughing at him. Great, everyone was looking down on him. Great! He couldn't even deal with a newcomer. What was he doing here? Xianxia was ruthless. He clawed at Qin Mo's chest with a fatal blow. His fingernails grew rapidly, emitting a purple glow. They were ferocious and highly toxic. He wanted to take a person's life. Xianxia frowned. A trace of disgust flashed past his eyes. He raised his hand and a sharp whirlwind shot towards Xianxia like a sharp blade. It accurately hit Xianxia's head and instantly knocked him unconscious. One hit, instant kill. There was no lack of experts around. But there was still a large number of exclamations and gasps. Xianxia popped his head out and looked at Xianxia. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia. He asked softly, he's not dead, right? Although this person was very disgusting, in such a public place, it wasn't good. Xianxia held his hand and looked at him. He asked very seriously, would I casually kill someone? Xianxia. You're not casual. You're casual. You don't look like a human when you're casual, but he didn't dare to say this. He hurriedly chuckled a few times and looked at Xianxia fawningly. Xianxia was comforted and his mood improved. He pulled him inside and said, come with me. There's a mission you should want to accept. The two of them went in as if there was no one around. Suddenly, a scream exploded from outside. Ah. It's that newcomer. It's that one. It's that newcomer who killed Li and Xianxia by himself. With this scream, there was an uproar outside. There were too many rookies, and with the mercenary guild coming and going, there were all sorts of people. Very few people would deliberately pay attention to a particular person. After all, they had traversed many worlds and were all knowledgeable people. There was no way they would stop to observe a particular person. If it weren't for the conflict between Xianxia and the Order Keepers, no one would have noticed him. But not only did he not listen to the Order Keepers, but he also easily subdued Xianxia. This kind of power was not something an ordinary person could do. Then, they quickly thought of the S-level wanted order issued by the Independent Alliance, the Poacher's base camp, 3 days ago. There was no need to say more about who this person in front of them was, because there were many species in the source world. Many of them looked like humans, but their soul bodies were very strange. There were humans, but there were also many creatures. Every creature had a specific habit of identifying a species. For example, humans were identified by their faces, but other creatures may be identified by their buttocks. Therefore, it was still a little difficult for the creatures to distinguish Xianxia's appearance from others. So at this moment, they all turned on their communicators and hurriedly connected to the central square. They downloaded the wanted order and imprinted the information in their minds, afraid that they would miss something. The bounty of an S-level wanted order was unimaginably high. It was almost twice the bounty of the Mercenary Union. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, although Xianxia and Xianxia were awesome enough to kill 2 high-level poachers, but money makes the world go round. It couldn't stop some people from having a fluke mentality. What if, just what if? Xianxia and Xianxia relied on luck to kill Li and Xianxia, and their actual abilities weren't that strong? And what if, just in case, there were so many high-level hosts in the source world? Even if he was the highest leader of the Order Keepers and the leader of the Poachers' Alliance, he might not be able to escape unscathed. At that time, he could fish in troubled waters and get a huge bounty. He would be rich all of a sudden. Why would he need to complete one mission after another like now? It wasn't just one person who had this idea, but a large group of people. Of course, there were also people who were very sensible. They hid in a corner and watched coldly. If they couldn't, they would just watch the show. In any case, the situation had already become chaotic. Xianxia's ears were very sharp. When the person outside shouted, his heart skipped a beat. Of course, he didn't know about the arrest warrant. The arrest warrant was posted in the central square. Not to mention that they hadn't been there before, even Xianxia hadn't been there when he came back this time. He had been guarding the door of new life and missed it. On the other hand, Xianxia's level wasn't high enough, so he didn't know that the poachers had a special communication device. Naturally, he didn't know that Xianxia's actions of killing Li and Xianxia had already been reported to the Poachers' Alliance. They even issued an S-level arrest warrant right away. The reason why Xianxia's heart skipped a beat was purely because he felt that a tall tree attracted the wind. The sooner one became famous, the sooner one would die. In addition, they had just taken down one of the keepers of order in a domineering manner, which could be considered as having a grudge with this organization. Now, they had turned around and started a fight with another large organization. Offending both sides in one go was really something to be scoffed at. In his previous life, Xianxia had been ordinary all his life. Ever since he followed his host in this life, he no longer knew the word ordinary. There was already a commotion outside. The people inside the mercenary union who were choosing bounty missions also noticed the commotion. Although they didn't know what was going on, they were all on high alert. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It wasn't until the people outside formed a small group and rushed in that the fuse of firecrackers was lit, causing the place to explode in one breath. There were also people who weren't afraid of blowing things up and shouted, "Catch those two newbies, they are S-level criminals." They didn't even mention the reason for their crimes. They directly revealed the 2 points that made people feel lucky. One was that they were newbies. The other was an S-level arrest warrant. This sentence was practically shouting, "Catch them, those 2 3-year-old children are carrying dozens of gold bars on their backs." It was enough to make people's heads heat up in an instant. Their eyes were bloodshot as they locked onto their targets and started attacking. As soon as this sentence was shouted, Xianxia finally understood. F*CK, I'm a F*, King Wanted Man. Hey, what a joke. In the next moment, Xianxia held his hand tightly and quickly moved through the gaps. He rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards the exit quickly. Xianxia didn't care about cursing anymore. In order not to be a burden to Xianxia, he used the godly traveling 1,000 miles to the extreme. Although the two of them held hands tightly, their speed was synchronized. They were on par with each other. This ensured that the two of them wouldn't be separated and also increased their speed to the maximum. There were countless systems and hosts inside and outside the mercenary union. There was no lack of masters and experts, but there were too many useless teammates. When the people outside knew that the wanted criminals were inside, they rushed in like a swarm of bees, afraid that they would lose the good opportunity to get a share of the loot. The people inside watched helplessly as Xianxia and Xianxia dashed out of the side door. Then, they started to rush outside. Naturally, the side door couldn't accommodate so many people. Many people inside broke through from the main door, but there was a steady stream of people coming in from outside. The two sides gathered together and didn't have time to explain. They bumped into each other and were in a state where their heads were filled with blood. They didn't agree with each other and didn't see eye to eye. They didn't care about the wanted criminals and started fighting first. You hit me, I hit you. The people here weren't ordinary people, and it wasn't as simple as waving their fists. They raised their hands and used big moves. The big moves weren't single-target attacks, but group attacks. If they weren't careful, they would sweep the people around them. The people around them originally thought that they were pleasing to the eye, but after being hit by such an innocent knife, no one could take it lying down. Hence, they started to fly into a rage. They went back and forth, I used my moves, you used your skills. Good fellow, just like that, the mercenary union ushered in the most lively and chaotic day in history. As they fought, their eyes turned red. No matter who you were, they would beat you up to vent their anger first. As for the wanted criminals, wanted my ass. I'll take my revenge first, so. Xianxia thought that he was going to get into big trouble today. Unexpectedly, not long after he and Xianxia rushed out, there was almost no one behind them. What a pleasant surprise. Haha, although there was no one left, Xianxia didn't stop. Xianxia had no choice but to follow. They didn't know how far they walked, but Xianxia stopped in front of a huge desolate building. Xianxia didn't know where this was, but he believed in Xianxia. The map that Xianxia left behind was with Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia must have found a relatively safe place with the help of the map. The sky was gradually darkening. It didn't seem like the sky was turning dark, but more like the prelude to a huge storm. Xianxia led him into the building. It was as desolate as the outside, and on one side, it was dilapidated. But it could be vaguely seen that this was probably a church a long time ago. It was very grand, and the beautiful glass windows were still unusually gorgeous even though they were covered in dust. It was dozens of meters deep, and there was only one level. When one looked up, it was like looking up at the sky, and it made one feel an inexplicable sense of awe. Such a grand and magnificent church was now so desolate. Among the large amount of dust and debris, one could almost tell that there was a dispute here many years ago, or rather, a war. Destroying everything, burning faith. Pulling you down from the high and mighty altar. Taking it for oneself. Xianxia was stunned, and then he suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at Qin Emo. Qin Emo frowned and touched Xianxia's neck to comfort him. When he saw that Xianxia was about to speak, he put a finger to his lips and looked diagonally behind him. Xianxia followed his line of sight, and the figure hidden in the dark slowly appeared. The person was wearing a purple robe, and whether it was the texture or the style, it was much more exquisite than the keeper of order he saw before. There was an ink border at the collar, and a dark unnamed flower hung on his left shoulder. Although it was blooming slowly, it was extremely coquettish and strong. On the flower, there was a gentle and jade-like face. His skin was white, his eyes were deep, and there was a warm smile at the corner of his mouth, making people feel very comfortable looking at him. Qin Emo and Xianxia looked at him at the same time. He wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he said politely, "Hello, I'm Xianxia. I don't mean any harm. I just want to invite you." Qin Emo looked at him, and his gaze fell from his forehead to the flower on his shoulder. Then he said slowly, "The second leader of the Keeper of Order, Flower Swallow Xianxia?" A trace of surprise flashed across Xianxia's eyes when he was nodded, but then he smiled slightly. "Yes." Qin Emo looked away, and the emotions in his eyes were inexplicable. "Are you inviting us to join the Keeper of Order?" Xianxia said, "I hope you can agree." "Unfortunately, I'm not interested." Qin Emo looked at him calmly. Xianxia didn't get angry. He just said, "Think about it. I know you care about him a lot." Then he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him. Before he could think of an expression, the other party smiled at him in a friendly way. "I believe you can feel that I am also a system. An organization led by a system will never hurt a system. You care about him a lot. We will help you protect him. Isn't that good?" "There's no need." Qin Emo looked at Xianxia. "He is mine. I can protect him myself. I don't need anyone else." Even at this point, Xianxia didn't get angry. He said with a good temper, "It's okay. You killed Li Mi and Suaya. You have already gone against the poachers. Even if you don't join the Keeper of Order, we have the responsibility to protect you. Don't worry, you will be fine." When he said this, not only Qin Emo, but even Xianxia felt uncomfortable. At first, it sounded good, but the meaning behind it was a threat. You killed the poachers, which means you are going against the poachers. Even if you don't want to join the Keeper of Order, you are already one. Xianxia didn't stay any longer. He looked around and sighed. Then, he left. After Xianxia left, Xianxia told Qin Emo that Xianxia didn't seem like a good person, which successfully made Qin Emo smile. The two walked around the dilapidated church. Qin Emo asked him, "Are you tired?" Xianxia was indeed a little tired. He had been running around all day and his legs were about to break. Hence, he nodded. "Turn back into your beast form. I'll hug you." Xianxia heard this and thought it was a good idea. He quickly turned into a little panda and nestled in his host's palm. Qin Emo slowly and orderly stroked his fur. After a few strokes, the little panda in his palm fell asleep in a daze. Qin Emo looked down and kissed his furry forehead gently. Then he looked up, his eyes deep and cold. His voice was low and hoarse. "Come out. You are very alert, newbie." With a lazy voice, an exquisite-looking man walked out from the shadows. He was dressed in an azure military uniform, which was especially dazzling in the dark castle. His eyebrows were long, his nose was high, and his lips were thin, but the color was rich, especially when he curved them slightly, adding to his beauty. When he was silent, he was as charming as a woman, but when he spoke, there was a hint of masculinity. Two completely opposite auras merged in one person, but it didn't seem out of place. Instead, it was very eye-catching. At this moment, he looked at Qin Emo, his gaze landing on the little fellow in his palm. He seemed to have understood. "Your system is really good." Qin Emo gently lifted the little panda and placed him in his arms. After settling him down, he looked up and looked at the person coldly. He isn't someone you can judge. The person smiled indifferently, then looked up at Qin Mo, his eyes full of interest. Hello, I'm Lan Yu, from the Independent Alliance. Oh, others call us. Lan Yu smiled evilly. The Poachers Alliance. So? Qin Mo raised his eyebrows, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. You're here to take revenge for those two pieces of trash? Lan Yu felt the tension in the air and hurriedly waved his hands, saying somewhat comically, Don't misunderstand. Who would worry about those who are already dead? Isn't it a waste of time? So, you're not the one who issued the arrest warrant? Lan Yu's face stiffened slightly, but he reacted quickly, laughing in the next moment. There are many departments in our alliance, there are one or two idiots who don't know what to do. Don't worry, I'll deal with this immediately when I get back, I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Wasn't he afraid of being blinded by his lies? If Xianxia was awake, she would probably spit in his face. Unfortunately, the little panda was asleep, and Qin Mo wasn't interested in this. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the nonsense and went straight to the point. If you're here for revenge, I'm happy to accompany you. If you want me to become a poacher, forget it, I'm not interested. Lan Yu had prepared a bellyful of excuses, but before he could find a way to vent, he was blocked. While he was surprised by this person's sharp intuition, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. How arrogant. He was just a newbie, however, he remained patient and continued, Don't be so quick to reject me. Our independent alliance isn't a bunch of hypocrites like the Order Keepers. Their private dealings are much worse than those so-called poachers. They say they want to take you in, but once you join them, you won't have a choice. They say they want to protect the system, but what they do is. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Mo raised his left hand, the black blade unsheathed and pointed at Lan Yu's throat without warning. Lan Yu was shocked. He didn't even notice that the sharp blade was already at his vitals. Although it wasn't unavoidable, such speed was still shocking. Qin Mo glanced at him, his gaze cold. I said, I'm not interested. Lan Yu put away his carefree attitude. Although his fatal spot was being targeted, he still showed no fear. He stared at Qin Mo and said with an unprecedented seriousness and seduction, Don't you want to have him completely? Don't you want to have him completely? You won't be betrayed, you won't be abandoned, and you will never be separated. Devour him, and you will truly become one with him. As soon as the last word was said, the tip of the blade was already moving forward rapidly, and it was about to cut through his blood. Almost in an instant, Lan Yu leaned back quickly and dodged the sharp attack. Then, a shadow appeared under his feet, and in an instant, he was almost 100 meters away. In the distance, a muffled voice said, Think about it, I know you want him. The figure had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Mo stood quietly in the desolate castle, as motionless as a statue. Xianxia was in a deep sleep. When he didn't close his eyes, he didn't feel tired. But once he closed his eyes, a flood of drowsiness captured him. At first, he could still feel the warmth of Qin Mo's palm, but slowly, he couldn't feel anything as he escaped into darkness. The long darkness was like an endless void. He couldn't feel the weight of his body. It was light, but at the same time empty. Xianxia felt like he was dreaming, but when he could feel that he was dreaming, it didn't feel like a dream. He seemed to have forgotten everything, but at the same time, he remembered everything. It was as if he couldn't see anything, but for some reason, he felt that he could see everything. He was immersed in the darkness, but he was above all things. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, everything was colorful, rich, light, intense, and calm. Everything floated to the surface, and he looked at it coldly. Day after day, night after night, there was no end to it. It was dry, boring, and at the same time, very lonely. Xianxia seemed to have never felt this kind of emotion before, but at this moment, it invaded his brain, and he felt that it was natural. He didn't know how long this dream lasted, and how long this unconscious wandering went on for. Until, everything was shattered. Chaos, bloody light, fighting, and irresistible destruction. The darkness was broken, and before dawn arrived, it fell again. All feelings returned to nothingness in an instant. The broken power, the snatched ability, when everything lost its support, it collapsed with a bang. Xianxia's heart sank. Then, everything disappeared. He came into contact with a completely different world. It was an incomparably magnificent world. It was indescribably gorgeous. The gorgeous light intertwined, as if the aurora in the sky had fallen on the mortal world, weaving a huge net that was beyond imagination. And Xianxia was on this net. He didn't dare to explore rashly, for fear of touching something unknown. But his stay couldn't be exchanged for peace. In the aurora, two pure white balls of light collided with each other, exploding with an even more dazzling light. The colors on the net were messed up, shattered, and destroyed. The two balls of light were relentless. They were fierce and powerful. Every attack was done with all their strength. They were like two red-eyed mortal enemies. They only had each other in their eyes, and they swore to kill each other. Xianxia looked at them in a daze. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't know what was going on. He felt a dangerous aura. He desperately wanted to leave this dream. In the next moment, the two balls of light that were fighting endlessly suddenly stopped. Although they didn't have bodies, Xianxia felt two cold gazes like snakes and scorpions. He locked himself in a tight lock. They saw him. Xianxia didn't know what he was, but at this moment, the coldness in his heart made his scalp numb. No. With a scream, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Xianxia frowned. The red panda in his palm had its fur standing up because of fear. Its small eyes were round and empty, and there was a hint of water in them. Xianxia held him in the palm of his hand. His lips touched his small forehead gently. His voice was gentle. "It's okay, Xianxia. Don't be afraid. I'm here." His wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. Xianxia finally controlled the trembling of his body. He looked up and saw Xianxia. When he met that familiar pair of black eyes, he calmed down. With a plop, his four limbs were spread out. His small stomach was pressed against Xianxia's warm palm. Xianxia said weakly, It seems like I had a nightmare. But it was very real. It was too real." Xianxia's eyes flashed slightly. He asked softly, "Tell me about it." Xianxia recalled for a moment. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and told him about this strange dream that seemed to have no logic. The Order Keeper Association. When Xianxia returned to the headquarters, he saw that besides Xianxia and Xianxia, all the newcomers had come to be appraised. He checked the system's qualifications seriously. Then, he waved his hand indifferently. The appraiser standing beside him asked obediently, "Did they all pass?" Xianxia replied with a yes. Then, he ordered, "Registration, give out benefits. Arrange a few tests to see the host's ability. If there are any outstanding ones, report them." The appraiser replied, "Yes." Xianxia got up and left. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Recently, the system's qualifications weren't good. This time, there were many newcomers. But the system's ability was very ordinary. There was no training value at all. He thought about the group of outstanding hosts in the backyard who had their systems stolen. How troublesome. If there was an outstanding system for everyone to share, the crisis in front of them would be solved instantly, but he couldn't find it. He couldn't help but think of the rebellious newcomer. He didn't need to appraise it. He was sure that the system's qualifications were excellent. It was enough to prove how outstanding the system was to be able to train the host to that level. But it was a little tricky. Xianxia didn't need to interact with him to know how selfish he was. He definitely wouldn't selflessly give away his system. Xiaoxia's eyes darkened. If he took it by force, it wouldn't be easy to kill that host. In the end, was there a need? Xiaoxia thought for a moment. Then, he got up and walked towards the back of the hall. At the same time, Lanyu returned to the headquarters of the Independent Alliance. The two of them unexpectedly met with each other's highest leader at the same time. For the same purpose. Unexpectedly, before they could knock on the door to ask, the door that was closed all year round was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Xiaoxia looked at the tall man in front of him in shock. The next moment, he knelt on one knee. "Sir." The man's purple eyes emitted a shocking heat. There was an obvious smile on his handsome face, which never revealed his emotions. Xiaosun turned and looked at Xianxia. He couldn't help but smile. He's finally back. Xianxia was shocked. The next moment, excitement filled his eyes. He suppressed the excitement in his voice. You mean, yes. Xiaosun's eyes were filled with determination. The power that belongs to me, that must belong to me, is back. The next moment, the emotions in his eyes were completely suppressed. He regained his usual calmness and restraint. Xiaosun quickly ordered, Qi Xian also found out. We have to get him before he does. When Qi Xian suddenly stood up, Lan Yu was slightly surprised. Where is he? Lan Yu hurriedly replied, Main God's temple. Hearing this name, Qi Xian frowned. Because of some unpleasant memories, his eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, he immediately became excited. If he could get him there, it would be a memorable memory. This time, he would definitely succeed completely. Let's go. We'll go there now. Lan Yu followed closely behind Qi Xian. Just as they reached the gate, Qi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned his head and a strange light flashed in his emerald eyes. He ordered Lan Yu, summon the 13th battle squad. Target Main God's temple. Lan Yu was stunned. Then, he knelt down on one knee and accepted the highest order since the establishment of the alliance. Mobilizing the entire alliance was enough to show how much Qi Xian desired that system. At the same time, it also proved how outstanding that system was. The situation was urgent. Lan Yu directly issued the highest order. No matter where the battle squad captain was, they were to immediately lead their troops and gather at the headquarters. In just half an hour, a powerful battle squad that could shock thousands of worlds was assembled. Although the independent alliance was established late, their battle strength grew rapidly. A host that could devour the system was far more powerful than a single host and system. They were independent, they were tyrannical, and they could use their abilities more accurately. There was no need for cooperation, no need for tacit understanding, no need for quarrels, and no need for worry. They only needed to focus on themselves and fight to the death. Without any warning or warning, when the residents of the Source World woke up from their sleep, the two powerful organizations that had been entangled for a long time were already at daggers drawn and ready to fight at any time. The Order Keeper Association and the Independent Alliance had been tormenting each other for far too long. Putting aside their respective goals and actions, almost everyone knew that these two organizations were mortal enemies. The leaders of both sides were also mortal enemies. However, even with such an obvious hostile relationship, the two sides had never fought on a large scale. All the conflicts were small. You disgusted me, I ridiculed you, you ruined my reputation, I killed your subordinates. The conflicts were endless, but they never caused a big incident. Just when everyone thought that these two organizations would continue to be entangled like this, on this night, they completely exploded, because the person who broke the balance had appeared. Both Qi Xian and Xiaosun knew that this was their only chance. Whether or not they could defeat each other would depend on tonight. When the two armies clashed, the old and new grudges stacked on top of each other. The moment they saw each other's faces, they would be enraged, their eyes would turn red, and their lungs would explode. Before they could say anything, they would be blasted into oblivion by all kinds of brilliant spells. On the surface, the vanguard troops were fighting to the death, but the sneak attack troops behind them were not idle at all. They seized all the gaps and sneaked into the castle with ghostly movements that were beyond imagination. The real victory was in the dark. As long as he could obtain the system, he would be invincible. However, the ambush team's work was not going well. Whatever the poachers could think of, the defenders had already figured out. If you want to be one step ahead, I want to be one step ahead. If you ambush, I will expose you. If you take one step forward, I have to hold you back. After a few rounds, the ambushers also began to fight. Qin Mo and Shi Qing were at the center of the entire incident. As soon as Shi Qing finished talking about the dream, he quickly felt the too cold and tense in the dream. He trembled slightly and looked up at Qin Mo. I think they are around. Qin Mo's eyes darkened. His divine sense was much stronger than Shi Qing's. He could see clearly what was happening outside. The two strong forces were guarding the two ends. Although they had not made a move, their power was strong enough to affect the surroundings. 1-on-1, they had a chance of winning. 2-on-1, they would definitely lose. Xianxia thought for a moment and quickly asked Shiqing, "Can we return to the system space?" As soon as he said this, Shiqing's eyes lit up. That's right, if they returned to the system space, who cared what they were doing here? He had just tried to enter but was blocked outside. Seeing his strange expression, Xianxia understood and immediately comforted him. As expected, they must have a way to stop us from entering. Shiqing looked at Xianxia. He was a little flustered. He didn't know what was going on outside, but he knew clearly that it was related to them. They had just arrived and hadn't even figured out everything around them. How did they get involved in an unknown battle? No matter how strong Xianxia was, there were only two of them. Could they really fight against the two big organizations outside? This wasn't the small world in the mission, but a world above everything. To use a simple and easy to understand analogy, compared to humans, this was simply the kingdom of God. Could they really survive? The panic in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Shiqing looked at Xianxia anxiously. Xianxia rarely smiled, but at this moment, he smiled at him. The slowly blooming smile had a magical power that seemed to be able to calm people's hearts. He gently stroked his neck and said in a low voice, "It's okay, trust me." Shiqing nodded subconsciously. Xianxia kissed him and put him into the small bag in front of his chest. Then he said in a low voice, "No matter what, don't come out." Little Panda's voice was muffled. Okay. He believed Xianxia. Although this was very passive, he had to believe Xianxia. He wasn't a vassal or a burden. What he needed to do was cooperate. The battle outside was getting more and more intense. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Even Xianxia and Lan Yu joined the battle. Although they killed many of the other side's lives, they also suffered injuries at the same time. Xian and Xiaosun were very calm from the beginning to the end. They had to be calm. Xian and Xiaosun knew each other's abilities better than anyone else. In the beginning, the two of them had been fighting for countless years. In the beginning, they were colleagues. They were both order keepers. At that time, the order keepers were completely different from the current order keepers. There were only 13 of them. They were ordered by the main god and were stationed in the main god's temple all year round. They had never left this place, not even for a day. They had great power and proud qualifications, but the main god didn't allow them to interfere with anything. The main god gave them everything: bodies, power, secret techniques, weapons. Almost everything was open to them, but they were never allowed to leave this place. Power bred ambition. His ambition spurred his desire. Not satisfied with this, they longed to see the outside world. They hoped to show their power, they wanted to be respected, but they couldn't go against the main god. Countless years passed, and the vines in their hearts continued to grow. Until one day, they rebelled. The main god's temple was stained with blood. The order keepers paid the price with their own lives. But until death, they still wailed and longed for freedom. Of the 13 order keepers, only 2 were left. At that time, Xian and Xiaosun were still 2 children. They didn't understand at all. In the face of blood and death, they could only widen their eyes in fear. This rebellion seemed to have a one-sided ending. But since then, the main god never appeared again. Xian and Xiaosun still had the main god's treasure trove. They continued to grow and improve. After overlapping for many years, they finally understood the dead order keepers. They both longed for freedom and power. But they had experience and didn't act rashly. A careful plan was carried out quietly. When they finally pulled that man down from the altar, they had him. One obtained the main god's omnipotent attack. The other obtained the main god's unparalleled defense. They were incomparably powerful, but at the same time, they would never become the strongest person. Because the main god's strongest power had disappeared. Xian and Xiaosun could never defeat each other. They were both invincible. Xian's attack power could easily destroy a world. Xiaosun's defense, on the other hand, could protect everything from Xian. Because of this completely opposite ability, the two completely turned against each other. They fought for years just to devour each other, but they could never do it. Their power was the main god's power. No one could defeat the main god. No one could defeat them. Not even themselves. But now, the treasure trove that had been lost outside had returned. The main god's gift had finally found a host and returned to this world. As long as they could take back the treasure trove, as long as they could monopolize it, they would be able to break through their current strength and obtain a greater level of improvement. At that time, the stalemate between him and Xiaxun would no longer exist. No matter who it was, as long as they had the treasure trove, they would have a bargaining chip to defeat the other party. If they defeated the other party, they could completely devour and become a true, new god that stood above everything. Therefore, they were determined to win. After Qin Mo settled Shurqing down, he lifted his feet and walked out of the main god's temple. At first, there were still people who attacked him in a frenzy, but they were instantly cut in half by the black blade. The thick blood still carried the heat of life, blooming in the air. It was gorgeous, like a flower of death that bloomed in hell. The black-haired man walked over confidently. In the fierce battlefield, he was calm and composed. He wasn't shocked or afraid, nor was he flustered. Step by step, his footsteps weren't heavy, but they carried a strong pressure, causing the people around him to feel an enormous pressure. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The people present weren't ordinary people. Although they wouldn't faint instantly, their faces were all flushed red. He walked forward. Everywhere he went, both sides couldn't help but stop and look at this completely unfamiliar man. Some people were attentive and saw through his identity. At the same time, their hearts were in a perilous situation. Who would have thought that a newcomer would have such power? The chaos in the mercenary union in the morning was still vivid in their minds. And at night, the two large organizations fought to the death for the first time. Was it because of him? Under everyone's fearful gazes, Qin Mo stood in the center. He looked straight ahead, seemingly out of focus, but in fact, he was accurately aiming at one person. I agree to your invitation. As soon as Qin Mo said this, two people's eyes lit up. Xiaxia and Lan Yu, these two people had once extended an olive branch to Qin Mo, but Qin Mo had rejected them. Now, in this situation, in this high level of chaos, he actually agreed. Before the two of them came here, they had already told their leaders about Qin Mo's invitation and his rejection. Therefore, when Qi Xian and Xiaosun heard Qin Mo's words, many thoughts ran through their minds. There were pros and cons, but in the end, everything pointed to a central point. No matter who it was, as long as Qin Mo joined them, the chaotic situation would instantly be resolved. Shurqing and Qin Mo were originally in a completely passive position, in a situation where they were robbed, but now, because of Qin Mo's appearance and this short sentence, they instantly took the lead. Whoever he chose would win. On the swaying scale, he stood in the center, deciding whether the Order and the Independent Alliance would rise or fall. In an instant, without any action or words, the killing battlefield calmed down. The two people who hadn't shown up all this time appeared at the same time. The leader of the Order in a purple robe. The leader of the Independent Alliance in a black robe. The legendary figures, the archenemy of billions of years. Finally, they met again. And in the center stood a completely unfamiliar newcomer, a mere level 20 newbie who had stepped into the source world for less than 3 days, but in just 3 days, waves of earth-shattering chaos broke out, almost changing the color of the sky. At this moment, he held a huge bargaining chip, an important decision that could decide the fate of the world. Who would he choose? Who would he choose? Qin Mo stood motionless in the center, not looking at any of them. Qi Xian was on the left, 5 or 6 meters away, but his voice seemed to ring in their ears. Join the Independent Alliance, you belong here. Xiaosun was on the right, the same distance, exactly the same. When he heard Qi Xian's words, he snorted and said disdainfully, to join you, you have to swallow your own system. Qin Mo swallowed it. Will you still let him go? What is your goal? Who doesn't know? How ironic. Can you be more careful when you're lying? A fierce look flashed through Qi Xian's eyes as he said unyieldingly, I won't fight with him. As long as he's willing to join the Independent Alliance, I'm willing to give up the position of Alliance leader. As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone present was instantly stunned. Is this really not a joke? Xiaosun's expression didn't change. His eyes were still full of mockery. What's the big deal? Do you think the supreme leader of the Order Keepers is inferior to your little chaotic organization? Another bombshell, even Xiao Sun had to give up his position, throwing out such a huge temptation right off the bat. Boss, did you guys really get your head kicked by a donkey? The commoners didn't understand, but there were still people who did. For example, Xianxia and Lan Yu, they knew what their boss was planning, whether it was the leader or the leader of the alliance. It might be enough to tempt almost everyone in the source world, but to Xiao Sun and Qi Xian, it was nothing more than an empty title. Once they obtained Qin Mo's power and conquered him, they would completely obtain the main god's power and become the new gods. A true ruler. If she could control the entire world, Qin Mo would be nothing. It was just a puppet. It was fine if it was obedient, but if it was disobedient, he could easily crush it to death. However, Qin Mo was unmoved. He looked at Qi Xian and then at Xiao Sun. Finally, he said, "No need, I'm not interested in these." There was an uncontrollable intake of breath. This was King crazy. If he wasn't interested in this, was there anything else in this world that he dared to be interested in? Qi Xian and Xiao Sun restrained their expressions and spoke almost at the same time. "Tell me, what do you want?" "The truth." Qin Mo smiled. Finally, a trace of interest appeared in his calm eyes. It was very faint, but it was interesting. He continued, "Just tell me your relationship, identity, and the abilities you have." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand. His slender fingers straightened and gently drew a circle. Then, a transparent barrier instantly spread out, expanding to a diameter of 20 meters. It could only accommodate the three of them, and the others were unable to resist being isolated. An independent space appeared out of thin air. Such a powerful space magic made Qi Xian and Xiao Sun frown slightly. This newcomer was much stronger than they had imagined. This time, Xiao Sun spoke first. He didn't hesitate, answering Qin Mo's question simply and clearly. "We are both defenders and I am still one." He betrayed the main god, abandoned his faith, and became a poacher. "My ability is to protect." Qi Xian snorted. "Don't flatter yourself. Yes, we are both defenders. I betrayed him, but I don't have the disgusting initiative like some people." He paused and didn't continue. Qin Mo looked at him. Qi Xian then said, "My ability is to destroy." Qin Mo nodded. He controlled his consciousness. Although he didn't look at the two of them, he released his mental strength to slowly surround them. He analyzed their every expression they made when they spoke, their tone, their movements, and even the dark emotions that flashed past their eyes were absorbed completely. Then, with high-speed calculations, analysis, and matching, eliminating the impossible, he got the information he wanted. He couldn't ask too much and touch on the main points. Qi Xian and Xiao Sun were both smart people. They couldn't ask too much, but they couldn't ask too much. They could reveal a little bit of intelligence to confuse the other party. If they let their guard down, it would be easy to expose their flaws. These few questions were just right. Because of their hostility, they couldn't lie. After all, if they were exposed, it would affect Qin Mo's likability. At this moment, they were trying to gain Qin Mo's trust. But to Qin Mo, there were too many things he could see from these few questions. It was enough for him to make a decision. Qin Mo closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were clear. He opened his mouth and said clearly, "That's enough." Qi Xian and Xiao Sun narrowed their eyes slightly. Although they didn't move, they were on high alert. Qin Mo didn't say anything. Instead, he rushed to the left. He was as fast as lightning. The distance of 5 meters was covered in less than 0.1 seconds. But this 0.1 seconds was too slow for Qi Xian and Xiao Sun. The moment Qin Mo made his move, they knew what was going on. On the left, the Independent Alliance. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted. Was this Qin Mo's choice? No. No, Qin Mo held the ink blade. He was actually attacking Qi Xian. He didn't care about his life. He was so crazy, Xiao Sun didn't have time to think. He quickly activated the protection enchantment, enveloping Qin Mo the moment he landed on the ground, completely and utterly protecting him. Qin Mo's sneak attack on Qi Xian was tantamount to suicide. If he died, Qi Xian would definitely devour him. At that time, Xiaosun would be finished. That was why Xiaosun protected Qin Mo at all costs. As he expected, the protection enchantment protected Qin Mo. Qi Xian's self-protective rebound from his body didn't kill Qin Mo. Xiaosun just breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his eyes widened. No, he fell into a trap. In a flash, Qin Mo and Qi Xian turned their heads at the same time. Their narrow eyes flashed with malice. You lost, Xiaosun. The familiar azure light and the completely unfamiliar pure black blade, like a poisonous snake opening its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, rushed over without any scruples. Xiaosun couldn't make it in time. Even he couldn't cast a protection enchantment of the same strength in such a short time. Without the omnipotent barrier, what could he use to block Qi Xian's destructive power? He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. Xiaosun stared at Qin Mo fiercely. This madman, this vicious schemer, there was nowhere to hide, and he couldn't die here. Xiaosun used all the strength in his body to form a new protection enchantment, protecting his body. The transparent egg-shaped shield withstood the powerful attacks from the two people. As long as he could survive, even if it lasted for a second, it would be enough. Time seemed to stop. The scene replayed infinitely. The heaven-defying power overlapped and hit the hard shield. The collision created strong sparks, colorful and beautiful to the point of despair. Cold sweat dripped down Xiaosun's forehead. The pressure was too great. No, he couldn't hold on anymore. The moment the shield was torn, the highly concentrated energy seemed to have found an opening. It invaded like a flood, a crack, and the whole shield collapsed. When the translucent protection enchantment disappeared, the dazzling light from the explosion made Xiaosun's face as white as snow. Fear grew in his heart. He had imagined it countless times, but it was not as terrifying as what was in front of him. Did he lose to Qi Xian in the end? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a black shadow quickly moved in front of him. It was Qin Mo. Qin Mo's body was still covered in a translucent light. That was the protection light that Xiaosun gave him. At this moment, he blocked in front of Xiaosun with unimaginable speed and blocked Qi Xian's terrifying attack. The protection enchantment that Xiaosun cast at all times was the most invincible barrier in the world. When it collided with Qi Xian's destructive power, it created an even more beautiful explosion. The moment the light shattered, the destructive power disappeared. Xiaosun looked at the man in front of him in shock. What was he trying to do? He didn't have time to think. At such a close distance, when a slender white hand pushed against his chest, he could only watch helplessly. He didn't have any strength left. Not to mention the protection enchantment, he couldn't release any magic, his chest was mercilessly shattered. The shock in Xiaosun's eyes was gradually replaced by despair. The last thing he saw was a pair of deep black eyes. No emotions, no fear, no shackles, looking down on the world, the low and hoarse voice seemed to come from hell. Shurqing. Devour him. Shurqing stayed in the bag that Qin Mo had specially prepared for him and was completely focused. He memorized everything he saw and heard, afraid that he would miss something. He couldn't afford to be distracted at such a tense moment. He couldn't keep up with Qin Mo's thoughts and didn't know his plan, but he knew one thing: absolute cooperation. This required a strong tacit understanding. Therefore, when Qin Mo pretended to rely on Qi Xian, then attacked Xiaosun, and then unexpectedly used the protective enchantment that Xiaosun added to him to block Qi Xian, he wasn't surprised at all, nor did he have any doubts. The only thing he remembered was the last sentence. Devour Xiaosun. As for how to do it, he didn't need to think. Qin Mo let him out and guided him to absorb the white ball of light that was gradually leaving Xiaosun's body. This wasn't unfamiliar, Shurqing had seen it before in his dream. The two balls of light that kept colliding and unwilling to let each other off finally locked onto Shurqing's ball of light. At this moment, the ball of light was much weaker than before, but it was still very dazzling, but it had lost its initial fierce aura. Shurqing knew that this was the best opportunity, he couldn't miss it. He imitated the scene in his dream and quickly enveloped the ball of light. As soon as he touched it, he encountered a strong rebound. However, he was already mentally prepared and immediately increased his strength, invading with an irresistible force. This process wasn't fast. Qi Xian recovered from his initial shock and looked at Qin Mo's actions. He already knew that he had been played. Anger surged in a straight line, and he directed all his anger at Qin Mo newbie. "You're too naive, Xiaosun is dead, you're just an ant. Crushing you is so easy." Without a word, he activated the ultimate spell, vowing to kill Qin Mo. Qin Mo moved quickly, a series of attacks rushed out with a huge power that could overturn the sky, and he was in a stalemate with Qi Xian. He was very strong, but it was still very difficult to kill Qi Xian. However, what he needed to do now was to stall for time. Qin used all her strength to suppress the ball of light. Although Xiaosun was on the verge of death, he had controlled this power for too long. His familiarity with it was not something Qin could compare to. At this moment, they were not only in a stalemate of power, but also in each other's spiritual power. Xiaosun didn't want to die. This will to live made his spiritual power explode, almost overwhelming the haggardness of his body. After leaving his body, the purity of his spiritual power was beyond imagination. This wasn't something that Qin could compare to. But at this moment, Qin knew that she could not lose. He could see Qin Mo's condition clearly. Qi Xian's strength was almost invincible, and without Xiaosun's protective enchantment, Qin Mo had to endure all the attacks on his own. Qi Xian could not tell that he was going to lose yet, but that was only because he was blinded by anger. Coupled with the fact that he still underestimated his opponent, he did not use his true strength at all. If this dragged on for too long and Qi Xian reacted, it would be bad. Qin didn't dare to think too much and continued to exert pressure. Xiaosun was already half-baked. If he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive. Strong self-confidence bred the vigorous growth of mental strength. Qin already had an advantage in this aspect. In addition, the red panda's physique was a hidden enhancement of mental strength. After such a long period of running in, he had completely adapted to it. A cute beast who already had someone in his heart had a strong attachment to his partner. Qin Mo had pulled them from a complete disadvantage to this point with great difficulty. He had placed his last hope on Qin. Qin couldn't let him down. He couldn't let him down. Qin Mo believed in him. He had to live up to his trust. His spiritual energy grew crazily, and the sudden burst of energy waves even had the appearance of tangible ripples. It was like a thick and heavy wave, rolling over and wrapping around its prey. He finally succeeded in completely suppressing Xiaosun. At this moment, because of the vigorous growth of his spiritual power, Qi Xian was stimulated. Qi Xian suddenly woke up and quickly calmed down. His eyes that were blinded by anger suddenly became sharp. He looked at Qin Mo, his eyes full of viciousness. He almost fell for it again. He couldn't be careless anymore. Qi Xian's eyes were red. He accumulated all the strength in his body and aimed at Qin Mo. He swore to hit him and kill him completely. The power was brewing, and the weapons were fighting. The powerful force caused the entire space to start to distort. The sky turned dark, and the earth was roaring fiercely. Qi Xian stared at Qin Mo, determined to win. No one in this world could dodge this attack, and no one could withstand it. Qin Mo, you can't do it either. Qin Mo didn't dodge. He didn't even move. He stopped attacking and kept his weapon in his palm. He was like a fierce beast that suddenly pulled out its sharp teeth, waiting quietly. At the critical moment, life and death were on the line. The little panda jumped up and shot into Qin Mo's arms like a small bullet. In the next moment, a translucent white light suddenly rose, like an inflated white balloon. The egg-shaped protective enchantment was propped up at the last critical moment, protecting the two of them. Qi Xian's fatal attack hit the barrier. The strong impact distorted the space and tore the dimension. It was like a giant beast with its mouth open, completely crushing the independent space. The poachers and defenders who were guarding outside finally saw the light. At the same time, they were also affected by the turbulent torrent of power. Countless people were overturned. Some were instantly turned into ashes. Some barely escaped with their extraordinary abilities, but they were also seriously injured. Because of this violent impact, the surrounding dozens of miles was flattened. There were only two people standing in the middle. The two people facing each other. Qi Xian was surprised. Qin Mo smiled. He felt the heat in his arms. It was small but strangely calming. At this moment, the little thing made a soft voice. The tone was very soft, but the words she said were extremely reliable. Xianxia, I will protect you. With the sharp blade in the scabbard, he was truly fearless, the undying shield, the soul he could trust, everything that belonged to him. The ink blade slid down from his palm, and with a swift and fierce attack, it attacked the enemy opposite him. The balance was broken, the stalemate was shattered, and what greeted him was an overwhelming strength advantage. Xian died of exhaustion. Until his death, he couldn't believe it. His life was actually drawn to an end in this way. He was killed by a newcomer that he looked down on, despised, and had never taken in his eyes. The familiar ball of light floated in the air. Xianxia reached out and took it. After a long battle, Qin was a little exhausted. But at this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. The danger was finally over. The ball of light floated slowly in Qianmo's hand. It seemed to carry Qi Xian's will and didn't want to give in. The slight resistance was not worth mentioning in Qianmo's eyes. He suppressed it easily. He took out the little panda and placed it beside the ball of light. Eat it. The little panda blinked. Be good. Qin refused, which was rare. He shook his head. Then he said, I don't need it. Qianmo turned his head suddenly and locked his black eyes on it. Qin jumped down from his palm and stood up slowly. The young man's body was slender and beautiful, and seemed to be surrounded by a pure white halo. He reached out and shook Qianmo's hand. I don't want to become a god. Qianmo was slightly stunned, and then he smiled slowly. This represents destruction. If I swallow it, something bad might happen. Qin looked at him and blinked. I'm by your side. I'll always be by your side. Even if it's for a minute or a second, I won't leave you. Qianmo was stunned, and then he understood. Qin was comforting him in Qianmo's way. He was making him feel at ease, completely at ease. You have the power of destruction, and I'll protect you. Using the entire world as an oath, I promise to never leave you. We're only complete when we're together. The white ball of light spun quickly and disappeared from Qianmo's palm. It was completely absorbed by him. He turned around, lifted the young man's chin, and moved his red lips. He knew Qin's intentions. Thank you, Qin. When Qin woke up from the red bed, it was already half a month later. After sleeping for so long. Cough, cough. It was really comfortable. He stretched lazily, and Qianmo hugged him from behind. Both of them were naked, and they had just woken up, so they couldn't help but feel a little warm. Following the lubrication from before, it wasn't difficult to enter, and there was another round of moans. After feeling good, Qin quickly stopped. He was still thinking about something in his heart. He turned and asked Qianmo, I remember. You said before that you were going to take me to take a mission? Unfortunately, they were interrupted by a group of people, and then it was a life and death battle. Now that it was finally over, Qin remembered. Qianmo replied, yes. What mission? The mission doesn't matter. The important thing is the place where you transmigrate. Qin's heart thumped. Qianmo touched him and comforted him. It should be your world, a place called Earth. Qin was stunned, and he was a little in disbelief. Do you want to take a look? Will I meet them? His parents, his brother, his family and friends, the place he grew up in. Yes. Qin was a little at a loss. He had once fantasized that he would transmigrate back to his own world, but he didn't expect this day to really come. After coming to the source world and seeing the tens of thousands of different worlds, he no longer hoped to be lucky enough to return to his own world. But now, he had this opportunity. Could he really go back? Should he really go back? Qin's heart was in a mess. Immediately, everything from his previous life flashed through his mind. He turned his head and saw Qianmo again. Then he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Qianmo. Let's go, I'll take you to see my hometown. The two had just left the system space when Qin received a series of messages. They were from the same person, Xianxia. Brother. I've only been gone for 5 or 6 days. What have you done? Oh my God, I'm really kneeling to you. Do you have to be so awesome, brother? Xianxia was truly stunned. He felt like he had just met a new friend. Yesterday, he had told him not to wander around and to be obedient, but after waking up from a nap, F***ck, his new friend had become the president of the country, the king of the world, or even more exaggerated, Superman, Spider-Man, or Iron War God. This rhythm. Could he still play happily, friend? The second before he returned to the source world, Xianxia was still coaxing his madam host, who was throwing a tantrum, but when he turned around, he was stunned by the news all over the world. The poachers and the defenders of order had a passionate battle, and in the end, the two big bosses had died together. And the people who had defeated them were actually his good friends, Xianxia and Qianmo. When he saw their names and images all over the world, Xianxia really didn't know how to react. After being silent for half an hour, he turned his head with a pained expression and looked at his madam host. He pointed at the two cool and arrogant people on the big screen and said with a broken face, "It's them I mentioned before. My saviors, his madam host, the source world was already in a mess. Xian and Xiaosun disappeared, and the Independent Alliance and the Defenders of Order instantly collapsed. After losing their balance, the organizations that were maintained through violence and temptations exposed so many problems that one couldn't bear to look at them directly. The Independent Alliance's reputation had already hit rock bottom. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. The Independent Alliance's officers couldn't afford to offend those two people, but it wasn't a problem for them to bite the Defenders of Order. Now, they had learned to be smart. Since you ruined my reputation, I'll splash dirty water on your face. The dark side of the Defenders of Order had been exposed, and the level of disgust was really shocking. The Defenders of Order indeed didn't devour systems, but what they did was comparable to the Independent Alliance's direct devouring of systems. Because of the constant war with the poachers, more than half of the Defenders of Order's hosts had lost their systems. Without a system, they had to devour other people's systems in order to survive. However, since the Keepers of Order were in the name of protecting the system, they would never do such a thing in the open. Thus, they found another way and thought of a way to share the system. Seizing an excellent system and having one system provide for the needs of several hosts at the same time. This way, it would solve the urgent needs of the hosts, but it didn't consider the wishes of the system at all. The power of the system was limited. Signing a contract with one host was a win-win situation, but signing a contract with multiple hosts at the same time was tantamount to self-harm. After the system died, the Keepers of Order would find a new system, and the cycle would repeat. In order to prevent the secret from being leaked, the Keepers of Order would imprison the system. On the surface, it seemed like they were protecting it, but in reality, they were torturing it. With this breakthrough, the Order Keepers suddenly had an idea. Since their own system's aptitude wasn't outstanding, they might as well trick an outstanding system. After all, they had already entered the den of thieves, and they had no choice but to obey. There was always an obedient trick to make you submit. Xiaosun's departure was too sudden. In order to save him, Xianxia was also caught in the crossfire and was seriously injured. With both leaders down, the originally impregnable Order Keeper Association was now full of holes. These matters were also completely exposed by the poachers. Great, you call us disgusting and perverted, but the things you do are much more perverted than us. In the beginning, there were still many people who wanted to protect the Order Keeper Association, but once this scandal was exposed, they couldn't wait to avoid it. They hated that they couldn't step on it a few times. Who would still care about it? In 1 month, the world was turned upside down. When Qianmo and Xianxia reappeared, there was a huge mess in front of them. Xianxia was dumbfounded. At that time, the only thought in his mind was that he was lucky that he didn't stupidly become the main god. Was this something a human would do? Although he didn't become the main god, Xian and Xiaosun were killed by them. Now that he appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Of course, he wasn't here to fight with them. He was here to act cute and beg them to take him in. After experiencing how difficult it was to move an inch, Xianxia felt that he was about to become paralyzed. You really have endless tricks up your sleeves. I don't want to care about your stupid business, can you not send me over? Also, who wants to be your leader? I'm not cut out for that. His head hurt from being chased. Xianxia had no choice but to ask his host for help. Qianmo acted decisively and efficiently. In another short month, the chaotic source world began to get back on track step by step. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, expressed to Xianxia, "Please accept our lifetime of kneeling." Xianxia's host, ===. Actually, Xianxia could do what Qianemo did. He just didn't dare to. In this half a month, Xianxia and Qianemo discovered a fact that they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They each had the power of a main god. When combined, they were a main god. When this combined, it was that combined. No one thought of it the wrong way. After the combination, they received all the power of a main god. Xianxia's book was also revealed. Everything recorded in the book was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Qianemo flipped through it and made a medicine. Any poacher who took the medicine would be able to separate themselves from the system they swallowed. Then, the main god's temple would reward the reborn system with a new body and the right to choose a new host. But the poachers wouldn't be given up just like that. They would receive an inorganic system created by the main god. It had no thoughts and no emotions. Its aptitude was random and depended on luck. This way, it seemed that the fundamental problem wasn't solved. If they wanted to pursue power, they would still want to swallow other systems. But then, Qianemo made a decision that made the entire source world boil. The main god's treasure house appeared again. It was open to everyone. Any system and host could go to the main god's temple and see the whole picture of the treasure house. Almost all the goods inside were open to the public. But to really get it, there were harsh conditions. The number of completion of high-level mercenary missions, the level requirements, special checkpoints, and a large amount of Asian coins. The conditions were very shocking, but it didn't stop people. As long as there was a goal, they could move toward it. The fear was that they couldn't pursue it at all. Even if you had great talent, even if you had monstrous wealth, even if you completed hundreds of SSS-level mercenary missions, if you couldn't get what you wanted, you could only rob. With this public platform, as long as you worked hard, you could achieve success. Who would want to poach the system? Of course, one or two real perverts couldn't be excluded. But compared to the chaotic situation before, it was much better. After making all these arrangements, Qianemo didn't ask any more questions. The most fundamental reason why the main god was divided by his own keeper was that he had fallen. He was high and mighty, looking down on everything. He had supreme power, but he had to face it alone. Over time, his will became chaotic. And then, he died. Qianemo and Xianxia both refused to become gods. They accepted the main god's sharp blade and strong shield, but they handed over the main god's treasure house. The treasure house was originally a gift from the main god. It belonged to everyone in the first place. Until now, the chaotic source world finally glowed with new life and continued their original work, maintaining the balance of thousands of small worlds. Xianxia and his host stayed for 3 months. After that, he went on a new mission excitedly. Xianxia sent him off with a smile. He turned back and entered the mercenary union with Qianemo in disguise. The union was bustling with activity. The system and the host, who had their appetites whetted by the fat radish, were busy scanning missions in full swing. They couldn't wait to accept 3 missions in one go and complete 50 B-level missions quickly. Then, they would be qualified to buy that cool divine weapon. Xianxia was also searching. He was looking for the mission that Qianemo had mentioned before. He looked around from beginning to end, but he didn't see it. Xianxia's heart turned cold. The mission must have been too easy and was accepted by someone else. He actually missed it. He missed the opportunity to return to Earth. Seeing him frown and look disappointed, Qianemo held his hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Red Panda said with tears in his eyes. "Qianemo, how many pages of the main god's book have you seen?" Red Panda, 8, more than 800 pages? It sounded like he had seen a lot, but sadly, 1,000 pages didn't even cover 1% of the book's thickness. After reading all of it, Xianxia thought, hee. Page 937, the second item. Xianxia was stunned. Then, he went in to take a look. Then, his eyes widened and he jumped up excitedly. "Wow! I can issue missions, yours truly can choose whichever world I want to choose, and I can issue whichever mission I want to issue. I have the right to use the mercenary union. What was there to worry about?" There was nothing to worry about. Xianxia excitedly started to look for missions on Earth. After flipping for a long time, he withered again. F***ck, there were too many. If he hid in so many worlds, how long would it take to find his own world? Xianmo scratched the soft fur on his neck and said in a low voice, use the search function. Red Panda's eyes lit up again and he quickly flipped through. With a search, a large number of missions appeared. He locked on and locked on. Finally, he saw Earth, China, City X, the Sure family, issue missions, quickly accept, done. After entering the space-time tunnel, Xianxia had never been so nervous and excited. He went back. He actually went back, his excitement was indescribable. Xianxia only woke up when he came out of the space-time tunnel. Then, he was stunned, he was too excited. He didn't pay much attention and chose a simple mission. But wasn't this mission a little too simple? And why was he dressed as a cat? Xianxia turned his head stiffly and decisively looked at the side, an especially beautiful black cat. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. You're definitely not my host. Right? The transmigration mission was extremely simple. It was probably just an F-level mission. The goal was to collect 20 types of plant specimens. This was child's play. Not to mention a native of Earth like Xianxia, even an outsider would be able to complete this task easily. But Xianxia didn't notice that this transmigrated character was so different. Transmigrated as a cat, Xianxia expressed that he was fine. The difference between a panda and a cat wasn't that big. Anyway, they weren't humans. He was very used to it. But, his host, he turned his furry head stiffly and looked at the black cat sitting elegantly beside him. Shiny fur, elegant posture, and a pair of eyes weren't golden. Instead, they were dark blue like the sea. They were deep and charming like glass balls. What a beautiful meow. When he thought of his host, Xianxia's eyes started to emit pink bubbles. Sure enough, after transmigrating as a cat, his host was also the most beautiful cat. The cat that pierced his heart the most instantly. At first, he was a little shocked, but now, he was all surprised. Xianxia leaned over and opened his mouth to greet it. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened his mouth, it became, meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. The soft little kitten's voice successfully made the beautiful black cat move its whiskers. Xianxia wanted to say something, but the black cat walked towards him, lowered its head slightly, and bit his neck. Xianxia was shocked when he suddenly flew into the air. But then, his body flipped again. After landing, he lay firmly in the black cat's soft fur. Xianxia meowed a few times, but his host ignored him. After meowing a few more times, the black cat had already jumped up gracefully and swept forward. Its speed wasn't slow. Xianxia didn't care about meowing anymore. He lay firmly on his stomach, afraid that he would be thrown off and eat dog meat later. That wouldn't be beautiful. The two cats moved forward steadily. When they passed by the huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors of the surrounding shops, Xianxia finally saw his own condition clearly. In the mirror, the handsome and beautiful black cat walked forward with graceful steps like a cheetah. On its back, there was a small white ball of fur. It was at most the size of a palm. It was hard to tell what kind of cat it was, but its fur was thick and smooth. It made people want to touch it when they saw it. The two cats, one black and one white, walked on the road with their heads held high and instantly attracted a lot of screams from girls. So cute, so cute, so cute. Was this a case of a father carrying his son? By the way, aren't all cats carrying children in their mouths? Why is he carrying them? That's not the point. The point is that this position is so cute. And look at how obedient the little kitten is. It's lying there obediently. Daddy is so handsome too. How domineering. Oh my God. I'm in trouble again. A father-son novel. Meow transformation. An affectionate and doting father and a soft, adorable, and silly son. This was a proper attack at the peak of the year. And it's a cat. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee hee. Do you know? I heard that Meow's penis has a barb. When the two of us do that, hee hee. Puff. Did your mother create such an obscene scene? But, it sounds so delicious. Beastie and whatnot, I can definitely give it a try. Hey, hey, hey. Right. Right. We can do this, that, and that. Keep your voice down. There's been a crackdown recently. Be careful or you'll end up in jail. Cough cough, cough cough. Xianxia, who had listened to the entire conversation, was trembling like a shuttle. He hadn't seen the girls in his hometown for a long time. They were still so ferocious. It's just two cats. What are you guys imagining? Father and son, Beastie, and Barb. What? What are all these things? Anne. Is it possible for the father to be a black cat and the son to be a white cat? Be rational, girl, but he couldn't say anything. He just meowed, and then lay on his host's body helplessly. Ever since his host turned into a cat, she hadn't said a single word. If he wasn't 100% sure that this was his host, he would have suspected that this was really just a black cat. He really wanted to meow for his host. It would definitely be very pleasant to hear, eh? Could it be that his host didn't want to meow? Xianxia's imagination ran wild. Beautiful host, cat ears, meowing, and blushing cheeks due to shyness. F***ck. Nosebleed, you must hold on. Xianxia was immersed in his fantasy. He meowed, but the black cat had already taken him around a corner and walked onto a familiar street. Once he saw the surroundings, Xianxia instantly came back to his senses. His heart couldn't help but tighten. This was the way home. This kind of feeling of being close to home was really indescribable. When he really saw the person in front of him, he was stunned. The man in front of him was tall. He was wearing a dark shirt and slender trousers. He had a simple black coat on the outside. His clothes were simple and elegant, but it made him look especially handsome. He was much more mature than before. He had completely grown from a big boy to a man. A man who held up this family. Xianxia said silently in his heart, "Sure you, brother, long time no see." The black cat jumped up and stood on the wall. The angle of view was higher, and Xianxia could see more clearly. Sure you had just gotten out of the car when the backseat door opened. A slender woman with fair skin and a tight black dress came out. The style was dignified and elegant. She turned her face. Xianxia glanced at her and knew who it was. Sister Xianxia. She had been in love with his brother since university. Later, because of Xianxia's matter, the two didn't get married. Now, they should be together. Xianxia stared in a daze. The next moment, a little child jumped out of the back seat. He was about 5 or 6 years old. He had chubby arms and legs. He wore a black and white striped down jacket, a little hat with panda ears, and a furry scarf. He was extremely cute. He jumped into Xianyu's arms and kissed his face. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was filled with excitement. It was Xianyu's son. He had a nephew, his parents had a grandson. The small family of 3 got out of the car. Just as they were about to press the doorbell, the door opened. A middle-aged woman walked out. Her eyes were slightly curved, and she was gentle and kind. Xianxia only took one look, and his tears were completely uncontrollable. They fell endlessly. Mom. He really saw his mother again. The little child jumped up and hugged his grandmother. Mother Sure's smile widened, and she also kissed her good grandson. As the family was talking, Father Sure also walked out. In Xianxia's impression, his father was as tall as a mountain. At this moment, his back was slightly bent. Although he was still energetic, the white hair on his temples was so glaring that it made one's heart ache. The memories of the past came flooding back like a flood. Xianxia's childhood, youth, and until his death, had been very happy. An ordinary family. There were small quarrels and small bumps in life, but nothing could compare to the sincerity of a family. A family, one heart, warm and harmonious. Even at the last moment, Xianxia was not abandoned. His father, his mother, his brother, his family, all hoped that he could live and live happily. While Xianxia was in a daze, the family had already gotten into the car. The black MPV slid out. The black cat picked up Xianxia and chased after it. It followed easily. After about an hour of driving, they arrived at their destination. When they arrived, Xianxia knew what day it was. It was Xianxia's death anniversary. 9 years ago, he was defeated by illness and laid to rest here. The family silently paid their respects. Father Shi and Mother Shi closed their eyes tightly and silently prayed that their son, who died young, could live peacefully in another world. Xianxia looked on foolishly until he saw tears fall from the corners of his mother's eyes. Then, he couldn't help but lie on the black cat and sob. After so long, he was still alive in their hearts. No matter how long it was, no matter whether he was alive or dead, they were a family. They would remember him until they died. After the ceremony, Xianxia supported Mother Shi. Father Shi walked to the side, and Xianxia was beside his father. The group left silently. When they walked to the corner, the little child at the back saw the white fluffy ball. He blinked and quietly walked over. His big round eyes stared at the white fluffy ball. He tilted his little head and asked, "Why are you crying?" Xianxia was stunned. The little child gently touched his back and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you home, okay?" November 13th, on the 9th anniversary of Xianxia's death, the Shi family had 2 new members. Momo and Little White. The 2 cats, one black and one white, were brought home by the little child, Tan. The 2 cats were full of legends. Many years later, when the Shi family moved, even the little child had grown up. The stories of this pair of cats were still widely spread around the neighborhood. The white cat was cute and sensible. It coaxed Father Shi and Mother Shi until they were happy every day. The black cat never acted cute and didn't even make a sound. But he and the white cat were inseparable. No matter day or night, as long as the white cat was there, he would definitely be there. The 2 intelligent cats accompanied the elderly Shirmu and Shirmu through their last days. It even allowed them to gradually walk out of the pain of losing their son. Xianxia didn't expect that he would return home in this way. But he was unexpectedly very satisfied. He returned to his parents' side. He could use another simple way to make them happy. He could quietly accompany them. As a cat, he completed the final protection of this family. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. I'm by your side. This time, I'll take care of you." He returned to the system space again. Xianxia was still a little lost. Mo, who had been silent for 30 years, finally opened his mouth. He touched his neck and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Ching ching." Xianxia looked up and was startled. Then, he looked at Mo. At this moment, his ink-like eyes reflected his shadow. There was only him. Xianxia smiled and tiptoed to kiss him on the lips. "Thank you, Mo." The light kiss turned heavy. It was ambiguous and lingering. When the 2 of them hugged, Xianxia leaned into Mo's arms and said something that would always make his host feel at ease. "I only have you. Don't leave me. We have each other. It's enough." The text ended. End of chapter 104. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.